the towel friends on the YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, it is so wonderful to see you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am a towel. Hold on a second. I should pop up on your screen in 1 second. Ready? Oh, not yet. Come on now. Come on, little towel. There I am. I'm a little towel. Hello. How are you, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, listen, I don't know what the debate is about this morning, but I assure you that if it was some fake video someone made, it is entirely irrelevant to the case. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is just past 7:30 a.m. on Friday, May 30th, 2025. And just remember, little towels, there are a lot of people, two very toxic elements within the discussion of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, ladies and gentlemen. The Turtle Boy camp and kind of the Aiden Turtle Boy Kearney camp and the Kate Mafia Masshole Peter camp. Remember, they're like online trolls, okay? They're like, kind of nerds. Like Aiden focuses on like covering local like drama and like Facebook groups and like sometimes political corruption, although he was wrong about the Reed case in my opinion. Kate covers like, she mocks First Amendment auditors and covers weird niche online drama, and they both like kind of engaged in a proxy war related to the Reed case, which is why it was so toxic. So just keep that in mind, folks. The less toxicity that gets discussed and amplified, the more pleasant the coverage of this case is. And remember, we can disagree without being disagreeable, and that your views on this case matter. Okay? It doesn't matter about the social drama that surrounded this case and made such a pernicious, insidious, invidious atmosphere prevalent for so long. What matters is where we got to now. An atmosphere based on disagreeing without being disagreeable, compassion, non-derogatory engagement, and love, ladies and gentlemen, and being erudite, cogent, informed consumers of information, such as to ward off usurpation of our representative forms of government. But that's kind of an aside to the larger point about love, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it is so good to see you all. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's such a pleasure to be with you all. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't know who, so that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know who this person is. The videos that we all analyzed, I just want to point out, you can't really attack them because 4 to 6 to 10 people did their own independent analysis of the source files. Like, you can't attack a source file. You can say, oh, your interpretation of what you're hearing is not what I hear. Okay, fine. But like, you have the raw source file. You have the Google Drive links. You have the multiple reconstructions, the multiple audio analyses and reconstructions and cleanup from Murder by Maestro, Just Being Nosy, Old Made New Creations. You don't know, folks don't understand. When people use those kind of bad faith tactics, okay, yeah, maybe like the people who just want to cheer on that subversion will say, oh, wonderful. But the people who actually did the work, they're going to say, okay, hold on. Toby, I don't understand what you're doing in here. If you are at all defending the practice of someone manipulating that audio to undermine the independent analysis done on the source file by 5 different people, then yeah, like I would like you to be, oh, wait a minute. No one gets to tell Christina Towell to give it up. I want to make sure, I want to understand what Toby was actually saying, but I think we're about to move Toby on we're moving Toby on. Toby, it's not a video, it's a source file. So listen, anyone who just gratuitously comes in here to rile up their fellow towels using false information to try to manipulate things in favor of Karen Reed, listen, I don't get why there's a certain group of people on both sides of the case, the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case, both the people who support justice for John O'Keefe and the people who support Karen Reed, who try to undermine the integrity of this source file, okay? So, yeah, I think we're going to move on, Toby. It was great to have you here, but you know what? We don't really need that behavior anymore, so thanks very much for being here. And, yeah, please don't speak to Christina Towell that way or try to gaslight or sea lion your fellow towels. That's completely inappropriate. And, yeah, we won't be seeing Toby anymore, ladies and gentlemen. It's so interesting because we can bring it up at the screen, but if you actually look at the source file, okay, there is a source audio file, okay, that is the raw file. So first of all, we have multiple raw files, okay? We have 3 different source recordings. The source recording of voicemail number 8. We're talking about the voicemail related to Karen potentially saying asking someone to Google how long to die in cold. There's 3 different versions of the audio, all from source recordings, but they get better in quality each time. The first is from the first trial when it was played over the stream, the court feed. You can take that audio. It's pretty good. The second was the second trial. Not as good as the first trial, but you also get some audio. You pick up a little ambient courtroom audio in both. The second trial, the ambient courtroom audio is a little worse. But we have the raw source file. Literally, the raw source file of voicemail number 8 is in my post. You can just listen to it. So there isn't really any drama, Alley 90211. It's just there was a woman, and actually, you know what? I think we should play it. I just want to talk a little bit about why the Toxicity and the John O'Keefe and Karen retrial is so sad. And, a lot of people might say, well, Grant, Kate just really believes in protecting the witnesses and being the Charlotte, the woman who saved the internet. Okay, really? Why would that type of person, unless, she was trying to help someone very specific, why would Kate Peter spread this clip? Okay, I just want to show you. This is evidence that someone who ostensibly claims to be a supporter of the Justice for John O'Keefe movement, of the witnesses, of the people involved in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, I just cannot believe that this behavior is enabled and tolerated. Why would Kate Peter send a rumor to Aidan Kearney about Colin Albert and Chris Albert doing a bad thing that Aidan then spread on his show, which then became a rumor for years? Why would Kate be the source of that? Now, it was a very interesting rumor that helped certain witnesses have attention deflected on them while focusing it on Colin. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you have to wonder to yourself, my question is not, is Kate Peter working hard? It's, who is Kate Peter working for? And let's watch this video, because, Kate Peter trying to undermine a raw source audio is bad. But I think what Kate Peter might not want shown is this clip proving that she spread a rumor through Aidan Kearney, smearing Colin Albert in a very nefarious way. We're going to watch it, ladies and gentlemen. We're actually going to wait a minute and 50 seconds to watch it, because Kate Peter is the type of person who would absolutely cuss on a live stream. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you actually do the audio analysis, and when you look at the number of people who analyze that audio of Karen potentially asking Jen McCabe around 6:03 a.m. whether for the first time or not, to Google how long to die in cold. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most interesting elements of that is you can listen to the audio from the pool feed from trial 1. You can listen to the audio from the pool feed from trial 2, and then you can listen to the source audio of voicemail number 8, which was an exhibit from trial 1 that was released. I'm sure it was released during trial 2 as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you can listen to it yourself. Oh, God bless you. Look at the Super Towel Jew Drops. The Super Towel Jew Drops just comes through and says, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, what it's about, although there are important victims that were and witnesses that were tormented and used as proxies, it is about justice for John O'Keefe. And God bless us, ladies and gentlemen. Part of what is so important about the discussion of this case, and we are, sorry about that. It is about to rain, I think, actually. It is very stuffy and very polleny here. But ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that's most important about this case, and we are going to talk about the testimony from yesterday, we are going to review Bob Alessi's hilarious end of his cross. We are going to watch the Karen clip that played to end Hank Brennan's brilliant case in chief. We are waiting for the defense to start the presentation. Well, actually, at 9 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, it's about 7:40 a.m. on Friday, May 29, 2025. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. At 9 a.m., we expect a motion hearing, not in front of the jury, where Alan Jackson will make a pro forma, so this happens in every trial, maybe David Yannetti, motion for a required finding of not guilty on all the indictments. Judge Cannone will deny it. Hank Brennan might make some oral arguments, but normally it's just the defense rising. Judge Cannone saying no, the prosecution met their burden. It's like a de minimis burden for like meeting the statutory elements of the charges from the perspective of the judge. I think it's either probable cause or it's not preponderance. It's a very low standard the state has to meet, and then it just gets denied. And then we go on to the state's first expert, which is a data analyst named Dorta. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, God bless Jew Drops, because that is what this is all about, ladies and gentlemen. It's about pursuing justice for John O'Keefe, and it's about being good, decent, honorable people, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let me just scroll up a little bit, because we want to show the wonderful towel friends how much Jew Drops is appreciated. But listen, okay, we went over the 10-minute mark. We're going to watch this clip. Before we move on, I just want to say, this is the kind of behavior that was involved in this case for years that we're trying to move on from. There's no reason this rumor should have been sent through Aidan Kearney. There's no reason that Kate Peter, in my opinion, should have been smearing Colin Albert this way. We're past this. Listen, we don't even really talk about the behavior of people like Kate Peter and Aidan Kearney related to the case in the context of this stream, because what they're trying to do is artificially establish an Overton window to preemptively impact the range of acceptable discourse about these various elements of the cases. Aidan has his motives, and he wants to be right, etc., etc. Kate has her motives. She's a little bit close to the investigators in the case, who, in my opinion, while they did nothing wrong in the Reed case, absolutely did something wrong in the Sandra Birchmore case. And also, I think Brian Tully released Lindsay Gattani's phone to Aidan Kearney intentionally without any redactions going back 15 years, except for deleting messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay before handing it to Aidan's lawyer, who then used it for 9 months too. Much like this distraction that this rumor about Colin Albert created, the stuff with Lindsay and the phone gave Aidan months of material so his attention wouldn't focus on certain other witnesses in the Reed case that might know Kate Peter. You see where I'm getting at, folks? So the reason why we don't talk about this stuff is the artificial attempt to manipulate the Overton window using bad faith, insidious, nonsensical tactics like Kate Peter attempted to do overnight by weirdly aligning with the interests of the Free Karen Reed movement by trying to undermine the independent audio analysis done by 5 to 10 different people of the source file of the voicemail recording from 6:03 a.m., voicemail number 8, where you can hear Karen Reed, in the opinion of a lot of people, telling Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold. Okay, folks, the reason why we don't really address it is because their tactics, in my opinion, are designed to deflect cogent public discourse. They are, in my opinion, non-good faith actors in this situation, and their primary purpose is PR, not in the interests of ideological principles, in my opinion, but to serve the interests of various people or the interests of themselves, okay? Kate definitely wants to, in my opinion, be portrayed, as I mentioned, as this woman Charlotte, like a redo of this woman Charlotte, the woman who saved the internet. But really, I don't believe that anyone who was truly interested in that would do something like this to Colin Albert, who, by the way, is a very nice man. I hung out with, he's a very nice a young adult. I hung out with him and Chris one day, and I had slice of pizza. Folks, I used to go down there. I don't know if you understand this. I used to go down there because my... Actually, at first it was because I just wanted to meet some of the people and just kind of see how they were doing. But then I had a family member who passed last year. Obviously, my dad just passed recently. So I just spent some time in Canton, and I was with my family. They don't live there, but the services were there. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you, Colin Albert and Chris Albert are very wonderful people. And Chris sometimes would try to not let me pay for my pizza slices, so I would put like a $20 bill into the tip jar, and I was like, I don't know how to, express my apologies for what you've been going through, etc. We never really talked about the case beyond just I was like, I'm sorry this is happening. But they're both wonderful people. I spent some time with them, and Colin Albert did not deserve this. Colin, if you hear this, you did not deserve this, dear friend.
This was 100% a fabrication out of my own mind. It is not rooted in reality at all. I sent this just to fuck with Aidan to prove that he does not vet information at all. He will run with any sort of gossip that bolsters his claims. And I want to prove this. So anyone who believes him should realize that a lot of this is getting sent out. I just went ahead and I emailed turtleboysports@gmail.com. I wrote based on a movie plot. This is based on a movie plot. You could do the same thing. He would probably run with it too. If anyone gets their fake stories mentioned by this schmuck, please email me. We'll have a prize for you. Listen to this.
All right. Again, this is an honor. I don't know who this person is, but I'm just going to read the email that I got out loud. Okay, bear with me for a moment. Because, hi, I've been really scared to talk to anyone about this. And I know I'm not the only one. But I see you're keeping people anonymous, and I think it's important that people know. The problem that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe was that Colin Albert sells pills and weed, and John knew about it. because he lived across the street from one of Colin's friends who runs Colin. Colin's dad knows, and sometimes the drugs go through the pizza shop, from what I've heard. The whole Albert family makes money from it. I don't know. That's that's what makes it a little far-fetched. Like, you're making the Albert family relies on marijuana sales and what other pill sales. Come on, that sounds. I'm just reading the email from it, and I don't know if his Uncle Brian knows or not, but I think he probably does, and explains why they're really covering it up. I have screenshots of Colin selling drugs because, sadly, I have bought from him before. Well, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
So interesting.
So again, this person asked for anonymity. They will be granted it.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, I have not said your name, and I'm not going to say your name.
Yeah, very trustworthy man.
You are
until you don't dance to what I tell you to dance
Oh,
to.
he said you're safe with me. Well, I don't want anonymity. I sent you that email, you dumb motherfucker.
That was Boomer, too. Boomer, listen to them laughing. What the hell is wrong with you, Kate Peter? And how can you defend that? That's what I'm saying. Yes, there's the woman who, like Kevin, will have on a stream and people will enable. How can you defend her doing that to Colin Albert? How can you listen to that and then say, oh, that's funny? No, that rumor went on for years. Kate thought it was funny. How can any of you say that therefore Kate Peters' interest in doing that was to expose Turtle Boy? No, I think in my opinion, there was a more invidious purpose, ladies and gentlemen. It was to spread a smear about Colin Albert, to take some of the heat off other witnesses. Come on, it's horrifying. I know, all of 19, God bless you, thank you, and I love Chloe in a wig, but Tao's having an emotional moment. If you folks missed it, Kate Peter, for some reason, was trying to undermine the independent audio analysis done of the raw source file by 5 to 10 different people, ladies and gentlemen. You saw it in this chat. You saw it. You saw the people doing the analysis, and Kate Peter tried to undermine that. Weird how that aligns with the interests of the Free Karen Reed movement. Very weird. But then, ladies and gentlemen, I just played you the clip. That is proof. Ladies and gentlemen, holistic psychology, you heard it. I mean, we can replay it. I don't want to listen to it again. But there was never any discussion about Colin Albert selling drugs or Chris Albert selling drugs, which is ludicrous, nonsensical, until Kate Peter did that stunt with Aiden. Now, let's just think about it. There's a lot of other witnesses, right? Kate Peter could have said in that fake email, Brian Tully was selling drugs. Kate Peter could have said, oh, let me just use a random name, Jen McCabe was selling drugs, but she didn't. She didn't, ladies and gentlemen. She said she used Colin as a pawn and said Colin Albert was selling drugs. Nobody was even discussing that because it's ludicrous. She smeared that child as a proxy, and she thought it was funny, and so did Boomer. It's scary. It's scary. I don't understand. And then she wants to overnight attack the people on this stream who put in hours of work, not analyzing a video, analyzing the raw audio of that 603 voicemail number 8, where Karen may have told Jen to Google how long to die in cold. Why? Out of spite? I don't understand. I do understand in some sense. She has no long-term plan. She's not a tactical thinker. She just acts, in my opinion, out of emotion and does ridiculous things like that smear about Colin Albert. Hi, Murder by Maestro. We're watching remember the clip? You remember the clip where Kate Peter spread a fake rumor to Aiden Kearney about Colin Albert and Chris Albert selling drugs? We just watched it. I know Murder by Maestro has some thoughts. You want to know some other things Kate Peter has done? We're not going to get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you, people may say, oh, Grant doesn't like Kate. No. I call it how I see it. I didn't like that Kate told me to my face that religion was BS. I thought that was incredibly offensive, but I can look past that. I didn't like that weird envelope of cash that Kate Peter got in a Chick-fil-A parking lot, but, I can look past that, I guess, like people need. I thought it was weird. She told me it was to pay for babysitting expenses for other people, but then there was a text message where someone said, no, I sent that money with my sister took that money and money over to Kate for her expenses. So I was like, that was a little weird. And then just in general, ladies and gentlemen, I call it how I see it, okay? I truly believe, as we've talked about before, that the federal probe of the John O'Keefe John O'Keefe's death and the investigation thereof closed end of summer 2023, but it stumbled onto the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder by the same MSP unit that investigated Karen, and that is what caused all this weird behavior, because Turtle Boy was talking to the feds, in my opinion, so was Karen. And so when the state police were investigating Turtle Boy and Karen, yes, they were doing that, but they were also like, oh God, like they figured out about the Sandra Birchmore cover-up. And in my opinion, obviously if you remember, Sandra Birchmore was a young woman who died in Canton. It was February, I want to say 1st, it was a Friday, 2021. Her time, I believe she died at 9:20 or 9:23 p.m. Eastern. So Sandra Birchmore she was being abused since she was a child by a Stoughton police officer named Matthew Farwell. Now, here's how this all ties in, okay, ladies and gentlemen. Matthew Farwell was a Stoughton police officer who had his brother might have been a cop, and then there's this other guy who's also under investigation by the Post Commission. But as a Stoughton police officer, Matthew Farwell had been abusing Sandra since she was under 15 years old, okay? And then eventually she became pregnant in 2021. She was of age at that point. She was working as an aide at a school in Canton or somewhere in the local area. And ladies and gentlemen, Farwell wanted her to not carry the baby to term. Sandra wanted to carry the baby to term. So Farwell, according to federal prosecutors, on the night of February 1st, 2021, went to Sandra's apartment and took her life. Okay. Now here's where it gets a little weird, ladies and gentlemen. Sandra is reported missing by her school, her colleagues, on February 4th, 2021. Okay. Now within 2 days, so the Canton police get the report. Now, there is a jurisdiction thing where you transfer a case from the local police to the state police when it's an unattended death by statute. But generally, the local police will take a report, go look for someone, and they go to Sandra's apartment on Monday, February 4th, and they find Sandra Birchmore dead on Monday, February 4th. Now, I want to just compliment the Canton police because according to the audit of the Canton police done by two former DEA agents who run an intelligence firm, I think it's like Five Eyes or something, that might be the other one, but one of the guys' name is Matthew Dorta. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that audit found that within 48 hours, okay, so starting Monday, February 4th, within 48 hours, okay, the Canton police found out from a building maintenance worker that the man who was at Sandra Birchmore's apartment on tape in a mask, like a COVID mask, at 9:23 p.m. on February 1st, that Friday, okay, was the same man who helped Sandra move into her apartment, ladies and gentlemen. Now, think about where it goes from here. Then the Canton police get the video of Farwell at the scene at the time, and then the Canton police go to Sandra's school, and they get evidence that Farwell had been telling people that if Sandra wouldn't, quote, take care of the baby himself, he would do it. What do they do, ladies and gentlemen? By February 6th, the Canton police, pursuant to statute, turn over all their information and evidence to the state police, okay, the MSP unit detailed to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And guess what happens, ladies and gentlemen? Well, very strangely, that unit, by the way, two of the cops on that unit used to work in Stoughton. The guy who did the investigation and wrote the police report into Sandra's death initially, John Fanning, and then another one of the troopers was also from Stoughton. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Farwell, okay, gets investigated by MSP. They clear him and say Sandra's death was the result of self-harm. It wasn't an oversight, in my opinion, ladies and gentlemen. That was a cover-up. And you want to know what happened, ladies and gentlemen? That absolutely makes that whole situation fascinating. Obviously, Brian Tully, by the way, was the unit commander, I believe, of that unit during the operative time in question, but we can confirm those dates. Or he at least worked in the unit. He had been there for a very long time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's think a little bit about the implications of that, okay? 1 year later, or 4 years later, okay, 2 to 3 actually. So the investigation of Sandra's death by the Fed starts in August of 2023. Farwell gets indicted in August of 2024. 2 to 3 years later, the Feds charge Matthew Farwell with murder of a cooperating federal witness, and he is now in prison, and all of his hearings have been delayed over the past few months. Maybe he's going to cooperate. Is it possible there was a ring of cops in Stoughton that was abusing young girls? And is it possible that the federal investigation of John's death over the summer of 2023, while confirming that the investigation of Karen into Karen's responsibility for John's death allegedly was clean, that MSP unit covered up Sandra Birchmore's death? Is that why Karen Reed and Turtle Boy kind of got a wink and a nod from the DOJ to run that campaign over the summer of 2023? Was it a honeypot to attract tips? Did it really lead to the federal investigation of Sandra Birchmore's death? And then, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, wouldn't people who maybe are more interested in managing narratives than getting to the truth, maybe someone like Kate Peter, want to stage manage how a lot of the information related to this case is presented to serve two purposes? One, to protect certain witnesses who can either afford to pay Kate or who have the resources to, help Kate, who are Kate's friends, at the expense of witnesses who might be not as well connected, et cetera, et cetera. And then also for the simultaneous purpose of insulating the people who were involved in the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder from undue attention from all the press coverage of the Karen Reed case, and making sure the narrative presented is about Karen and John's death and not about how that unit, as a result of the federal probe into John's death, didn't do anything wrong as to investigating Karen, but got caught as to Sandra Birchmore's murder. Could that be the incentive for why people are doing PR around this case? Now listen, you want to attack the murder by Maestro. Kate Peter attacked our audio analysis. She literally claimed she was trying to gaslight people by saying that the raw audio file wasn't the basis for the analysis that a bunch of different people did. Oh goodness, Murder by Maestro. I was in a mood. I was in a mood, ladies and gentlemen. We are in a mood. So, that said, ladies and gentlemen, there was a lot going on yesterday. I'm glad I got to play that clip for you. I said what I had to say. I'm a little towel. Now, also, do you want to watch a clip of Karen Reed leaving court yesterday? It's coming up on 8 a.m. We only got 1 hour to go. I certainly had some things to say, but that's what happens when you gaslight or undermine or attack the integrity of the work of the towel friends. Oh, God bless all of you. I do want to give you all towel hugs for letting me go on my soliloquy. Sometimes Little Towel just has things to say. No, 65 CJ5, I promise you. I am a towel who mostly was incredulous in that moment because, listen, you want to, and I think a lot of you are here for this. If you want to say, listen, I don't hear the audio, the raw audio file of voicemail 8 about Karen telling Jen allegedly to Google how long to die in cold. Okay, there were a lot of people who said, I'd say like 75-25. 75 said they could hear it and they had an opinion. 25% said they couldn't hear it. But to say that like the source audio or all the work the Towel Friends put in to analyzing that audio is somehow wrong or misleading, one, all it does is align with an FKR agenda, and two, it's spiteful. And it's not just me that's then getting attacked. I think that's why I took it so personally. This is an ironic use of the word personally, but it's not me. I'm not upset about me. I'm upset that the work of a lot of people who didn't analyze a reconstructed video, they analyzed the source file, are getting gaslit. And that's why it's not going to work, because all those people who did that work are going to say, wait a minute, no, I have the source audio. I did my own analysis. I know what that said. It wasn't a video file. It was this raw audio that we listened to. And yes, we put it together with the Karen cam and stuff like that. But that's the raw audio is the raw audio. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, it would be like saying, oh, the video of the Karen cam synced to Karen in court is altered. Well, okay, not the source audio. The Karen cam plays 20 seconds before the feed. So it's just moving the background video 20 seconds forward. And that's not what we did with the voice recording. We used a raw audio. And we just put it where it played in. It's just gaslighting. And anyone who's technically proficient, just watch. Anyone who's technically proficient is now finding out that all that work they put in independently, using the source file as an analysis. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, no, I have so much respect for Roberta Glass. And that's the thing, what? Okay, so let me give one more soliloquy. We don't have to look at the analytics. But I'm a person that goes based on respect. I don't flex about my platform. I'm not reliant on anybody. I looked at my number. I know what my numbers are. We're approaching 140 or 110 or 100 whatever million views on just one platform over the past 12 to 18 months. So that is just absurd. I don't even understand how that happened. But I absolutely understand the scope of my impact. Like, I'm not relying on anyone or dependent on people for being able to speak my piece. And so in that sense, that's why I have so much respect for colleagues who, it's less about what is the size of our platform or our reach, or it's just a mutual respect thing. I think Roberta Glass is wonderful. But then I just don't understand the other people who either get jealous. I think it's such a vacuous, like, base level human emotion to act from a place of jealousy. It's stupid. First of all, I don't even really care about this platform. I care about it only to the extent that I've met some wonderful people here, but the size of it doesn't matter to me at all. I don't think about it. I don't go around like, it doesn't define my day. I'm like, wow, you know what I went to bed thinking about last night? Someone sent me a very touching message, one of the Sheffield flannels, God bless them, that was saying that, it had made an impact on someone in their family's life, that they had found a community here and things like that. That's what I think about. So this jealous spite and all this other stuff, I don't get it. It will never make sense to me. And I just find it the most basic, low-level form of human emotion. But Roberta Glass is not in that category. She's a very authentic, respectful person. I always have liked Roberta Glass. But some of the other people who, one, are just clout chasing by talking about me, so I don't really care about that. People are going to talk, whatever, I don't care. I don't even read most of it. The other thing is, I don't really care about when they go at me, but if they undermine in bad faith the work of people on this channel that I care about, yes, I am going to say something. That is like who I am as a person. I felt it important for me to do that. And then also, where I think that I was going with that is, it doesn't matter to me. I love so many of you, and it means so much to me that we're in each other's lives, but I'm not trying to win political allies. Like, I'm trying to find the truth and ideally engender cogent public discourse, get people to do small acts of service for each other, and create a new digital world epoch rooted in unconditional love and toleration. And also, I think I want to create a towel industrial empire, but I want to create towels and sell them, but that's more so that we can protect the petrodollar and ward off the rise of the BRICS. We don't have time to talk about that right now. But it just blows my mind that so many other content creators, it's either like I don't understand. It's like a rat race or like a high school level like popularity contest, or I want to get invited to like your house to sit with you on the weekend. Like, no, oh my goodness, just focus on who you are, being authentic. The easiest way to be authentic to come across authentic is to actually be authentic. Be true to who you are. Tell people why you are doing the work that you're doing, and stop with this spiteful, gratuitous nonsense. I'm not talking to any of you. I'm talking to just some other people in this orbit. I like Roberta Glass. But my point is, Roberta Glass is the exception that proves the rule, unfortunately, which is that most people who are in this rat race of content, unfortunately, are very self-interested, ego-driven. I don't really get it. I don't like it. I just focus on hanging out with you all. This is a very insular world for me. This is the world that exists. And the fact that my platform is just ridiculous, that doesn't matter to me. But I know it, so I don't put a lot of stock in what people like who are saying some of that stuff say, because one, they're trying to unduly influence the Overton window by clout chasing off my platform, which I will not allow. And then two, they're trying to undermine the work of good people while doing that, which gets me even more incredulous. And three, I don't need them for anything. Absolutely nothing. And I don't want them to need me for anything. Owe no favors. Be your own person. Believe what you believe authentically. And if you compromise in a situation is one thing, but compromising yourself in a situation is a different matter entirely. And I can't believe some of those people out there who might realize something like what Kate Peter's been up to, or etc., and just say, well, ends justify the means. Nope. I'm a deontological ethicist, fundamentally. No, principles justify the means. Thank you. I went on a soliloquy. Let's watch Karen Reed leaving court. We got about an hour to go until court comes into session.
What can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
What? Where's the audio? How dare you? There is audio. I know there's audio because I listened to it earlier.
What can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD. How long will your cake last?
Did it get muted? I don't think it got muted. Hold on. Let's refresh the page. I was like, wait a minute. I heard her. I have another clip of it too from Katie Benoit, but this is the better one. Hold on.
TBD. How One and a half.
The only way you can get his decision?
Proctor, Karen? What? Where's the audio? We were literally just listening to a video. All right, hold on. Let's test another video.
Each vehicle.
What? That's weird. I wonder what happened to David Bianik's audio. All right, so we can watch some of the video of Karen leaving court, but for some reason that audio on his video is not working. I'll try to refresh it and bring it up in another tab. But don't worry, I have a backup clip. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I do have a clip of Karen leaving court from the wonderful Katie Benoit. First, we'll watch the Karen clip that ended the day, and then we'll watch Karen leaving court.
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
So, I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out and David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability.
This is 207.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD. How long will your case last? 1.5 to 2 weeks. How are you feeling after today? I feel very good, thank you.
So that was, Karen did go on to say some other stuff. Oh, you can hear the, oh, I see. So John, David Bianik may have recorded only single channel audio and my headphones are stereo. So let's just try to listen to the David Bianik case. I think it's just I'm not hearing it. So let's watch.
What can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
David Bianik audio.
TBD. How long will your case last? 1.5 to 2 weeks. How are you feeling after today? I feel very good, thank you.
Do you plan to call Trooper Paul? Is that the only way you can get his testimony in at this point, if you do?
It seems that way, yes. Yes.
So have you made that decision?
TBD.
Poll's coming up. Poll, guys, poll.
Any
How
idea
will you
who the
count?
first witness will be for your defense?
Matt Dorta
Thank you.
from Delta V.
Do you think the ARCA testimony will change at all?
No, will not.
How would you sum up the prosecution's case?
One word.
Unjust.
Yes, let's refocus our towels and listen, we have to lead by example, towels. And by the way, my name is Grant Smith. This is just coming up on day 10 a.m. The Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial will be coming into session any moment now. But let's lead by examples, towel friends. And what I mean by that is, we focus on facts here, okay? We focus on evidence, we focus on clips, we focus on what's presented in court. What we're really doing, though, is doing that in an authentic way with no bias, no confirmation bias, no personal bias, just about the truth. We are never, there was a great colloquy yesterday in court about, can you know the truth? Well, no one can know universal truth, right? And no one can know the truth of anything, really, unless you were there to experience. And even then, different people can experience an event differently because of the frame, like how much you are looking at one time, what you're hearing, attitudinal deafness, etc. The truth is like a constant project. It is like an asymptote approaching an axis. You're always going to be on unless you're intentionally diverting from it. But if you're trying to approach truth, it is not a universal. It is a something you strive to achieve by going slowly towards the universal truth or what you're trying to understand, but never really understanding it. And you get there by different perspectives, amalgamating perspectives and all, and taking in all of the data and talking to everyone that was involved and looking at all of the empirical evidence. That is foundationally, ladies and gentlemen, what the pursuit of truth is all about. And if you stray from that path due to the natural inherent inclinations of humans, okay, the fact that you might love someone, or the fact that you might have political allies, or you need to provide for your family, or you want to have a comfortable life, those are all temptations, ladies and gentlemen. The allegory of sin is meant to explicate, in my opinion, things that may pull us away from the path of just simply pursuing truth for its own sake. That's what I believe the analogy of sin is really meant to represent. And so there are all these ways to get pulled off the path, okay? It's easy to fall into those traps. I don't even necessarily fault people who fall into them because it's a learning experience, and maybe over time you come to get back on that path. But at the end of the day, folks, if you can just notice that those temptations are there. Oh yeah, someone wants me to stay quiet about this because they're interested in their friend, not because they actually care about the pursuit of truth. Or, oh, someone, is attacking me not because of what I did, but because what I'm talking about might compromise either someone they know or their motives, whatever it is, might expose them for doing something wrong. You get used to that. You let it fall off to the wayside. And if you can just continue without blinders on, without naivete, it's a learned skill to just pursue truth unambiguously for its own sake in a benevolent, authentic way, while being compassionate and trying to stay rooted in an ethic of small acts of service for others and unconditional love, then it really is possible to do this kind of work. You have to do it that way. You cannot have allegiances to people because they helped you do something one time. It's all part of the game, in my opinion, for them. It's like a chessboard, oh, I helped you, now you can't say anything bad about me. Oh, you're my friend, you wouldn't say anything bad about me, you can overlook this. Shh, don't tell them. See what I'm saying? I don't play that game. I don't think Hank Brennan does either, ladies and gentlemen. We saw it on full display yesterday. Oh, yes, we did. And we just saw Karen leaving court, ladies and gentlemen. But you know what else we have to watch? I heard the wonderful Tony B., the commentator, was kind enough to play a little clip that Towel put together of Bob Alessi having an absolute meltdown. And ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to watch it. You just know we're going to watch it.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
You had 3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans, on top of each vehicle. So we took the vehicles.
Please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not. And I think that's distracting to the jury. So, I'm not interrupting him.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the question.
I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing something.
Mr. Alessi, please.
All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer, Dr. White.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
Ladies and gentlemen, how great was that? How great was that?
I did.
How wonderful was that, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry about that.
And measured 3D images.
We don't need it to keep playing.
To get almost the
Sorry about that. No, how great was that, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, that was glorious. And folks, I have something even better for you. And just so you understand, yeah, that was the moment there. Bob Alessi didn't even need to do that. First of all, he looked like a child. I'm not going to lie. I just want to tell you, I was thinking about it this morning. I was reflecting on this, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't get it at first, what Judge Cannoni was really saying to him, and what lawyers communicate telepathically almost. She's saying, Mr. Alessi, please, but there's more to it than that, because what she's really saying is it's one, this is embarrassing. 2, you're out of your element here. 3, stop. If she actually said what she was thinking in that moment, it would have been like if there were no jury present, she were just telling him, like I believe Judge Canoni would have said, Mr. Alessi, like this is hurting your own case. It's hurting your own client. It's making you look bad in front of the jurors. Stop doing this. Instead, she said, Mr. Alessi, please. Good morning, Susan McDougal. Good morning, Second Beach Gal, so many of you. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say, I think if you listened to that clip, you saw it wasn't just Bob Alessi. That was like a microcosm of his cross. We'll watch some of the 10 best moments from the cross a little bit later as we get ready for the 9 a.m. start of session. No jury is going to be with us, by the way, to start the session today. It is just going to be, ladies and gentlemen, just going to be lawyers for an oral argument. Jackson will make the pro forma, so that means as a matter of form, every defendant is entitled to make a motion for a required finding of not guilty at the end of the prosecution's case in chief. Jackson will argue it. He'll probably use, maybe in Eddie, they'll use some rhetorical flourish. I don't even know if Brennan argues in response, and then Judge Canoni will deny it, and we'll move on to evidence. And the first witness is, who did Karen say there? I forget how to pronounce the guy's name. I keep thinking it's like Don Vito Corleone or something, but it's not. It's not even close to that. It's like Matthew Dorta. But I'm like, Karen would be the kind of person to call a mob boss. And you know what's funny? If Karen called a former mob boss as a witness in her trial, I wouldn't even think that was weird. I wouldn't even react to it. I'd be like, yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I'm telling you, folks, the analysis of the jury from the people I trust, the reporters in the courtroom like John DePetro and otherwise, was that Alessi lost them a long time ago, and by the end they were just laughing, not openly, but basically laughing at how bad he was doing. And I think obviously the court reporter and the judge, like we all reacted the same way, like Alessi crashed and burned, and then he couldn't get out of it. Someone asked who was calling. Colin Albert is one of the witnesses in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. He didn't take the stand in the second trial. He got tormented for absolutely no reason. He was a young kid, just because of Karen's pre-trial PR campaign leading into the first trial. It was really bad. The poor kid didn't deserve it. And we showed a video earlier where someone who ostensibly claims to support the Justice for John O'Keefe movement was spreading lies about that kid, that he like sold drugs and stuff. It was terrible. It was just, I can't believe anyone who would proclaim to be like doing good work or trying to help the innocent, whatever, would spread lies about someone like Colin Albert, like a genuinely decent person. But yeah, it was terrible. And we are going to keep love alive, ladies and gentlemen. And you know, we had a request. We had a request for the Call Me Hank clip. And listen, I wouldn't just play the Call Me Hank clip, okay? Do you understand? The Call Me Hank clip is a very special mimetic device. Murder by Maestro loves the word mimetic. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very special moment here. We had a Call Me Hank clip request. I am not allowed to say no to a Call Me Hank clip request. It is in the towel bylaws. Here we go. Hank, take it away. Hold on a second. Hold on. Take it away, Hank.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank. One more time.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. There you go. Oh, and we had a request earlier, folks, for someone to, someone asked if I could just explain the videos of Karen's car in the key moments between 5:08 a.m. and 5:35 a.m. So if you don't know the timeline of this case, I'll give it to you very quickly. Karen Reed and John have a fight. Their relationship's like breaking down and they're fighting. Karen cheats on John over the month of January of 2022. Karen had saw John like hug a family friend in Aruba on 12/31/2021, and Karen kind of like melted down over it, eventually apologized to that woman's sister for it. Those sisters, the Sullivan sisters, Marietta and Laura Sullivan, might get called in rebuttal. They are on the witness list for the state. And the Aruba incident, for folks wondering, it already came in through KF's testimony. The jury knows about it. And so anyway, Karen starts an affair with John's friend on January 12th, 2022, which weirdly was the anniversary of the death of the father of John O'Keefe's adopted niece and nephew. John was raising his adopted niece and nephew after their mother tragically passed away from medical condition in November of 2013. And then John's niece and nephew's father tragically passed away a few months later. So these two poor children, KF and PF, get adopted by John like 7 years before John starts dating Karen for the like second real time. And John's raising them. He takes a desk job in a very difficult department of the BPD. This man, John O'Keefe, is literally a hero, raising these two kids as if they were his own, literally just an unsung hero, like just one of those people that when you meet them, you're like, wow, like just doesn't want, like there are people who don't want recognition, and then there are people who are like, I know what I need to do to meet the moment. And it sounds like John O'Keefe was one of those men. I mean, to literally adopt your double orphan niece and nephew. But anyway, I tell that story not to just harp on how amazing of a person John O'Keefe was, but also, in my opinion, based on just the acts. Again, I didn't know John O'Keefe. I'm analyzing the acts. We have a documented record of John O'Keefe doing these things. Anyone who did these things would be considered a selfless, heroic individual. We are just analyzing John's actions. Let's be very clear. He was very heroic. So, January 12th, 2022, each year, the children mark the anniversary of their father's passing, John O'Keefe's double orphan niece and nephew. So I think a lot of the attention was on them that day, on the kids, and Karen didn't like that, so Karen started an affair with John's friend on January 12, 2022. Now, want to know what's weird? Karen lied, in my opinion, to John's friend, his name was Brian Higgins, and said that John had cheated on Karen in Aruba when he hadn't. And Karen had already apologized, said she knew John didn't cheat on her, it was just a hug. Like, it was actually Karen exploding over nothing in Aruba. It was more embarrassing for Karen than John, quite frankly. And ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you that John's friend, Brian Higgins, realized what Karen was up to, but I don't think that date was an accident. I think Karen was like trying to hurt John, and was, as the relationship was ending, John was starting to tell Karen to leave the home. Jurors already heard testimony about that from John's niece, and Karen just wouldn't go. Karen would like bang on John's door sometimes, the niece was telling jurors. It was like just really sad, and Karen on the way out was obviously trying to hurt John, but John's friend Higgins broke off the affair when he realized what Karen was doing. And then, so the night of January 28th, 2022, and into the morning of January 29th, 2022, Karen is being really weird on the day of 1/28/2022. She's like texting John like he won't answer her. He's like, one of the kids had just gotten into a really good private school, the niece KF, and she was celebrating because Michael Camerano, John's best friend, his daughter had also gotten into a similar private school. I think we heard during the first trial, it was like, they didn't mention the name, so I'm not going to say it, but I know what private school it was. Well, I could give it away if I say the initials, so I won't. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, so they had gotten into this private high school, and they were very excited, and Karen keeps texting John and trying to pester him through the day. And then Karen starts saying things like, oh, I'm going to go drinking alone, like, etc. And John's like, stop calling me. Like, why are you doing this, Karen? And then eventually around 5 or 6 p.m., Karen finally, after tormenting John all day, says to John, I'm going to have a plumber come over at 5 p.m. on a blizzard, during a blizzard, to help me, Richie the plumber. And John, just so you understand the context, John's papa, Mr. O'Keefe, and John used to do plumbing work. John's father is still a plumber. So Karen was just emotionally tormenting John, and also being like, I'm going to have this guy come over. He's going to fix my plumbing on Friday night at 8 o'clock during a storm. That gets John to start talking to Karen, and he's like, okay, what's wrong? Like, they start talking about her shower, not having hot water or something, whatever the hell it was. And eventually he's like, okay, Karen, like, whatever. Like, you're going to have a plumber come over at 8 a.m. on 8 p.m. as a blizzard's coming. And then eventually John and Karen make plans to meet up for drinks. Michael Camerano and John are going to go to downtown Canton. They go to a bar called C.F. McCarthy's, which is next to a pizza place called D&E, which is owned by Chris Albert, and his son Colin Albert also works there and is in that family. So, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Camerano and John O'Keefe go to that bar. Karen Reed meets up with them. Karen had been drinking all day. Like she had said, she had already started drinking earlier in the day to John in text messages. And Karen and John are like kind of fighting, but the way that people who are like from, I would call them middle, upper class, the way that tends to work is you don't show you're fighting in public. Like if Karen and John were on the outs in their relationship, you still fake it in public. Like you just hug, you're lovey-dovey, but maybe like moments slip. Like like, I think Karen flipped John off at one point during that night, and then I think at another point, like, John, like, takes, it's very sad. Let me take you through the timeline. So John and Karen are drinking at C.F. McCarthy's. Karen has like 3 to 5 drinks there or something. Then John and Karen walk across the street. They walk across the street in Canton Center. It's like 15 feet. They take a left. They walk about 100 feet down. And then there's this other bar right in this small little New England village, right in the center of the town, at the base of an apartment complex, like a new development, called the Waterfall Bar. John and Karen go into the Waterfall, and they meet up with some other people there, like a bunch of John's friends, people who like Karen too, because Karen knew some of them, because Karen would like take John's niece or something to basketball games, and like, so she knew the other parents and the coaches, so she knew John's friends knew her, etc. So they're all friendly. They're meeting up at the bar. Karen has a few more drinks. By about 12 a.m., she's had like 9 drinks or so, okay? And at about 12:15, Karen and John, as the bars are closing, first, Karen wants to, she's asking John's friends, one of them, Chris Albert, if they can go back to his pizza place so that she can eat food there after hours. They had done it before, apparently, or something. And he was like, no. And so then one of the friends said, oh, my son's birthday is today. His friends were having like a little get together. We should go back to my house and we'll like celebrate with him. You all can say hi, you know, whatever. It's a place to keep the discussion and cheer going. Karen gets invited. John gets invited. All right, now the very operative moments happen, ladies and gentlemen. It's 12:15 a.m., okay? 12:13 a.m. or so on January 29, 2022. It's cold. It's dark. It's snowing, okay? Karen and John walk out of the bar. Karen, I think, has a drink with her. I think John finishes his drink, puts the glass down. He might have had his own drink. Ladies and gentlemen, they get into Karen's car. Karen had a BAC at the time, conservatively, of 0.14 to 0.28, which is 2 to 4 times the legal limit. If you actually adjust for what it was probably closer to 0.3 to 0.4, because that 0.14 to 0.28 gives Karen a 2-hour buffer, the formula for retrograde BAC analysis. And so her actual BAC was probably 0.3 to 0.4, because you go down like 1 drink an hour or so, usually maybe 1/2 to 1 drink an hour. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Karen's BAC is very high. She gets into her Lexus, black Lexus LX 450 or 470, I think, with John O'Keefe. Okay, so Karen Reed gets into that car, and they're going to drive over to a house in Canton on Fairview Road for just more drinks and to hang out. Now, John fires up his Waze data, and they're going to navigate over there, right? So they start driving. It's dark. It's cold. They're in the snow. John needs a little bit of help getting directions because he has the Waze, but they don't really know where they're going. So one of Karen and John's friends, actually the basketball coach of John's niece, Jen McCabe, who is sisters or something with one of the homeowners, so the aunt of the kid whose birthday it was, and they're just going to this home to hang out. She tells Karen and John over speakerphone, oh, this house you're going to is in the neighborhood of Bella's mom's house. Now, Bella's mom, okay, Bella is the child. Bella's mom was someone who John had dated like years ago, way before Karen. And that immediately apparently sets Karen off into a rage, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if she didn't. I think what's likely is like she knew Brian Higgins, the guy she'd been cheating on John with and who had just ended the affair, was going to be at that house. Like he was hanging out with them too. He was a buddy of John's. He had known John for like a year or something. And don't forget, Karen cheated on John. She kissed Higgins after the 1/15/2022 Patriots game between the Bills and the Pats, where the Pats got blown out like 47-24 up in Buffalo in the playoffs. She kissed Higgins in John's own home, okay? But Higgins cut off the affair quickly when he realized what Karen was trying to do. I think Karen didn't want to go in because Higgins was there, but they also, I believe, had a fight. Karen and John then start verbally arguing because Karen's like, you're going to go alone? You're going to go, probably, this is my opinion, you're going to go meet up with that woman, John, you're gonna go meet up with Bella's mom. I know you're leaving me. Like, I know you're gonna go find another woman. Like, I believe that's what happened. But anyway, the timeline is Karen and John pull up in front of 34 Fairview Road, which is where they were going to go inside at 12:24 or so, 12:23 into 12:24. Karen actually misses the home, does a 3-point turn according to her vehicle data that jurors already heard about, and then backs the car up in front of 34 Fairview Road after that 3-point turn or whatever it is. She arrives in front of Fairview Road after the 3-point turn, which involved backing up, and then her and John at 12:24 sit in that car. It actually moves forward a little bit. They pull like forward in front of the lawn. Karen Karen clearly didn't want to go in. And then they stop, so they're at like imagine the house, if you look to the right, like there's a driveway and there's a lawn, and then the house is to the right, and it starts where the driveway ends. So Karen and John start kind of at where the driveway ends and where the lawn starts. They pull forward in front of the house, and then Karen's car comes to rest around 12:31 at the edge of the lawn. That's apparently when John gets out of the car, okay? Then, this is the key moment. Karen's vehicle, and John has a glass. According to Karen's own words, John and the evidence, which was recovered at the scene, John's holding a cocktail glass. Then, Karen, according to her vehicle data, John gets out of the car. Karen pulls forward, okay? The car goes into neutral for a minute or two, and then Karen does a backup event, okay? This is where you put at least 30% pressure on the accelerator. Karen, according to the data, put 75% pressure on the accelerator, backed that car up over however many feet. It was 50 to 60 feet. Well, it was actually from the original spot 50 to 60 feet, but I think after going forward and going back, like the total backup distance was longer than that. But we have that, there's that data too. It was presented to the jury, around 80 feet from the after she pulled forward and then backed up all the way. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Karen backed that car up to 24.2 miles an hour, okay? And sometime between 12:32:04 and 12:32:09, while that car was traveling 24.2 miles an hour, it reduced in speed to 23.6 miles an hour with a 4.5 steering wheel degree correction to the right, okay? That is during the backup maneuver. It is recorded in Karen's Lexus data that I just spoke about, okay? It is recorded in that moment. And then just seconds later, ladies and gentlemen, at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on 1/29/2022, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving for the last time right on the lawn where he is discovered after 6 a.m. that morning, and I'll tell you more about that in a second. Okay? So backup event, obvious collision that jurors have heard. There was a collision between Karen's car and John's body, and then John goes to the ground. He suffers injuries to his arms because he collides with Karen's taillight. It breaks. John goes to the ground. He suffers this traumatic brain injury. It's to the back of his skull. The fracture radiates forward and induces, as I mentioned, a brain injury and then also swelling in the front of his face. Jurors heard this was classic signs of a fall to the ground at a high rate of speed like this. And then John, over the next 5 hours, I want you to understand, folks, Karen Reed pulls backwards past John O'Keefe, hits him allegedly. He's there on the ground. She leaves him. She drives back home to John's house and gets there sometime between 12:37 and 12:42. Okay? John dies, ladies and gentlemen, from hypothermia, according to the medical evidence showing reddening of his pancreas, and that traumatic brain injury alone on that lawn over the next 5 hours. What does Karen Reed do? From 12:37 roughly or so until 5:07 a.m., Karen is in that house, in John's house. She's making frantic calls to her family, but she doesn't call 911. She doesn't. She's calling John. She's leaving voicemails. One voicemail said that John was an effing pervert. One voicemail at 12:37, right after the incident, had Karen screaming, "John, I effing hate you." Ladies and gentlemen, Karen, at about 1:30, her phone shows no more calls. She goes to sleep until about 4:30, at which point she wakes up, ladies and gentlemen, wakes up John's niece, because Karen didn't have the phone number of John's friends, Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and has the niece call Jen and Carrie. Karen starts screaming into the phone that John's dead and that maybe John got hit by a plow and that maybe she had hit John. It was ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. Karen at first, by the way, tried to tell Jen McCabe that she had last seen John at the Waterfall Bar. And then Jen was like, "No, Karen, we saw you outside the house. Like when you pulled up, you never came in." Karen was like, oh, I dropped him off outside the house. Like Karen's story evolved in real time at like 4 to 5 in the morning. Now, you want to know what else is weird, ladies and gentlemen? And this circles us back to the wonderful question from, there we go, I'm back. One of the pieces that we have to talk about is there are 18 ring videos, okay, ladies and gentlemen, between 12:37 a.m. and 5:08 a.m. that were recorded on John's home system. Of those ring videos, ladies and gentlemen, 17 of the 18 of them were deleted, Okay, the only ring video that was left was and we heard testimony about this yesterday, was what I believe to be a staged backup where Karen backed her car gently into John's car, causing no damage to either car, as a form of preemptive reasonable doubt to make it look like that's where she broke her taillight. Because I believe all those videos from 12:37 a.m. until 5:07 a.m. that weren't deleted would have showed Karen arriving at 12:37 with a broken taillight, and this case would have been over and before it started. So I believe Karen deleted those videos, but here's where it gets interesting. Karen leaves that one video of her backing into John's car and then leaving the driveway, I believe preemptive reasonable doubt. 5:07, 5:08 a.m. 5:11 a.m. Karen's caught on Canton Town video camera. Now you have to understand how this is. So John's house is on Meadows Ave in Canton. If you pull out of John's driveway, go on Meadows Ave, and then take a left out of Meadows Ave, okay, and then go straight, and then you take you come up to a light and you take a right, you will then be heading directly into Canton Center. Basically, the route that Karen took is pretty clear, because at 5:08 a.m. she's seen on video camera leaving John's driveway. 5:11 a.m. she's in Canton Center, caught on camera, driving back towards the waterfall and C.F. McCarthy's. She drives past the waterfall, C.F. McCarthy's, comes out of Canton Center on the other side, heading towards the Purple Line commuter rail station. She's caught on camera again at 5:18 a.m. And then this is where it gets weird. 5:23 a.m. Well, 5:21 a.m. Karen's phone connects. She makes a phone call from her infotainment system to John's phone. By 5:23, she's leaving a voicemail for John, screaming, "John, is that you?" Now, how weird is this, ladies and gentlemen? Then at 5:35, Karen gets to Fairview Road. Not Fairview Road, gets to Jen McCabe's house to pick up Jen and Carrie Roberts. But let's pause in the timeline for just 1 second. In that timeline, ladies and gentlemen, it is very, very likely in that 5:08 to 5:35 a.m. window, which is 5:08, 5:18, 27 minutes, 5:08, 5:18, 5:27, 5:35. So yeah, 27 minutes or so. In that time period, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's very likely Karen Reed went back to Fairview Road. Because it doesn't take, if you get to Fairview Road at 5:21, you're leaving that message by 5:23. I think that's when she actually got out of the car. Because it doesn't take 12 minutes to get from Fairview Road to Jen McCabe's. It takes like at most 7 minutes. So there's, even if you were traveling at the speed limit, even in a blizzard, there is like a 2 to 3 minute gap from like 5:21 until like 5:25 where Karen was at Fairview Road in the dark alone, I believe, and I believe she saw John, maybe even got out of the car. So that is I want you all to understand, that is a very, very crucial, important part of this case. It's something you got to keep in mind at all times. But let's continue. Okay, so Karen Reed gets over to Jen McCabe's house at 5:35. She picks up Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, okay? Now, Karen Reed, Jen McCabe, and Carrie Roberts are then in two cars. Carrie Roberts driving her Explorer, and then I don't know if Karen drives her own Lexus or if she has someone help her, or if Jen McCabe's driving Carrie Roberts' Explorer and Carrie drives Karen's Lexus. But they take the two cars, the Explorer and the Lexus, back to back to Meadows Ave, which is John's house, okay? So now it's between 5:35 and 6 a.m. on 1/29/2022. It's dark. It's now really a blizzard, very intense. When they get back to John's house, this group of three women in two cars, they leave Karen's car there conveniently, for Karen, her car with the alleged murder weapon with the broken taillight, left at John's house, Meadows Ave. Then Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts frantically, like any good person would do in this situation, go into John's house to search the whole house to make sure he isn't there. Did he sleep on the couch? Maybe he fell down the stairs or something. Like anything that could have happened to him in his house, they were trying to rule out. So they were looking on couches, downstairs. I don't even know if John has stairs he could have fallen, but he obviously could have. But the point is, they were looking everywhere in John's house, okay? Nothing. They couldn't find him. What was Karen doing at that time? Ladies and gentlemen, she was standing alone in a darkened bedroom doing nothing, not searching, and then Karen is pleading for the women to go back to Fairview Road. Pleading. So the three women, Carrie Roberts in the driver's seat, Jen McCabe in the passenger seat, Karen in the back seat, in the middle, screaming like a banshee, leave John's house and head to Fairview Road. They get there sometime after 6 a.m. that morning, probably 6 to 6:03, right around there. Karen, somehow, in the dark, through a blizzard, sees John before the women pull past the tree line of Fairview Road. And while they're pulling up, by the way, Karen's screaming about John cheating on her and all this random stuff. Made no sense. Karen runs out of the car before either of the other two women, who had a better view of what was in front of them than Karen, before they even saw anything on the lawn. Okay, that's how dark it was. Karen saw this before the women pulled up to the tree line of the home, like 50 to 100 feet away. She apparently saw John in the snow. Karen runs over, straddles John's body, okay, and then starts trying to do CPR, okay? Then Jen McCabe, this is about 6:03 a.m., calls 911. Nobody, until Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe called 911 after Karen alerted them earlier, no one had called 911. Karen never called 911, okay? It was actually Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts who actually called 911 multiple times. And Jen McCabe at 6:03 a.m., when she's on the phone with 911, you can hear there's a 911 recording and there's a voicemail Karen's leaving at that time. She had like called John's phone or something and it was running. You hear Karen saying in the background, allegedly, Jen, Google how long does it take to die in cold, or something like that. Someone Google how long to die in cold, or something like that. Okay, so now it's about 6:03 a.m. Karen, Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts at the scene. Karen screaming like a banshee. Eventually, very quickly, 4 minutes later, the Canton Fire Department and the police get there and they respond to the scene. Okay, Karen at that time starts getting asked questions by, I think it was firefighter Katie McLaughlin. Karen is asked by, and we heard this testimony in the second trial, Karen was asked by firefighter Katie McLaughlin, what is John's name? What is his date of birth? Is he taking any medications? Was he drinking? Is he on drugs, etc.? All normal background questions. The last question, normal background question from a firefighter or EMT, did John suffer any trauma that caused him to be on the lawn? You know what Karen said, folks? Karen immediately responded to firefighter McLaughlin, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Jen McCabe tried to interject and say, Carol, what are you saying? Why are you saying that? Stop. But firefighter McLaughlin heard it. And then a cop said, after 3 times of Karen saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, what did you say? And then Karen said again, I hit him. That caused the Canton police to radio to their sergeant to have the police sergeant come down to the scene, because clearly that's the first moment people realized that, like, not only was Karen just frantic, that she might have done this and that she was saying it. And so this is where it gets even more complex and crazy. Karen Reed at the scene is eventually taken over to Carrie Roberts' car. Okay, now there's a phone call that happens, multiple phone calls between Karen and her parents, and then eventually Carrie Roberts is on the phone with Karen's mom. Well, we're going to pause here and just say, God bless you, Chair Bear. You get a special moment of recognition because I love your support of the channel. I love the emojis. You have a wonderful username. And this is a tough subject to listen to, and we're only 19 minutes away from the start of session in today's John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, but God bless you, Chair Bear. Okay, so pulling us back into the moment. It's just past 6:03 a.m. We've already heard Karen telling Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold. That's when we're at that moment. Karen gets bundled into Carrie Roberts' car. There's multiple phone calls between Karen, her parents, and then eventually Karen's parents talk to Carrie Roberts, and then Karen's parents also call the police at the scene, or the police dispatcher from Canton, or whatever it may be. And you have actually initially Karen's parents called the Dighton police asking for a ride to Canton, and the Dighton police wouldn't do it, so because it was a blizzard. And so then we get to a point, right, where Karen's in Carrie Roberts' car. It's after 6 a.m. On 1/29/2022. Karen's on the phone with her parents. Karen's mom talks to Carrie Roberts. Karen says, mom tells Carrie Roberts or something that she's worried that Karen's going to use pills in her purse combined with alcohol to take her own life. That causes Carrie Roberts and the Canton police, who had got a call from Karen's dad, Bill Reed, to section Karen. Okay, folks, so a sectioning is when you get sectioned against your will because you're a threat to yourself or others. Okay, so this woman gets sectioned. Karen Reed gets sectioned and brought to the hospital. The same hospital that John O'Keefe was brought to, Good Sam in Brockton, although it actually has a different name now, and pronounced dead, unfortunately. Okay, so Karen Reed, by the way, while she's on the ride over, while she's getting sectioned, she's saying to the EMTs, how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, etc., further reaffirming that it's pretty clear Karen Reed asked Jen McCabe how long to die in cold after 6 a.m. on 1/29/22. Well, this gets bad for Karen Reed because she gets to the hospital during the sectioning. She gets there after 7 a.m., 6:30, whatever it is. And by 9:03 a.m., to 9:06 a.m. They take a sample of Karen's blood as part of her being sectioned, and she really didn't want to give this up. I think her parents had her sectioned to prevent her from being questioned by the cops at the scene, but what they didn't realize, they were going to take Karen's blood. So Karen probably delayed it as long as she could, but at 9 a.m. when they took that blood draw, she had a BAC of 0.093 when the reading comes back at 9:53 a.m. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, from the retrograde BAC analysis, that's how the police figured out that Karen had that BAC, which was very high, and Karen has admitted to be drunk driving and admitted she shouldn't have been driving on the ride over from the waterfall to Fairview Road. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see Karen, it gets even more intense though. Karen then is in the hospital for a while. She's talking to her dad. She screams at him, "Dad, what's the plan?" Like, Daddy's dead. What's the plan? Crazy stuff. She gets now. Here's where it makes it even weirder, and you have to understand the geography of all this. So Boston's up here, okay, if we're thinking about a map, and then down here is Canton, okay. It's like south of Boston. Even more south of that, like 20 miles south of Canton, is Dighton, where the Reeds live. Okay, so Karen is in the hospital in Brockton. That is between. It's south of Canton and north of Dighton, okay? So Karen's at Good Sam in Brockton, which is about exit 33 on Route 24. Now, if you think about this, Karen gets out of the hospital around 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. Instead of going to Dighton with her parents, which would require driving south, do you know what Karen did, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, hold on. God bless you, Peony and Rose. What a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful comment. But do you know what Karen and thank you so much for supporting the channel. That means so much to me. Hold on, I'm going to scroll this up to make it fit in the window. Do you know what Karen, God bless you. Do you know what Karen and her family did, ladies and gentlemen? Instead of going north, where any reasonable human would have gone, they are going south back to Dighton, where any reasonable human would have gone. They went north to Canton. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed and her parents went north to Canton to pick up the alleged murder weapon from John's house. And here's where it gets really interesting. We heard testimony, and there's been evidence of this. Karen, her father, her brother, Nathan, and her sister-in-law, Caitlin Bordeaux, all three people on the witness list, by the way, for the state and potential rebuttal. Ladies and gentlemen, they all get called. And what happens, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, goodness. They go to Canton. And what happens when they go to Canton? Karen and her dad go inside. Karen had called John's sister-in-law, Erin, who's John's brother's, Paul's wife, and said she wanted to come over and see the children. No, that's not what happened, ladies and gentlemen. Karen and her father didn't say anything to anyone, apparently, very brief remarks, then went upstairs in the master bedroom, and here's why this is weird. Karen had her own room at John's house in Canton. She said sleeping in John's bed was archaic. She thought sharing a bed with someone was archaic. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen had her own room, but her and her dad spent 30 minutes alone in John's master bedroom. They come down, they say nothing, and then they leave. And you want to know what's weird? At 12:35 p.m. or so, there's video before that of about 12:20 p.m. or so of Karen's brother and her father and her arriving to John's house. But when they collect the murder weapon at 12:35 and drive it back to Dighton, alleged murder weapon, there's no video. Another ring video is deleted. And you want to know what's weird? So Karen gets back to Dighton, which is where her parents live. Mind you, they've now driven from Good Sam in a blizzard north to Canton. Now they're driving back from Canton past Good Sam again, and then 20 miles south down to Dighton. They get to Dighton at 2:12. Karen's alone on her couch with her laptop, apparently, her phone, and then her car's in the driveway until about 4:12 or 4:02 p.m., maybe closer to 4:12, when the state police, that's how quickly they got to Karen. They arrived at Karen's parents' home with a search warrant for her car and her cell phone. When they get inside, they interview her with her dad, by the way. They didn't segregate her from her dad. They let her dad sit there. Because they said it was a tough moment for Karen. They were clearly not like abusing this woman or abusing her rights. They were being extremely gracious to her. But she was on her laptop at the time. Did she delete those ring videos in that 2-hour window? I don't know if we'll ever find out, folks. But I'll tell you, that's then when the investigation starts. So I just took you through the whole timeline of the case. I have it memorized. I did that without notes. And now give me 1 second. God bless you, Chair Bear 56. You are a super towel in every sense of the word, and I extend you super towel hugs. See, ladies and gentlemen, not hooks, hugs. See, ladies and gentlemen, I'm using my voice to text, And I am a super towel. And hold on, I got to give a, Peony and Rose. Oh, Peony and Rose. I want to make sure there's no way voice to text would get that right. You are so kind, dear friend. I am so grateful to have you here with us. You are a super towel. God bless you all. Did you enjoy that, by the way? Yes. Well, listen, I hope you know I did that. And I'm interested in your feedback. So was that cohesive? I don't know how long we went for. I think it was like 50 minutes. I'm sure you saw me closing my eyes. Every single thing. Hold on, Sean, you can go wherever you want. I wish you wouldn't cuss, but, I'm trying not to cuss as much. But you don't have to announce it. Like, thanks for being here. Appreciate the engagement. Have a good day. Tell Will I say hi. We shake hands when we see each other. If you tell Will you were in Grant's chat, he'll be like, oh, Grant. I like Grant. But anyway, we don't agree on the case, Will and I, but I like Will. People can say all they want. I think he's a fine person. I think Dylan's a nice guy, too. If you go to Dylan's channel, say hello to Dylan for me. He's British. There are a lot of people on the other side of the Free Karen, of the Karen Reed case, like on the Free Karen Reed side, that I don't agree with about the case at all, but I hug them. They give me hugs. Chrissy Mello gives me hugs when I see her. Estee's given me a hug before. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, we can disagree without being disagreeable, and shared humanity and unconditional love and compassion and small acts of service unite us all. I tell you, folks, some of the Turtle Boy fans, the Karen Reed fans, whether I disagree with them about the case, real, honest to God, heart of the earth, salt of the earth folks, have a lot of respect for them. Gonna go to lunch with some of them one day, I'm sure. Like, they keep saying, like, we should go to lunch. And I'm like, okay, no recording. Like, we'll just go to lunch and hang out. Like, and they're like, yes, we don't want to record it. We want to go to lunch. I know. Listen. Will the Glare and I disagree. Will has his very strong opinions. He has his own form of syntax. I don't use those words, goodness, but I used to cuss until someone one day just came into the stream and was like, Grant, like, if you're really a man of God, like, shouldn't you not cuss? And despite my reading of the Bible saying that as long as you're being benevolent, you can cuss, I was like, yeah, fine. And so I stopped cussing. But Will has explained his philosophy before. Like, he likes to be unfiltered. He has he's lived longer than I have. I don't know how old he is, but he has been through whatever he's been through in life, and he cusses way more than I do. And he is unapologetic about it. He understands the consequences on his streams for it. He was saying it when I called into his show the other day. But again, I am never going to approve some of the stuff he has said. He is probably never going to agree with some of the stuff I have said. But we have still shook each other's hand. And this doesn't extend just to Will the Glare. It extends to a lot of people in the Karen Reed movement. Not Free Karen Reed movement. Not because, again, I agree with anything they're saying, but just because if you separate it from the case and you start talking to them, there are some of them who are real, and I'm not pointing to any one person when I say this. I'm saying generally there are some real salt of the earth good people, and that holds as much true, if not more true, on the Justice for John O'Keefe side. And I don't let a few bad apples on either side spoil the whole bunch. You know what I'm saying? And that's our shared humanity, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you. Thank you so much for the people who have been giving feedback. That's what I wanted to do before I got a little distracted on my rant. Let me know what you think of the overview. Did I do a good job? Was that all the facts? I think, ladies and gentlemen, as you saw, that was completely recited from memory, verbatim. I think I got all the times right. I got all the evidence right. I took you in a looping timeline from January or December of 2021, like January of 2022, really narrowed in on January 28th into January 29th, and then took you through the morning of the 29th, then the late morning, then the early afternoon, and then the car getting seized. Do you see how I did that? I think it was very effective, and I hope that you all were able to. I hope you all. Bossy Texas. I hope you all benefited from that. Thank you. God bless you, and thank you. By the way, thank you to Aggie K. I don't know if they're still with us, but you asking that one question. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I went off on a rant. It was a good rant. It wasn't even a rant. It was an erudite, explicated overview of the case from memory with no notes, with my eyes closed. Bossy Texas chick. Yes, Hank Brennan has approval for a rebuttal case already. It can't be withdrawn. Oh, I'm sorry, Carter. I did my absolute very best. I will say, listen, there are times when we've done annotated overviews where I play the evidence. I play the videos. I play Laura McLaughlin's testimony. I play Laura Sullivan's testimony. I play Marietta Sullivan's testimony from Aruba, the Aruba incident. I play Katie McLaughlin's testimony. It definitely helps if you know what I'm talking about, in the sense like, oh, I remember that person's testimony. I wish we had time to do an annotated overview right now where I could kind of like, you know, in the style of like Finnegan's Wake or whatever, right, to do a really good explicated nonfiction, in this case, overview with the actual primary sources. But it is 8:53. Court's about to come into session. I had to time that. If I actually played all those source videos, we would have been here till 4 p.m. and we would have missed court. But I promise you, tune in one day. Who was that made that comment? Tune in one day, please. Where were you? I think it was Cart. Was it Cart or something? Yes, tune in one day, Carter, when we actually do an annotated overview, not just me with my eyes closed saying all of the evidence in order down to the minute, second, timelines, miles per hour, etc. And you'll love it because I have all the primary sources. If you check out my X feed, x.com/Grant Smith Ellis, you will see there is a complete digital repository of everything that's ever happened in this case. The motions, the documents, etc., etc., etc. Oh, Carter, thank you so much for the clarify. But Carter, I hope you understand. I was going to say that is so much, it's helpful, constructive feedback for me. It actually made me think like, even though I know you weren't addressing what I was saying, how interesting, because I do realize that a non-annotated overview is a little more truncated. And I do think the primary sources really reinforce some of what I'm saying. But even though you weren't making that point, you unintentionally helped me think about how to make that presentation better. So thanks. Oh goodness. I hope, Deb H., I hope things are peaceful for them today. You let them know they're all super towels and that they should be nice to Deb H., because super towels around the world are saying, Deb H., we love you and you deserve a peaceful morning. Now, are you wondering, folks, is court about to come into session? Yes. Oh my goodness, folks. The countdown has started. The Karen Cam is up and running. Oh, wow, we talked right through. I was like, what am I going to talk about today? I don't even know if I have a lot to say. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Little Towel had a lot to say. Oh, I'm a little towel. I'm a little towel. I am a little towel with a lot to say. I'm not a very good singing towel, but I am a little towel with a lot to say. All right, now, what? I don't want you to get concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to find a towel, buddy. Oh, my goodness, we had a membership parade. Wait a minute, we're not going anywhere. We had a membership parade, ladies and gentlemen. Please extend your thank yous to the Super Towel Dewdrops, Alicia 4801, Love 7 Loyalty MHA, Skylar the South Park fan, Erica Sandwall, and Yasmin UTG. She is those folks. Oh, Dewdrops. Dewdrops has just bestowed on the Towel Friends, ladies and gentlemen, a membership parade. If you are not familiar with this, first of all, we have to send a super towel thanks to Dewdrops, who is indeed a super towel. But if you just got gifted the wonderful benefits of towel membership, let me just tell you, not only do you get an awesome icon next to your name, ladies and gentlemen, I forgot to tell you the news. We have a new super towel emoji. I worked all morning on it, ladies and gentlemen. It is Chloe the dog in a wig. All of 19. Oh, you're so kind. C65 CJ5. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just got gifted a membership, you now have unlocked access from the super towelette herself, Dewdrops, to super towel emojis, including Chloe the dog in a wig. And make sure to say thank you to all of 19 for finding the picture of Chloe the dog in a wig. It has made my day, ladies and gentlemen. And I know I meant to save it for a special announcement. I know you all are thrilled. There is literally an emoji now, if you are a super towel member, of Chloe the dog in a wig. And you might be saying, Grant, are people just absolutely flooding the chat with pictures of Chloe the dog in a wig? Absolutely. That is happening right now. I think Alana and Dewdrops are just thrilled, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all those pictures of Chloe the dog in a wig. I mean, just look, ladies and gentlemen. Not only did Dewdrops engage a membership parade, but there are pictures of Chloe the dog in a wig in your chat and on your screen. Truly, is there anything that you would like more than Chloe the dog in a wig in emoji form? No, ladies and gentlemen, there is no such thing that is better than Chloe the dog in a wig in emoji form. And you might be saying, Grant, are you trying Someone's like, is Trailman a troll? Trailman is not really a troll. He's more of just a friendly agitator. Trailman will sometimes be very down the middle and then sometimes just be like, I want to be a little bit of a Trailman. Well, you know what, Trailman? As long as you can... Trailman, did you get gifted a membership yet? As long as you can use the Chloe the dog emoji and laugh with us, you are welcome here, my dear friend. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for court to come into session. Now, listen. We had to pause for the Jew Drops membership parade, but I want you all to find your towel buddy. We're going to go into a little bit of the void here. You have towel friends with you. Don't get overwhelmed. Please do not get overwhelmed when we go over to the other screen. There will just be a little bit of, it's not a full void. You're going to see the fan. Also, don't get overwhelmed at the fan. I promise you I will put up the picture of Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man stopping the fan from spinning. But everybody prepare their towel buddies. Everybody grab your hands. Grab your towel buddy's hand. Make sure you feel safe and comfortable. We're going into the void. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, where we're going, we don't need roads. We need towels, not roads. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at that. Everything's all set up. The Karen stored itself in memory. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a happy little towel. Look at that. Your chat's up and running. The only thing I have to do for you is save you from the agony that is the fan. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't watch the fan. It is literally illegal on Towel Stream for us to watch the fan. It is a violation of the Geneva Towel Principles. If we ever have an international compact based on towels, the foundational principle is going to be we do not watch spinning fans. Now, you might be saying, sir, that is really not a legitimate basis for an international compact. Well, you know what? Anything could be the basis for a legitimate international compact. We can just write an international compact, and as long as it's ratified domestically pursuant to the 10th Amendment, we don't have a problem, ladies and gentlemen. I have thought about this extensively, and if we want to ban spinning fans in our towel compact of international peace and diplomacy, rooted partially on leveraging kangaroos, peacocks, koalas, pandas, and camels for diplomatic missions, then we're going to do that. We're going to tell the people of the world we feel that spinning fans shown as a placeholder during courtroom coverage is an insult and a disgrace to humanity and towels, and therefore we are motioning as part of our diplomatic efforts for world peace to ban such things from being shown. I am telling you, ladies and gentlemen, what did Trailman do? Trailman, you have upset your fellow towels. Deaf Otter has swungeth the towel hammer, ladies and gentlemen. Deaf Otter hath swungeth the towel hammer. And we all look to Deaf Otter as the leader of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe. For this reason, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, yes, if you ever need someone to peacefully invade Northern Europe to reclaim Norman Towel for the Towel people, you should go to Deaf Otter. And you might be saying, sir, I don't think we can actually do that. Well, yes, we can. Yes, we can, ladies and gentlemen. If you believe that we can take over northern France peacefully in the name of creating a homeland for the Towel people, we can do it. In fact, I'm pretty sure we now have an expanding and ever-growing audience of towels in France. So I think the French government is going to be forced to confront this situation eventually, ladies and gentlemen. And we shall say to the French government, the people of France have spoken. They want you to cede control of northern France to the Towel people. And then the French government is going to be like, oh, dear God, he managed to get a following in France. We knew this was going to happen. He doesn't actually have to invade now. They just gave him northern France, Norman Towel. And Deaf Otter will sit there smiling like, this was my plan all along, ladies and gentlemen. My plan... 85% on M2 odds of conviction. Angela Whittick from Grok. I agree. I think it's high. Actually, you know what? Let's do a towel poll while we're waiting. Who's ready for a special towel poll? I just wanted to make Deaf Otter understand that they are the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe, and there's nothing they can do about that. Okay, what are the chances of Karen Reed being convicted on at least one indictment as to John's death? We're going to say 90% to 100%, 75% to 89%. We're being very statistically accurate. And then we're going to do 50% to 74%. And then, unfortunately, we only have 4 options, so the last option is going to be 1% to 49%. Okay, we're doing a special towel poll. Love and Grant says, and you might be saying, oh, yes, you might be saying to yourself, Grant, you seem to be being a little bit ridiculous. Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. We had a good morning, though. We covered a lot of ground. I had a lot of stuff to say about the case. I have a lot of the facts memorized, obviously. I think I could tell a very good story to the jury about this case and really get Karen convicted. Okay, what are the chances of Karen Reed being convicted on at least one indictment as to John's death? Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the towel poll is up. I repeat, we have a towel poll. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a towel poll. I'll be reporting on the results in real time like a horse racing announcer towel without yelling as we get ready to start the day. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my goodness, it is just a battle of wills right now. It is a battle of wills on the towel poll. Get your votes in, ladies and gentlemen. It is a giant, people are just swarming to the towel poll. It is a battle in the towel poll. 90 to 100% chance of conviction is at 95%. 1 to 49% is at 5%. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a towel battle unfolding. Oh, the flurry of activity on the towel poll, ladies and gentlemen, just a flurry of activity. I am in my horse racing announcer slash auctioneering announcer towel mode as we get ready for court to start on day 25 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Get ready for the pro forma, ladies and gentlemen, motion for a required finding of not guilty. That should be ruled on relatively quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, I do have another filing in the case. Let me check on what it is right now. Looks like the Commonwealth is moving to preclude inadmissible hearsay. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. There is a motion from Hank Brennan. Also, the defense is noticing that the state wants more reciprocal discovery related to a witness called Kelly Denver. The state is moving to preclude, they're moving to preclude all of Proctor's text messages. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, the state is moving to preclude Michael Proctor's text messages. I'm going to tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, I have it right here, GSE. Hold on. John, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I have the motion for you right here. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, state motions, Proctor's texts. Okay, hold on. There we go. That's not how you spell Proctor at all, Grant. That is also not capitalized. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the state is moving to exclude Michael Proctor's text messages. I got the file right now. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I got it right now. It's saved into the good old Google Drive. Let me get the link up for you. Oh, yes, little towels. How about this? Here's what we have to do. So I think I should be able to go over to the Google Drive, and then I should be able to grab this file for you, and then I should be able to bring it up on the screen for you because I am a little towel. Then I'm going to write this up, and we should be going to session any minute now here in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. You know things are going on when the little towel is in little towel mood. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there's a certain time where you're just like, oh, goodness, he's gone into horse racing announcer towel mode. Everybody ready your towels. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. You are towels. We are all towels. All you towelettes. Washcloths, hemp towels, paper towels, soap dispensers, flannels, paper towels, beach towels, microfiber towels. Ladies and gentlemen, there are so many different towels, I don't even know what to do anymore. You all are just an expansive, interwoven fabric of the towel universe coming together in real time. And you may be saying to yourself, is my name Allie90211, and is Grant talking directly to me through the screen because he finds it hilarious? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am doing that right now. I think it is hilarious. I bet Allie is even laughing as I do this because of how hilarious I am, ladies and gentlemen. And you might be saying, Grant, isn't this just because you're waiting for court to start that you just start randomly saying things? Yes, but why can't I say hilarious things to make Allie90211 laugh? Why, if we can't warm up someone's little corner of the world, ladies and gentlemen, what are we here for? For example, Alana is a fluffy beach towel. Maybe you're sitting there and you're like, oh, I'm Alana. That means me. And then you have a big smile on your face. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that is the kind of thing that little towel enjoys. And you might be saying, Grant, that seems like a very specific niche interest for you to enjoy. Well, yeah, that's kind of true. I'm not going to deny that, ladies and gentlemen. I have a very specific way about me, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Mike notices that they are going to be moving, ladies and gentlemen. The horse racing, the ponies are about ready to get moving. We as little towels are about ready to get moving. Ladies and gentlemen, the ponies are almost at the starting gate. Judge Canoni is no doubt putting on her horse racing announcer official, she's not an announcer, her horse racing official gear. And we, ladies and gentlemen, are going to continue to be towels. And you might be saying, sir, we know that. I literally am a towel. Well, yes, I know that you are a towel, lady. I'm here to watch coverage of a criminal trial. Well, yes, but then imagine how hilarious it is when they then start thinking, oh my goodness, all of these people think they are towels. I think that's hilarious. So I'm just going to keep repeating that. And also, we're at this point where I literally have to stretch because we're not in session yet, because Alan Jackson is a towel. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's just certain things you have to realize about Alan Jackson, and one of them is that Alan Jackson is a towel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen? And you might be saying, Grant, Alan Jackson isn't a towel. Well, that's true. He's not actually a towel. I think in fact, he's one of the few people who's not a towel. But I think if we keep excluding him and Karen from the towel world, they're just going to become very bitter. So, just in. Here is the latest state motions in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, and then I actually have to make sure this is saying what I think it says. Okay, 9 individuals. Okay. So what are they asking for? Oh, it looks like they're moving to exclude them all. That's huge, huh? Good job, Hank Brennan. You are a super towel. All in favor of designating Hank Brennan a super towel, please vote aye. All opposed, you shall leave. Hank Brennan is thus a super towel. The motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, joy to the world. Hank Brennan is a super towel. And you might be saying, Graham, we don't actually understand what you're talking about. I know. I can't show everything at the same time, ladies and gentlemen. Here, this is the best I can do for you. Ready? How about this? It's going to replace the fan. You're a fan. How dare you? How dare you, ladies and gentlemen? Look at that. Look at that. Look at it, ladies and gentlemen. You probably can't even see it that well. Look at it. And you can't see it at all because of Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. You're a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Have you considered that? There you go. That's the best I can do for you right now, ladies and gentlemen, under the circumstances. That is the absolute best I can do for you. There's the document. I'm about to post it right now. Stop being little towels. How do you want me to multitask? I literally can only do so many things at once. I am one person. I am a towel. I have 2 hands, 2 little towel legs, and I try to be adorable. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness, I'm a little towel. Look at me, the hardest working little towel in true crime, apparently. I cover things as if the integrity of the justice system itself were depending on it, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, let that be our legacy. Uplifted public discourse, pictures of Chloe the dog in a wig, and the integrity of the justice system defended by a man who thinks he's a towel, who also thinks he's a sports racing announcer, who also thinks he's an auctioneering announcer. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness, the ponies are getting ready at the starting gate. We're just waiting for session to come in here, ladies and gentlemen. We have to get rid of that motion for a second. We have to focus on the fan. Oh, no, it's the fan. How dare you show us the fan? Do you not understand? Ladies and gentlemen, it is a violation of the International Geneva-based Towel Convention for the people to show the fan. Whoever spoke to the court camera pool operator and said, you must torment the towels by showing pictures of the fan. Unmuted. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we're about to come into session. God bless America. There is a God. Oh, we're saved. Turn the audio on. Please, it's all I want for my life. Oh, please. Oh, bring us salvation, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on.
Thank you. So I was told counsel want to see me at sidebar?
Looks like we're at sidebar. That's why they didn't lift the audio blockade, ladies and gentlemen. We are at sidebar. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a towel. You didn't miss anything, ladies and gentlemen. The issue is simply that we are at sidebar. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, we are at sidebar. The state is moving to exclude the defense's proposed introduction of Michael Proctor's text messages on hearsay grounds. Huge. The state also wants more Rule 14 discovery. Full link. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. We're at Sidebar. We are at Sidebar, and my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm a towel. Sidebar. I repeat, we have a Sidebar. If you've never been here for Sidebar coverage before, first, super thanks to Owl919 for giving me a super towel chat, while also including an emoji that's telling me I am cool. I am cool like the underside of the pillow, ladies and gentlemen. The little towel pair has a headband. He is chilling. He's nice and cool. He's hanging out. We're little towels. You're a little towel. I'm a little towel. Let us all, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Watch live coverage of Friday's proceedings, including the Karen Cam along with Child Chat. Here, ladies and gentlemen, I am a super towel. You are super towels. We're all super towels. We're going to have a day together. Oh, God bless so many of us. Hi, Paula Ellis. I am a towel. We share the last name, Ellis. That makes you a super towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, no audio right now. If you're just tuning in, we're starting the day. We're expecting a motion hearing to start the day in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. And if you're wondering, Little Towel, are you going to be here with us the whole day? Are you going to order lunch so you don't have to leave us? Are you going to monitor all the sidebars and the lunch break? Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Little Towel is with you for the duration. I will not abandon you. I will not abandon the towel ship. The good ship Hinden Reed ladies and gentlemen, the good ship Hinden Reed may be going down, but the towel friends, oh, it's Peggy O'Keefe. God bless Peggy O'Keefe, ladies and gentlemen. That is why we do this work, ladies and gentlemen, for the people who deserve justice and their families. The victims who cannot speak, the families who have been through torment. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what Towel Stream is all about. Appreciate every single one of you in the chat. I see Kitty's 1993. I see LA Connection, the Super Towel themselves. I see Kitty Cat and Ange Whittick. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is so good to see so many of you. I am a towel. Now, you might be saying, sir, we are very well aware, but I can't do anything about the fact that we are 15 minutes past when we were supposed to start session today, and we are still not into session. So I, your horse racing announcer Towel himself, must continue to talk. And you might be saying, sir, it feels like we've only been going for 5 minutes. Well, first, you don't have to call me sir. You can just call me Towel. I am a towel. You can call Hank Brennan Hank. You can call me Towel. The other thing is, it feels like we've been going for 5 minutes. We did a full overview of every piece of relevant evidence in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. If you missed it this morning during the pre-show, oh my word, ask the towel friends, folks. Tell a friend, ask a towel friend, because that was an amazing pre-show. That was one of the greatest pre-shows we've ever done. If you missed it, ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, you want to check it out. I promise you want to check it out. You're going to learn something. You're going to learn more than a little something. I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to learn a thing or two, probably 7. We went through every piece of evidence in the case. We talked about how I'm a towel. I smiled. People smiled. I may have ranted a little bit. And then we got ready to come into session. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was a glorious day. It was a glorious morning on Towel Stream. Okay, so thank you, Towel. Yes, my name is Towel. You can call me Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It's so great to see you. Yes, Stacey Gardner, this was a pre-show you did not want to miss. It didn't even necessarily start as a pre-show like that, but someone asked one question about Karen's movements between, what was it, 5:07 a.m. and 5:35 a.m., and I just went off. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Towel went off. It was one of the greatest towel overviews of all time. I swear to you, ladies and gentlemen, you may as well have seen a historic towel moment. I was just saying the information of the case with my eyes closed from memory. Ladies and gentlemen, I was being a little towel. And people were like, oh, goodness, he really is a little towel. Well, yeah, I've been telling you I'm a little towel for the whole time. Were you not listening to me? No, I'm just a little towel. And I'm so excited to spend the day with you all, friends. We got a full day of court today. Oh, you enjoy Paul Doherty. You have a great time. I know about that New Hampshire dragway. I've heard epic things about it. Did you know New Hampshire, in a lot of ways, has a very strong racing culture? It is a very interesting sort of niche pocket of racing enthusiasts within New England. So you have an awesome day, Paul Doherty. God bless you. You know, all the towel friends are going to be hoping you have a great day at the races, and you pick one of those cars, designated an honorary towel, and that car will win the race, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, right now, Paul Doherty is going to have a great day at the races. It may not be ponies, ladies and gentlemen, but it is a form of technological ponies, a mechanical-based pony. It still counts, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness, look at that. The towel friends are already saying they have family and friends who love going up to the raceway there in Epping, New Hampshire. Epping? I actually went up to, where did I go? I went to Conway, New Hampshire with my dad once, many, many years ago, right around the time when Green Day's Warning album came out. We went up to the Mount Washington where the Bretton Woods Accord were signed. It was a very interesting trip, ladies and gentlemen. I learned a lot, and I mostly told my dad I would like to snowboard. I tried to snowboard. It did not work. I stuck to skiing. Yes, we can put Towel on skis and send him down a hill, and I'll be okay. But if you put me on a snowboard, things are just going to go terribly, terribly wrong. And yes, I now realize you have a very funny image of Towel trying to ski down Mount Washington while on a snowboard. Well, you can't ski on a snowboard. You get the point. Towel trying to progress down Mount Washington on a snowboard and literally falling all the time. It was not a very good moment in Towel's life. It was really fun, but I did not want to snowboard again after that. Maybe I could figure it out these days. The snowboarders are going to be like, oh, Grant, you just got to give it another try. All right, maybe one day. Maybe one day I will get back on a snowboard. The first witness, ladies and gentlemen, the first witness is DeSorba. It is a technical data analyst. I really hope it's not Bob Alessi. Ladies and gentlemen, if it's Bob Alessi, I may lose my ever-loving towel mind. I may have to start eating towel snacks. Did you know, Murder by Maestro is going to be upset at me, but did you know that I have trail mix for a towel snack until we get to lunch at about 11:30? Towel eats his lunch early so I can spend the whole day with you. Sometimes I don't even get up out of my chair for 10 to 12 hours. I just sit here and have the food brought to me. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. We're waiting for court to come into session. It is just after 9:20 a.m. on May 30th, 2025. We should have an early morning motion hearing where the defense will make its pro forma motion for a required finding of not guilty, which happens in every single criminal case of this nature, I think especially in murder cases. After the prosecution rests, either Jackson or Yannetti will argue it, and then Judge Cannoni will deny it. We'll go to the first witness for the defense, which is Matthew DeSorba. He is a technical data analyst. Okay, hold on. All right, we're starting with the required finding motion. Here we go.
So I'll hear you whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. We filed this morning a motion for required finding of not guilty under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 25A. I think that's before the court. My comments will be relatively brief, but it's important, and the points that I'm going to make in the next couple of seconds or next couple of minutes are equally important. It comes down to the following. The Commonwealth has simply not proven, even in a light most favorable to them, that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at 34 Fairview in Canton, Massachusetts. There was no collision proven to have occurred. There was no eyewitness presented. There was no video evidence, no audio evidence, no evidence in the form of physical evidence at the scene by searches that were done by officers on the morning of January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth, through suspect experts based on circumstantial technical data, only sought to prove a backing event, and that's important. They sought to prove that at 34 Fairview, the SUV went backward. They did not prove, and every single one of their experts was asked this question, they did not prove that there was actually a collision associated with that backing event. The Commonwealth experts said at best that the car went in reverse, and it was suspect whether it went in reverse at 34 Fairview or some other place, time, or date. The Commonwealth also put on an expert who said that she found no injuries, none, mind you, indicative of a vehicle strike on John O'Keefe's body. And she, Dr. Irini Scordibello, was arguably their most important witness. The Commonwealth cannot and did not say or prove a collision at a particular time, a collision at a particular place, a collision with a particular person or that a collision even occurred on January 29th, 2022 at or around or after 12:30 in the morning. Their own expert, I think it was yesterday, if not the day before yesterday, was asked on examination by Mr. Alessi, can you tell us the particulars of the collision, pardon me, as you suggested in your testimony? And his answer was, there's simply not enough evidence. He was asked specifically, why didn't you try to recreate the circumstances, the force impact? That's what you do, sir. You're a biomechanic expert. Recreate it for us. And he said, there's not enough evidence. There is evidence, however, that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were sparring at 34 Fairview. There is evidence, however, that was just minutes, not hours, not days, minutes before John O'Keefe ultimately met his fate at 34 Fairview. There is evidence that Brian Higgins was love-struck, that he was jealous, that he was aggressively coaxing John O'Keefe out of the waterfall, that he was passively aggressively coaxing Miss Reed to engage with him rather than John O'Keefe. Again, there was not a single eyewitness to a collision. There was not even a single eyewitness to a backing event at 34 Fairview. The court will recall Jennifer McCabe testified that she basically watched the SUV the entirety of the time it was in front of the location at 34 Fairview with Miss Reed in the driver's seat. She saw it pull up once. She saw it pull up twice. She saw it pull up a third time. And then she saw it was gone. And at no time did she ever see the car go in reverse. She certainly didn't see the SUV go in reverse at a high speed. And she darn sure didn't see the car go in reverse at a high speed and strike a pedestrian. Her focus was defined enough to see thin tire tracks in a dusting of snow, thin enough, I think the phrase was, to track a cat. That's how detailed she was in her observations, yet she did not see John O'Keefe hit by an SUV. She did not see John O'Keefe's body in the snow, in the yard, laying prostrate, a 216-pound, 6'1" man in the snow, directly in front of the SUV she was tracking the entire time. There are two other witnesses, Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson. They both noted that John O'Keefe, not that they didn't see him, Your Honor, that John O'Keefe was not in the vehicle when they were behind him. The dome light was on. They could see inside the interior of the vehicle. Miss Reed was sitting there with her hands at 10 and 2, and the passenger seat, notably and markedly, was empty. He was not outside the vehicle. He wasn't standing. He wasn't sitting. He wasn't lying down. There's only one place he could be: inside the curtilage of the home, inside the house, or inside the garage. Not one witness that was inside the house, not one passerby, not one neighbor, not one plow driver ever saw John O'Keefe's body laying prostrate in the snow that morning. Not one. Not until Karen Reed found Mr. O'Keefe at about 6:03. And again, the Commonwealth's chief medical expert, Dr. Scortibello, their medical examiner, who is the only person that the court heard from or will ever hear from who actually investigated John O'Keefe's physical body, the only person to have physical access to John O'Keefe, testified he did not have any injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle. But she did indicate that the injuries, as did the firefighters, the first responders, indicate that he had injuries consistent with a physical altercation. And certainly, as to counts 1 and 3, no evidence has been presented or proffered whatsoever by the Commonwealth that Karen Reed intended to run over and harm John O'Keefe in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Hearken to the video at C.F. McCarthy's. Hearken to the video at the waterfall. Every witness confirmed what our eyes could see. That night, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed were loving, caring, affectionate. There's absolutely no evidence that Karen Reed had an intent to harm John O'Keefe, or that that after the fact, that she intended to leave him for dead, because there was no fact to be after. There was no collision in the first place. The Commonwealth's case, certainly on counts 1 and 3, taken separate from count 2, because of the mens rea associated with counts 1 and 3, fails miserably. The Commonwealth, at the end of the day, has presented their best case. They've done their best. Some would say they've done their worst. And their case has failed. No reasonable jury, hearkening back to the standard under Rule 25, no reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty of count 1, count 2, or count 3. But taking count 1 and 3 aside, those are separate counts because of the mens rea required and the high burden that's required, even taken in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. What evidence have they proven that Karen Reed intended to kill or harm John O'Keefe, or that she intended to leave him for dead in the snow? The answer is none, 0. No reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty. This case never should have been brought in the first place. There are reasons that I won't go into here. The court knows those reasons, or knows our position on those reasons. This was a vindictive prosecution, and I believe that the court is duty-bound pursuant to the precepts of Rule 25A, as well as the principles of justice, to dismiss all 3 counts. And certainly taking count 1 and count 3 aside, the court is duty-bound to dismiss those 2 counts. Thank you.
In a light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the first issue the court should look to is intoxication. The reasonable fact finder would find that the defendant was in fact intoxicated. Based on the serum conversion, and based on Karen Reed's statements herself, you've heard many, many admissions by the defendant about her level of intoxication, which far surpassed the statutory mandate that she consumed alcohol in a way that would affect her ability to operate safely. Those are just 2 of the cornerstone pieces of intoxication, which are clear, light most favorable to the Commonwealth, a reasonable fact finder could find beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence of collision is abundant. I do not want to go through an entire closing argument or rhetoric, but suffice to say there are taillight fragments from the defendant's own Lexus, from her shattered right taillight, that are found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes. Mr. O'Keefe is left at the very spot where she expects to find him, according to her statements, where her car does a backing maneuver at least 24 miles per hour. He is left with injuries on his arm consistent with the damage to her Lexus right rear taillight. The scientific data is substantial. Telestream data, Apple Healthcare data, battery temperature data. And again, Ms. Reed's statements herself about clipping, hitting. The evidence of a collision in this case is overwhelming. It is a public way. Lieutenant Gallagher told us about Fairview as being a public way. And so as to the operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter, the conduct of driving in that forward and backing maneuver after being intoxicated meets clearly the standard for OUI manslaughter. Regarding second-degree murder, as highlighted in my opening statement, the defendant engaged in intentional conduct that was her maneuver of driving forward, stopping, and then driving back to Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022. Under the conditions at night, after being intoxicated, that conduct was intentional, and any reasonable person could find that her conduct that night created a plain and strong likelihood of death. There is no predicate of intending to kill or even intending to hit. There is clearly a plain and strong likelihood of death driving a 6,000-pound SUV forward and then back. In addition to state of mind, again, the defendant tells us herself. Through firefighter Becker, they're arguing, they're upset. We see the text messages, evidence of attempted breakup, and we hear the words of Karen Reed when she leaves numerous voicemails that night, and you can hear her voice. There are statements, I do not want to go through a summary of all of them, but statements from the defendant herself where she acknowledges an injury to Mr. O'Keefe. She's the last one with him, where to find him, and her hypothesis is about hitting and clipping him. As to leaving the scene, again, the defendant tells us that when she leaves, he doesn't look mortally wounded. She leaves him, makes dozens and dozens of calls, but never goes back to help him and leaves him to die. And we heard from Dr. Wolf about the life-saving procedures that could have been initiated. The chance of survival was never given to John O'Keefe. All of those facts suffice under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government, that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt, or could find beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of each and every one of these charges.
All right, thank you. So the motion is denied as to all three indictments. On the other topic that we were discussing at sidebar, I don't need to hear argument on that right now, Mr. Yannetti. I'd prefer to get started. I would like you and Mr. Brennan to talk to see about proposal. So are we ready to bring the jury in? I did not ask you at sidebar. Are you ready for this witness, Mr. Brennan?
I'm ready.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll bring the jury in. That will take 5 minutes, Paul. All right, so we'll take a recess.
All right, please.
Sorry, little towels. The motion was denied, ladies and gentlemen. The motion was denied. If you motion for a required finding of not guilty, I repeat, Karen Reed has lost her motion for a required finding of not guilty. My name is Grant David Attenborough, David Grant, Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Smith Ellis, and as you can see, I am an excitable towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am an excitable towel. That was quite a moment. Good job, Hank Brennan. That's what you missed me saying on commentary, ladies and gentlemen. Little Towel was uploading a video and he was saying, congratulations to Hank Brennan. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was a moment. Hank Brennan coming through with the clutch victory on the motion for required finding him not guilty. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed has lost. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed lost the motion for required finding him not guilty. The jurors will be back with us in just about 5 minutes. Oh, I didn't even need a break, Amber M. It's funny, I was talking into the mic, but it was one of those situations where I knocked the cord and thus it became unplugged. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan has won his motion. The Reed defense was defeated on the motion for required finding him not guilty on all 3 counts. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go into session in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. We're going to get to see Hank Brennan on cross for the first time. Who's ready? I'm ready. I'm a little towel. Chloe the dog in a wig is ready, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness, ready your towels, ladies and gentlemen. We are at that moment. We're about to start the presentation of evidence in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial for the day. We get a full day together. We'll be here from at least 9:30 until 4. Well, 9:40 a.m. until 4. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am a towel. Court is just on a 5-minute recess. It should be down to about 2 minutes now as we await jurors to walk over. And then as soon as you hear that court audio come live, the Karen cam will go back up and we'll be ready to go. Little towels. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. We got little towels at the drag racing track. We got little towels at the pony track. We got little towel who thinks he's a horse racing announcer. Sometimes he's an auctioneering announcer towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel, and we have a full day of testimony. It's going to be quite boring. Karen Reed's expert is not going to be very good compared to Dr. Judson Welcher, but what you should all be looking forward to is if we can get through the direct in less than 6 hours. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan on cross. We've seen him on cross on voir dire. We've never seen him on cross in front of the jury. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Are your towels ready? Do you think you can contain yourself when we get to see Hank Brennan on cross for the first time in front of the jury? Oh, the man is a master of trial strategy, ladies and gentlemen. We all gather around. Yes, we watch together. We talk, we sit, we monitor. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what makes Towel Stream so fascinating. Oh, Karen Reed suffered a major defeat to start the day on her motion for a required finding him not guilty. And now, ladies and gentlemen, what do? We together, we wait for witnesses. We wait for the start of the defense case. We wait for Hank Brennan to go up on cross for the first time. Oh, it is a magnificent, glorious day on Towel Stream. We're going to have to sit through the belabored Karen Reed defense as they present their witnesses, but you're tuning in at the right moment. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to get to see the Karen Reed defense begin the presentation of their case. If you're just tuning in, Karen Reed lost her motion for required finding him not guilty. It was just minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. Jurors are now being walked over to the courtroom. The Karen cam, yes, it should be turning on any moment now. I apologize for making you watch the spinning fan. We just have a lot of things going on in the background right now, ladies and gentlemen, including, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, here's an update. Stacey Gardner tells us that John DePetro saw Prosecutor Hank Brennan walk over to Peggy O'Keefe, and Prosecutor Brennan was told by Peggy O'Keefe that he is doing a wonderful job. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, yes, Peggy O'Keefe herself agrees with the super towel analysis. Hank Brennan is doing a wonderful job. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan is doing a wonderful job. There's no doubt about it. The towel friends, they all feel similar. Oh, Crime Cricket is here. A super towel hugs to you, Crime Cricket. We're about to get started on the day, and Karen Reed just lost the motion for required finding of not guilty. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is one of those days. It is one of those days. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We are about to get started. Hopefully the court will be coming into session in just the next 5 minutes. Jurors are walking over right now. You're with me, Grant Smith Ellis here. We just saw Hank Brennan absolutely ruin Alan Jackson's life. It was a very tight, it was a very efficient, it was a very excellent argument from Hank Brennan. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the defense is about to begin their presentation of evidence. You're with me, Grant Smith Ellis, and all right, if this is going to take more than 5 minutes, you know what we have to do. We have to stop the fan from spinning. And that's what we did, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we did. You know, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes it's not about ourselves. It's not about the effort. You lose yourself sometimes in the service of others, ladies and gentlemen. And that's sometimes what we have to do. It's not about us. It's never been about us. It's about doing what's right for others. And ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to let the ebb and flow of history happen as it will and simply sit back and watch. And then sometimes you get a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca who are willing to sit there and make sure you don't have to look at the fan spinning. That's a nice part of history, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm working hard. I'm working hard, doing my best to keep you all informed, and keep you all up to date on what's going on. And ladies and gentlemen, I have so much going on right now for you. We are waiting for the start of session in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, and it should be just about 60 seconds now. All that's happening is Alan Jackson lost his motion for required finding him not guilty, which is pro forma. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we await the start of session.
Unmuted.
Oh, folks, it should be happening about now. Say goodbye to Stay Puft, Marshmallow Man, and Chewbacca. They love you. You love them. I'm in towel. Court is back into session, and they are about to be off. Oh, I did my best. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a horse racing announcer. Thank you, Crime Cricket. Super Towel hugs to you. Towel had a bit of a rough morning. I don't really know what's going on. Towel struggles with love. I'll figure it out, ladies and gentlemen. You all make Towel feel loved. We'll get through it. Oh, here we go. They're off.
For the Honorable Beverly Kenobi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the country of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. As you know, yesterday the Commonwealth rested, and as you know, the defendant has absolutely no burden of proof in this case, does not have to put on a case, but I hear that you are. So your first witness, please, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, we would ask that Matthew Dorta join us.
Okay.
The evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Dorta, could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Sure. Matthew Dorta, last name Disogra.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a licensed professional engineer. I practice in the field of accident reconstruction, and within that field, I specialize in analysis, interpretation, and accessing all types of vehicle data.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Delta V Forensic Engineering, which is an engineering firm that specializes in accident reconstruction, all parts of accident reconstruction.
Tell us a little bit more about Delta V. What is it? What kind of company is it? But other than that specialty, what else does it do?
So accident reconstruction is a broad field. There are a lot of subspecialties within that. So accident reconstruction is everything from the initial investigation phases of crash all the way through testimony, like here today. Some of the specialties within that could be things like biomechanics, could be human factors, and my specialty is data, vehicle data, and event data recorders.
Staying on that topic, what is your current title or position with Delta V?
I am the Director of Engineering for our EDR services line.
What does EDR services mean?
So, event data recorders. So EDR is a general term we can use to talk about all types of data from all types of vehicles.
And how would you describe your role as the Director of Engineering for EDR services for Delta V?
I wear a couple of different hats. First and foremost, I'm still a practicing engineer. I still conduct investigations. I still perform analyses, and I testify. On top of that, in the director role, I oversee a group. It's not just me doing this kind of work. I have 3 other engineers that work with me, all specializing in EDRs. So I oversee that group and focus on kind of the day-to-day operations as well as the direction we're going. You know, with things like autonomous vehicles coming, the role of data is growing, so we're kind of looking to the future in a lot of those ways.
As a consulting engineer, you've indicated what your specialization is. Do you specialize in motor vehicle accident reconstruction as well as vehicle system analyses?
I began my career at Delta V doing traditional accident reconstruction in the broadest sense, and as I have progressed, I have sort of narrowed myself down and now specialize in that. But I still consider myself an expert in accident reconstruction because ultimately,
No, please finish.
Ultimately, anytime we're doing EDR or data analysis, it is in support of an accident reconstruction.
You talked about event data recorders. Do you also engage in the specialty of advanced data recovery methods? In other words, methods of pulling the data. It's one thing to have it sitting in a car. It's another thing to pull it out and make it useful, correct?
That's right. There are a lot of different ways data can be accessed, all the way from just plugging into a port on a working vehicle, all the way through when a vehicle is catastrophically damaged and even the modules themselves are damaged, accessing the data at the chip level. So no matter what condition a vehicle or the remnants of a vehicle are in, generally we can still get the data from that.
Do you have any specific knowledge about Toyota data?
I do.
Describe that for us.
Beyond Toyota being a common vehicle in general, so we run into that data quite frequently. Just this year, we published a paper specifically studying some of the behaviors of the additional data recorder that's in Toyota vehicles.
Does Toyota make another sub-brand, for lack of a better phrase?
Lexus, I believe you're. Mm-hmm.
So Lexus is a Toyota brand? Broadly.
Correct.
Okay. What is infotainment? It's kind of a combination of a couple of words, information and entertainment. What is infotainment data as it relates to vehicles, modern vehicles?
So it's a generic term, which more or less means the thing that's in the middle of the dashboard with the screen on it. A lot of manufacturers implement that a little bit differently, so they all look different, but it's a general term we use in the industry to describe that system.
And what about, I'm going to change gears a little bit, what about your experience with regard to GPS as it relates to vehicles on the road, on the common roadways of the country?
GPS is a pretty fundamental part of vehicle data as a whole at this point, and we run into it in a lot of different places. We see GPS data from infotainment systems, so we're analyzing that data. Most of that's GPS based. I do a lot of heavy truck work, and almost every heavy truck has some kind of GPS system in it for the fleets to track them, so we're analyzing that as part of data. And then the last area would be when we conduct testing, any kind of research, we're generally going to put our own GPS systems on vehicles so we can study that data. So analyzing GPS is a regular part of my job.
GPS, global, I'm going by memory, global positioning satellites?
Global positioning system.
System, got it. GPS is a mechanism to figure out where on Earth a certain item might be, whether it's this pin or an 18-wheel tractor trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any difference inherently in the GPS mechanism that's installed in an infotainment center in a Toyota Lexus, versus a heavy truck or a heavy vehicle that's on the road?
The core technology behind how it works is fundamentally the same.
What is instrumented testing as it relates to Toyotas and VCH testing and things of that nature? Can you explain that for the jurors?
Sure. What instrumented testing means is, let's say we want to study, let's say how accurate some data is that comes out of one of these vehicles. So we need an independent source of that information. So what we'll do is we'll equip a vehicle with one of these GPS data acquisition systems. Basically, we can drive the vehicle around and we know exactly where it is, how fast it's going, all these parameters. We can do some maneuvers with the vehicle, then we can download the data that the vehicle stored, and now we can compare the two and say, okay, well, if we have really high confidence in our system, how accurate is the vehicle system? Because the reality is there's always some small errors in these vehicle systems, and in a lot of cases what's important is quantifying that error.
So you're obviously familiar with GPS systems in many different platforms.
That's correct.
Okay. How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating and or analyzing infotainment center or infotainment system data?
Infotainment specifically, probably around 30.
And are you also familiar with engaging in some sort of analysis that's referred to as clock alignment?
Yes.
What is clock alignment?
Clock alignment would mean that anytime we have a timestamp in any set of data, a singular clock value, there's a good likelihood that that's not 100% accurate. So clock alignment would mean finding an independent source of time to compare that to, preferably one that's more reliable, and then making the necessary adjustments so that time can be considered real time.
How many cases have you been involved in that deal with clock alignment specifically?
Thousands, over 1,000. That's a regular part of data analysis. Any data set that has a timestamp, it's normal. It's part of the analysis. It's really the first step is let's get that clock aligned. So it's something I'm doing regularly.
And how long have you worked for Delta V?
It'll be my 13-year anniversary next month, actually.
Okay. These things that you've just described that we've talked about for the last few minutes, these are all duties that you perform within the rubric of your employment as the director of engineering at Delta V, correct?
Correct.
Now let's shift gears real quick and talk about your education, training, and background that qualifies you to perform these duties that you just talked about. Go ahead. The road is open and it's yours.
Certainly. So I began my academic career. I got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I then went on and got a master's degree also in mechanical engineering from the same school. And then when I came out of school, I immediately started working for Delta V, Forensic Engineering. In order to get a professional engineer license, I then needed to acquire 4 additional years of work directly under the supervision of another licensed engineer. So then I completed that phase of work. And then in order to maintain my license, I have to complete continuing education every year in the field that I practice.
So you got both a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct, Bachelor of Science.
Did you mention the year that you got your Bachelor of Science?
2011.
And you have a Master's?
Correct.
In engineering?
That is correct.
And when did you secure that degree?
2013.
You just mentioned engaging in continuing education. What is continuing education in terms of the engineering field or the reconstruction field in your world?
So in the state that I'm licensed, in North Carolina, they define that really as any activity you're participating in that's keeping you abreast with the field, keeping you up to date with what's going on. So taking formal classes counts for continuing education, but also some of the other work that I do, like publishing research in peer-reviewed journals, also counts as continuing education.
Do you regularly attend symposiums or symposia, I guess is the right
Yes.
word? Have you attended symposia related to EDR research and training?
Yes.
How about advanced applications of heavy vehicle EDR data?
Correct, yeah, I attend, there's a couple of regular conferences in our industry specifically tailored to EDRs as a whole for passenger vehicles and heavy trucks. I'm a regular attendee of those. I'm also a regular speaker at most of those. And I'm usually presenting some of the new research that we have for that year.
So not only do you attend, you actually teach?
Correct.
Have you attended data, have you attended events that deal with data, event data recording systems and event data recording system extraction?
Yes.
What about vehicle crash reconstruction?
Yes.
What about electronic control module imaging?
Yes.
What about electronic control model analysis?
Yes.
Applying automotive EDR data to traffic reconstruction?
Yes.
These are samples of the type of continuing education that you routinely engage in, correct?
All that's accurate.
You talked about additional licenses and professional registrations. You're a licensed professional engineer, correct?
That's correct.
In North Carolina?
Correct.
You're also a certified IPC specialist?
Yes.
What is an IPC specialist?
IPC is an organization that offers certifications in basically soldering. I could say it in more technical ways, but it boils down to soldering. So as it relates to what I do, When we are recovering data from damaged EDRs at the chip level, that involves some really precise soldering work. And so IPC offers courses in how to do that at basically the highest level, and then they offer certifications for that.
Are you a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers?
I am, active member.
When you say an active member, is that a nationally recognized society for academic engineers?
Yes.
The teaching roles that you've held within organizations, have you been an instructor concerning accessing and interpreting heavy vehicle data event recorders?
I am. I'm currently an instructor of that course, which is offered through the Society of Automotive Engineers.
As a matter of fact, next week, are you going someplace to teach?
I am. I will be in Wisconsin next week teaching that very course.
Are you a member of any subcommittees within that organization, within the organization of the Society for Automotive Engineers?
I am. I am a voting member in the J2728 subcommittee, which is a subcommittee for event data recorders on trucks and buses.
Are you also a member of the National Association of Professional Reconstruction Specialists?
I am.
Does that require a certain level of education?
It does, and it requires, as far as I know when I joined, sort of proof that you are active within the field of accident reconstruction.
That was my next question. It requires you to stay current on accident reconstruction issues, correct?
Correct.
Have you also authored peer-reviewed articles on within your field and
yes.
subfield? Is it fair to say that you've authored or co-authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of accident reconstruction specifically, as well as EDR data retrieval?
That's correct.
Have any of your peer-reviewed articles that you've either authored or co-authored specifically focused on Toyota vehicles?
Yes.
Can you name one, please?
Specifically, this year, published a paper where we studied the effects of collision-induced power loss on the way data is recorded in Toyota systems. And that would include Lexus systems. Fundamentally, they're the same components. It's just a different brand on top.
In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recording Testing?
Mr. Jackson, you're going to have to repeat that.
Of course. Sorry. In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recorder Testing?
Yes, I was the lead author on that paper.
When you're dealing with retrieving data from a vehicle, an EDR, an event data recorder, Toyota paper, whatever it might be, and that's a term of art, Toyota paper, correct?
Sure.
Does it matter if the vehicle is a heavy vehicle, a small vehicle, a passenger vehicle, a moped, or a skateboard if they happen to have an infotainment center on it?
There are differences, of course, between the data that comes out of passenger vehicles and the data that comes out of heavy trucks, but there are also a lot of fundamental similarities to those. Like, for example, they all record vehicle speed. They all have accelerator pedals. They all have brake pedals. So a lot of the core data we're analyzing is very similar.
In January 2020, did you co-author a publication entitled Chip and Board Level Digital Forensics of Cummins Heavy Vehicle Data Event Recorders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the fundamental, without getting into the granular details, the fundamental aspect of that paper?
So, in that research, we introduced a new technique for getting data out of damaged modules. So, you know, they're either burned, they've been submerged in the water, they're crushed physically from impact. We demonstrated a new method to be able to get data less invasively, but still at the chip level. And we also demonstrated that we could translate that data from the chips outside of the software that was provided. So you could use the software and get the data that way. And we demonstrated we could basically do it ourselves if we wanted to.
Mr. DeSogra, have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, EDR data retrieval?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
When was that?
In New York.
You were deemed qualified as an expert in that court in this field that you're talking about today?
Specifically with as it relates to data, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a review of certain work performed by a person by the name of Shannon Burgess with Aperture LLC?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Before you were asked to undertake that review, were you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Were you familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in any original analysis in this case?
All of my analysis is fundamentally based on all of the data and the numbers provided in the Aperture reports. So more or less the answer to your question is no.
So you were asked specifically to give the court and the jurors clarity on data that Shannon Burgess had analyzed and provided a report about, correct?
Correct.
And that dealt with data obtained from Ms. Reed's SUV, Karen Reed's SUV, correct?
Correct.
Did you, in fact, review Shannon Burgess's report summarizing his findings and conclusions regarding clock drift? That report was dated in January of 2025.
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
I analyzed the methods that Mr. Burgess proposed for aligning the clocks in that report.
Were you also asked at some point to review Judson Welcher's report and PowerPoint presentation regarding the timing of the text stream event known as 1162-2, 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you determine whether Dr. Welcher had based his report on Shannon Burgess's analysis?
Yes.
Before we get into that, I want to ask you a couple of questions about text stream events, so we're all talking sort of with the same vocabulary if we could. When I say text stream event, have you ever heard that called a trigger event?
Yes.
Are those sort of synonymous?
The event, in order to be generated, has to be triggered by something. So, yes.
You became aware in your analysis, I'm assuming, that Dr. Welcher reported a trigger event at a particular time or span of time, correct?
Correct.
What span of time was that? I should say, what time was that?
For which event?
For the 1162-2 event, sorry.
Do you mind if I reference the slide? Because I don't have the number committed.
With the court's permission.
Go ahead.
Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, Your Honor. So the original analysis places event 1162-2 ending at 12:31:43 a.m.
Now, Dr. Welcher, and this is what I want to talk about for just a quick second. Dr. Welcher indicated that the trigger event began at 12:31:38, correct?
I believe so.
That would suggest that a trigger event lasts 5 seconds, 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
Let me ask you this. Does a trigger event or does a text stream event last 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
The trigger is a singular point in time.
That's my question. All right, so if we're thinking about a trigger event, it's like that clap, snap, right? It's a point in time, not a series of, not a time span, correct?
It's a singular point, correct?
Okay. Does a trigger event or a text stream event cause a recording to bookend the trigger event itself?
Yes.
Explain that for the jurors so that we're very clear about that.
Sure. So when an event is triggered, what we end up with is some data from before the event was triggered and some data from after the event was triggered. The way it does that is it's kind of always recording, and as soon as it sees a trigger, it says, aha, and it goes and it grabs the previous 5 seconds. That number can vary, it can be more or less than 5, but for the specific trigger we're talking about, it grabs the previous 5 seconds of data, and then it keeps recording for an additional 5 seconds, and that completes its recording phase.
Right. So if Dr. Welcher indicated that the text stream event, the trigger, was at 12:31:38, would it be accurate if he said that trigger ended at 12:31:43?
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
Is there any, if a trigger event is one point in time, one snap in time, would it be accurate to say that the trigger event itself lasted 5 seconds and ended 5 seconds later?
It wouldn't be accurate to say the trigger lasted that long.
That's my question.
The event lasts that long, but the trigger is only one point within the event.
The recording lasts that long.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
So in other words, it captures, or does it, let me ask you this, does it capture 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after? But the trigger event is the singular point right in the middle.
That's correct.
Okay. If we were to calculate the window between the trigger event or the text stream event and a lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, you analyzed both, correct? Or you reviewed both, correct?
Correct.
Would you calculate from the point of the trigger, would you calculate from 12:31:38, that point in time, and I'm using the tip of my pen to represent the point, at 12:31:38, or would you calculate it from 12:31:43?
Customarily, when we're doing any analysis, we're referencing everything off of the trigger. That's the normal way. Everything in the aperture reports was referenced off of the end of the event. So
of the recording event.
Of the recording event.
Not the trigger.
Correct. And I didn't correct that. I just went with that convention for all of the analysis I did.
But you noted it, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that that would be 5 seconds inaccurate? I'll withdraw it. I'll ask it a different way. What would be the effect of timing if you were to start at the trigger event, 12:31:38, versus timing the event if you were to start at 12:31:43?
There'd be approximately 5 second difference in every subsequent calculation.
And if, in fact, there was a lock event, which you reviewed, at 12:32:09, how long would the actual window be from the trigger event to 12:32:09?
It would be larger by 5 seconds, approximately.
So it would actually be 31 seconds, correct? Did I do my math right?
You did.
Let's get back, if we can, to the offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's, the time offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's report. When you applied the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess to the text stream event at 1162-2, what opinions or conclusions did you come to with regard to that analysis or that question?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you apply the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess in his January 2025 report to the text stream event 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you also apply Dr. Welcher's analysis based on that same Shannon Burgess analysis to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes.
And what was your opinion or conclusion with regard to that event and the timing following that event?
Based on all of the data in those two original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made or which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of the event, using their convention of referencing off the end of the event, not the trigger, but it always occurs after.
And that was based on Shannon Burgess's January 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
What was that based on? Which report? We're dealing with two different reports, May and January. I want to make sure we differentiate. Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now, did Mr. Burgess, were you supplied with a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
Slightly after he issued it, but I don't know the exact date.
Say that again?
It was issued on, his report was dated May 8th, and I think I was provided it a couple days after that. I don't remember the exact date.
So do you know when this trial started?
No, I don't know the exact date.
I know you're not watching the trial, but it was in the middle of this trial, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask a different question. With regard to the original report, the January 2025 report, was there any circumstance in which Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher could conclude that the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, that lock event, occurred before the trigger event? Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
What is your opinion about whether or not there was any analysis done by Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher that put the lock event occurring before the trigger? Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Back to my question. Was there any circumstance based on your review that if the text stream event occurred at 12:31:38, that there was any circumstance that the lock event occurred before that trigger event?
There was not.
Did you create a PowerPoint for clarity's sake in March of 2025?
Yes.
Did you provide that to us?
I did.
What was the purpose of creating the PowerPoint?
The purpose of the PowerPoint was really to take a bunch of different data elements that were kind of placed throughout Mr. Burgess's report and Dr. Welcher's report in PowerPoint and compile them into a single source, a single table, essentially, to show as clearly as possible what the conclusions would be if we look at the data as a whole.
When you created that PowerPoint presentation, did you create it with the intention of providing it to the defense, which would then be provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not that was disclosed to the Commonwealth as part of the normal discovery process?
No.
So the answer is no. The answer is
Following your presentation of the PowerPoint to us, at some point did you receive from Mr. Burgess an amended report, an amended PowerPoint?
I received an amended PowerPoint by Mr. Burgess, not from him, though, from you.
Fair enough, fair enough. Did that report, or did that PowerPoint, however you want to put it, markedly, was it any different than his January 2025 report?
Yes.
Did you note any conclusions? Did you note the conclusions that he came to in January 2025? Going back to the original report?
Yes.
Did you note conclusions and opinions that he came to in May of 2025?
Yes.
Were those two things different?
sustained.
Were the conclusions, not his opinions, were his conclusions different?
Sustained.
Was there any difference in the two reports?
There was.
Tell me the differences.
In the first report, Mr. Burgess did some of the calculations that are necessary to correct or adjust the times based on certain approaches, but never went through the final step of applying those calculations to the times and coming up with a final time. In the supplemental report, he then essentially took that analysis to the end. He approached it in a new way, a different way than he had previously laid out in the first report, but then he also took it all the way to the end by applying those calculations to the times.
What were the main differences? Explain for the court and for the jurors, what were the main differences that he changed in the May 2025 report?
Contrasting it with the original report. In the original report, he laid out some methodologies for correcting the clock using phone calls that were shared between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And in the supplemental report, he moved away from the phone call analysis and moved to attempting to align the clocks using a shared maneuver between the vehicle and the phone.
What was the shared maneuver?
It was a 3-point turn.
Was that the same analysis that he had in January 2025?
He did not have that analysis in the January 2025 report.
Thank you. Based on the new information in the May 2025 report, what was the effect, as you see it, regarding the possible scenarios?
So I did the exact same process I did using the supplemental report as I did on the first report. And when I ran all those numbers and those calculations, it turned out there are now some scenarios in which the phone lock occurs after the end of the event. There's some scenarios where the phone lock occurs simultaneously, like literally at the same second. And there are some scenarios where it occurs before. So now there's a range.
So Mr. Burgess's report, his new report, his amended report, widened that gap to allow him to opine that there were scenarios that occurred after the phone lock event, correct?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of clarifying Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you seek to clarify Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sidebar. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting the raw audio and video files from the exhibits of the Karen clips played in court, so I'm posting them. Interview with Gretchen Voss, wherein Reed tells Gretchen about her alcohol consumption in the moments before John O'Keefe was struck. allegedly struck by Karen. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that's quite a clip, and we got 2 more to go after that, so I'm going to get this one done. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are at Side By. Alan Jackson is directing the first defense witness in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. I wouldn't exactly say it's going very well for him, but he's given it his very best. He's got to try. He is an Alan Jackson. I, however, am a towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is coming up on 10:30 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, on this, the day of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, beginning of the defense presentation of evidence. Now, which one did I just post? 1 second here. How long is that? So let's listen to this. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, Bella Marie came in with the sidebar emoji. It is a beautiful, beautiful emojis with stars spinning and purple hair just exploding into a heart. Ladies and gentlemen, Bella Marie is a super towel. Little towels hearts on the ropes today, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm here with you all. We're going to do it. You got to love the sad moments to understand the good moments. We're back into session.
May I?
Yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
What was the reason, and what was the purpose for your PowerPoint presentation?
I needed to include in my analysis the approach and the conclusions from the supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that document, it's a multi-page document I've just handed you, and just flip through it and let me know once you've familiarized yourself with it. What is that document?
This is a printout of the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes.
And it's complete?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I would move for its admission, please.
I have no objection.
Okay.
May I have that back for me just a quick second?
208.
Thank you.
Your Honor, permission to display the PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Mr. DeSober, can you still see with the lights off sufficient to see what's on the screen and what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the title page of the PowerPoint that I prepared.
And what is how would you describe the PowerPoint?
So this PowerPoint is largely identical to the first PowerPoint I prepared in that it seeks to take all of the different approaches between the initial Burgess report, the supplemental Burgess report, and Dr. Welcher's report, lay out all of those approaches in one kind of coherent fashion so we can look at what conclusions we can draw from all of that data.
With the court's permission, can we go to slide 2?
Yes. Mr. Jackson, you can just use this PowerPoint. It's in evidence. You don't have to ask slide to slide.
Thank you, Your Honor. Taking a look at this next slide, what is this? What are we looking at?
This is a slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation that I was provided. Specifically, this is his slide number 33.
And what does it show?
This is where he introduces the first, acknowledgement that there's a difference between the time that Aperture calculated for the end of event 1162-2 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Is there anything in this slide that you disagree with in Mr. Welcher's presentation that you disagree with? It's up on the...
I added the 2 green boxes and the text, the word after. That's not Dr. Welcher's. And I added that because it's stated here that the event occurred within 26 seconds. But if we do the math, and he actually does the math, he really means after. It means the phone lock event occurred 26 seconds after the end of the vehicle event as calculated.
No, I'm going to allow it.
The phone interaction happens how many seconds after the text stream event?
Based on this slide, 26 seconds.
Thank you. And the text stream event that we're talking about is what number?
1162-2.
And this slide, other than the green, is this slide or the portion of the slide that we're looking at, other than what you've described, is this directly from Mr. Welcher's own analysis or his PowerPoint?
Right. I added the green box around within, the dashed green box around the whole paragraph, the line, and the words after. Those are my additions.
Let's go to the next slide. Can you tell us what this is?
This is more or less a repeat of what's on the first slide, but just shown with a little more focus. The first slide is a little busy. So what
did you, I'm sorry, Mr. DeSogra, did you create this, or is this from Dr. Welcher's report?
I created everything on this slide apart from in the top right. That came from Dr. Welcher's slide 33.
Although you created the slide, where's the data coming from for this slide?
All of the data on this slide and all of my subsequent slides comes from the Aperture reports collectively, either Dr. Welcher's report or slides or Mr. Burgess's first and second reports.
What did their analysis reveal in terms of the time, the exact time of the lock event for Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
So in their analysis, in Aperture's analysis, they report the Lexus event 1162.2 ends at 12:31:43, and they also report there's a phone lock at 12:32:09. So if we just simply take the difference in those two times, we get 26 seconds.
If you were to add the 5 seconds back to 12:31:38, which is the actual trigger event, what would you come up with?
31 seconds.
Which of the two, in your expert opinion, which of those two numbers is more accurate as it relates to the trigger event?
If we wanted to conduct the analysis relative to the trigger, it would be better to use the actual trigger time. However, as long as we're consistent through the analysis, it's not entirely wrong to use the end. It would be wrong if I suddenly switched up and started talking about this relative to the trigger event, but they present it as the end of the event, so I conduct the rest of my analysis using that convention.
Is another word for the end of the event the end of the recording?
End of the recording, yeah. When I say event, what I mean by that is the data event, the data recording event.
But the trigger event itself, 12:31:38.
Correct.
Okay. Did you put a name on this gap, if you will, this time frame?
Yes, I did. For the sake of the rest of the analysis that I'm going to do, I thought it would be helpful to just refer to this difference in time as John's interaction window.
And that refers directly to the interaction with the phone, the human interaction of locking the phone.
The 12:32:09 lock.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So here what I'm doing is I'm kind of laying out the bounds of what I mean in John's interaction window, which should make, we have a lot of numbers to go through here, and so this should give us a very easy metric for kind of determining whether we have an event before or after. So what I mean by that is when we calculate John's interaction window, if that number comes out and is positive, that means the phone interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event. And if we calculate John's interaction window and that number becomes a negative value, then that means the phone interaction occurs before. So now we have just a convention we can use really quickly to say, is it positive or is it negative? And we can maybe spare ourselves some of the math with 1,000 numbers.
So positive means what? One more time.
Positive, John's interaction window positive means the phone lock occurs after the end of vehicle event 1162-2.
Got it. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So what I'm saying here I'm kind of laying the foundation for why we're going to even do this. Why do we need to start doing math on these clocks? So fundamentally, the phone, Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, they're separate clocks. And it's very unlikely that they're going to be aligned perfectly in time. Right? If I compared my watch to your watch, it would probably be off. And that's the same case for any two independent clock sources. So Aperture, in their collective reports, propose a number of different ways in which that can be corrected. So I'm going to go through all of those ways that Aperture has proposed and show if we align the clocks based on how they lay it out, does John's interaction window stay positive, or does it ever become negative? Where does it end up when we run all those analyses? Or another way to put it is, does the phone interaction always occur after the end of the vehicle event?
And what did you determine?
Based on the initial reports,
yes,
the phone interaction always occurs after the end of the vehicle event.
Did all of the information that's on this slide come from the same source or multiple sources, meaning Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher?
In the PowerPoint as a whole, all of the information comes from the Aperture reports collectively.
Okay.
From Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess.
Did Mr. Burgess make any adjustments from his original report to his subsequent report in May of 2025?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 6, please. Tell me about this slide.
Yeah, so this is the first adjustment we're going to talk about and this one comes from Mr. Burgess's original report. And to summarize this adjustment, this is a key on timing adjustment, and we're going to show that the key on, the actual turning of the vehicle on, occurs about 3 seconds before that time gets registered in the infotainment. So the time we see is basically stale by 3 seconds.
We're all familiar with how computers turn on. When you say key on, do you mean a physical key, or could it be the push button to turn the car on?
In this case, it's a button. I refer to key on because generally that event is considered the key on in vehicle parlance, regardless of whether there's a physical key or it's a push button.
So those 3 seconds mean what? What's the difference between pushing that button and the 3 seconds later that you just described?
It means that when we're trying to use the timestamps that were recovered from the infotainment system that show when the vehicle was keyed on or turned on, that the vehicle was actually or likely turned on 3 seconds before that.
Do you know where the 3 second conclusion came from in Mr. Burgess's report?
That came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Was there anything in the report that indicated testing, this type of exact testing on Ms. Reed's actual Lexus?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all Lexuses, at least of this make and model and year, would have the exact same 3 second delay? Or could that be different?
It could be different. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3 second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms. Reed's Lexus, but without any kind of testing of, let's say, a second vehicle, a second exemplar, we wouldn't know, we wouldn't have any basis to say it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5, so we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle. They could have tested a second vehicle and found it's also 3, and then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only testing one and not testing the subject vehicle, it is difficult to say with absolute certainty it would be 3 seconds.
What is your opinion about best practices with regard to trying to create this gap for purposes of coming to an opinion or an analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing. But we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do and will show is I ran the analysis both ways, with and without, to be as conservative as possible.
Did your review of Mr. Burgess's report indicate that he ran the analysis both ways?
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7. What are we looking at here?
This is an excerpt from Mr. Burgess's original report, his page 28 and his page, there's a screenshot also from his page 30 at the bottom. And this is where he states in that report that when they were doing the testing with the exemplar, they observed across 4 different key-on cycles this 3-second difference. So what I mean by that is they had a video camera in the car that had a timer on it. And so in the video, you can see the button pressed. So in their testing, for example, they pressed the button at 21:48:05, and that's sort of nailed down. When they went back and downloaded the data from the infotainment, the key-on was logged in the infotainment as 21:48:08. So there's the 3 seconds. That's where they're getting that from. And that's what he states highlighted in red there. It's a little hard to read, but it basically says the average across 4 runs was 3 seconds.
The 3-second delay, was that actually in his report?
This is the only point in the report it's mentioned.
I guess what I'm asking, it was an inartful question. The portion to the left, is that his report or your report?
That is his report. Everything on the left-hand side of this slide comes from Mr. Burgess's report.
So the 3-second delay was noted in his report?
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report why he ignored that 3-second delay?
He did not.
Sustained as to that question.
I'll rephrase it.
Strike the answer.
Did he indicate in his report the reason that he did not apply the 3-second correction?
He did not.
When you do apply the 3-second correction, what do you come up with as it relates to the 26 seconds from the end of the recording?
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you applied the same 3 seconds to the trigger event time, now what does the gap?
That gap would grow to a positive 34 seconds.
Between the trigger event and what?
The phone lock.
In your opinion, was it best practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
Sustained, ask you differently.
What, in your opinion, would be the best practice in terms of this 3 seconds that was noted in the exemplar vehicle?
The best practice would be to run the analysis with that adjustment included and without that adjustment included. Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if the 3 seconds is just a specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Let's go to slide 8, please. Tell us what we're looking at in this slide.
So now we're going to get into the next adjustments. That first adjustment we just talked about was really a vehicle-to-vehicle adjustment. We haven't talked about the phone yet. We're going to get into the phone now and talk about aligning that. But we had to get through the internal adjustment that has to get done first. Now we're going to look on the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the aperture reports compared the vehicle to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
The aperture reports lay out two methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the 3-point turn.
And where did you get that information from?
From the aperture reports.
In Mr. Burgess's original report, I'm differentiating, the January report, which did he use to determine his determination of the clock skew?
In his initial January report, he never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of Dr. Welcher's report, did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as point 154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the 3-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor point, you said, was the end of the text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please. What are we looking at here?
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those two times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that third column that he lays out, those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with John's interaction window in those times?
What did you conclude in terms of finishing the work?
Sure, I did all of them. And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply all of the offsets?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
Regardless of which offset you apply, John's interaction window remains positive. The number changes, but it remains positive.
Let's take a look at those one at a time if we can. Let's have the next slide.
So in this slide, I just took the other end of the spectrum. There's a large range in values in this table. He doesn't actually, Mr. Burgess doesn't show the sign conventions on here, but actually—
What do you mean sign conventions?
Sign conventions, he doesn't show when he calculates the difference whether it's positive or negative. All the numbers in the table don't have a sign, don't have a plus or minus in front of them, but there's an implication. Some of them are plus, some of them are minus. So the first one that we just looked at showed we had 2 seconds slow. There's another value in here that's on the other end of that. It shows that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is 21 seconds fast now relative to the infotainment. So that's the largest value in the table we could take that would bring John's interaction window down now. And so if we apply just that adjustment, John's interaction window becomes a +5.
Take a look at slide 11, if we could, please. What are we looking at here?
So I've shifted now from the phone calls, and now we're going to talk about the 3-point turn alignment. And the 3-point turn alignment is first presented in Dr. Welcher's slide from his presentation here. And in this, he doesn't say it explicitly, but he provides some math on the screen, which is a little hard to read. But he puts some math on the screen that shows he's aligning this 0.154 from Mr. O'Keefe's phone to the end of event 1162-1. This is the prior event. This is a 3-point turn. And so he aligns, he says this is basically how you align it, and he doesn't do the math. Again, he lays out that he says a 19.2 second difference. I actually just adjusted that to 20, which is the most conservative way to interpret that. I don't think we have the accuracy here to talk about tenths of a second. Nevertheless, I just rounded that up to 20, and when we apply that 20 seconds to our event 1162-2, then John's interaction window becomes +6. That's just applying this. We're not combining anything. We're just applying the difference shown in this slide.
And that positive interaction window, is that calculated based on information directly from Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 12. What are we looking at here? What is this table?
This is a table I made. We've talked about a lot of different approaches to how these clocks can be aligned and a lot of different variables. So I tried to summarize them in one table, put them all together, because some of them we can combine. We can combine the key on with either a phone call or a 3-point turn, but we can't combine, for example, a 3-point turn and a phone call. That's not valid. So I put all the possible combinations, all of them, with, without key switch, phone calls, and 0.154 on one table, and I calculated John's interaction window for all valid combinations from the aperture reports. And when we do that, the result is that regardless of what adjustment we make, all of the numbers are positive, meaning regardless of what adjustment we make, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of event 1162-2.
Did Mr. Burgess, in your review of his report in January of 2025, did he ever undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
In his May 2025 report, did he undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
What is your opinion in terms of best practices regarding calculations of this sort?
I think if there's sufficient data, if there's testing or research or literature that in a specific case supports there is a best path or a best method, then we should use that. In this case, I don't think there is a best practice. There isn't any literature I'm aware of that would specify exactly the best path to align all of these. So in the absence of any external data to support one path, the most valid approach is look at all of them as a whole and then draw the conclusion from the totality of that data, rather than cherry picking a single point.
Can you testify to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether all potential offsets that were described in Aperture's original report, January of 2025, result in a positive interaction window?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Regardless of what adjustment or combination of adjustments we make from the original reports, John's interaction window remains positive.
Does the positive interaction window mean the lock event occurred after or before the text stream event?
It means the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, 1162-2.
You've already indicated that you received a second report, May of 2025. correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same clock skew alignment or a different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes?
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that report.
Let's go to slide 13. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
So what I have here on the left is a screenshot of page 42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done two things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the 3-point turn. So now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started, but he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there is a range now. So prior to this point, the original report by Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second and another event at a singular second and align based on that. This is a little bit of a departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty. He basically assesses that the 3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so he then says that that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3. So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support 1 point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data indicate anything about Dr. Welcher's analysis about the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the 3-point turn?
He opines in that aligning the 3-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact way he states it, but not the preferred method.
Is Mr. Burgess's analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Burgess, in his report, indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
In your opinion, I asked you about Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new offset any more likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by Mr. Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others, correct?
Sustained.
Are any of the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any of the results any more or less likely than any of the others?
It's my opinion they're all equally weighted.
Did Mr. Burgess account for the 3-second offset that we talked about earlier in his May 2025 report, his new report?
I did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report, and certainly the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Let's go on to slide 14, please. Describe what we're looking at here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I've had to break the table into 2 tables. So we're going to look at this, and then we'll look at slide 15 next, which is the second table. I just couldn't cram 30 lines onto one slide.
Let's move to the next slide then. Is this a continuation of the
second half? So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, we'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on, and that's the main difference between my 2 tables. Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In table 2, I am.
When you say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
But again, I want to make sure we're thinking about this as a singular table, because that's where we'll draw our conclusions from. So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there. All I did was I added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. And again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2 is happening exactly at the same second as the phone lock. So it's kind of not on one side or the other. So I think it should be thought of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention the one that was simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct.
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right, is this 14 or 15? This 14, let's move to 15. Now, this is a continuation of that. Mentally, we'll just continue that same table?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a continuation. Imagine in your mind is just rows 16 to 30.
Okay.
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment, because again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it. And so now when we run this with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive to various degrees, and one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous, and there are no negative values with this adjustment.
Can we go to the next slide, 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the summary, then, of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at all of the possibilities from all of the Aperture reports collectively, then we can draw some pretty straightforward conclusions. 25 of those 30 possibilities result in interaction with the O'Keefe phone after the end of event 1162-2. Looking at all the possibilities, 2 of the 30 result in interaction where it's simultaneous. That's the 0s, they're present in both tables. And then looking at all 30, 3 of the 30 result in interaction with the phone before the end of event 1162-2.
Do you have an opinion as to which of these particular offsets that you've described, these 30 possibilities, should be applied in this case?
No.
Why is that?
Each of the approaches have their own individual strengths, and each of them have their own individual weaknesses. And there is not really any published literature any research or any testing done that I'm aware of that would suggest one really stands head and shoulders above another one of the methods. So I think the most fair way to present it is to look at, again, if we combine everything together, then we can draw some conclusions like this in terms of how many of the total result in one outcome or another.
Is every data point that we're looking at and that you've been talking about, are these all drawn directly from Aperture's reports?
That's correct. I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself. All of the methods that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
Based on your analysis of the Aperture, or your review of the Aperture analysis, is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the text stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the text stream event?
Objection. Sustained.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the text stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
So that's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes.
Is that 10%?
That is 10%.
Yeah, it's sustained in a movement, it's stricken.
What percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sustained.
Sidebar.
If I told you hypothetically.
I'm going to see you sidebar.
Please do basic math for me. Objection. A sidebar. That was hilarious. Oh my goodness. I'm a towel. Please do basic math for me. Objection. Sidebar. Please do basic math for me. Objection. Is 3 10% of 30? Objection. Sidebar. Please do basic math for me. What is 3 10% of 30? Objection. Sustained. What percent of 30 is 3? Objection. Sustained. Hypothetically, could you do basic math for me? Sidebar. Oh my goodness, that's just, it's absurd. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if I'm still a towel. I may identify as an interaction window now. Oh, this is ridiculous. How long have we been going? Oh, about an hour, and Alan Jackson has made very little headway. Oh, goodness, I'm so glad I managed to wake you up during the sidebar chew drops. Witness who has a master's in science or something, could you please tell me if 3 is 10% of 30? Objection. Sustained. Okay, let's try this a different way. What percentage of 30 is 3? Objection. Sustained. Okay, hypothetically, could you do basic math for me? Objection. Sidebar. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I am having the morning of I was having such a boring, bad morning, and then Alan Jackson made me giggle like a little towel. Oh, the humanity, the towel math-based humanity. Objection, the witness is being asked to do basic math. Sidebar.
following your analysis of the totality of the possible scenarios, did you come to a conclusion that the vast majority, let me rephrase that, did you come to any conclusion about the numbers as they relate to the positive interactions versus the negative? And when I say positive versus negative, I'm talking about the phraseology that you used. John's phone interaction being in the positive side versus John's phone interaction being in the negative side.
Yes.
And what were those?
Of the 30 possibilities, 25 of them, it's a positive. John's interaction window is positive for 25 of them.
And only 3 were negative?
Correct. Only 3 of the 30 were negative.
Okay. Okay, we can take that slide down. Is there a data recorder on the Toyota SUV that we've been talking about, that 2021 Toyota SUV 570, that's designed to record impact?
Yes.
What is that? What is that mechanism?
That would be the airbag control module.
The ACM?
ACM.
Did you look at that?
I was provided a copy of the download from the ACM.
What did the data recorder indicate, if anything, related to any impact on January 29th, 2022?
There were no recorded events whatsoever on the ACM.
Did the vehicle control history record whether there was any history of a collision on that car, ever?
No.
What does the vehicle control history record specifically?
It records a lot.
It's not you, towel friends. It's not you. This is the Law and Crime feed. It is not you. This happens from time to time. Little Towels will give it 10 seconds. Otherwise, I will bring up the Court TV feed. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I have a backup audio solution. This always happens with the Law and Crime feed. I'm just going to go to the other audio until we get this back. Sorry about that, towel friends. It's not you. It's the feed. Here you go. Wait a minute. No, sorry. There you go. It's back.
In that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No. No.
You reviewed the raw text stream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
How many text stream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January 29th?
So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
Then I need to see it side by
Sidebar! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar! Oh my goodness! The witness! We have to do it again. We have to relive the moment with Little Towel. Witness, what is 10% of 30? Objection, sustained. Witness, what is 10% of 30? Objection, sustained. Witness, let me ask you a hypothetical about basic math. Objection, sidebar! Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you don't understand. That was so wonderful. You don't understand. Oh, yeah, no, folks, don't worry. Amber Am, listen, it is not you all. I promise you are not having hearing problems. I know that it's frustrating. The feed itself, the feed we're using, and remember, if we use other feeds, we lose audio by a lot. Like, we lose like 20 to 30 seconds of buffer. So this is the feed. This is the Law and Crime feed. Now, I have a plan. Hold on a second. I have a plan. I'm not guaranteeing this plan is going to work. Please do not assume that Little Towel is a magician. But I have a plan at the request of our wonderful dear friend who asked the audio. Hold on, there should be audio. There was no audio for a second, and it wasn't you all. It was the actual pool feed. Now, we do have an option to boost the audio, okay? We can go to another pool feed that has a little bit better audio, but it's delayed by 20 seconds. That's how they get the audio better. It's a better quality audio, but it takes longer to go across the feed. So we have to make a decision. I tried one little technique here on the back end to boost the source feed audio. If we think that the audio isn't good enough after I boost it, we have to make a decision as to whether we want to sacrifice the 20-second lag to go to the other feed with better audio, or whether we think I've been able to boost it. Yeah, no, I don't think it's you all, and I don't think it was, again, it has nothing to do with us. It's just the feed that we're using. Again, we are relying on a pool feed that is shared between a lot of networks. Some networks have a little bit of what's called after they do processing of the feed before they push it out live, and that allows the audio to be boosted a little bit. Now, the feed we're using right now, the audio is a little bit wonky, and it was fine, again, until that buffer happened, but then it got a little wonky. I don't control that. The only option we have, so we have a few options. One, we can use the raw audio from the actual court Zoom. That one isn't good either. It's very hollow. We can wait to see if this gets a little better, which is what I think I want to do, because normally the sound engineers on the Law and Crime pool feed know exactly what they're doing. So let's give them a chance, folks. They know what they're doing. We have faith in them, little towels. We'll see how it goes. And then the other thing we're going to want to do is I have a backup pool feed, and what we're going to do with the backup pool feed, well, yeah, LA Connection, I can do a poll if it absolutely comes down to it. But I have a backup pool feed that will give us a lot clearer audio some days, but we have to sacrifice a little bit of lag. So, and again, that's not anybody's fault. To give us that clearer quality audio, ladies and gentlemen, remember, do a math poll. Yes, okay, let's do a math poll. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do one in real time. What percentage of 30 is 3? Okay, we're doing a towel math poll. Ready? What percentage of 30 is 3? I know this is tough. Ladies and gentlemen, this is like watching Towel the Dora the Explorer towel. We are doing math. I should be like, Turtle Boy, no swiping. No swiping, Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy, no swiping. Hello, Peggy O'Keefe. I feel like some of you are going to see this and be like, is he actually asking us to do math, or is he making a point about how Alan Jackson is ridiculous? Well, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, I am doing a little bit of both. I am both laughing at Alan Jackson and making a point. Mandy, oh, look at that, Mandy Strong. The towel friends in the chat have answered for you. The answer is 10%. Susan Spatafora wins the prize. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to decide what we are. 514%. No, Old Main New Creations. What are you, Alan Jackson's expert? Okay, so Susan Spatafora, it was a run. So, ladies and gentlemen, it was absolutely a towel race to help Mandy Strong. Susan Spatafora, though, Metro West Granite, Old Bay New Creations, you can't be on the podium. You got the answer wrong. 10% Wicked Uma, LA Connection. Just being nosy, you were a little bit off. Lisa, you did a great job. DJ Vodkas were not involved in this equation. Good job, Z Travels. Linda O'Gara, we do have prayers for Peggy O'Keefe, but that is not actually the answer to the question. I don't think Peggy O'Keefe is a math equation. Maybe she was in another timeline, but not on this one. Oh, Susan, you won the towel for, we don't know what we're going to get. Wicked Uma, I think you're in the wrong unit of measure. Oh, goodness. Listen, Amber M, here are the choices. 227%, 25 years, 5 shots of vodka, or 10%. Yes, Metro West Granite, you have been elevated to the ranks of Super Towel. Oh, you are smarter than the witness, Susan Spatafora. Good job. You're doing so well. Oh, now Amber Am's going to have a difficult time here. Her choices, Amber Am's choices for the multiple choice are 227%, 25 years, 5 shots of vodka, or 10%. It's a very difficult question, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we do during recess. Yes, no, Old Bay New Creations, you provided a sample answer to the multiple choice question. Oh, Towel never left. Oh, well, Abraham, don't worry. You have choices now. Oh, good luck, Alan Jackson. I hope you ask the witness to do more math. Sir, can you please calculate the answer to the question 2 times 2? Is it 6? Objection. This man is a towel. Sustained. Sidebar, and I want to bring my towel. Okay, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, how much longer? I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm wrapping it up, Judge.
Okay.
It's not going to be long. A few more questions.
I'm not curbing you in any way. We just
understand. Respectfully, it won't be very much longer. you reviewed the tech stream data, otherwise known as the triggers, for the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
How many trigger events did you find in the life of the car?
Not counting 1162-2.
Let's stop there. Right.
Prior to 1162-2, there were 19 prior events.
And 19 total events, correct?
Correct.
And how many collisions were clocked by any recorder on that car?
None of the events were triggered by a collision.
And last question, do any of the tech stream events or do any of the data that you've reviewed, either yourself through Mr. Burgess's report, through Dr. Welch's report, do any of the data indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time?
Objection. Ask it differently.
What did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Give us Hank. The people demand Hank. Oh, Alan Jackson is sat down. Give us Hank. Oh, give us Hank. Oh, no, we have to wait till after recess. No. Give us Hank. The people deserve Hank Brennan on cross. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, give us Hank.
Okay. Jurors, we're going to take the morning recess. There's some things that we need to do with the lawyers. That we'll have you come back at 12.
Oh, a 40-minute recess. No. And folks, listen, I'm going to try to fix the sound.
Can I see counsel at sidebar to save us some time, please?
Sidebar, listen, I'm going to do, did you hear the sound get louder there with Judge Cannoni? Listen, guys, folks, towel friends, it is not you. I promise you that what's happening is that the microphones in the courtroom, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to pin that comment, but it is hilarious. I wanted to make you a super towel. Welcome, Truth Exposed. I love your username. I love that little Martian. You are hilarious. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to me. We are not necessarily having a sound issue. I just want to be very careful. I want to be very clear with you. The microphones in the courtroom are positioned at a certain angle. If the judge or the attorneys just stands up or just walks around or just starts speaking, we don't actually have a tracking microphone. Now, I know this is going to be frustrating. I know that you all are going to be very, very frustrated. But we have to understand here, so there's a little bit of a discussion with the attorneys that has to go on. But just understand that you are not having sound issues. The feed isn't having sound issues. The only thing that's happening is that there are courtroom microphones at a fixed position. Ladies and gentlemen, there are courtroom microphones at a fixed position that point, okay? So if the lawyer walks towards the witness or walks towards the jury, we don't actually get the juror, we don't get the microphone, it's just the lawyer speaking into the courtroom. Same thing with Judge Cannoni. It may seem like Judge Cannoni isn't actually talking very loud, but what's happening is she's walking away from the microphone. So I just want to let you all turn your closed captions on. The closed captions are sensitive enough where they will pick up what the court is saying, even if the attorneys and the judge move away from the microphones. So I don't move away from the microphone. You will always get a consistent sound from Towel, but we cannot make the attorneys stand near the microphone. It's very frustrating for the sound engineers. It's even more frustrating for Little Towel because I'm trying to figure out which feed we can use. All of them are struggling. We can do our absolute best to pump the sound up. I told you I boosted it. We're at as loud as it's going to go. Other feeds will boost it even louder, but they will sacrifice a little bit of lag on the stream to do it. and we'll lose like 20 seconds. So we just have to decide how we want to do it. Personally, Dewdrops had say hello to Kiki and Riri. They are super towels. Enjoy. I hope the girls are doing good. But yes, there's going to be a little bit of it's not a motion hearing. I think it's more of like, sometimes you do like a motion argument or like an oral argument about something that's going on. Obviously, Hank Brennan's about to go up on cross. Maybe the lawyers want to settle some of this like debate about the Proctor text messages. It can be done at sidebar. Judge Canoni can render a ruling. They're trying to do as much of it as they can. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it, the best moment of Alan Jackson's cross was, witness, can you please tell me what percentage of 30 is 3? Objection sustained. Witness, is 3 10% of 30? Objection sustained. Witness, I would like to give you a hypothetical about basic math. Objection sustained, sidebar. Oh, my word. And someone in the chat, I think it was one of our dear friends, Linda A., was like, oh, towel's back. Towel, absolutely. Towel is back. And yes, it is true. Hi, Kiki and Riri. You say hi to Dewdrops, Kiki and Riri. Your mom is a super towel. You are super towels. I wonder if Kiki and Riri likes towels. We should give them towels, ladies and gentlemen. They can be honorary towels. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. We are keeping an eye on things. We are watching. We are monitoring. Court is at sidebar. The sidebar's ending. Get ready. Here we go. No. Come on, audio. Come on. No. Are we going to recess? Looks like we're going to recess. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we get a recess until either 11:40 if we're going to come back to talk to the lawyers, or 12 o'clock. We are in a 40-minute recess. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you know what we're going to do. You know exactly what we're going to do. We are going to torment Alan Jackson. Not literally, but just for fun. Oh, hold on. First of all, I want to pop up on your towel screen. Look at it. It's me. I'm a towel. I'm a little towel. Short and stout. I'm actually not short, as I say. I'm 6'2" and 175 towel pounds. I'm a little towel. I'm a towel. I'm not a very good singer. Apparently, if you hum or sing when you're on TV, you get residuals, but I don't think I'm ever going to be on TV. I'm a towel. Imagine if there were just a whole network about towel. There is a whole network about towel. This is a towel network. Oh, that's hilarious. I'm hilarious. I find myself hilarious. Oh, goodness. I'm still wondering how many lint rollers it took to get the hair off John O'Keefe after they... Oh, yeah, no. They didn't. Truth Exposed. You are absolutely welcome to be here to share your perspective. It's nice of you to support the channel. But let me just tell you, John O'Keefe's phone data at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds never moved from the lawn on Fairview Road, where, according to Karen's vehicle data, she backed up to 24.2 miles an hour and reduced to 23.6 miles an hour with a 4.5-degree steering wheel correction to the right between 12:32:04 and 12:32:09 a.m., whereupon she obviously, in my opinion, made contact with John, causing his arm to strike her taillight, John to fall to the ground, suffer a traumatic brain injury, which caused the back of his skull to fracture, and that fracture came forward, causing brain damage and also swelling in the front of his face. Ladies and gentlemen, we heard testimony from Dr. Wolf, the neurosurgeon, that those injuries were the classic case of someone falling to the ground at a high rate of speed, following, and obviously in this case, according to other expert witnesses, from a collision with that car, falling to the ground and never moving again. The cell phone data, the GPS data, it all confirms it, ladies and gentlemen. John O'Keefe moved for the last time just seconds after that backup event on Karen Reed's Lexus and never moved from that lawn after 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. It's confirmed, every single thing about it. Oh, goodness, Truth Exposed. Okay, hold on. Let me breathe. I looked down, and Truth Exposed was like, that was sarcasm. Okay. Oh, no, hold on. Everybody breathe. It was okay. You know how sometimes Allie 90211, oh, I'm blushing. You know how sometimes Allie 90211 will just say ridiculously sardonic comments, and then people are like, Allie, what are you saying? Okay, Truth Exposed. First of all, it's kind of funny because I know you did this unintentionally, but no, I was not jumping down your throat for you being sardonic. As soon as I realized, I was like, oh, that's very funny. But it's kind of funny now because you were like, oh, look what happens if someone were to say that. So, Truth Exposed, you are appreciated. Your support of the channel is appreciated. I appreciate that sardonic commentary exists, and you got multiple people. So there you go, Truth Exposed, with a start to the morning recess having us all. First of all, you got Little Towel. So there you go. Yes, I went hard in the paint. I was like, oh, this is an opportunity to sound off. But you notice I wasn't mean about it. I was like, oh, yeah, you're welcome to have that opinion, but here's why I disagree. And while we're here, first of all, that was amazing. So thank you for that, Truth Exposed. God bless you, Super Towel. It's great to have you with us. Second of all, Artworks 2, Artworks 2's daughter had a birthday yesterday, and I just want to send an extended Super Towel hug to Artworks 2 and to Artworks 2's daughter. It was great to have some time to celebrate with you yesterday, and I absolutely ate my towel lunch thinking of you both. I hope it was a wonderful day that you got to spend together. God bless you. Yes, we are very loyal. We're all very loyal. Oh, they make towel pants, apparently, according to Z Travels. I don't think that's related to what we're talking about, but there you go, Z Travels. We're talking about towel pants. Oh my goodness, we've had a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to Towel Stream, while we're on morning recess, or while we're at any point in the day, as long as the trial is not in session, if you post a towel emoji, oh my goodness, Artworks 2, first of all, hello, my dear friend. God bless you. And hello, Artworks 2's daughter. If you're watching, you're a super towel. Happy belated birthday. I hope you had a wonderful day yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a little towel fox. Look at that little towel fox. Hello, you little towel fox. Oh, I'm giving him little towel pets on the head. Oh, thank you for supporting the channel. And you know what, little towel fox? You are number one in my book. Oh, look at the little towel. Oh, he's a little fox. Oh, little towel fox. No, little towel fox. I want a little plushie of the towel fox. No. Oh, well, that's what you get from time to time on Towel Stream. It is a full day, ladies and gentlemen. It is a full day. And, of course, we're saying thank you to Artworks 2 for their generosity. Yes, Jew Drops, get your break in while you can, ladies and gentlemen. I smoke the same kind of cigar as you, so my comments are random. Oh, Z Travels, you're great. Yeah, Little Towel loves his Game Black Sweets. They are very cheap, ladies and gentlemen. They only cost about 50 cents, and they are cigars. But I'm trying to quit. I've been trying to go outside more. I'm trying to vape when I do go out. You know, I'm doing better, ladies and gentlemen. I'm doing better. But yes, you enjoy Kiki and Riri. You go out for a good walk. You have fun with Mom while you go out for that walk. I love talking to the towel friends and animals. I guess animals have towel friends too around the world. Sometimes I'll just be like, hello, Germany. And some people will go in the comments and be like, hey, I'm from Germany. Or I'll be like, hello, Croatia. Or hello, France. Or hello, the UK. Or hello to Singapore, or Malaysia, or South Africa, or Zimbabwe, or Australia, or South Africa. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the towel friends just jump out of the woodworks. It's, oh, goodness, we had another towel membership parade from Courtney Myers. Oh, Livy A, Carol Monaco Bar, BS594ER, Victoria and Angel 2024, So Naimi, Matt Danger, Amy Baker, Linda Collins, Stage 5 Scholar, Amanda Brown, Morrissey's iCloud, a.k.a. Denise, Woodstock, Mr. Sunshine, Dragon, Rudy, Jerry Mulholly, Janine, Alicia B, Stitching with the Sisterlies, Kelly Painter, and Sidebar MA617. Enjoy your new access to the Super Towel emojis as a result of the Super Towel. Courtney Myers, who has literally made it rain towel memberships all day. Ladies and gentlemen, you can even use the very special, thanks to the Super Towel All of 19, Chloe in a wig emoji. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, hi, Anthony Barton from North Korea. Yes, we even have a therapy koala, ladies and gentlemen. The linen closet is being spread out. The towel friends are unlocking their access to Super Towel emojis. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a day. It is a day to be a towel. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, what a day to be a towel. Oh, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I think I have to do this. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Little towel, it's all little towels, you know, it's not easy, but you all have been so wonderful. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. I have to do, what do you mean? Oh, hold on. I have to do it, ladies and gentlemen. I have a towel plan. Yes, indeed, I am the man with the towel plan. If we are going to do this, we have to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we got to do it right. Little towel's got to be a little towel, and by goodness, ladies and gentlemen, do I have a towel plan. Yes, indeed, I am the man with the towel plan, and I'm going to do it like this, ladies and gentlemen. Just give me 1 second here, and I'm going to do it. And this is, I see what the issue is. I don't actually use this very often, but hold on. Hold on, little towels. I got a towel plan. I am the man with the towel plan. Okay, so let's try this. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea if this is going to work. I am very excited, though. If this actually works, I'm going to literally cry tears of towel joy. I have no idea, though. No promises. I've always wanted to do this. I've never actually had the ability to. This might actually work. Let's see if it works. Oh, come on. All right, one more time. I really want this to work. It would make me such a happy little towel. I can't guarantee I'm going to be able to make this work, though, because as much as I am an effective towel, I'm not necessarily great at doing this. But hold on. I want to be able to celebrate with the towel, friends. One more try. Did it work? Come on, little towel. Come on, little towel. You can do it. I think we did it. Oh, I think we did it. Hold on. Did it work? Did it work? I did it! I did it! I figured it out! Oh, yes! I'm so happy. I guess it goes to myself, but oh, I'm so glad I got to do that. Courtney Myers, you inspired little towel. KT Santos, Shrimp Alfredo, Mandy Girl, Mindful Crime Culture, and Michelle W. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Towel got to do it for the first time ever. I sent you all memberships. It meant so much to Little Towel. Courtney Myers inspired Little Towel to do it, ladies and gentlemen. And I feel like a little towel. Oh, yay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what a moment to be on Towel Stream. I was like, I'm going to figure it out. I know how to do it. I figured it out, little towels. It was not the easiest thing in the world, but I figured it out. Oh, God bless you, Courtney Myers. It means so much. And you inspired little towel. I love giving back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's so great to be with you. Now, I think you all know what I want to do. There's one very specific thing I want to do, and I can only do it if the clip's ready. 11:04 and 15 seconds. So hold on. Where are we on the X stream? All right, let's see. That might actually be good enough. Oh, yeah. Towel love, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I think almost we are going to get to the point. Oh, we are going to get to the point. Don't worry. Where just everybody in the chat has towel memberships. We're going to get there. Alex, Iowa travel nurse, Linda A., don't worry. I promise Penny, Peony, and Rose, we will get there. I will keep doing it. We will get everyone in the towel chat memberships, and I will laugh like a little towel. Oh, it's such a great towel recess break. We're in recess until about 12 p.m. in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, if you're wondering. So about 25 more minutes. And Little Towel has a project he wants to work on. Hold on here, Little Towels. Hold on, my wonderful little towels. I want to get that moment of Alan Jackson looking like a fool. I'm not saying that because I want to do it. I'm saying because I think it's hilarious, and I'm a little towel. Oh, God bless all the little towels, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that was a terrible NH Canna Patience. Great to see you, dear friend. That was a terrible Alan Jackson's no good, horrible, terrible, very bad morning. He's done with his direct. Do you all understand? We have Hank Brennan up next. Hank Brennan on Cross, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my goodness. I just want to bathe in the atmosphere, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, Alan Jackson couldn't even go for, an hour and a half on his first witness on direct. Oh, goodness, this case, we're going to be done in the next few days, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, ARCA might take a little bit, but my word, ready your towels. Ready your towels. The first Karen Reed defense witness. There's not very many of them. Oh, goodness, already just done, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going across. Oh, and Hank Brennan on Cross, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say, he's going to be a Hank Brennan. You can call him Hank, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just tell you right now, you can call that man Hank. Yeah, do it. You can do it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. Oh, my plan has failed, ladies and gentlemen. I actually need a clip that is closer to at 11. So hold on, little towels. All hope is not lost. All hope is not lost. I have a backup plan. No, I mean, I can wait a little bit longer. It's still going to take like another, I'd say, 40 minutes. What I want, though, is the raw file. If we don't get the actual raw file, it doesn't record as good. So I'm going to wait for the actual raw file. But we can watch the moment. We can I know, it's so funny, ladies and gentlemen. I wish we could pick who. I wish we could be like, I want to give you a membership, but it's a lottery on YouTube where it's just like, okay, we'll see who gets. It's like a wheel where it just like spins them out. It's kind of funny. I really like it. So I'm always there to be like, membership parade. I started one today. I'm a towel. But yes, let's watch the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Now you know you want to see the moment where Hank Brennan, where Alan Jackson asked a witness about basic math and then got a sidebar. Everybody wants to see it. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, I think Karen Reed is definitely, Truth Exposed. I hate to be so, not vulgar, but I hate to be so direct. But when Little Towel was younger, Little Towel, I actually volunteered as a tutor at the Suffolk County House of Corrections many years ago. We're talking like undergraduate in college, so in the late 2000s, maybe like 2009. But anyway, I was in there, and Little Towel it was really fun. They told us, though, they had a no hostage policy, the staff. They were like, so if the prisoners take you hostage, like, we won't negotiate. We're just going to let them take you. And I was like, well, I mean, okay. Like, I'm cool with it. Like, they were very clear. They were like, if they take you hostage, we are going to let them, like, whatever, take you out. And I was like, well, it's for the greater good. Okay. So I walk into Suffolk County House of Correction. And it was very interesting because that's one of the few jails, I don't know if they still do it, but it houses men and women in the same facility. So like our area where we would tutor is down like on the first floor, and getting into that facility, even as a tutor, you get, you're not really a staff member or a lawyer, but you're screened in a special way ahead of time. And then when you come in, you have to be able to bring like your books and stuff like that. So they have to like look through your books and your papers. It's like the security is not as intensive as if you were a visitor, but they still like look at every page of the book you bring in, like all the material. You can't bring pencils. They have to bring you the pencils. It's very convoluted. So anyway, I'm going there to tutor, and Little Towel walks up to the Suffolk County House of Corrections, and I would go there like I think twice a week. It was a decent commitment, but that's what Boston College does. If you go to Boston College, you are going to do community service as part of your educational curriculum. It's wonderful, actually. It's a very service-orientated school. It's probably why I am the way that I am in some regard. Along with my parents. My father was a corporate class action lawyer for vulnerable plaintiffs and a DA. My mother was a DA and a voice for victims. But anyway, so I'm down at Suffolk County House of Corrections. I'm doing my tutoring, and I get in there one day, and I'm doing my civics lesson or math or whatever. I don't think Towel taught math. I was either teaching history or civics, something for the GED. So the inmates in prison have tutoring programs which is a very good thing. This is what we should be doing to avoid recidivism, where they have a scholarship program. You don't like get a scholarship, but if you want to, as an inmate, take classes at the Suffolk County House of Correction, you can enroll. You have to like be a good student. You have to do what the tutors ask, but you can enroll and go sit in this classroom with me and other tutors. Some of it's like actual professors. Some of it's like we were more like TAs, so they would get their main like lesson, and then they would come to us like from like 6 to 8 at night, and we would like review the lesson of the day and tutor them on their homework. And it was great. Like we should absolutely be doing this in jails and prisons because it avoids recidivism. If you are teaching people in school to get a GED and they take the GED test in prison, if you're teaching them in prison to get a GED and then they go out on the street after they get released and they have this GED, there are a lot of like prison to work programs where employers will hire you even if you're right out of prison, as long as you during your prison stay like did good behavior, pass the GED, have a good like recommendation. There are programs that want to hire people out of prison because it avoids them going back to prison. But anyway, and they get state grants for it and stuff like that. I did this as a volunteer thing though. So I'm going down there and I'm chatting with one of my very, very dear students. We couldn't really get to know them personally, but like, I'd be tutoring this young man. I'll use his first initial, which was J. And this young man was 19. He was, I'll speak very generally, he was from Dorchester. He had a medical condition, so I won't identify it, but he was very sick. I guess I can speak broadly. He had sickle cell anemia. And he was a very sick man, and a very sick young man. He was about 19, and he got banged up for possession of an extended clip MAC-10 in like the park of Dorchester. He wasn't like trying to like light anybody up. He just like had an extended clip MAC-10. And in Massachusetts, you get a year for every bullet over the normal clip length. And I don't think it was an automatic. I think it was a semi-auto. But the clip was, he had like 20 or 30 bullets in the clip, and the clip was only supposed to have like 10. So he got banged up, and he was doing a long sentence there. I would say it was going to be at least, I don't know how long he was going to serve at that jail, but he was going to do at least like 5 to 10 years before he got out. And he was one of my favorite students, and I'll never forget, we were talking one day. By the way, he would start conversations with me like, he would call me Grant. Like, he would be like, they never called us like teacher Mr. Ellis. He was like, Grant, I think you do okay here. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And he was like, you seem like the way you got to do it, right? He knew that like I clearly smoked. He was like, the way you got to do it, right, is you got to get like 2 batteries, okay? And you got to strip them down till they're just like the wires, okay? And so then you have this like circuit. Then you got to get 2 other batteries, right? Okay, and that's how you make the lighter. Then you got to use toilet paper, okay? And then you go to the shower and you run it, and then the smoke is going to come up, okay, like the steam. And then you light that shit right as the smoke is going, the steam is going up from the shower with the battery that you made into a lighter and the toilet paper. And I was like, are you am I giving off the vibe that this is what I want to learn about? But I was like, I appreciate the very interesting insights. I don't foresee ever having to use them, but if I ever do, okay. And then I realized like, oh, okay, I think this would actually, like, I could do, like, I don't want to ever go into a prison, but if I needed to teach there or hang out with people who are in prison, yes, like I can. This person wanted me to learn how to thrive in that environment. And I was like, oh, thank you, Jay. That is a very nice thing. But here's the point of that story. Eventually, we got to discussing Framingham, okay? Framingham State Prisons for Women. Because I was like, isn't it a little weird? Like, it did get a little weird. So what happened is the Suffolk County House of Corrections down in Dorchester off 93, the building with the big flag on it, that has... That has men and women housed in it. I know, I'm going to get to the end of the story. I want to talk about this. It's interesting. It has to do with Framingham, where Karen could go. And we have a long break. But anyway, that building houses men and women in the prison. It's very interesting. There's like basketball courts on each floor. And I would say to like my students, like, isn't it a little weird that there are women here? And they weren't supposed to look at the women, but the women would get marched into the courtyard while the students were in school. All the men would run over, and the young men would run over to the windows, and they'd start banging on the windows and hollering at the women. And I was like, why am I in charge of this? Why? But that sparked a discussion. I was like, I thought the women go to Framingham State Prison. And he was like, yeah, those are women on immigration holds or something, whatever. It was like a leased dual use facility. So it had like women on short-term holds and like men prisoners. It was very complicated. I don't understand how the administration of it all worked. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, oh goodness, first of all, I want to say hello to Karen. But anyway, so I'm talking to this, and this is the vulgar part. I'm talking to this very nice gentleman who I thought was very nice, named Jay. And I say to him, like, okay, so why aren't the women in Framingham? And he tells me why. And then he's like, oh, yeah, and you don't want to go to Framingham. They'll trade you for a Snickers bar in Framingham. Little towel. I was like, what did you just say to me? And he was like, yeah, here was okay, because like it was like he was like, here it's a little different because of the short-term thing, and it's just like it was monitored differently. I guess their units were different. It was like a smaller, more intimate environment. But he was like, yeah, you go to Framingham, those women will trade you for a Snickers bar. I don't know if I actually had a response, or I was just like, okay, I think we should go back to learning about like Napoleon or whatever the heck we were learning about that day. He was a smart kid, though. I hope he's all right. There's some other stuff I'm not going to like repeat that he would tell me, but I also want to just pause and say, God bless you, Karen. You are a super towel. It is Friday. I had a great towel birthday. We had a wonderful towel stream, and we're about to come back into session in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial in just 15 minutes. We're going to watch the best moment of the cross, though. I just want to say a super towel thank you to Karen. And I like how, have you ever heard of a shaggy dog joke, ladies and gentlemen? I feel like when I saw someone ask that question about Framingham, and then Wicked Uma was like, okay, be vulgar. I was like, I'm doing a shaggy dog joke here. So I told that meandering long story just to get to the payoff about a Snickers bar in Framingham. And Wicked Uma, I hope you appreciated every single minute of it, my dear friend, because I'll tell you what I did. Oh, you are very sweet, Karen. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. And now you know, folks, Little Towel spent time as a tutor in the Suffolk County House of Corrections. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, Towel has lived. Towel has lived hard and loved hard. Hello, P. McKinley. Yeah, I think Little Towel has abandonment issues. That's why I get a little scared of letting people get close. Yes, Olive 19, that's why I brought up the Snickers bar thing. It's not a good place. It is not a good place, ladies and gentlemen. But yes. Hold on, Mandy Strong. Who am I looking up? I may have missed the initial message. Oh, Lucky the plow driver. Oh, Brian, I didn't know I wasn't Lucky Lofgren. Oh, that cross is going to be glorious. I'm yelling. Sorry about that. But ladies and gentlemen, Towel wants his Little Towel sandwich. Oh, yes. Thank you, Linda A. I had a great time when I was volunteering down the jail. And then I realized, I'll never look at a Snickers bar the same. No, Wicked Uma. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. But yeah, it made me realize, I spent a lot of time actually tutoring there. And first of all, I don't really get the vibe that any of these students want to take me hostage. And then also I was like, if they did, I'd be like, can't we just I'm like, don't you want I don't have anything. Don't you want the information I have? They're not going to let you out. So it was more like they wanted to tell me things. I had a great time. They were very human to me. You know what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? The students that I taught in the Suffolk County House of Corrections. And I guess that's now making me realize, I think we have to remember that, just because someone has committed a crime, it's different if they intentionally try to avoid owning up to it or do some of the things Karen did. But I think we should take a moment to just some of those prisoners are very human people. Maybe they made mistakes. The gentleman, the 19-year-old Jay I was talking to, he didn't do a violent crime or anything. Yes, you would say, oh my goodness, he had an extended clip Mac 10 in the Dorchester Park. What are you doing? But to him, he was what if somebody runs up on me? I have to protect myself, No, Wicked Uma, it didn't smell bad because staff have to work there. So it kind of smelled like a college dorm. It has tile floor, that's kind of tile you would see in a college dorm. Very easy to clean, and the prisoners are expected. I'll call them prisoners. The prisoners are expected to keep it very clean. So the prisoners serve the food to the guards. The prisoners make the food for themselves. So the cafeteria area, we ate the same food the inmates ate, just prepared in a separate area, where we could watch it. There was not a second that an inmate had access to food that all of us could not, including the COs, could not watch it. So I think their food was prepared different from ours, but it was the same food. It was all very clean. Literally sterile, hospital institutional sterile. And yeah, it didn't really smell it smelled like a hospital. It was very sterile. It smelled like an institution. And the people didn't smell. They were in jail, so they took showers, and they want to be the biggest thing in jail is respecting the people around you. So they want to smell good, so the cellie doesn't get upset, and they all have very regimented, unspoken rules of how they interact with each other, and only some people talk to each other. It's very clear, some people are in sets and some people are not, and some people, it's very race driven. But other than that, as long as you respect those rules and you let the inmates do their social thing how they want to do it, they're very they're nice people, and they'll, like I said, they'll clean the place, and it's a generally pleasant. It's not pleasant, but if you can go along to get along, you can make it through in jail. It's not going to be horrific. If you are someone who hurt kids or a rat, and by the way, they won't. I'm not speaking for all people because I talked to a very small segment of students a while ago, but their general view was there's a difference between intentionally ratting on someone and somebody did something terrible to your kid and you told the cops. Even the inmates would tell me that they saw a distinction between that. So I think it's kind of a hierarchy. You can be really targeted in prison if you are hurt kids or women in particular. But if it's more you like ratted someone out who was hurting a kid, I think it's a big deal, but not as big of a deal. And then you can get in serious trouble if you actually rat on people while you're in prison. That's like the biggest deal. If you like see something in the dorm, or if like you get hit and you tell someone, that's a big deal. But no, like I definitely saw this hierarchy of like who was accepted, who wasn't, how people like clicked up. Didn't really matter to me. I was like, as long as you're here to learn, I don't really care. You don't have to talk to each other, or you can engage with only a few of each other. As long as you are respectful and here to learn, I don't care. And they respected it. Never had one incident. Loved every minute of it. But yeah, I would go back there and tutor if they wanted me to. I actually really liked tutoring in that environment. I kind of flourished there. I thought I did pretty well. But yes, folks, we are waiting for court to come back from its morning break. Of course, the law and crime feed went down again, but we are on morning break. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to rewatch that moment. It was exactly at, hold on, I have the timestamp. It was at 11:04:15. Please do basic math for me. We're going back to watch it because I'm a towel. You don't understand. I am a towel, and I enjoy being with you all so much that I want to go to this moment at 11:04:15 just so I can laugh at Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson, we're not laughing at you. We're laughing with you in a loving way. Maybe not really. Maybe only a little bit. You were mean to people, Alan Jackson. What goes around comes around. We're only going to laugh at Alan Jackson a little bit because his direct's already done. But this was the moment. It's absolutely hilarious. Show me the basic math moment. I demand it.
Or your review of the aperture analysis. Is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the text stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the text stream event?
Objection. Sustained.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the text stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
That's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes.
Is that 10%?
That is 10%.
Yeah, it's sustained and a movement is stricken.
What percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sustained.
Sidebar.
If I told you hypothetically.
I'm going to see it side by side.
Please do basic math for me. Objection. A sidebar. That was hilarious. Oh my goodness. I'm a towel. Please do basic math for me. Objection. Sidebar. Please do basic math for me. Objection. Is 3 10% of 30? Objection. Sidebar. Please do basic math for me. What is 3 10% of 30? Objection. Sustained. What percent of 30 is 3? Objection. Sustained. Hypothetically, could you do basic math for me? Sidebar. Oh my goodness, that's just, it's absurd. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if I'm still a towel. I may identify as an interaction window now. Oh, this is ridiculous. How long have we been going? Oh, about an hour, and Alan Jackson has made very little headway. Oh, goodness, I'm so glad I managed to wake you up during the sidebar chew drops. Witness who has a master's in science or something. Hold on, let's keep playing then. Could you please tell me if 3 is 10% of 30? Objection. Sustained. Okay, let's try this a different way. What percentage of 30 is 3? Objection. Sustained. Okay, hypothetically, could you do basic math for me? Objection. Sidebar. If you're wondering, I thought that was hilarious. Also, we have to take a moment to say hello to the Super Towel Eva and the Super Towel Fox. I think the Super Towel Fox was so proud of me for laughing that much that oh goodness, there's even more. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I think the Super Towel Fox was so happy to see me laughing like that after Alan Jackson asked the math question that the Super Towel Fox was like, you're doing a good job. He's got a little kimono. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we don't call kimonos towels because they're culturally sensitive, but my word, you little towel fox, you are a super towel. Oh, I love it. And ladies and gentlemen, I will make sure that your other comments get seen on the screen as well. Oh, God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. That was quite a clip. Little Towel was just laughing away like a little towel, as he is wont to do. As we get ready to come back into session, ladies and gentlemen, we ain't got no math. We ain't got no math. We ain't got no math. That's Alan Jackson's new slogan. Can you do basic math for me, sir? No, I can't. Hank Brennan won't let me. Look at the little towel pair. God bless you, Luisa Ramirez. You're such an amazing super towel. Look, ladies and gentlemen, the pair is joining in the laughter with us. He's a little super towel pair. He's got a headband, and he's got a towel. A headband is definitely a towel, and he's got a little leaf on his head, and he's like, oh, you're so funny, little towel. Oh, you're so funny, little super towel pair. Oh, look at the little towel. Oh, I want a little towel plushie of this little pear emoji. Oh, I'm rubbing the little pear emoji on his little towel head. Oh, that's adorable. God bless you, Luisa Ramirez. Little Towel needed that today. Oh, Towel tries to be happy. You can't appreciate the good moments in life without the bad, ladies and gentlemen. Towel just has a little bit of a sore spot for being, I get abandoned sometimes. But what are you going to do? Towel comes into people's lives. He tries to make them stronger, tries to help people. Towel tries not to open himself up because, God knows, it just ends up with a little Towel getting inevitably emotionally pummeled. But that is the nature of life, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, some of us are meant to just wander the countryside, coming into people's lives, empowering them, trying to make them stronger, trying to love unconditionally, and then returning to wander further. Yes, some of us are not meant for any one person, ladies and gentlemen. It is the way of the world. It is the way of the towel. And you got to think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe that isn't what I'm meant to do. And I have to stop judging myself as a fish trying to climb a tree. I must swim free, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a fish now. I'm a towel fish. I must swim free in the towel pond, ladies and gentlemen. And I must stop saying to myself, why can't I climb this stupid tree? Instead, ladies and gentlemen, I must swim free in the towel pond. Yes, I will just swim like a little towel fish. What the hell is he talking about? Well, court doesn't come back into session for another 60 seconds, so can I not talk just for a minute about how I just want to swim like a little towel fish and not try to climb trees. I don't understand how to climb trees. I'm sorry. You can't judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, ladies and gentlemen. You just have to let the fish swim, and then you could be like, oh, it's a little towel fish, look at it go, it's so pleased swimming around like a little fishy. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at I didn't expect a 40-minute recess. I just want lunch. Oh goodness, I just want towel lunch. Why and now we're talking about towel being a little towel fishy. Oh, I am a little towel fishy. I swim around, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to try to climb any trees. I am just going to be a towel fish. Now, you might be tuning in saying, I thought this was coverage of a criminal trial. It is. I'm just trying to tell you, you can't judge a towel fish by its ability to climb a tree. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, and Hank Brennan's Cross is about to start. I know all of us are excited for this, but can we just talk a little bit? Thank you. I'm going to keep swimming. I'm a little towel. I'm a towel who floats. I just go into the water. I'm very graceful. And look at just a little towel fish. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Also, did you ever think about how astrologically it's really interesting that the age of Pisces segues into the age of Aquarius because they both center around the motif of water. Never really thought about that. That's very interesting to me. Maybe I am a fish. Yes. Oh, Lori Della Fuente, there is a huge connection between Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. I have a chart I can send you. We can't go over the chart now, but I absolutely will send you a link if you can remind me. Yeah, Karen Reed and Turtle Boy have been connected for a while. Deep history there, but we have a Hank Brennan cross coming up. And I'm a towel. I'm swimming free. I'm not going to try to climb any trees. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the big, first of all, we concluded two things about Alan Jackson's director. Two things during this break. One, Alan Jackson is bad at basic math, and that was hilarious. Well, I wouldn't say he's bad at basic math. He just, you shouldn't ask questions about basic math on direct. Number two, I am a towel fish, but I should not climb trees. Now, you might think that those two things are completely not connected, ladies and gentlemen. And I just want to let you know that they are not connected whatsoever. Yes, I am a nerdy towel. Oh, yes, and we also heard that Brian, I'm not Lucky Lofgren is going to be up. This is going to be humiliating, ladies and gentlemen. We'll talk more at lunch if Lucky doesn't get called before lunch. No, well, so Ange Whittick, I don't know if you've heard the... Yeah, I guess we could help towel climb a tree. I don't know if that's what we want, though. Like, if a towel is meant to just swim free and then meet other fellow towels and be for the world, then, you know, there's probably something to this. Like, it would be wrong if I was just constantly trying to have my tree and eat it too. You know what I mean? There is no reason... Humans have wonderful little lives. I think they're precious. I'm not calling them little, but I just think they're so precious. They're such important little bubbles. But imagine if Towel was going to fully commit himself to that kind of bubble. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't have me because I'd rightfully be committing myself to that. And I don't think that that's what Towel's meant to do, at least not yet. I think Towel is meant to serve his country, serve his Towel people, and engender cogent public discourse to ward off usurpation of our representative form of democracy. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm a towel that floats. Oh, I can't wait for Hank Brennan to get on cross. There are very few people in the world that just sit around being little towels other than us. But you can see the fan is spinning. You can see I am being a little towel. Well, the fan isn't actually spinning. It's just I'm looking at the spinning fan so you don't have to. Can we come back into session, Judge Canoni? I would like to order a cheeseburger. By the time I order a cheeseburger, you're going to go on lunch. We're back. I made it happen. I'm a super towel.
Back in session, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan. And Mr. DeSogra, I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on. And the fans, it's a little stuffy in here, so if you just speak directly into the microphone, that would be great.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Miss Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022? Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022 or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify what you meant? Yeah.
You are not suggesting to this jury that Miss Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before?
No.
Okay. You're just saying that there's no data on the text string to suggest a collision.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision.
Right. Text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right. Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data.
Correct.
Like sudden acceleration.
The only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on text stream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS, or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30%, in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking you.
I'm allowing this.
I'm asking you, if someone accelerated Miss Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator, 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers in... There's a number of ways that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, is that, yeah.
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various. Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? Do you know the actual data on what percent of depressing the accelerator on the same Lexus as Miss Reed's would create a triggering event? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point, no.
There is something different than the text stream data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would be abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That would be abnormal to register that data into the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that, but I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the case.
You're saying it would meet that?
Would not.
Would not. Okay. And a side swipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
When you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text stream, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit, and I think it depends on what you mean by event.
Exactly.
Because previously we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2, right, and the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the Aperture reports reference.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
Or anything before?
No, it does not.
The triggering event is spot in the middle. It captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you would have to look elsewhere for evidence to know what might have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
Do you know at the end of this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10-second of data?
No.
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
Okay. I want to just ask you some questions about your background and then leading into this case, if I could. You have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
That's correct.
You've worked for your company for some time.
Coming up on 13 years next month, correct.
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACTAR certified?
No.
What is ACTAR?
ACTAR is a body that basically offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions as an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction, it was data analysis.
Okay. You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
Then when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education that you've been through, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education.
Yes.
You focus, as part of your specialty, on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders?
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's something that not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
And that's something you are well skilled in, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
It is.
And you can do some things or many things in it, but oftentimes people specialize in parts of data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you, you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
There is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
In general?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
No.
iPhones, are you a specialist in iPhones?
No.
Have you ever taken any specific training on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written any papers on mobile forensics?
No.
Hey, have you ever promoted yourself of having any type of subspecialty as an expert in mobile forensics?
Never.
In any of your continuing education, and you have a vast amount, have you ever taken any classes or seminars in mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever taken any class or study about variances between infotainment systems and mobile forensics?
Classes? No.
Have you ever attended any seminars on variances relative to mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever testified about variances in mobile forensics before you testified in this court today?
No.
Have you ever published anything to do with variances in mobile forensics?
No.
In this case, you had an opportunity to review a number of reports from Dr. Judd Welcher. Yes?
Yes.
And Mr. Shannon Burgess?
Correct.
In reviewing those reports, you've offered your opinions and analysis. Did you ever engage in actually any efforts or study in this case to obtain data?
Could you maybe clarify what specifically you're asking?
Yes. Did you ever yourself, not watch someone else do it, did you ever download or obtain data in this case?
No.
Did you ever test Miss Reed's car?
No.
Did you ever get an exemplar vehicle to run any tests?
I did not.
Did you ever do any actual testing in this case?
No.
And so your role is to look at other people's work and offer opinions and criticisms, basically.
And provide some clarity to the work, but generally, yes.
Clarity for who? Who asked you to provide clarity?
My clients in this case.
Your what?
Mr. Jackson,
Right, okay.
my client.
Did you ever speak to me?
No.
As an expert, when you analyze data, whether you actively got it yourself or not, do you ever give an opinion in paper called a report? You ever write a report?
Yes.
And you've seen reports in this case that you've looked at, correct?
Correct.
A number of reports by Mr. Burgess.
Correct.
Report by Dr. Welcher.
Also correct.
Reports that you're critiquing, right?
Correct.
Did you see Ian Whiffin's reports?
I did not.
How about Jessica Hyde? Did you see her reports?
I did not.
You were asked to consider information from Mr. Whiffin's report.
No.
Well, you were asked to assume that the last user interaction on John O'Keefe's cell phone was 12/32/09.
That was stated in Dr. Welcher's report, so I started my analysis at that level.
So none of the information did you actually personally go and vet or analyze or make any determinations about? You're just critiquing written reports.
Correct.
Oh. Well, as an expert coming into court and testifying and having opinions, you put together a PowerPoint, didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you ever put together a report to share the basis of your opinions and the process you went through to arrive at your opinions before you came into court?
Primarily, I wasn't asked to, so I didn't do it. I wouldn't commission work without being asked to do it. And number two, the extent of my work beyond building the PowerPoint was just basic addition, just adding numbers together that already existed in the Aperture reports. So there wasn't a tremendous amount of complexity to what I engaged in.
What about your work product and your calculations? Did you do all this in your head, or did you type it out and go through a computer program? How did you do it?
I used a calculator for most of it, and the tables in my PowerPoint were generated in Excel, which has some calculation capabilities.
Were you ever asked not to write a report?
No.
You had provided an initial PowerPoint.
Yes.
And then you received information from Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
And then you added new slides to your PowerPoint.
That's correct.
Mr. Burgess's report was May 8th?
Yes.
You provided your PowerPoint on May 25th?
Correct.
Okay. Did it take you that long for the calculations between when you got the report and May 25th to put together the new presentation?
No, it didn't.
Why did you wait until May 25th to provide the new information?
That's when I was asked to do it.
What do you mean by that? I just want to see what the date is today. Today's the 30th. When you finished your PowerPoint on May 25th, did you send it to the defense on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
So they had a copy of your PowerPoint on May 25th?
I
Don't be shy.
No, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th.
So it's sustained.
Yeah, if it wasn't the 25th, it would have been maybe the day after, but it's dated the 25th. I'm almost positive I provided it on the 25th.
There's
Yeah.
no reason for you to hold on to it for a couple extra days.
No, I think it was the 25th.
Do you know when it was provided to the Commonwealth, that report?
No, I don't.
In the 25th, the report that you provided to the defense on the 25th, it had new information, in it, didn't it?
It had the information from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. That was the additions.
Why did you wait until the 25th to put it together?
That's when I was asked to do it.
Who asked you?
My clients, Mr. Jackson.
He said, please add this on the 25th.
We had a phone call on the 25th and discussed Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. During that phone call, he asked me to update the presentation, and I did so, and then provided it.
How did the date of the 25th come about? Why the 25th was the date you provided?
That's when he requested it. I think it was a Sunday, actually. Okay.
When you first got involved in this case, it was last fall?
Correct.
And at that time, you received some information that Mr. Burgess wanted to look at the text stream data or the different modules on what you later learned was the defendant's Lexus, correct?
Correct.
And there was a proposal from Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess wanted to go back to the car and look at the modules and try to download more information from them, correct?
Correct.
And you then got involved to look at what his request was, the procedure that you wanted to follow.
Yes.
When you did that, were you given any materials about what had happened before you and Mr. Burgess both got involved?
I don't recall specifically, and I don't think so. I think I was just provided the notice of testing that was to be done.
Well, you ended up drafting an affidavit.
I did.
And in drafting an affidavit, you pointed out some oversights of Mr. Burgess, didn't you?
I did.
Determining the oversights required some study of actually the data and the information that was available, wouldn't it?
It would.
So, can we presume that before you wrote the affidavit pointing out the oversights, you had looked at other materials?
If I recall correctly, the notice of additional testing from Mr. Burgess contained attached to it a whole report by him documenting why he thought there was an inadequate initial acquisition, why he thought the sizes were wrong. So I don't remember referencing anything beyond all the information that was contained in that. And whether that was combined by somebody else or not, I don't know. That's how it was provided.
Did you end up looking at the report of Ms. Gaffney and what had happened in the past with the download and search of Ms. Lee's Lexus materials?
If I'm remembering right again, I think Ms. Gaffney's report was also attached to that same singular file.
You learned that the defense expert, Ms. Gaffney, had downloaded data from chips, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgess was asserting that there was information missing and believed that there was missing information from the chips.
Correct.
Objection.
In that form, it's sustained.
It's stricken.
It's stricken.
My apologies. The conclusion Mr. Burgess had is that he believed there was missing information from the chips.
He did. He miscalculated the size of the chips.
Did you do any study to see if there was actually information missing from the original download?
No, I looked at the data sheets for the chips and then immediately realized what the error was. The data sheets specify a size in megabits or gigabits, and Mr. Burgess had written his report in the context of megabytes and gigabytes.
And then you asserted, or you took the position in your affidavit, that there should be no further chip lock, no further study of those chips, other than to ensure the amount of memory was sufficient.
It's not how I recall specifically what I said.
Well, let me read it because I don't want to try to align your words.
Please.
Mr. Burgess' proposed protocol labeled "Reattempt chip-off acquisition is unnecessary because the file size of the acquisition performed by Ms. Gaffney already matches the expected memory storage capacity of the components.
That sounds accurate.
If you want to see this, I don't want to read from the document. You can see it for actually, just let me know.
That's fine. I trust your reading.
However, an acquisition may be conducted for the sole purposes of ensuring the contents of the memory chips have not been altered since the last testing by recording the checksum.
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that point that there was important data in those modules that was not seen or recovered or obtained by Ms. Gaffney?
No.
Did you want to know when Mr. Burgess was looking for more data, more information, what he thought was missing?
He stated, I think, in his report or affidavit, I'm not sure what it was, but he stated what he thought was missing was there was a physical size difference. So he thought there was not corrupt data, but just missing chunks of data.
Log on information, you've heard of that. Ignition on, ignition off information.
Yes.
In an infotainment system. That's important information when you're reconstructing an accident, isn't it?
It could be.
Well, you read information in this case. Pretty important in this case, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
And so you would not want to engage in that process without this pretty important information, would you?
Which process?
Of an accident reconstruction?
Sorry, so can you restate it, the whole question? Yeah. Yeah.
You said you have some experiences in accident reconstructions.
Yes.
Don't you want all the data available? More data, the better?
Generally, yes.
You wouldn't want to ignore data on purpose, would you?
No.
I mean, the data analyst, the more data, the more you get to look at.
Yes.
And so the power log on information that actually has date and time, that's critical in an accident reconstruction, isn't it?
In some accident reconstructions. In some, there's no debate about when a vehicle was on or off, but if there is, then yes.
Not just on and off. The power log on and off gives you the date and the time that you can match with the text stream data, correct?
Yes, it does.
Because you know text stream data itself doesn't have date and time.
It can, this vehicle didn't. It can, but this vehicle did not.
This had a running time instead. Like
That's
a stopwatch.
correct.
So this data that was not found during the initial process, that was critical data at the time.
I don't think prior to the process anyone knew that this particular Lexus infotainment system stored those key on and key off times.
Right, the only person that found this out was Shannon Burgess.
He found it in the process, but I don't think anybody knew in advance of this case. There was nothing out there about it. So to my knowledge, this is the first time that this specific data has ever been released into the wild.
But it was on the board there, if someone knew what to look for or got creative, they could maybe find it.
Yes, more so to your if got creative, because I don't think anyone would have been able to have the foreknowledge that there would have definitely been that.
Shannon Burgess did.
Objection. Sustained. I'll strike it.
And when Shannon Burgess went to obtain that data that everybody else overlooked or didn't know about, you went with him.
Yes.
So you had a process where he was going to now control the data and take the information that was left behind and remove it from the infotainment board, correct?
He actually never specified anything about the SD card in that initial notice. So it was a departure from his protocol, and it was a little surprising to me when I got there that the protocol was written with a specific focus on a number of other chips, and it became very apparent to me very quickly that the focus was not on those chips, and the focus was on this SD card that had previously been unmentioned. There was nothing in there about that prior to that.
Did it offend you, or were you impressed that he had found that?
I was a little confused because I went into it with an expectation. Generally, if we write a protocol, we adhere to the protocol. If we're going to deviate, we have a discussion about deviations. So I was just surprised. It's not customary to sort of shift out of nowhere. But other than that, I did not know what to think of it because I'd never heard of that.
Did you give any input? Did you have any knowledge about the SD card and how it worked?
No.
So when you watched Mr. Burgess remove the SD card, did you appreciate he'd have to engage in what you call reverse engineering?
He did not elaborate to me exactly what his whole process was at first. it sort of came out as time progressed through the first day in his office in Texas, and then I learned more as we moved to the second testing in Massachusetts. But he didn't explain it to me in one go.
Did you, at that point, understand or appreciate the relevance of the SD card relative to the infotainment system and what it could be as far as the amount of information that could then be available?
He never spoke throughout the 3 days at all about what kind of data he expected from the card or would be on the card or could be. He made no mention of the data.
Not what he said to you, but given your expertise, did it ever dawn on you the significance or importance of this SD card that was sitting in plain sight? Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did it ever dawn on you that as Mr. Burgess was recovering this information left behind, that there was something important or significant about it?
At the time, I thought it was a possibility. If you reference the initial work, a number of different memory components were identified in this infotainment. There isn't a singular memory chip. So if we're looking for data, it could be in any of them. So we found a new source of data storage, and there could be something there, there could be nothing there. It was unknown to me.
But it turned out there was.
There was.
Now, when you were watching Mr. Burgess work as an expert, if you felt like there was something inappropriate or he had some great oversight, you could write a report about that, couldn't you?
I could.
Did you ever write any report in this case?
No.
So you never wrote a report for your preparation of coming in and your data in the PowerPoint presentation, right?
Correct.
You never wrote a report regarding any of your observations of Mr. Burgess?
Correct.
You said that he didn't say anything. He spoke to you quite a bit during the process, didn't he?
He did.
He showed you what he was doing?
He did.
He explained to you what he was doing?
He explained the process. I think you had asked me earlier about whether he explained the data, and he didn't.
He demonstrated great proficiency, wouldn't you say?
He ended up with a successful acquisition of the card at the end of the process.
When you are considering all your equations, did you consider the timing information taken from the SD card that Mr. Burgess found regarding power on and power off of that car?
Yes, to the extent that he considered it in his own report. Again, I'm referencing his report.
But how about you? You're coming in here giving an opinion saying what's better or best practice or right. How about you? Did you consider, you personally, the one who's giving the opinions, did you consider the significance of the power on, power off data as it relates to all these times?
Yes.
Yes? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I considered it. If that's the question is, did I consider it? I considered it.
Did you do any study yourself?
No.
Now, we agree, or you agree, that there are variances between different devices.
Yes.
So a Lexus clock that comes from the infotainment system is very common that it would be different than a different device like an iPhone.
Specifically this Lexus, I don't know if we can make the statement that it's common or not, because again, this is the only time that I know of that this specific data has been analyzed. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you say on direct examination that variances between devices are common?
Variance between devices are common.
In a variance of 45 seconds, that wouldn't be remarkable on different devices. It's common in the industry.
Correct.
And in your business, that's an accepted amount.
I'm not sure what you mean by accepted. The amounts are what they are, and we have to correct for them. I've done analyses of clocks that are anywhere from completely correct, 1 second off. I've done analyses of clocks that are 25 years apart. So it's a wide range of possibilities.
I understand your point.
Yeah.
If you see, as an analyst, a 45-second variance or 30-second variance, that wouldn't shock you, would it?
No amount of variance would shock me, is the answer.
I want to ask you questions and go through your PowerPoint. And I want to ask you your specific opinions and how you arrived at certain claims that you've made.
Sure.
Okay? If we could put up Mr. DeSorva's new PowerPoint, 52525. You've made a modification to your PowerPoint?
Yes.
You've made an amendment to your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So there was something that happened, you received new information or new data, and you updated or changed your PowerPoint.
I did.
And that's an appropriate thing to do when you receive new information, isn't it?
Yes.
If you have new data, you don't want to leave it behind. You want to make the best presentation with the best data you can.
I'd want my presentation of the data to be as accurate as possible, so I included all the data.
And you would expect that from any expert, wouldn't you? If they received new information or analyzed new data and it was important, it would be an appropriate best practice to update the PowerPoint or information they're providing, wouldn't it?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Generally, as experts, we do work that our clients ask us to do. So if we're asked to do it, we do it. If our clients say, hey, don't do that, then we don't do it.
Well, you like the phrase best practice on direct, so I'm just wondering if I can borrow that phrase.
Sustain.
Now, this is taken from Dr. Welcher's report.
Yes.
And again, you did no testing whatsoever. You just read
I did
the report.
not.
Did you read all of Dr. Welcher's data, the gigabytes and gigabytes of data? Did you go through it all?
Not every slide. No.
And so when you are making assumptions on what he thought or how he analyzed, you're just guessing.
I am looking at what Dr. Welcher put in his trial presentation, and my assumption that's baked in there is that he's going to stand behind the things he says in a presentation, so I'm taking them at face value, but as being correct.
It's not a matter
I'm
of
not guessing.
It's not a matter if he's going to stand behind it. You don't know why he put something in here. You just see it on the paper. You don't know what his thought process was, did you?
To an extent, yes, because I understand how the exemplar testing by Aperture laid the foundation to align the key-on events in the infotainment to the Lexus VCH events.
When Dr. Welcher made his PowerPoint, do you know whether or not he was relying on 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, stamp 154, as the end of the event as opposed to the beginning of the three-point turn, 1162-1?
Based on the math he uses, that's the implication. He puts a number on the screen that the only way you could reach that number is by making that assumption. So when I looked at the math, yes, that assumption seems baked into the math he did.
So this seems like it's baked in that he was assuming 154 on John O'Keefe's phone was the end of the three-point turn.
Not on this slide, on a later slide, but yes.
Okay. And you said that variances, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, they're very common when you're comparing two different devices, right?
Yes.
Okay. Turn to the next page, please. You point out 2 times for the jury, the Lexus event 1162-2 ends 12:31:43, right?
Yes.
And that's based on the clock in the infotainment system.
That time is based on 2 things, the clock in the infotainment unit and the cumulative key-on timer in the text stream data. So it's a combination of 2 values.
Which is the running clock.
Correct.
Right. And that is compared or contrasted or coordinated with the log on off time that was found on the SD card. Yes?
Yes.
And without that SD card, we wouldn't have that time now, would we?
Correct.
Okay. 12:32:09 isn't something you analyzed, but you just read in a report that that is information from Ian Whiffen suggesting or taking the position that was the last user interaction John O'Keefe had with his cell phone, 12:32:09.
That's how I understand it. There was a phone lock at 12:32:09. I did not look into the underlying reports from where that came.
And you know those are 2 different devices, 2 different clocks that will have a variance.
Yes.
You mentioned trigger event, and you said that your preference is to, when you're doing times, to point it from the actual trigger event, and there was a little slap for emphasis to target you on that, right? The trigger event. That's not a standard practice or a protocol that is supported by any type of literature, is it?
It's the methodology I teach especially in the class I teach on the analysis of heavy vehicle data. We have the exact same problem with heavy vehicles. They all have clocks on them. And so, in fact, I do a lot of clock adjustment on heavy vehicles relative to other sources. And the way I teach it, the way I'm not the only instructor, collectively, the way we all teach it is we generally start the analysis at the trigger, which is not to suggest you have to do that. It's not wrong to do it a different way, but that would be let's call it the default methodology.
The default methodology, do you have any professional literature that says that is the best time to start the analysis?
Not literature. I mean, that's sort of my opinion, because that introduces the least amount of variables. Once you start trying to align events off of subsequent times, you just introduce more addition and subtraction or math you have to do. So it's easiest to do T0 and align everything from there.
If you're lining up the end of one event with the end of another event, it's more coordinated than if you take it from different spots, isn't it?
That could be a scenario where then you wouldn't use it. Right. Like I said, it's not the only way, but it's the default way.
I don't disrespect your method, but there are other ways to do it that are just as legitimate as the trigger now.
Absolutely. And that's why I didn't change the convention here. I used their convention,
so you're
apertures.
Not suggesting that Mr. Burgess was being misleading by choosing the endpoint when he pronounced that's exactly the point he was considering, are you?
No.
And so the word cherry picking, you're not saying he was cherry picking, are you?
I don't remember the context in which I used the word cherry picking, but I don't think it was with respect to a trigger alignment.
So there's no legitimate professional basis of suggesting your way is better or worse than going from the front or the end of the event?
No.
So you're not offering criticism on that? So just so I understand.
Not criticism. I pointed out that it's not typical, and I pointed out not even to say specifically that it's not typical, because even that, to your point, might sound critical. I just want to be clear that I adopted their convention. It's not the way I would have done it, but I kept that convention consistent in my analysis, so I wasn't changing in the middle, trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. So if someone's looking end to end, you're not going to add 5 seconds. It's if someone went from middle to end.
Could you give me that?
Yeah, you were suggesting those questions about, well, since you're looking at the end instead of the middle, then you got to add another 5 seconds on. That's not really an accurate analysis if you're looking at a comparison from end to end. You wouldn't then add the 5 seconds at the time of the trigger because you're starting at the end from both devices. Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it if you can answer it in that form.
It's going to depend on if you're doing an alignment with something that is a range of values, then you have to be consistent on where you're doing it. If you're doing discrete points, then that's just a single point in time. There's no beginning or end. It's just a single second. So the best answer I can kind of give is it depends on what you're doing.
Well, in this case, they were basing it off the end of the event, the end, not trigger, the end, comparing it comparatively to the end of a different device. So you wouldn't just add 5 seconds just for the heck of it.
You would not add 5 seconds for the heck of it.
You see 12:32:09 minus 12:31:43, the middle line, equals 26 seconds. Isn't that in Dr. Welcher's slides before, let me phrase it more cleanly, before Shannon Burgess analyzed the data more closely on May 8th, in his May 8th report? Isn't this the exact difference in time that Dr. Welcher cites in his PowerPoint, 26 seconds?
I'll sustain it in that form.
Did you see, when you reviewed reports, that Dr. Welcher uses this exact number, plus 26 seconds in his report?
I got the number from the PowerPoint.
I'm sorry,
not the report, but that is all of the numbers here on this slide are from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. And on the previous slide, I show that. So these are all just copied straight from that.
And you've labeled this John's interaction window.
I did.
Okay. Interaction window. Do you think it might be confusing when you use interaction window to make it seem like the event was limited to 10 seconds?
No, and that's not the implication there at all.
That's not what you're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
If I can clarify what I mean by interaction window is that there's
Please do.
a range of times that we end up with when we start running these adjustments. So we never land on a singular point of alignment. We end up, like I showed at the end, with 30 points. That's the window that I'm talking about. That's the window that I mean.
So if we could put up page 33 from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, just to illustrate what you're trying to help us with. Why can I a little for me? So this represents, you've seen this, right?
It looks familiar, like it's from one of his slides. And if I've seen it, I did not spend a lot of time digging into it.
Does this look like the 10 seconds of data that would be captured from a triggering event in a text stream data? Judge.
I want to see you at sidebar.
Abandon you, did you? I'm here. I got my towel lunch. I can't eat it yet. That's why you hear me breathing. I had to go downstairs, oh, goodness, and get my cheeseburger, and then I saw the sidebar happen, and I was like, I'm not going to abandon the towel, friends. So I sprinted. Hold on. I was listening to the stream downstairs. Oh, gotta breathe. Yeah, well, today I'm having a special healthy towel cheeseburger. The person who remembers the towel cheeseburger that was bigger than my head, I'm about to eat one of those. I haven't eaten all day. Murder by Maestro, I know. Forensic RN, traveling nurse. I know you all are going to be disappointed. All I ate was some trail mix, and I think I've maybe had 300 calories today, an energy drink, and I drank some electrolytes. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry, I'm going to eat. Hopefully we don't go to lunch right at 1 p.m. Little towel needs... I end up talking more than court is in session these days, I feel. Oh, goodness. I am an exhausted little towel, but we're here. I have a cheeseburger. I am a towel. You are... No holistic psychology. It wasn't that. It was that I was preparing my cheeseburger and I saw the sidebar happen. So I wouldn't say I slowly descended the stairs. I sprinted up the stairs, and that was a lot for little towel. But that's all right. We should be out of sidebar any second now here, little ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully this doesn't go on for too long. Don't they realize little towel just wants to eat his cheeseburger? Haven't you all ever been covering a case and want to eat your cheeseburger, but there's a sidebar? I refuse to abandon the little towels. Listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. I am a man who's dedicated to his principles. And although I have a wonderful thing of rice and towel cheeseburger right here ready for me, I am committed to my craft, ladies and gentlemen. I am committed to cheeseburgers. I am committed to being a towel. I am committed to swimming like a floating towel fish. But ladies and gentlemen, I am not a communist. Thank you all. I'm going to eat my cheeseburger, I promise. We just got to wait for this sidebar to end. And also, I just want to reiterate, I am not a communist. People are going to be like, why does he keep saying that? Well, let me explain to you. There's a meme in The Simpsons where Grandpa Simpson is like, my son is a lot of things, but he is not a communist. Now, I am a lot of things. I might be a towel. I might be a man who likes cheeseburgers. I might want to breathe. Yes, absolutely. No, I'm not going to lose it. Courtney Myers, if anything, I think my heavy breathing was more just an opportunity for me to pantomime exasperation. Because I am enjoying... By the way, I'm eating my towel french fries, so there you go. We are grown and can handle a little time out. Yes, holistic psychology. It's not about that. I think it's that I was quiet for a while there listening to Hank Brennan do his cross. And so I had all these towel thoughts bubbling up. A cheeseburger in towel paradise. I had all these towel thoughts bubbling up. And then all of a sudden there was a sidebar. Thank you, Paula. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled that I have people on board. Oh, the sidebar's ending. Ladies and gentlemen, Towel's about to get to eat his lunch. If you're excited for Towel, put a cheeseburger in the chat. We're about to go back into session. Cheeseburgers in the chat. I tell you, cheeseburgers in Towel Paradise. Cheeseburger. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, cheeseburgers in the Towel chat. We should be back into session for more of this glorious Hank Brennan cross in just a few seconds. Ready your towels. I'm a towel. Court is now in session. Cheeseburgers. I have spoken too soon. We are not back in session, but I'm eating a cheeseburger. I just want to tell you, this cheeseburger is bigger than my head. And look at all the cheeseburgers in the chat. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, it's raining cheeseburgers in the chat. It has been a consistent wall. I'm going to have a great day. God bless you all. This cheeseburger is because of you all, and Towel appreciates every single one of you. Yeah, Karen's very upset. Oh, are we going to lunch? No. Why do you hate me, Judge Canoni? Why? Why must you torment little Towel?
So, jurors, we're going to release you for the luncheon break.
What? Luncheon break.
Along here to make sure that we could give you a nice full hour luncheon break. So we'll see you back here in an hour.
Mr. Rice, for the jury.
Did we hear how long the lunch break is? I was plugging my headphones. I heard it was a cold power lunch. Hold on. What's going on? All right, we're going to lunch. Somebody left the mic on, though. Wait, stay here. Wait. Okay, we're done. We're going to lunch. Oh, come on. I want to eat my cheeseburger. Why does everybody hate me? The world hates Little Towel. They just want Little Towel to never get to do anything but sit in this chair. Towel loves her Towel friends, though. It's not your fault, obviously, Towel friends. We love watching court together. I just there would just be a little bit of Towel time for a break. Look at my Towel cheeseburger, and I got it medium. I asked for medium rare, but it came medium. It's delicious. It's bigger than my head. I will tell you, folks, that was a good Towel cheeseburger right there. That is a good Towel cheeseburger. And if you've ever wondered, is Towel a man who likes his cheeseburgers? Yes, absolutely. I am a man who likes my cheeseburgers. No, well, yeah, I'm going to take a break. Don't worry. We're going to watch some things. I have some clip editing to do. I got to make this glorious clip of Alan Jackson being a non-towel. So let's do that together. I also got some rice, and I was putting some seasoning on the rice. I also got some little grated cheese that I put on my rice. It's delicious. If you've never eaten grated cheese on rice, you're not like as a burrito, but just literally as grated cheese on rice, you're missing out. All right, give me 1 second. I have to listen to this clip and then determine if I have to edit it more, if we're going to use it in this form, and I can't play it for you yet because it's not worth it to bring it up on the XSplit screen until I finish editing it, so give me 1 second. And I'm going to include me laughing at Alan Jackson in the clip because it's hilarious. Oh, goodness. Oh, you should get a burger, Rob Cato. We're thinking of, obviously no one has actually approached Towel, but we're thinking about why 7-Eleven should sponsor Little Towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, either 7-Eleven or Burger King or whoever. And if you live near Canton, by the way, in southeastern Mass, consider going to D&E Pizza in Canton. Also, folks, did you know if you want to help some of the witnesses in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, listen to this. Let's do a special towel lunch thing. Did you all know, instead of supporting Little Towel, let's find a way to pay it forward? I got this. Oh, by the way, special super towel hugs to Courtney Myers, who literally came through with one of the greatest super chats of all time. Towel gives special hugs to Super Towel Courtney. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be helpful, have you ever thought, I think it would be great if I could find a way to help some of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial witnesses? Oh, folks, I have a way for you to do it. Did you know? Yeah, it's an hour. Oh, goodness. Oh, thanks, Steph Otter. All right, we're going to watch a lot of Karen clips then because I got some raw files. But listen, folks, do you want to help out today? Did you know can someone, if you could, post this in the chat? Could someone post the phone number for D&E Pizza in Canton? If you guys want to pay forward, if you really want to help out a local business, we talk a lot about this case supporting each other. Let's do a small act of service today. If someone, I'll try to find it if someone can't. All right? Make sure you have your credit card or your debit card, whatever, out. You can say to D&E, I would like to donate a meal to a local charity, local first responders, whatever it may be. All right? So you just give D&E a call, D&E Pizza in Canton. It's owned by Chris Albert. Now, we're doing this just as an act of service. It's not for anything. It's not any purpose. And you're not just helping D&E. When you call up D&E, folks, there's the number. It's getting posted in the chat. Listen, if you call up and you do this, please tell us in the chat because they will be so grateful. You call up that number that was just posted, 781-828, and you can see this is for a good purpose, 1487. When you call up that number, you say, I'd like to make a donation to a local nonprofit or to the police or whoever they want to donate it to. I'd like to put money into a fund so that meals can be sent to a local nonprofit or organization in Canton in need. Folks, they will take your order. They'll put it into a fund, and they have this fund set up. They'll be so grateful you called. And if you want to tell them, by the way, we are friends of Towel, and we love and support D&E Pizza. They will love it. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, I would love to hear as we spend an hour together what that is like. If any of you do call, please make sure this is about way more than Towel Stream now. If you call and you talk to D&E Pizza and you make a donation to the local nonprofit or fund for first responders or whoever they're going to do the lunches for, I think it's based on who calls and who needs them. Give a call to D&E Pizza, folks. Yes, absolutely. Be nice in chat and follow Super Towel Dewdrops. So, but yes, folks, I'm going to pin this. I'm going to pin this comment. Thank you, Metro West Granite. Please, folks, as Towel eats his pizza, let's look for a way to do a small act of kindness. Oh, Little Towels. All right, now. What are we going to do? I got to make this clip, so you're going to hear audio over your screen for your feed for a second while I edit the clip. So just listen to it with me, then we'll watch it when I'm done.
Aperture's reports.
That's correct. I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself. All of the methods that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
Based on your analysis of the Aperture, or your review of the Aperture analysis, is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the text stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
All right, hold on.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the text stream event?
Okay. Sustain.
Of the 30, what's the percentage?
Oh, so that's where it starts. All right, hold on. I got to edit it. Yes, I know we have some people who in the poll are voting that they have switched sides from FKR. 2%. Most people think Hank Brennan's Cross is amazing. 2% have switched sides from FKR. They think Hank is that good, ladies and gentlemen. Now, stay here for a sec. I got to do a little bit of editing. Then we can watch the moment that Alan Jackson just looked very silly on Cross asking about percentages. Hold on one second.
Of possible 30 Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the text stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
That's sustained. Yeah, it's sustained and it's stricken.
What percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sustained.
Sidebar.
If I told you hypothetically.
I'm going to see you side by.
Please do basic math for me. Objection. I laughed so much during that. That was great. Little Towel laughing is great. Henry is on lunch, and also it stands for high earner, not yet rich, apparently. So yeah, that was hilarious, folks. And now I just have to save this, and then I can upload it, and we can watch it together on the Twitter. And then we can watch Hank Brennan's entire cross. If you missed it, folks, that was great. Anybody just want to watch Hank Brennan's cross again? I do. I mean, we have a whole hour. And also, apparently, Little Towel is getting very warm. So stay here, Little Towels. I'm going to do my Little Towel thing here. Oh, no. Well, I dropped my water bottle. Oh, I got to get a better side table. All right, here we go, Little Towels. I'm rendering the clip for you. I'm being a Little Towel. We are going to laugh at Alan Jackson together. And I am drinking electrolytes. I got the 7-Eleven brand. All right, you get some lunch, sis. Everybody, folks, gather yourself, Little Towels. We're going to be back in session at 2 p.m. Eastern, so just over 55 minutes from now. I am generating a Little Towel clip that we're going to watch together. Everybody enjoy their lunches. Everybody get Hank Brennan's back for more cross when we get back, and we may even see Hank get to cross Brocky Lofgren. Oh, that would be great. Let me see the clip I made.
Of the 30, what's the percentage?
Love it. I love it. Oh, goodness, Little Towels. Oh, Little Towels, you are all wonderful. Can you believe I was having a day, and I said to myself, Grant, there are just some times in life when we have to realize not all of us are going to always climb trees. Some of us are little fishies, little towel fish, who are fated to swim in a pond and float. And ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing that means as much to me as the opportunity to stay with you all today during the recesses, during the lunch, and be reminded that I am a little towel fish meant to swim free. No, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not meant to climb up anyone's specific tree and build a tree house. That is wonderful. I think it is a virtue. It is incredibly important. But I, ladies and gentlemen, am a towel who is meant to simply be judged by his ability to swim around like a floating towel fish and spread the gospel of towel to people. Yes, if I could walk in a towel robe around the countryside and say it to people, we shall loveth each other, ladies and gentlemen. We shall engage in small acts of service and kindness, and we shall comfort each other in times of sadness. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I would be living up to my towel eudaimonia, or my towel summum bonum, as would be said, ladies and gentlemen, in the ancient Greek or the Latin, respectively. All right. Sorry, I burped. I'm eating a towel cheeseburger. All right, I gotta do this, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. All right, here we go. Ready for this? Here it is. The moment that Alan Jackson tried to ask a witness about a basic math equation on direct in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial, only to be shot down and left walking with his tail between his legs to sidebar. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was glorious. It was so glorious. I want to bathe in the moment. Oh, if you could only bathe in a moment, ladies and gentlemen, that would have been it of the direct. Also, I did see, folks, that people do want to watch Hank Brennan's Cross. We are going to get caught up. I'm going to eat some towel lunch while we do that. But ladies and gentlemen, get ready, because this AJ math clip is so hilarious. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen, and I almost have it ready to play for you. Hank Brennan on Cross is glorious. He is a glorious towel, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, just glorious. All right, we're going to listen to it one more time. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Got to fix the audio.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the text stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage of it? You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes.
Is that 10%?
You said it's 3 out of 30. Is that 10%?
That is
10%. Hold on. Alan Jackson. I have to just put transcript below because the transcript is just so epic. Alan Jackson. Oh, wait, hold on. Alan Jackson, you said it's 3 out of 30. Is that 10%?
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes.
Is that 10%?
That is 10%.
What percentage is 3? Just do basic.
Hold on. I got to pause it to get the exact transcript.
That is 10%.
This is hilarious.
What percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
What? How? That was not a great question.
What percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sidebar.
If I told you hypothetically.
I'm going to see you sidebar.
Please do basic math for me. Objection. A sidebar. That was hilarious. Oh my goodness. I'm a towel. Please do basic math for me. Objection. Sidebar. Please do basic math for me. Objection. Is 3 10% of 30? Objection. Sidebar. Please do basic math for me. What is 3 10% of 30? Objection. Sustained. What percent of 30 is 3? Objection. Sustained. Hypothetically, could you do basic math for me? Sidebar. Oh my goodness, that's just, it's absurd. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if I'm still a towel. I may identify as an interaction window now. That was so funny. I got the video for you. You want to see the actual video of the moment? It took me a second to get it done. Oh, Little Towels, that was absolutely hilarious. I am so glad. Wasn't that hilarious, Little Towels? Wasn't that hilarious? Hold on, I'm going to get rid of this poll. I'm not getting rid of the poll. I just wanted to not take up all the screen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was hilarious. I'm a Little Towel, and I even have this for us to watch now because I am such an effective towel. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. You ready for it? Look at the towel clip. Here it is. Hold on, I got to refresh this page. Give it a second. I'm also going to eat my cheeseburger. And who wants to watch Alan Jackson, Hank Brennan again on Cross? It was glorious right from the jump. If you missed it, oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it was everything you could have wanted and more. Everything you could have wanted is more. Here's the moment. Here it is. Oh, it was glorious. Glorious, I tell you.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the text stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
That's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes.
Is that 10%?
That is 10%.
They're sustained and restricted.
What percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sidebar.
If I told you hypothetically.
That was great. That was great, friends, in so many ways. Now, I want to watch Hank Brennan's full cross here, so give me 1 second. I got to let the tell YouTube do its thing. It's got to load up. Your comments are frozen, so we got to give it a little time here. But we're in lunch until 2 p.m. if you're just tuning in, so we got about 45 more minutes together. Little Towel is so pleased to be with you. We're going to watch Hank's cross. I know everybody's excited for it, so give me 1 second here, Little Towels. It's not you. I'm just reloading Hank Brennan's epic cross. And while we do that, you want to see some of the exhibits? By the way, do you want to know how many views we're at on the Towel stream? Oh, look at that, friends. We're beating out Fox 25. They're only at 10.9 on the X. We're at 11.6. We are a news network. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are bigger than Boston 25. Just us as towels. Oh, it is a glorious day to be a towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at that. 11.6 to 10.9. We're 5 times the size of Al Jazeera Arabic. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what a day to be a towel. And you just stay right there, Little Towels, as I get this refreshed here. We are going to get your towel comments going again. We are going to watch Hank Brennan's cross. All 12,000 of you, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh, goodness, almost 12. We literally have broken the towel. You can see it on your Chrome there in the top right. The order is group towel 11.6 thousand on X. Boston 25, 10.9. And then the other channels are like 2.5 and 1.5. A lot of channels are splitting their views by streaming it across multiple channels. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, by far and away, it looks like one of the biggest channels on X streaming the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Oh, not about Little Towel. I just can't believe it. 12,000 at 1 o'clock. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. People are interested in towel analysis. They want to hang out with the towel friends. They want to read your comments up on the screen. Oh, and Little Towels, just give me 1 second here because we missed, I'd say, about 2 minutes of comments. So as Little Towel gets your comments reloaded and as we get ready to watch the beautiful cross from Hank Brennan. Oh, it was glorious, ladies and gentlemen. It was glorious. There were so many moments I couldn't even take all the timestamps down. I have to scroll up a little bit here, ladies and gentlemen, in Little Towels. So we're going to go back. This is as many comments as I could get back in the back scroll before. Oh, cheeseburger emojis in the chat. Hearts in the chat for Little Towel. Oh, look at all you wonderful towels. I'm not going to let one of these comments not have gone up on the screen. Lynn Hennis, it's so great to see you. Super Towel hugs to you, dear friend. Oh, I am doing good, by the way. I want to let you know I had a cheeseburger today. I am doing a Super Towel laugh. I'm having a good day. We're being a Little Towel. Someone earlier was like, Grant, you might be a little out of shape if it's hard for you to run up the stairs. Yes, that's probably true. Towel's physical condition is not great. But I'm here with you. My brain is working, and I love all you Little Towels so much. Turtle Boy tried to get into court today. I think he was like waiting for someone else to leave. Like he wasn't guaranteed a seat, so good luck for him. Hi, Lisa. I am a Super Towel. And yeah, I don't even think Turtle Boy is on the list for next week. He's on the alternate list, but that doesn't guarantee him a spot. I wonder if all the other outlets are going to go next week. That would be funny. Like News Nation and whatever, just so Turtle Boy can't get in. John DePetro, the Super Towel himself, is in court. Yes, and court is back at 2. Ladies and gentlemen, well, first of all, thank you, Angela Powell. I can't believe the Little Towels, if you didn't hear, ladies and gentlemen, Earlier today, we saw it up on the screen. It's gone now. But Little Towel had broken the record, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Little Towel was the biggest stream, the biggest thing going on the Towel. You actually, hold on. I don't know if I actually showed it to you. Let me bring it up for you now. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Look at what's about to come up on your screen because I had the wrong Google window open. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading towards 12,000 now. Oh, goodness. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Do you see that? Let me zoom in for you. Folks, all you towels around the world, I think we've actually done it. We have created a movement. I just want to show you this, Little Towels. Let us zoom in. Let's take a look. Oh, God bless you, Little Towels. Look at this. Hold on one second. I'm going to make the text as big as I can for you. Little Towels, this isn't just an accomplishment for Little Towel. This means so much to me to have you all here for this moment. Look at this. Oh, Little Towels, hold on. I might have to make it a little bit larger to show the full text. Look at this, Little Towels. Look at how we are doing. We are one of the #1 streams on X by far and away for people watching. Oh, Shauna, God bless you. But look at that. God bless you. I do my very best. And sometimes we have a little downtime, but we do a lot of analysis. We're making live clips. Look at this, friends. I don't know if I think we can see the numbers now. There it is, 11.9K, going up on 12K for Towel Stream, 11K for Boston 25. 2.7K for Al Jazeera Arabic Breaking, a world news service. And then our friend Jen Coffindaffer down there with 2.7K. You do you, Jen Coffindaffer. The towels support you. I don't exactly support your friends per se. And then I think we got John DePetro Show coming in at number 5 with 1.4K. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Towel Stream has arrived. We are a Towel News Network. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, we have done it. We've broken on through to that other side. We are one of the biggest shows that's around, ladies and gentlemen, at least on this list. God bless so many of you. It is great to see Little Towel Stream competing with the big boys and girls and towels. And ladies and gentlemen, did we get to 12K? Let's refresh it one more time. Did we get to the 12K marker? I think we might just have done it, ladies and gentlemen. Did we pull it off? Come on, load up for us, Little Towels. 12.1. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at that. New towel friends joining on for the lunch stream. We are just going to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. The strength of the Towel Stream is strong. God bless the towel friends on YouTube. God bless the towel friends on X. We're glad to have you with us. And you know what we're going to do. 12,000 friends on the X. Over a couple hundred. Oh, goodness. 200 plus on the YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, Towel loves the doors. Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. We will break on through to that other side. Van Morrison, the arrest in Hartford. Absolutely legendary picture, ladies and gentlemen. Back when obscenity used to actually be a criminal offense in the United States. Banned in Boston, they would say, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, here we go. We are going to get your towel. And I'm a rider on the storm. You know what I'm saying, dear, who like the door reference. LL Connections, I am a true rider on the storm. There's a storm, I'll ride on it. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. Who's ready to watch Hank Brennan's cross while we wait for the return from lunch? I know you are all ready. Hank Brennan stood up there and hit a home run. Every sense of the term, ladies and gentlemen, Little Towels. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I know you're excited for this one. Oh, yeah, it was right when we returned from break. We literally crescendoed back from the morning recess with the Hankinator himself. Oh, who other than WB Hank? That's what we'll call him, ladies and gentlemen, the Hankinator. Oh, goodness, you don't want to go up against the Hankinator. I'll tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to go up against the Hankinator. The Hankinator knows what he's doing, ladies and gentlemen, and he came through. He hit a home run and a half. I'll tell you, we had a 40-minute recess. By the way, we didn't start court. We had an oral argument. Karen Reed lost her motion for a directed verdict of not guilty. Then, ladies and gentlemen, I do think Karen probably did scream at her team. I wouldn't be surprised, Tom Grist. But then Nevercracker's good. I think they know Kate Peter, though, because they like tolerate me, but they don't exactly love me. But Nevercracker's cool. But ladies and gentlemen, listen, Hank Brennan came up on cross, and he just absolutely hit it out of the park. But let me tell you, he started the day. Karen lost her motion for a directed verdict after like 30 minutes of oral argument. Court didn't start till 9:50. Alan Jackson was done with his direct by 11:20. Then we were in recess till 12 o'clock. Then we got back from recess and Hank Brennan went up on direct. Then on cross. Hank Brennan didn't finish his cross. Alan Jackson was obviously on direct, this the first defense witness. Hank Brennan didn't even finish his cross, but we only were in session for like 40 minutes or an hour, and then we went right to lunch. So here you go. If you've ever you want to see the moment Hank Brennan started his cross, I'm telling you right now, this was one of the greatest things you've ever seen in your entire life. Ready your towels, sit down with your towel friends, get your glass of Chardonnay, get your glass of tea, get your lunches, get your cheeseburgers, settle around the towel campfire, get cozy, and let's watch Hank Brennan do his work. As my chair squeaks.
Brennan. And Mr. DeSober, I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on. And the fans, it's a little stuffy in here, so if you just speak directly into the microphone, that would be great.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Miss Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022? Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022 or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify what you meant? Yeah.
You are not suggesting to this jury that Miss Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before?
No.
Okay. You're just saying that there's no data on the text string to suggest a collision.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision.
Right. Text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data.
Correct.
Like sudden acceleration.
The only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on text stream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30% in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Yes. Now, I'm asking you.
I'm allowing this.
I'm asking you, if someone accelerated Miss Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator, 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers. There's a number of ways that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, is that, yeah.
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various. Toyota Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? Do you know the actual data on what percent?
Hello, towel friend. So hold on. I see what you're saying. Listen, it is not actually you. It is not Don't worry. You're not losing your mind. It's not that it's faint. It's that Hank Brennan was walking away from the mic, so it's a little imbalanced in that some is audible when Hank's near the mic, some is audible when the witness is talking. But I want to let you know it's not you. I understand it is not you. It's just not mic'd up right. So if Hank Brennan, so I know I'm not up on the screen, but if Hank Brennan walks away from the mic, which he does all the time, it's not that the audio is going down. I know. Listen, folks, so you have to understand you're going to want to use your closed captions because, yep, you can turn your you want to boost your volume all the way up on your device when Hank's talking, or you want to turn on your closed captions, click the YouTube settings, and blow the captions up to 300%. You'll see the words on the screen. The audio is coming through. It can even generate captions, but Hank is walking away from the microphone. So no matter what feed we use, ladies and gentlemen, no matter what feed we use, there's going to be audio issues though. Wait, hold on. There's no audio at all? That doesn't seem right. Hold on.
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point. No.
There is something different than the texturing data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would be abnormal for the EDR to register data based on
So listen, we can't, I understand it's a little bit hard to hear. No matter what feed we go to, even the people who boosted it, it's going to be very hard to hear when Hank Brennan walks away from the mic. You can turn your device audio up. You can put on captions, but it is going to be very hard to hear, okay? Oh, was there another interruption with TB and John DePetro? Hold on. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Thank you. Yep, Carol Jones. Yep, don't worry about it. It is just an issue with Hank Brennan walking away from the mic. It is not your fault. It is nobody's fault. Hank Brennan just likes to walk away from the microphone stand. Now, hold on. I'm hearing reports that John DePetro was interrupted by Turtle Boy. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We have reports. I say we have reports, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, look at that. Towels almost up to 13,000. We are outpacing the competition, Little Towels. So we're going to take a look at John DePetro's live. Hold on, Little Towels. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. How are we going to do this? What's the best way to do this? Okay, I got a plan. The first plan. Yep. It is Hank Brennan walking away from the mic, unfortunately. But I got a plan, Little Towels. I want to see if we can actually get the video of John DePetro being interrupted. We might have some breaking news here, Little Towels. Thank you to the Super Towels who pointed it out in chat. Let's take a look right here. We're going to want to take a look at John DePetro. There's John DePetro. John DePetro, 2.6 thousand views on YouTube. You keep it on the X. Oh, hold on.
Karen backed up. And as she said, Karen Reed's own words, I clipped him. At that moment, it's very...
Oh, they're trolling John DePetro in his stream. Oh, hold on there. It doesn't look like it was... Is that Eden? I'm not sure if there's an actual interaction. Hold on. Stay with Little Towel. I'm screening. We might do a pop-in to check John DePetro's live. So hold on, folks. Looks like Aiden Kearney was just standing with his back to John DePetro. Hold on, let's watch what happened.
He did.
While DePetro was doing his interview.
There's a real battle going on. But
you do the exact same. These friends
have two. We have two different
towns were named from what. I don't really know what else trafficking or what witness.
All right, hold on. We do have it. So give me 1 second here, folks. I'm going to bring this up for you. We just had an incident with Aiden Kearney and John DePetro. Hold on, I'm going to bring it up for you. Right now. It's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be this one. It might be that one. Yep, there it is, folks. So watch this right now. Check this out. I'm going to bring this up for you in full screen. Give me a second. All right, there we go. Let's see the moment. Aiden Kearney interrupted a broadcast involving John DePetro. Here we go, folks. Stay with Little Towel. Hello, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you missed it, it looks like we just had another run-in between Aidan Kearney and a journalist. Aidan Kearney is a blogger, obviously covering the Karen Read case, but it looks like Aidan Kearney has allegedly interrupted the broadcast of revered journalist John DePetro during lunchtime of the John O'Keefe and Karen Read trial. We're going to take a live look in and watch this interaction. Aidan Kearney is, of course, under court order to behave himself within 300 feet of courthouses in the Commonwealth, and the Registry of Deeds where Aidan is standing is a courthouse, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see what happened.
Folks, again, our legal expert attorney, Stephanie Murphy, is with us. And Stephanie, I'm also curious, we have two different stories in the news, and both have to do with video voyeurism. One is now this incident at URI, and then the other one is at Rhode Island College, and he had already been arrested of the hidden camera in the bathroom. If you could touch on this, and is this one of those cases or laws that people don't understand the serious nature of people engaged in this type of behavior?
I definitely don't think people really understand in this day and age. I think people think that videos and cameras are all over the place. So really, what's the difference between one video camera here or there? But when it comes to private places with a sense of security and stuff like that, it's a huge deal. It's a huge infringement on someone's rights. Bathrooms in colleges, public places, stuff like that. I mean, videotaping people when they're vulnerable and not knowing there's a video camera is a huge ordeal, and people need to realize that they can't be doing this.
Folks, now it's time for Murphy's Law. This is a story that attorney Stephanie Murphy has come across. And what do you have for us this week, Stephanie Murphy?
It's interesting that this week, about 8 people were arrested at the 6th District Court in Providence. On the 4th floor is all the criminal courtrooms, so they created quite a disturbance.
Yes.
And 8 people were arrested, charged with simple assault and disorderly conduct. But what's fascinating is 6 of those people were arrested on or near the courthouse and then being held as bail violators. So they were out on bail and started a fight or part of a fight at the 6th District Court. Which is all videotaped. They had a lot of sheriffs, police, everything like that. So I found it really interesting that 6 of the 8 people were bail violators, and now they not only do they have misdemeanor charges, but now they're facing bail revocation.
That is something that it is rare, only because to me the amount of police presence that they have inside of the courthouse. So again, folks, it's attorney Stephanie Murphy. Stephanie, great to talk to you. Sorry for somewhat of a little inconvenience, but we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great, John. Thank you.
All right, folks, there it is.
Fascinating.
Stephanie
Hold on, let's see if
Murphy
there's any more
right
interaction.
Here, actually, there we go. Of the courthouse, we want to.
Oh, he walked
As you've
away, huh?
seen so far, the defense.
He just gave up, but then I think they try to stand in the background. I feel like this is the kind of thing that could get Mr. Kearney in trouble. But anyway, that wasn't really much of a clip. It was more just Aidan being ridiculous. And listen, I don't even think he's bullying John DePetro. I think John DePetro has a bigger platform in a lot of ways than Aidan. He's more, I personally feel that way. That's my opinion. And so I can see why Aidan's intimidated by John DePetro, and he's basically trying to clout chase off him. That's why I'm not even going to clip it. Aidan wants people to be like, oh, John has a platform. Look, I'm near John. Give me a rub. I'm clout chasing off John. That's what I think Aidan's doing. So yeah, that's just sad. It's shameful. Like, he's floundering. Aidan's like, please pay attention to me. Do you want me to put on a clown wig and run around? Will you all pay attention to me then? What if I staple $1 bills to myself like Steve-O? Then will you pay attention to me? Oh, I'm Aidan Kearney. What if I do something else ridiculous? Oh, I know. I'll go find a SeaWorld billboard and I'll deface it. And it's like, okay, Aidan, Steve-O did it, okay, already. So, just give up. He's just a clout chaser, in my opinion. It's not even passive aggressive. It's literally clout chasing. That's what I mean. It's like Turtle Boy may be like, oh, I'm some little 4'11", whatever. I don't know Aidan's height. I think so. If I had to guesstimate, I'm 6'2". I think Aidan's somewhere between 4'8" and 5'4", maybe. I don't know. He could be tall. He could be. I don't know. I've never looked into it. But I'd put him somewhere around 4'10", maybe. So at least Steve-O is this tall, like hilarious, funny, rambunctious man. But Aiden's like, have you ever watched that show? What was it? It wasn't Looney Tunes. It was this kid show in the early 2000s where they like would have like historical figures like Benedict Arnold or whatever in like cartoon form. Aiden's like a cartoon version of Napoleon. You know, he thinks he's being intimidating, but really, like, he's at Trafalgar and the rest of the world is Lord Nelson, and they're just raining hell down on him. And Aiden's the only one who thinks he actually has any clout, in my opinion. But anyway, so Aiden's somewhere. He's like kind of short, and so what really Aiden's doing is more just being like, look, maybe if I jump up and swing, I can hit John DePetro's level of influence in the knees. He's a little turtle. He's got a little turtle syndrome, in my opinion. That's just my analysis. I think he's trying to just jump up and be like, John DePetro, give me some of your clout. I wish I had the amount of reach that you do, John DePetro. I'm a little turtle. That's what I think Aiden's like. That's my opinion. It might also be some satire. This is art, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. I am in a mood. Let's listen to a little bit more of Hank Brennan's Cross before we come back into session. We said 2 o'clock, right, ladies and gentlemen? I think we're at a full hour lunch. Yep. So much as a cold power lunch. That's a full lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Little turtle syndrome. I'm a little towel. Let's keep listening to Hank Brennan's Cross. With a little towel smirk.
A sideswipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it?
Objection. I'll allow it.
That would be abnormal to register that data into the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that, but I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the case.
You're saying it would meet that?
Would not.
Would not. Okay. And a sideswipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
When you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text stream, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit, and I think it depends on what you mean by event.
Exactly.
Because previously we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2, right, and the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the Aperture reports reference.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
Or anything before?
No, it does not.
The triggering event is spot in the middle, captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you would have to look elsewhere for evidence to know what might have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
Do you know at the end of this this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10-second of data?
No.
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
Okay. I want to just ask you some questions about your background and then leading into this case, if I could. You have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
That's correct.
You've worked for your company for some time.
Coming up on 13 years next month, correct?
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACTAR certified?
No.
What is ACTAR?
ACTAR is a body that basically offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions as an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction, it was data analysis.
Okay. You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
Then when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education that you've been through, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education.
Yes.
You focus, as part of your specialty, on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders?
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's something that not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
And that's something you are well skilled in, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
It is.
And you can do some things or many things in it, but oftentimes people specialize in parts of data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you, you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
There is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
Hold on, pause.
In general?
Pause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ready your towels. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, ready your towels. I have quite... I don't know if you are all ready for this. I don't know if I am ready for this. Ladies and gentlemen. First of all, Brian Lucky Lofgren is in the courthouse, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, we do honor Officer John O'Keefe. But yes, Brian Lucky Lofgren, ladies and gentlemen, is in the courthouse. Is he going to be the next witness? But listen, we have news from Bossy Texas Chick. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you've heard, but did you know we have a towel mascot? Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen, we have a towel mascot. Check out Bossy Texas Chick. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, even though she doesn't do it for the subscribers, we love Bossy Texas Chick. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Can you even contain yourself? Ladies and gentlemen, I heard rumors that we may have an official mascot for Towel Channel. There can be lots of mascots. Okay, so we're gonna say multiple people, multiple animals can be the mascot. People can be the mascot. Towels can be the mascot. You're a towel. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, we say a special thank you to Bossy Texas Chick for Bella. Apparently, Bella has risen into her final form. Bella is ready, ladies and gentlemen. Bella wants to be the mascot of Towel Channel. Oh, here it goes, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone ready your towels for Bella? Here we go, Bella. Does this have music? No, well, let's see. Here we go. We can't always play it if it has music, but hold on.
Hey everyone, Bossy Texas Chick here, and
oh, that was great. Hold on, one more time. Look at Bella. Look at Bella and Bossy Texas Chick. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, yes, I did find it, Bossy Texas Chick. Look at Bella, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's glorious. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. This might be so glorious as we wait to come back into session with Hank's Cross. This might be so glorious that we might actually have to do this. Are you ready for this, ladies and gentlemen? I want you to watch my super towel powers. I have the ability for us to do a zoomed in view, but we're going to call it the Bella Cam. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get to see the full video, and then I'm going to make a Bella Cam. I'm going to do a zoomed-in version just so we can look at Bella, because Bella deserves, if Karen gets a Karen Cam, we are giving Bella the Bella Cam, and I don't care what anyone says about it. We are going to watch more cross-examination later. We're going to have more to say at the recap. But ladies and gentlemen, if you can't watch Bella Cam, are you really living? Oh, I think Bella will absolutely get along with Chloe Dog in a wig. You can see Chloe already has her tongue out. She's thrilled to welcome Bella. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at Bella Cat. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, that is just the cutest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Look at, I'm going to make a little image there. We might even be able to get a Bella Cat emoji going. Don't you worry, little towels. Now let's watch the video.
Hey everyone, Bossy Texas Chick here, and here's Bella. She fell in love with the towel, and I just had to make a video of it, and Grant loved it, so we're gonna make her the mascot for the Grant Smith Ellis, sorry about that, show. What do you think about that? Hey Bella, you wanna be a mascot? Because you love towels, and you are a towel now? I'm not giving you... And Grant, please never change. We love your commentary and the way you run your show so much, from announcer to screaming to laughing to crying, doesn't matter. Don't change a thing. And love all the community members too, very much. It's really been a great place to be during this debacle. All right, Bella, take it away. I offered to make the video shorter, but he says you can't get enough of somebody loving a towel, so have at it.
Oh, Bella.
I promise you, I didn't put anything on that towel. She just, all of a sudden, I looked over at her and she was in love with the towel.
The towel, the universe knows. Oh, Bella, we love you. You are a... Hank is destroying the witness and Bella is a super towel.
This video is too long.
Oh, that was great. We enjoyed every minute of it, Bossy Texas Chick. Oh, God bless you. And watch this, Bossy Texas Chick. Watch the plan. I am the towel man with the plan, ladies and gentlemen. And we have a little bit of time here before the return to session. No, we can't leave it playing, but don't worry. Actually, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? We won't even have to have a second without Bella on the screen. I have a towel plan. I am a man with a towel plan. And you might be saying, sir, you seem to actually think you are a towel. Yes, I'm actually convinced that I am a towel. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, this man really enjoys what he does. He enjoys sitting in a chair, pretending he's a towel, and looking at videos of cats who also like towels. Yes, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think it's possible for anyone to look at a picture of that cat or that video of that cat and be like, no, I don't love that cat. Nope, it's illegal. Oh, look at that. Look who's joining the wall of towel friends. Hold on, I have a plan. I have a Bob Alessi. You are getting relegated up in the towel chart. You have had your moment in the sun. Hold on, we got to relegate that version of Bob Alessi upwards a little bit. Okay, that's a little bit too much Bob Alessi. Enough now, Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Nope, what are you doing? Hold on. Real-time video editing with towel. It gets a little spastic, but you know what? We're going to get it done. So watch this. So I'm going to grab Bob Alessi. I'm going to shrink him down a little bit. Then I'm going to grab Chewy and the koala. We love Chewy and the koala, actually. It's a therapy koala. So we're going to move him down. We're going to move the Batman up. Don't worry, Batman. That's Murder by Maestro's emo. No, you need Murder by Maestro. You just drop the super towel emoji. So we're going to move Bob Alessi with the rock up there. All right, very good. And then we're going to grab Chewy and the koala. We love Chewy and the koala very much. So we're going to grab them. We're going to grab Chewy and the koala right here. We're going to take Chewy and the koala. We're going to make him like that. And then watch this, ladies and gentlemen. I am the man with the towel plan. Okay, so then we're going to take Chloe. We're going to leave Chloe there, and then we're going to grab... Oh, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Bella and Chloe are now friends. They're going to hang out together. Chloe the dog in a wig and Bella the cat with bossy Texas chick. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, our wall of towel friends, it's becoming a mosaic. It is strong, ladies and gentlemen. Chloe dog is so pleased. She has a whole new friend, ladies and gentlemen. She gets to hang out, absolutely. And now we can get rid of this one, and then we can get ready for court to come back into session in just 10 minutes. Oh, little towels. We all love Bella the cat, and Bella the cat has found a place in our hearts. Oh, that was absolutely beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. And now, what are we going to look for? How about this, ladies and gentlemen? Is this the right one? I got it right. All right, let's continue to listen to Hank Brennan's Cross. It was really good. Turn your volume up if you need it. Bella is spreading towel love. Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. Now, are cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
No.
iPhones, are you a specialist in iPhones?
No.
Have you ever taken any specific training on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written any papers on mobile forensics?
No.
Hey, have you ever promoted yourself of having any type of subspecialty as an expert in mobile forensics?
Never.
In any of your continuing education, and you have a vast amount, have you ever taken any classes or seminars in mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever taken any class or study about variances between infotainment systems and mobile forensics?
Classes? No.
Have you ever attended any seminars on variances relative to mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever testified about variances in mobile forensics before you testified in this court today?
No.
Have you ever published anything to do with variances in mobile forensics?
No.
In this case, you had an opportunity to review a number of reports from Dr. Judd Welcher. Yes?
Yes.
And Mr. Shannon Burgess?
Correct.
In reviewing those reports, you've offered your opinions and analysis. Did you ever engage in actually any efforts or study in this case to obtain data?
Could you maybe clarify what specifically you're asking?
Yes. Did you ever yourself, not watch someone else do it, did you ever download or obtain data in this case?
No.
Did you ever test Miss Reed's car?
No.
Did you ever get an exemplar vehicle to run any tests?
I did not.
Did you ever do any actual testing in this case?
No.
And so your role is to look at other people's work and offer opinions and criticisms, basically.
And provide some clarity to the work, but generally, yes.
Clarity for who? Who asked you to provide clarity?
My clients in this case.
You what?
Mr. Jackson, my client.
Did you ever speak to me?
No.
As an expert, when you analyze data, whether you actively got it yourself or not, do you ever give an opinion in paper called a report? You ever write a report?
Yes.
And you've seen reports in this case that you've looked at, correct?
Correct.
A number of reports by Mr. Burgess.
Correct.
Report by Dr. Welcher.
Also correct.
Reports that you're critiquing, right?
Correct.
Did you see Ian Whiffin's reports?
I did not.
How about Jessica Hyde? Did you see her reports?
I did not.
You were asked to consider information from Mr. Whiffin's report.
No.
Well, you were asked to assume that the last user interaction on John O'Keefe's cell phone was 12/32/09.
That was stated in Dr. Welcher's report, so I started my analysis at that level.
So none of the information did you actually personally go and vet or analyze or make any determinations about. You're just critiquing written reports.
Correct.
Well,
Pause.
as an expert coming
Pause.
to court and testifying.
I think Brennan's like, what? You're just critiquing written reports, you did no testing? Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. It is a lemon. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it is Olive 19, who is a super towel. Olive 19 has a wonderful profile picture. Olive 19 is a wonderful soul. But ladies and gentlemen, it is a super towel lemon. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Waving with a heart to little towel. Could life get any better? Nope, ladies and gentlemen, it could not. And guess what? The Karen Cam just went live. We're going to be coming into session in just a few minutes here. Little towels. Ready your towels. Hank Brennan's leading the Towel Expeditionary Force with Commander Deaf Otter at the front and Super Towel Lemon with a heart making towel giggle along the front lines in a peaceful occupation of northern France, which shall be named Norman Towel. Oh, God bless you, all of 19, and God bless you, little towel lemon emoji. I want to have you in plushie form as part of my plushie collection, which I don't have, but I would like to have. Oh, God bless you, little towel lemon plushie. Towel gives you super little towel pats on your little lemon head. Oh, I love it. Oh, God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. It has been 55. Can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? Hank, you're a mega towel, says Modella Macy. Justice for John O'Keefe and family. Bless you. I agree. Ladies and gentlemen, this was Hank going easy on a witness. I agree. Hello, Claudia Montano. It's great to see you, dear friend. I love seeing all the towels in the chat. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was a glorious lunch break. Did we all have a good towel time? We had cheeseburger emojis. We had stories. We watched some of Hank's Brennan's Cross. But you know what we're going to do, little towels? We want to make sure we don't even miss 1 minute of court coming back into session. So that means we're going to pop over to the other towel screen. We can listen to more of Hank Brennan's Cross because he's about to restart his cross. So watch this. Oh no, don't worry, friends. We're going, oh no, I have to reset up all the Karen cams. How dare you? How dare you do that to Little Towel? Little Towel works so hard and they make, ladies and gentlemen, I work so hard and they pull me right back in. There we go, Karen cam set up. Now we got the different angle Karen cam. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's raining Karen cams. Oh, look at all the Karen cams getting activated. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's not raining men or towels. It's raining Karen cams. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you for being with me. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. And, oh, no, we cannot watch the fan. That is absolutely illegal. That is a violation of the Geneva-based Towel Convention. And you might be saying, Grant, there is no Geneva-based Towel Convention. Yes, there is. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man have come to save us from the fan. Look how happy they are. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. They are fluffy little Chewbaccas and Stay Puft Marshmallow Mans. Yes, they pull me back in, Malcolm Barrett. No matter how hard I try to get out, they pull me back in. It was actually me quoting Polly from The Sopranos, quoting The Godfather, which makes it metaphysical and even more hilarious. Oh, goodness. I can't wait for Hank Brennan to get back up on cross, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry the microphone has been low. It's not actually the microphone being low. Hank Brennan just has a proclivity as to walking away from the microphone. So we can't attach a microphone to Hank Brennan. He actually did this during his opening as well, much to the chagrin of a number of people, but it wasn't for the audience. He's doing it for the jury, and the jury can hear Mr. Brennan clearly, I promise you, ladies and gentlemen. But just to make it a little bit better for you, the best I can do, ladies and gentlemen, the best I can do is we can go into the subtitle settings, okay, and then watch this. Instead of 300%, we can do 400%, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, God bless America. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. 400%. We should be coming back into session. Hold on. I might have spoken too soon. I might have been being a towel. But I also have subtitles ready for you. We got the volume all the way up. We got everything boosted. We got the source ready. We got the Karen cam ready. You know what it means, ladies and gentlemen. The ponies are absolutely getting ready. They're lining up after their lunch. They graze down the park. The foals, the horse children, were down the park. We don't have Harvard Yard with us yet today. Maybe they did pop in and I missed them. But Harvard Yard, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. I think we got a lot going on, ladies and gentlemen. We got a lot going on. Just being nosy, give us an update. I'd love to hear. Was it the Nevercracker post? I'd love to hear what's going on. I'm a little towel, though. We should be returning back into session in just a few minutes. Did you meet Mr. Jackson at lunch? I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. I am for real. Did you go to lunch with that expert? I never meant to make you cry, Miss Jackson. I apologize 1 trillion times, but Hank Brennan is not apologizing. He is just raining hell down on the Karen Reed defense. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the ponies are lining up at the starting line. I am in horse racing announcer towel mode, and I think I'm saying more words per minute than most human beings say over the course of a few hours. Sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, I just have a lot to say. I want to express it. I want to let you all know about it, and I am willing to do so in a rapid-fire form. I think my syntactical precision is worthy of either commentating on the horses racing around a track, as I mentioned, perhaps auctioneering, perhaps reading radio disclaimers at the end of advertisements. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the things you can do with syntactical precision of the most rapid-fire nature. And I will also say, ladies and gentlemen, I sometimes like to speak this fast just to troll Murder by Maestro when he listens to this back on 5x. Did you know Murder by Maestro is a 1001 towel in binary, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, indeed. And I also think that the faster I can speak, the more information your brain is taking in, and thus the neuroplasticity of your brain will continue to expand, and you will in turn become more absorbent towels, thus able to engage in cogent and erudite public discourse, therein warding off the usurpation of our representative forms of government around the world. Do you see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? I have a schema. I have a plan. Oh, my goodness. It is elevate the process. the elevate the process says, I am a towel fish. I am a towel fish. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel fish. It's true. I've taken my true form. Listen, I can't try to climb towel trees. I would love to. Trees are wonderful. They're beautiful. They have wonderful souls. They make towel feel radiant. But I don't know how to climb up towel trees. I get very perplexed, and then I feel abandoned. And I'm like, oh, I'm heartbroken. But then I'm like, wait a minute. I'm not supposed to be climbing up trees. I am a towel fish that floats. Therefore, I should be swimming around in the towel, metaphorical towel ocean, and I should come up to other towel fish, and then I should empower them, and I should lecture them about morality, and then I should be known as the towel fish that wanders around in a robe preaching morality to people. Clearly, ladies and gentlemen, that is what I am destined to do. I've thought about this extensively. I am a towel fish in a robe. Oh, Murder by Maestro, hello. We were just talking about you. Oh, yeah, I don't go anywhere. Lunches are going to be, don't worry. Lunch is technically over, ladies and gentlemen, but they are late as always. The Karen Cam is on, though, so we should, ladies and gentlemen, be ready any second now. And Hank Brennan, if you're excited, Hank Brennan's going to get back up on his cross. Hank Brennan has been on fire. He was just decimating that witness. There were so many quotable moments, ladies and gentlemen. We may as well create a Hank Brennan-based quote book. Oh, goodness, his cross. Hank Brennan's crosses are wonderful. God bless you, Lynn Hennis. But Hank Brennan's crosses are wonderful. They're great to listen to. They're rapid fire. They're intelligent. They are like listening to Towel when he's excited about the horse racing announcer towel mode being activated. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get started for session. I hope you're ready. I'm ready. I'm a little towel. And we've determined, as I mentioned, that I am a little towel swimming in a big towel pond. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, one day little towel will stop swimming in the pond. But for now, Towel is not meant to climb trees, and he shouldn't judge himself by his ability to climb trees. And then I just get sad and confused. But it's okay. I have so many towel friends, and we will figure it out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Karen is a fish trying to climb a towel tree. Yeah, well, I might also be some kind of towel fish trying to climb a towel tree. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, and we just have to accept that. All of us figure things out in our own ways. Oh, goodness, I wouldn't doubt that Karen's stalking Towel's Twitter. Karen is a very compulsive person, in my opinion, who likes to read things about herself. And I write about Karen all the time. Not really because I'm writing about Karen, just because I have things to say. I'm a towel. Oh, Alana, Super Towel Alana. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't met Super Towel Alana, Super Towel, look at this lineup. Colleen Henry, Ange Whittick, Elevate the Process, Beach Snatch, Dewdrops, Alana. Oh, Amber Am. Ladies and gentlemen, get in here. Court's about to come back into session, and the most wonderful humans are here. Hi, Mike. I'm a towel. Get ready. Are we ready? The horses are lining up. The ponies, ladies and gentlemen, they're at the starting gate. We are back. They are
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Ms. Gilman, if we could turn to page 6 of Mr. DeSorga's amended PowerPoint presentation. Sir, I want to ask you about your opinions and inevitably some of the slides that you've presented to this jury regarding adjusting the clock in a time period of 3 seconds. You have given an opinion that there's a difference that you see in the reports between when the defendant's Lexus is powered on and the infotainment system begins, correct?
Yes.
There's a 3-second difference on the exemplar vehicle between when the power is turned on and then the screen lights up, the ignition, the infotainment system.
The 3 seconds I'm referring to is the timestamp in the data from the SD card. So I'm referring to the timestamp in the SD card. It seems that that's coupled to the screen, but I just want to make it clear I'm referencing the data from the SD card.
The data from the SD card correlates directly to the infotainment system itself.
The date does, yes.
Because the SD card is with the other chips part of the board that makes up the infotainment system.
Yes.
That infotainment system powers the screen that goes on after a user presses the button to start the vehicle.
Yes.
So the time that the infotainment system is registering is when the infotainment system goes on, not the power on event.
Correct.
So that 3 seconds that was tested with the exemplar vehicle between pressing the button to turn the car on and the time the infotainment system turns on, the infotainment system clock does not accommodate that 3 seconds.
Correct.
So when we're talking about time on infotainment system, we're talking about after the 3 seconds when the screen comes on.
Yes.
Okay. Now you've made some slides and you've made some assumptions suggesting that that 3 seconds should be added to your analysis. And I want to ask you about your analysis regarding the 3 seconds. If we could turn to page 7, please. If you could zoom in on the left side. Sir, you told us that you didn't do any testing or data vetting yourself. You simply relied on reading and reviewing Mr. Burgess's report and Mr. Welcher's report.
Correct.
And really, the information you're reviewing is Mr. Burgess's report. There's only a few references in Mr. Welcher's report where he cites Mr. Burgess's findings, correct?
Most of it is from Mr. Burgess's reports.
There's really nothing in any of Dr. Welcher's reports that you are considering that is not in Mr. Burgess's report.
The .154 alignment methodology, I think exclusively is in Dr. Welcher's and is not present in Mr. Burgess's.
Did you read both of Mr. Burgess's reports?
Yes.
You're not aware that Mr. Burgess talks about that timestamp in his reports?
He mentions it in the second report to say that he doesn't think, basically he doesn't think Dr. Welcher should have aligned it on that.
That is exactly not what he said. Where in the report, where in his report does he say that Dr. Welcher should not have relied on 154? Where does it say that in his report? I have it here. If you can give me the page, we will take a look at it.
I don't know the page, and I'm paraphrasing. By no means am I conveying that as I'm directly quoting it, but I remember that as something I read in there.
Well, I was careful in your affidavit not to paraphrase you, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
So when you just made that assumption or that suggestion characterizing Dr. Welcher's state of mind or thought process, is there anywhere in the report you can cite or show me where Dr. Welcher said that?
No.
Okay. When you read Mr. Burgess' report and you learned that he and others obtained an exemplar vehicle and did this testing, you have no other independent information to suggest that the power on, power off event and 3-second delay is inaccurate, do you?
I just want to make sure I heard you. Did you say accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate. I'm sorry, the fan's on. I'm trying to
I know,
shout.
that's the only reason I couldn't hear that. So can you state it one more time?
I'll rephrase it. When you reviewed Mr. Burgess's report and reviewed the information about his exemplar testing regarding the 3-second difference between turning on the car and the infotainment system going on, you have no other information that you looked at or studied that changes that analysis, do you?
No.
Now, when you are suggesting, could we shrink that and zoom on the right side, please? When you are suggesting that 3 seconds should be added to the time because of that 3-second gap, do you think maybe you made a mistake in considering it that way?
No.
Okay. The time that you're adding 3 seconds to is the infotainment time, the infotainment clock, correct?
Yes.
The infotainment clock begins when the infotainment system goes on. We just spoke about that, correct?
Right.
Which is 3 seconds after the power on event.
Correct.
So you're essentially double dipping. You're adding 3 seconds that has already been separated because it isn't reflected on the infotainment system. Isn't that true?
That's incorrect.
You believe that that 3 seconds between the power on and the infotainment system going on should be accommodated extra on top of it.
It's not that it's extra. It's because when we're talking about times here, we're pulling a time from the infotainment and we're marrying that with a key on timer from the vehicle control history. Those are separate systems. So if the vehicle control history had its own time, then what you're saying would be correct. We wouldn't account for any delays because then it's already baked into those numbers. But this is a very unique analysis. This is not something I've ever even seen, this type of analysis here where we're comparing a timestamp from an infotainment SD card to a VCH total time. And so the only way to reconcile those two is we have to align them. And the 3 seconds is the alignment between those because the VCH key on timer is going to start as soon as the vehicle is turned on. And that's the 3 seconds.
You've never seen this before.
I've never seen the approach taken here in this analysis by Aperture. That's what I meant by this. I'll clarify. I have not seen a timestamp from a key on event in a Lexus infotainment used in addition to the key on timer from that same Lexus.
You know Mr. Burgess actually looked at the data, not just the timestamp. He looked at the data. You understand that, don't you?
Sure.
You did not, did you?
Which data?
The data for the timestamp on the text stream data.
There is no timestamp on the text stream data, is my point. It's a derived value from the key on time, and then added to that is the elapsed time from the text stream. So they're separate.
Did you look at the data to make that determination that you're claiming right now? Did you actually look at the data?
Yes. Yeah.
You looked at the raw data?
I looked at, yes, the raw text stream data.
The raw text stream data from infotainment. Did you look at it?
I just don't want to mince it. The text stream data is an independent system from the infotainment, and you said from, so they're not.
Did you look at the infotainment raw data?
I did.
Okay. And did you find a timestamp on the infotainment raw data?
Yes.
Now, when you added 3 seconds, you were trying to, in addition to the infotainment data, you were adding on the 3 second delay that now you're saying might not even be accurate. Is that fair to say?
I don't think I've ever said it's not accurate. I said that in the exemplar testing, they documented this behavior of a 3-second delay. And that needs to be accounted for if you're going to correct the timestamps. However, the caveat I put on that was only with one exemplar vehicle. So it could be that this behavior, the 3 seconds, is unique to the exemplar and would not apply to other similar vehicles. And so that's why I did either nothing or the 3, because there's nothing to support something in between.
So you disagree that the clock stamp on the infotainment module begins the run. You believe that there's potentially 3 seconds before when the ignition goes on that should be added to that time.
I know from testing other Toyota systems that the key on timer happens almost at the identical time that the vehicle is turned on. That timer starts running basically immediately.
But on this case, you don't know anything firsthand because you didn't do the testing yourself.
I don't know if it would specifically apply to this Lexus. I know that from other Toyota testing, but not this specific Lexus.
I'm sorry, finish.
No, I'm clarifying. I do know that from other Toyota and VCH systems, that key on timer is basically simultaneous with the key on. I have not tested it on this, and I don't believe that it was tested by Aperture when they had it either. They didn't document the accuracy of the run timer in their exemplar, so we don't know.
Well, you don't know that they didn't document that.
To be fair, if they did, it was not in their reports.
Right. So in this case, you said cars are different, and that's why you're hesitant to accept the fact that there's a 3-second delay. It's a yes or no question.
I'm saying we don't know. Had Aperture done testing with a separate vehicle, then we could establish, is the 3 seconds the same, or is it unique? We don't know. The answer is we don't know.
And so when you are determining that 3-second variance, you don't have any assurance in your own mind whether or not this car, Ms. Reed's Lexus, has a 3-second variance. That's what you're trying to say.
That's correct, and that's why I run my calculations with and without it.
And the way you would determine that is to actually do testing or look at the data.
More testing, I think, is the only way that would be able to be determined.
Now, let's turn to slide 9. As part of your charts, could you enlarge left, please? As part of your charts, you took this chalk from Attorney Burgess's report, and you made some assumptions about this, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I applied the numbers in his third column to the times, so that's the extent of the analysis.
When you looked at the first 5 columns, 1:14, 13 a.m., 4:38, 16 a.m., 4:42:06 a.m., 4:45, 12 a.m., and 5:04, 28 a.m. You said on direct examination, oh boy. You said on direct examination that was matching infotainment to iPhone.
That's what it says on the chart, so that's probably what I said. I don't remember specifically, but that's what the chart says.
Is that your opinion, that those first 5 columns are matching infotainment to iPhone?
The chart says infotainment call timestamp in column 1. It says O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps in column 2, and then it says offset. So I'm taking that at face value.
You're basing your later charts on the predicate that these numbers, the first 5 columns, are infotainment compared to John O'Keefe's iPhone, aren't you?
Based on the chart, yes.
You didn't do any study on your own to determine the genesis of that information, did you?
I'm aware of the fact that these calls, the 5 you mentioned, were placed when the vehicle was in a keyed off state. I'm aware of that.
What I asked you specifically is, on those 5 columns, did you do any research or study to determine whether or not it was infotainment matched to John O'Keefe's iPhone or some other phone matched to John O'Keefe's iPhone? Did you do any independent study about that?
No.
Because in your ultimate conclusions and all the charts you've given to the jury and shown the jury, it relies on the conclusion that the first 5 columns are a comparison between infotainment clock and John Keith's iPhone. Isn't that fair to say?
That's exactly how the chart presents it, and that's how I present it.
Did you know that at 1:14:13 a.m. the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Did you know at 4:38:16 a.m. that the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
And did you know for 4:42:06, 4:45:12, 5:04:28, did you know that her Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Do you know that when you make phone calls, oh, by the way, do you know on those different times, the first 5 times, where that information is generated from?
Which column?
Left column, 1:14:13, all the way down to 5:04:28. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls. Do you know where that information came from?
It came from the SD card from the infotainment.
Do you know where the genesis, the beginning, the source of that information? That matters, right? The source?
It would.
It would. Do you know where it came from?
The assumption, the assumption is if the vehicle has a timestamp and the phone wasn't connected, it would have been synchronized after the fact. But that wasn't tested. And Aperture didn't do any of that testing in their work to look at the behavior of a timestamp in the infotainment when a phone is synchronized after the fact.
Blaming Aperture is not going to get you out of answering the question. Did you know?
Sustained. Sure.
Sidebar. Oh, that was rough. Repeating something is not going to get you out of the question, answering the question. Repeating X is not going to get you out of answering the question. And that was about 2:20, 1:20. All right, what was that? Let's listen to exactly what Hank Brennan said. Hold on.
Sustained.
Hold on.
In their work to look at the behavior of a timestamp in the infotainment when a phone is synchronized after the fact.
Blaming Aperture is not going to get you.
Blaming Aperture is not going to get you out of answering the question.
Do you know the genesis, the source
Now we're live.
of those 4 numbers?
Definitively no.
Your entire premise for your slides and values and ranges depends on knowing the genesis of those numbers, doesn't it?
I relied on Mr. Burgess's explanation that those times were synchronized after the fact.
Did you know that those are all phone calls from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
You did know that.
I know that they're phone calls
From who?
between. Sorry, can you maybe just state it more clearly? Because I'm not sure. I don't want to fumble through an answer if I don't understand the question. So,
Do you know where those calls came from? The source.
a phone.
Whose?
Miss Reed's phone.
Now, I know you're not an expert on mobile devices, but did you know when it's not a contemporaneous synchronization, when you plug your phone in, it's going to register on the infotainment system, but come from the phone? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know when someone plugs their phone in after they turn the car back on, how it synchronizes on the infotainment system?
I don't know if adjustments are made to those times during a synchronization or not. I think that's something that could be tested, and to my knowledge, was not tested.
If you don't know, then your conclusions and all your opinions to this jury is based on an assumption that you don't even know the predicate for. Isn't that fair to say?
My conclusions are based on all of the data that Mr. Burgess laid out. So he laid these out and went so far as to calculate the offsets himself. So there's something implied in his table by virtue of him calculating these that maybe he would decide to align them. And so, again, to provide the clarity on all the possible alignments, I included them.
But that's not what I asked. If you're making an improper assumption about the predicate, about these calls and the source of them, and you're wrong, that would change your entire analysis and conclusions and charts that we see in your later charts, wouldn't it?
Sure. If there was testing that showed that that is an invalid method on this specific Lexus and SD card, then of the 30 possibilities, some of them would end up being eliminated.
Did you know that when an iPhone is plugged into a car, it downloads the information from the iPhone onto the infotainment system? Did you know that?
I don't know how the clocks are synchronized when you plug an iPhone into a car.
Well, if you don't know, how can you make conclusions based on a predicate you don't even know what it is?
The conclusions are based on the data in Mr. Burgess's report.
I know you're not an expert on mobile devices.
Objection. So I'm going to strike that. Go ahead and ask your question.
My apologies. If you have two different devices, a Lexus clock, the infotainment system, and an iPhone, you would agree that it's not unexpected to be variances, correct?
Correct.
When you're comparing two iPhones, do you have an opinion? Do you agree that you would expect the variance to be very small, iPhone to iPhone?
I don't know.
Have you ever studied that before?
Two iPhones?
Yes.
No.
So as you sit there today, you don't have any expertise, any education, any knowledge about how closely two iPhones would sync with each other?
No.
Do you see in the first 5 columns the numbers are small, 22121?
Yes.
Would you agree iPhone to iPhone using the same source of time is generally going to be within 1 or 2 seconds of each other? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have any opinion into each other? Objection.
You can ask if there's an opinion. Do you have an opinion on that?
No.
Next question.
If the first 5 calls are iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, you agree all of your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate?
They're not iPhone to iPhone in the sense that column 1 came from the infotainment. The values were read from the SD card. So there's an assumption baked into what you're saying, that when a phone is synchronized, the infotainment assumes the times of the phone, but we don't know whether the infotainment would adjust those times to its own clock or not.
You're speculating now, aren't you?
We don't know. It wasn't tested. I don't know is the
You
answer.
don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I do not.
Okay. Don't say we don't know. You don't know.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
So this is iPhone to iPhone. Then your assumption on the first 5, 12221. If they're iPhone to iPhone and you're wrong about the fact it's infotainment to iPhone, your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate, aren't they? Objection.
I'll allow this.
If the title of the first column had iPhone in it as well, then I would not have used it in my analysis.
But that's not the question. I appreciate that. My question is, if those first 5 calls were iPhone time to iPhone time, and you mistakenly analyze them as infotainment time to iPhone time, then the rest of your assumptions and charts would be inaccurate, wouldn't they? Objection.
Sustained.
At 5:21:36, do you know whether or not the defendant's Lexus was on?
I don't recall if that one was an on or an off point. I don't want to guess. I don't recall.
And so if you don't know if that was on or off, were you able to do an analysis whether this was phone to phone or infotainment to phone?
No.
5:30:31, do you know if the defendant's car was on?
That one I know the vehicle was on.
That's one timestamp on the infotainment system, 5:30:31, correct?
Correct.
And then in the O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps, there are 2 different numbers, 5:30:15, 5:30:52. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And do you appreciate that that is 2 separate calls, or do you think it's something different?
I'm I'm going to paraphrase, again, Mr. Birch's report as I recall it, in that he stated during the testing they did with the exemplar, calls placed in close succession would not necessarily both be logged in the infotainment. So as I understand this chart, what he's trying to say here is there were 2 calls placed, there were 2 call logs in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, but only 1 timestamp in the infotainment, and he couldn't determine which it corresponded to because of that observed behavior from testing.
I'm asking if you know.
I don't.
Did you ever look at phone records for the defendant or for Mr. O'Keefe to make a determination whether these are 2 separate calls or not? Did you ever do that?
No.
If these are 2 separate calls, can you explain to us why there is 1 timestamp?
Again, as I stated, that was behavior that was observed. The exact behavior was observed during the exemplar testing by Aperture. I don't know why that happens. Why does the infotainment not log every call? I don't. But I know that it was documented that that is a feature of this system.
This information was not taken from the exemplar vehicle, was it?
This table, no.
This information was taken from the infotainment system of the defendant's car. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And the phone calls were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so, you know why there would be 2 phone calls and only 1 timestamp?
Beyond the testing, the exemplar testing that showed an exemplar vehicle did that, no, I don't know why it happens.
Do you know that the infotainment system doesn't always capture all of the phone calls and the phone data in the download? Did you know that?
Yes.
Well, if you know that, can you conclude that even though there's 2 calls and only 1 timestamp, that's because how the infotainment system works?
I think that's the most logical assumption, that that's how it works.
So when you look at 530.15, bottom middle, and 530.52, it is impossible to tell which one relates to the 530.31 infotainment on the left. Compare. It's impossible, right?
Yes.
So there's 2 possibilities.
Yes.
One is that you have a difference, a disparity of 16 seconds.
Yes.
And the other one, going the opposite way, is a disparity of 21 seconds.
Correct.
And so when you add those disparities, you have 27 seconds disparity in those. Correct?
I'll allow that.
Is there a 27-second disparity when you compare the 2?
I'm not sure I understand the math.
530.31 is 16 seconds different than 530.15 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Yes?
Yes.
530.31 is 21 seconds different than the 530.15 phone call. Yes?
Yes.
And the difference is cut each way, one's minus, one's plus.
Correct.
So when you add those disparities, you get 27 seconds, don't you? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Okay. What do you get?
You're saying, if maybe so I can be clear what you're asking, if we have a negative 16 and we have a positive 21, correct, how many seconds are in between there?
Exactly.
37.
And so you can see, did you know that the defense car was turned on at 5:07 a.m.? Does that ring a bell?
I don't have any of those key-ons committed to memory.
So you can see between 5:21 and 5:30, the offset is different between them, which shows that variances change. They move.
That seems reasonable, yes.
When I said it seems reasonable, do you have the experience and the knowledge to agree with me that variances move?
Yes, they do.
Okay. If those first 5 calls were iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, would you agree they should not have been considered in your analysis?
Yes, with the caveat that because this is a novel analysis with this SD card and this infotainment, that it was demonstrated that that's the behavior. My opinions on things like that are based on testing and research and literature. And so when we have a brand new system with new data, we want to see some testing to prove it works the way we think it works. But under the assumption, then yes.
You would agree?
Yes.
If we turn to 10, please. Given, could you zoom in a little, please, on the left? Given that these data points come at 5 in the morning, or 1, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, and 5:30, did you consider whether they would be less reliable than comparing to the triggering event, the 3-point turn at 12:23 the night before? Did you consider that?
Yes.
When you said you reviewed and you're critiquing reports, did you read Mr. Burgess's report on May 8, 2025?
Yes.
Did you read in his report where he explains that this is a less reliable method to, it's a less reliable method because of the time distance between the actual event we're interested in, 11:62 at 12:30, 1:43 to 48, than the 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. When he explains that the method of using 5:21 and 5:30 on January 29, 2022, he explains about how
I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember when you were reviewing his report that he explains the available call log correlation is restricted to a time frame between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, when the vehicle was powered on. All other calls stored in the infotainment module occurred while the vehicle was powered off, indicating those entries were synced from Ms. Reed's iPhone upon reconnecting to the system on the morning of January 29th. You considered that when you decided or formulated your critique, didn't you?
Yes.
This further indicated that the associated timestamps for those calls originated from Ms. Reed's iPhone. Did you read that?
Yes.
Relative to those first 5 columns, correct?
Yes.
This behavior was previously documented in the initial report, which is the January 30th report. Yes?
Yes.
You shrugged. I mean, I don't want you just to agree with me. Do you remember it was in the January 30th report?
I don't remember how he phrased it specifically, but I think there was somewhere around there where he noted that some calls were placed while the vehicle was off. I think that's basically what it said in the first one. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Do you agree generally, or can I give you the report? You can look and remind yourself. I want to get your best memory on this.
Sure.
What would you like me to do?
If you'd like me to look at it, I'll look at it.
Sure. Do you have a copy, or would you like me to bring it to you?
Do you have the reports with you, sir? Okay. Do you have an extra copy for him, Mr. Brennan?
Mine is marked. You want me to show the mark? Let me see if I can get a clean copy from the witness. I don't have a clean copy. I don't want to show you something that has my writing on it. Not that I care that you read it, but this protocol. Okay. In discussing why this is not an effective way of matching the time, did you consider in his May 8, 2025 report, when he's talking about this method, when he says, as a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment?
Yes.
And
Call logs are discrete points.
I'm sorry?
The call logs are discrete points for alignment. Is that?
As a result, this method yields a single reference point referring to the 5:30:31.
I don't know. It sounds like it, but I don't know.
From the 5:21 a.m. to the 5:30 a.m. window, a clock skew of approximately -8 and -16 plus 21 seconds were observed between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock. Would you consider that?
Yes.
This offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other time frames stated in the initial report. Objection.
I'm going to allow it unless, do you have, I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Sidebar. We have a sidebar. Hank Brennan is just dominating this witness. This witness just threw out his entire conclusion, basically, ladies and gentlemen. That was absolutely humiliating for this witness. I think this witness is just praying that Hank Brennan will let him off the stand, and Hank Brennan does not seem so inclined to let this witness off the stand. I think Hank Brennan is enjoying every moment of this, ladies and gentlemen, and my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm here with you, and I'm enjoying every moment of this with you as well. Oh, we've seen Hank Brennan up on cross for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, and it is everything we could have wanted and more, little towels. Oh, that was absolutely glorious. Oh, glorious, I tell you. Little Towels, just absolutely glorious. Hank Brennan came in there with one of the most hilarious questions I've ever seen, ladies and gentlemen. It was about at 2:24. We're going to find out now if Little Towel managed to get the full recording, if we're going to have to wait a little bit more to see it. But oh my word, ladies and gentlemen, you are seeing Hank Brennan in fine form, Little Towels. Hank Brennan is in fine form. Oh, I think I might have even got the moment. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan just absolutely dominating Karen Reed's witness. This is not even a fair fight, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. This witness has just been decimated, and Hank Brennan now will step up to the podium again.
Deal with the 10-second
Oh, sorry.
extreme data that was...
Hank Brennan will be returning to the podium in a second. I'm going to edit some video. You all have fun watching Hank Brennan. He is a boss. He should be coming back in the next 10 to 15 seconds or so, Little Towels. So you watch this happen. Watch the magic. Get ready for it. Hank Brennan is a magisterial magician. He is the Lionel Messi of the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, going back to my question, so you read Mr. Burgess' report, the same report that you're critiquing, and you were aware of this information, weren't you?
Yes.
And so you were aware that Mr. Burgess in his May 8th report was identifying that the section in green was the only contemporaneous information for analysis. Did you know that?
Is that how he states it specifically?
I can read it again. I just read it to you.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
So let's give him a copy.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's give him a copy. Does he have the clean copy?
You can turn to page 3. What I read to you was where it says clock sync method 1.
Yes.
The 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. are the only 2 data points when that car was on January 29, 2022. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the last paragraph, do you agree or disagree? As a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment. Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay. Because you still are under the mistaken belief that you still have the opinion that the first 5 rows are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
It's presented as that way in his initial report, which is what my initial analysis was based on. And in the supplemental report, there's no further testing to say one way or the other. He just has a new opinion. So I stand by the initial analysis that I had, that those points should be included with all of the other points.
But that's not my question. My question is, you are taking the position those first 5 calls are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
They could be, and so I include them. I'm not saying they definitively are or not, which is why I never say there is one way to do it. That's why I say there's a whole host of ways to do it.
So you're now saying that you're not assuming that's an infotainment to iPhone analysis. Are you now saying that?
It's stated that way, and I think it could be that way, but it might be iPhone to iPhone too, if those times are just copied over.
And if it was iPhone to iPhone, your analysis would be wrong.
Certain lines would go away. So if you want to call the whole analysis wrong because of that, it might be your characterization. Okay. It would change the total number of possibilities.
So if we put up chart 12, page 12, please. If you were wrong about the infotainment to iPhone analysis and those first 5 should not be considered, which part of your chart would now be wrong?
What do we have? 12 lines. We eliminate the lines that are based on the calls when the vehicle was off. We would be left with 4 lines on the chart.
And if we turn to 14, please. And if you could enlarge, well, I don't think you can enlarge it. If your analysis about infotainment to iPhone was wrong, you would agree those first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns should not be there, should they?
No, the positive 16 stays, the negative 21 stays, 1, 2, 8, and 20 would go away. So we'd lose 4 lines from this chart.
And the negative 16 line, that comes from information at 5:30 a.m. the next morning.
Correct.
And you would agree that that distance is not as accurate as queuing it from the 3-point turn event 11:62:1.
The 3-point turn is closer in time than the call at 5:32.
And thus more reliable, wouldn't you say?
Generally.
And the negative 21, that was from 5:30 and some seconds the next morning. Same idea. Not as reliable as the 3-point turn information.
There's greater uncertainty the farther in time we get.
So when we turn to the 3-point turn information, you mentioned in Dr. Welcher's report that it was noted that the timestamp 154 was the end of the 3-point turn event, correct?
That's how he states it.
And then more information was provided when Mr. Burgess then broke down that 154 timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And when he broke down the 154 timestamp, he actually wrote a report about it, didn't he?
Yes.
He didn't just have it in his head. He put it on paper for all to see, yes?
Yes.
And in that report, not only does he break down the data, he also shows a visual of the actual data on a map, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay. Exhibit 192A. Okay. Let's start with 192B, please. If you could open that up so we could see it a little better. When you look at the data he actually broke down, do you agree that instead of at the end of the 3-point turn event, as timestamp 154. That actually is at the beginning of the three-point turn. Do you agree with that?
I don't know if the points are numbered on here, so I can't tell which point he's referencing as 154.
Do you see the green circle?
Yes.
Do you see the black line?
Yes.
Does that orient you to the direction the car was traveling?
That appears to be what he's trying to convey with this chart.
And then the yellow is facing a different direction, towards Fairview, correct?
It is.
And do you see the green square rectangle?
Yes.
You think that correlates to the green circle?
That seems to be what this graph implies.
Okay. And it notes that...
So ask it differently, Mr. Brennan.
Does that heading note the start of the three-point turn of O'Keefe's phone is 12:23:59?
I'm going to allow it.
That's what Mr. Burgess states in the report.
And do you have any information to suggest that's not spot-on accurate?
No, I didn't do an independent analysis of the three-point turn maneuver.
And then the heading of the change, end of three-point turn to O'Keefe's home, 12:24:07. You have any information to suggest that's not spot-on accurate?
I did not analyze the three-point turn maneuver.
And so when you look at that and break down 154, did you determine or make an analysis that 154 that was generally accepted, because there is variances between items, when you break it down with more specificity, 154 is actually earlier than the three-point turn conclusion. Did you consider that?
I'm going to allow that, yeah.
I'm not sure I understand the question, if you don't mind.
You mentioned Dr. Welch's report said it relied on 154 as a timestamp for the end of the three-point turn.
Yes.
Based on Mr. Burgess's May's report and based on the data, which you don't contest, you now agree that 154 was not the end of that three-point turn. It was at the beginning.
Based on how Mr. Burgess presents it, I didn't do an independent analysis. So I'm not on one side with Mr. Burgess or one side with Dr. Welcher. They present independent methods.
Are you suggesting in any way it's inaccurate? Are you suggesting it is in any way inaccurate?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't have any opinions as to the individual accuracy of the methods selected by either Mr. Burgess or Dr. Welcher.
Do you have any information you'd like to add or weigh in on to dispute the accuracy of those times?
Sustained.
And let's turn to the previous exhibit so we can actually see the data that's broken down. If you could open that. The 154 timestamp, if you go to the left, please. Do you see that right above the green line?
Yes.
12:23:58. You see that?
Yes.
And then the green goes to the orange, and that's an 8-second difference, isn't it?
Yes.
And when you looked at this, you considered that this was a more detailed study of that timestamp by Mr. Burgess, right?
More detailed is, yes, that's correct.
And do you know why he did a more detailed analysis of this? Why it wasn't in the original PowerPoint?
No, I don't.
Well, you said that variances are generally accepted in the community, right?
Yes.
But then you wrote a report suggesting numbers and additions, and you submitted that report as part of the basis of your testimony, right?
I only submitted a PowerPoint. I have no report.
PowerPoint. And after you submitted the PowerPoint, isn't it fair to say Mr. Burgess then analyzed this data to be more specific after you introduced your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So can you guess why he went through a more detailed analysis?
No.
Objection.
Sustained. Strike it.
In the final exhibit. Let's go back to the data. You said that Mr. Burgess had an 8-second range, 21 to 29 seconds, remember?
Yes.
And you were suggesting that somehow there was some uncertainty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you guessing about his state of mind, whether he was certain or not? Do you know why he gave an 8-second range? Objection.
So ask it differently, Mr.
Okay. You suggested the reason why there's an 8-second range is that Mr. Burgess was uncertain. Remember saying that to this jury?
Not in those exact words, but that's what uncertainty is. Uncertainty is a range. If we don't know a specific value, we put a range around it. That's uncertainty. That's a.
This data from the green, would you agree it indicates the beginning of the 3-point turn, and then the orange is at the end when the car is already in motion at 11.2 miles per hour? Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Do you agree with that?
I see speed values there. I see some headings. I can't convert GPS in my head, so I don't know.
You could have analyzed this data yourself, right? Before you came in and gave an opinion.
I could have.
But you didn't.
I did not.
Do you have any reason to test the accuracy of this data that's been broken? No objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
And so by giving the range of 8 seconds, you talked about looking at different values to be fair, wide range, right? Even though this analysis depends on the end of the 3-point turn, would you agree it's kind of forgiving to give that 8-second range to give the benefit of the doubt by starting at the beginning of the 3-point turn all the way to the end of it rather than just giving the end point?
As to that form, ask it differently, Mr. Brennan.
Does the 8-second range that is provided by Mr. Burgess coincide with the data and the 8-second range between the green and the orange?
That's where he comes up with the 8-second range, correct.
And so if Aperture's position is the matching times at the end of the event, by going back to the beginning, isn't that even more forgiving than the debate scientifically? Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I would call it a conservative approach to use a range of values.
Right. The opposite of cherry picking, right?
Sure.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of forensic data certainty about whether text stream data provides data reflecting whether a collision actually occurred?
No.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty, is the text stream data would not reflect the collision, correct?
That's not what I said. I don't have an opinion.
And you know that there can be collisions or touching between vehicle, and it's not going to appear on the text stream data. You know that, right?
It's possible.
It's possible. Did you know that the defendant's vehicle at 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022 bumped into a different car?
Yes.
Do you see that reflected on the text stream data?
I'm thinking back to when I reviewed the raw text stream data, and I don't remember seeing an event from that.
I can't really hear
I don't
you.
remember seeing an event from that time in the text stream data.
Well, you don't remember seeing it. It's not there, is it?
I don't think it is. I don't remember seeing it. I don't think there's one.
You're not.
I was going to finish and say I don't have all of the events committed to memory. There's 19 of them.
I'm sorry.
There's 19 events. I don't have them all committed to memory.
You're not testifying or offering an opinion that there was no collision with this car that night, are you?
No.
Because if you were implying that or suggesting that or insinuating that, that would be misleading, wouldn't it?
It's not.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
You were asked a number of questions.
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked a number of questions a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan concerning your expertise. I'm just going to grab a pen if I could. Specifically, you were asked about your expertise regarding mobile data devices. Mobile devices and their data, correct?
Yes.
And were you being truthful when you indicated that you were not an expert in that field? Were you being truthful when you indicated that you have a certain expertise in EDR data?
Yes.
Were you being truthful when you indicated that you did review Mr. Burgess's data and Mr. Welcher's data as reflected in their reports and PowerPoints?
Yes.
Were you being truthful about your credentials?
Yes.
Have you ever lied about your credentials?
No.
You hold a bachelor's degree?
Yes.
And you hold a master's degree?
I do.
You ever lied to anybody about that?
No.
Mr. DeSogra, what is the only reason you amended your PowerPoint presentation from its original version to the one that you most recently amended it to?
To include the additional analysis and data points from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report, the May 8th report.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go
The
ahead.
May 8th report.
So you amended yours because he amended his.
Correct.
You were asked just a second ago about all the text stream events that you noted on Ms. Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a specific text stream event at or around 5:07 in the morning, and whether you had something like that committed to memory, correct?
Yes.
You said, I don't have them all committed to memory, right?
I don't.
What did you say after that? Because there's how many?
It was 19 events prior to 1162-2, 19 other events.
How about after 1162?
There were a number after 1162-2. I don't have the exact count in my head.
How about after 1162, just on January 29th, going into January 30th?
There were other events.
How many?
I don't recall the exact number.
Does 11 sound right?
That it sounds plausible. I recall seeing in the chart. I recall seeing a number of events after.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a chart?
It would. Thank you. Yeah, there are a lot. I would have to really use my finger to count them all.
Okay. More than 8?
Total after 1162-2?
Only on the 29th.
There aren't date stamps on these because this chart is the raw text stream data, which doesn't have timestamps.
Okay. Safe to say there are many, right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
And again, this goes back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Brennan. I want to follow up on. In no instance were any of those related to a collision, to your knowledge, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were any of those that you reviewed at any time, the lifetime of the vehicle, related to a collision?
None of them were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. I want to ask you a hypothetical, if I could, based on questioning by Mr. Brennan surrounding the 12/32/09 lock event. Do you remember him asking you about those questions, about that event?
Yes.
Your analysis was based on the time span. Let me rephrase that. Was your analysis based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses together of a span of time between the 1162-2 text stream event or trigger event and the lock event at 12/32/09?
Objection.
So the question is that what he's considering?
Correct. In other words, was he basing his opinion or analysis on that time frame, at least in part?
So I'll let that question stand.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. If you were told that there was another interaction phone event on John O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:16 in the form of steps taken, 36 steps over the course of 83 feet, would that change your analysis or opinion in any way?
Objection.
I'll allow that in that form.
Yes.
In what way?
If the phone event moves from 12:32:09 to 12:32:16, then of the 30 possibilities I had in the chart, all of them would become positive. That would mean that that interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event every single time. Instead of, it was 25 for 30 in the original analysis, the hypothetical would change it to 30 for 30.
All of them, all 30 of them would occur at a point in time with, let me rephrase that, all of them would reflect a scenario in which the phone interaction took place after the trigger event.
That's correct.
Thank you. If you were told, to give you another hypothetical, if you were told that there was a Doppler state event on the phone, pocket state event on the phone at 12:33:14, would that impact your opinion in any way?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked several questions about what you believed Mr. Burgess may have gotten wrong in terms of his original report and one of his original analyses dealing with bits and bytes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Burgess...
Hold on.
Of course.
You need to, you know what, we have to turn the fans off.
And I'm not speaking loud enough?
Right.
I'm sorry. I'll raise my voice. I just don't want to scream over people, but I will raise my voice.
Let's try this for a few minutes.
May I start again?
That question, yes.
Thank you. You were asked about whether or not you believed that Mr. Burgess was incorrect in terms of certain analyses he undertook or reflected in his original report back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
As it relates to the bits and bytes, did you find that Mr. Burgess was incorrect or correct about his analysis concerning the size of the data set collected based on bits versus bytes?
He was incorrect.
Explain that to the jurors very briefly.
These are just different units. A bit is a different size than a byte. And so if a size for something is listed in bits, for example, and you look at the data and assume it's in bytes, you will assume it's the wrong size.
Which Mr. Burgess did based on your review of his report, correct?
Correct.
I want to change gears and ask a different question or series of questions about the text stream data versus the infotainment system data, specifically the timestamps associated therewith. Is there a timestamp associated with text stream data?
In this case, no.
Okay. Is there a timestamp associated with infotainment system data?
Yes.
All right. The infotainment system data, well, let me see if I can ask it a different way. Where did the 3-second delay come from? Your analysis of Mr. Burgess's review of the text stream data, or his review of the infotainment system data?
The 3 seconds came, well, fundamentally it came from the exemplar testing, where he identified, and he was actually, well, Aperture collectively in that testing identified a difference between when the button was pushed and the time that showed up in the infotainment. But they didn't actually look at, as far as I know, or at least it wasn't provided if they did, how that specifically related to the key on timer itself. But they showed that the button is pushed, there's a 3-second delay, and then the time gets logged.
When that button is pushed for the infotainment system, I'm going to rephrase again, so I'm as clear as I can be. When that button is pushed for the on event, the key on event, is that like a stopwatch? Click, a stopwatch starts running? Timer?
In the VCH system, yes.
Okay. Separate and apart from the VCH system, is there an infotainment system that also has a timer or a clock on it?
Has a clock.
Are those two things independent of one another?
Completely independent.
What were you doing with regard to the 3-second delay as it relates to the key on event and the infotainment system event to marry those two things together?
Right. I'm making the adjustment, or proposing that adjustment can be made, because the key on timer is going to start generally as soon as the vehicle powers on. But the infotainment, when you go and download the data, it will say, hey, I think I powered on at this time, and it turns out that time is actually 3 seconds off. So if you're going to then apply the infotainment time anywhere else to VCH data, you've got to realign the two, and that's where the 3 seconds comes from. These are independent data sources.
Did Mr. Burgess, to your review of his, insofar as your review of his analysis, his report is concerned, did he align the two vis-a-vis the 3-second delay?
No, he did not.
Thank you. With the court's permission, may we have slide 10 of the PowerPoint of,
Okay.
and that is, we've talked a lot about PowerPoints of Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint. Can you highlight the table on the left, Mr. Wolk? Thank you. Did you create this table?
No.
Was this table, I don't know if you call it cut and paste or if there's some better engineering term for it, was it basically pulled from Mr. Burgess's report?
It was. It was a screenshot.
Thank you, a screenshot. Did you type a single word on this?
I did not. I added a green box.
Put a green box around it?
Yes.
You didn't type anything on this, did you?
I did not.
You were asked a ton of questions just a few minutes ago about whether or not the column on the left and the center column were reflective of an infotainment timestamp versus an iPhone to iPhone timestamp, correct?
That's right.
Mr. Brennan asked you a bunch of questions about that left column being an iPhone timestamp, at least the top 5 rows of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows of it. Remember that?
Yes.
Read the name that Mr. Burgess labeled that column.
Infotainment call timestamps.
So what, as an expert, what did you presume he, as an expert, was presuming?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you presume that meant to you, just to you?
Call timestamps from the infotainment.
So if anything is wrong with your analysis, would it be based on Mr. Burgess being wrong in his analysis?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure. Do you need the light on?
I don't. And we can pull that down. What was your entire analysis predicated on? What was it based on? The foundation of it, as you explained your analysis to this jury during the course of the day?
The testing by Aperture and the collective reports and PowerPoint presentations by Aperture. That would be an initial report by Mr. Burgess, an initial PowerPoint by Dr. Welcher, and a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
Did you change any of their data?
No.
Did you change any of their analyses?
No.
Did you explain their analyses?
Yes.
sustained, ask it differently.
Sure. What were you trying to do in terms of your presentation, in your PowerPoint, and your presentation to the jury?
There were a number of different methodologies presented across all of those reports and PowerPoints, and sort of all in different places. So my goal was to bring all of them into one place so we could look at the totality of the data.
You were asked whether the genesis of your analysis relies on knowing the source of the calls, correct? You remember being asked that by Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
The actual genesis of your entire opinion is based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses, correct?
That's correct.
You were also asked why you believed Mr. Burgess did a quote-unquote more detailed report in May versus January of 2025. Do you remember being asked that just a few minutes ago?
Yes.
When you presented your analysis, your math, based on Mr. Burgess's January 2025 report, how many of the scenarios indicated, based on his data and his analysis, that the lock event occurred after the texting event?
All of them.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So, Mr. DeSorga, this demonstrates the danger or the difficulty.
Hold on. Start
It's
the question
cross-examination.
differently.
It is. It has to be a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
This demonstrates the difficulty in giving opinions when you don't actually study the data itself. Isn't that fair to say?
What are you referring to with this?
Well, you're giving opinions, but you can't verify any of the data because you're not relying on your study of the data, are you?
I'm relying on expert reports.
You're criticizing somebody's report, but you yourself can't defend data that you haven't actually analyzed and broken down yourself.
I don't think that's true.
When you're looking at, can I have a pen, please? When you're looking at someone's report, you're guessing as to what they thought or presumed if you haven't spoken to them. Fair?
I would say I'm reading the words that are in front of me and interpreting them for what they say.
When someone plugs their iPhone into a car after it turns on, and the car reads data that's on the iPhone, that data then resides on the infotainment system, correct?
There's a transfer of data. Yes.
And so unless you actually do the study yourself, you had no way of knowing if that information, although on the iPhone, on the infotainment system, you had no idea whether it was from an iPhone or from the infotainment. Fair?
That's right. I don't think that's...
And so when you don't actually do the work yourself, and you just presume, or you guess, you could get it wrong, couldn't you?
If I had guessed, yes, but I didn't guess. I used the data in the reports, and I referenced the testing that Aperture did. So I did not make a guess.
1 through 5, and you telling me right now, with a reasonable degree of data certainty, that that information is based on the infotainment clock. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
You don't know. But if you actually did the analysis yourself rather than just Monday morning quarterbacking somebody's report.
Objection.
So I'm going to strike it, ask it differently,
If
Mr.
you
Brennan.
actually did the analysis yourself, you wouldn't have to make a presumption that it would be wrong, correct?
I don't think the analysis was possible in this case because the testing wasn't done in this case.
You don't know if the testing was done or not. You didn't do the testing.
So I need to hear the question.
You don't know if the testing was done or not, do you?
I know it's in the reports. The testing wasn't in the reports.
Did you read Jessica Hyde's report?
No.
Did you read Ian Woodford's report?
No.
You don't know if that testing was done, do you?
I don't.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to let that stand. Next.
I do not, sir.
And so if you're wrong, your assumptions and product are then wrong.
Part of my conclusions would change. I wouldn't agree that I'm wholesale wrong.
Well, as a scientist, if they're not accurate, that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
That might be a nuanced answer.
I'm sorry?
I said that might be a nuanced answer. Frankly, I'm not sure how to give you a good answer to that
If
question.
you have the wrong data when you're doing your analysis, then the final analysis is going to be wrong if you have using the wrong data. It's that simple.
Yes.
Right? You don't have to be a scientist to figure that out.
Yes. That's
okay. If we could have Mr. Welcher's 33. If you could open that up, please. You were asked about whether the windows within the time frame of 12/32/09, the last user interaction with the phone. When you look at this data, could you go to the top, please? You see on vehicle speed, the car is moving. You see that? Could you enlarge that a little bit, please? The beginning of that data capture, the car's already moving, correct?
I see vehicle speeds, right, in those first couple of lines, yes.
Yes?
Yes, I see
Yes.
vehicle speed.
If you go to the bottom, at the end, the car is still moving, yes?
I see vehicle speeds there as well.
2361. That would indicate, in your experience with text stream data, the car is still moving, yes?
At the end of the record, there is a vehicle speed, the car is moving. That would be my assumption.
Okay. And so, when you're making your conclusions that something's with or without, you're simply talking about the time of the 10 seconds of data, yes?
Yeah, everything that I've done has been referencing the end of event 1162-2, which is exactly how it's been referenced in all of the other reports.
That 10-second window, yes?
Not even the window, just the end. Everything in the Aperture reports talks about the end of event 1162-2. So that's what I used across everything.
And when you say end of event, you're referring just to data, not the actual real life event.
Yeah, absolutely. The end of the recording.
Okay. And so after that window, 12:32:04 to 12:32:12, you were asked a question about what might have happened 4 seconds later, 12:32:16. Remember you were asked about that?
Yes.
Did you know at 12:32:16 that John O'Keefe's cell phone moved for the last time? Did you know that?
No.
And between 12:32:12, which is in the 10-second window, and 12:32:16, do you know what John O'Keefe was doing in that 4-second period?
No.
Do you know if he was walking?
No.
Do you know if he was crawling?
No.
Do you know if he was falling?
No.
You don't know.
I do not know.
Okay.
12:32:16 wasn't just that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was moving, there were steps being taken, correct?
I didn't review the phone data, so I don't know.
Did you review anything to indicate that the steps were taken over the course of 48 years?
Objection.
So that's sustained.
You were asked just a second ago, what about the data? What was wrong? Then you'd be wrong, correct?
Generally, yes.
Garbage in, garbage out. Basic scientific postulate, correct?
Generally, yes.
You're relying on whose data?
Mr. Burgess's data and Dr. Welcher's data.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. DeSoger, you are all set, sir. So you can step down. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
You heard Judge Cannoni. Feel free to stand up and stretch. My name is Grant Smith. That was Hank Brennan 1. Oh, my word. Hank Brent. Down goes Karen Reed. Down goes the Karen Reed defense. Listen, if that was Hank Brennan's first cross, oh my goodness, he is going to tee off on every one of these witnesses. That's why the Reed defense is terrified. Oh my goodness, they just saw Hank Brennan on cross for the first time. Really on cross. Oh yeah, no, but it wasn't a waste of a witness in the sense of Hank Brennan. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan just got his chance to show what he is like when he gets up on cross. And oh my word, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's about 3:20. It's Grant Smith Ellis. It's about Smith Ellis. It's about 3:24 p.m. on May 30th, 2025. We're just at the end of the day in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, but we're not out of session. We finished the first defense witness. Folks, Oh my goodness. Hank Brennan on cross is a superstar. This is absolutely unbelievable. If you did not get to see it, we are going to watch every minute of Hank Brennan's cross and recross during the recap. Hank Brennan just ruined the Karen Reed defense. He just gave a very early preview of what some of his more intense crosses are going to be like. Oh my God, he's so good at it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how you cross. Do you notice the difference between a Bob Alessi cross and a Hank Brennan cross? The Hank Brennan cross is structured into sections, and he's making a point in each section. He's making points subtly while asking the witness questions. The witness doesn't realize he's reinforcing the credibility of Brennan's witnesses when he's answering those questions, but Brennan's speaking to the jury. Brennan is a master. Oh, I'm telling you, listen, ladies and gentlemen, if I thought there were anything in there that made me wonder, like, oh, maybe Brennan could have improved, like, nope, every section of that was flawless, perfect, excellent, absolutely wonderful. That is why they were so nervous. Now, let's see what's going to go on here. We might be having the jurors dismissed. Stay with Little Towel. We are going to do our recap no matter what, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. Oh, wow, Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan, you call Hank Brennan Hank every day of the week, ladies and gentlemen. Hank Brennan is the super towel himself, coming through with a strut, with a smile, with a confident assertion of his capabilities, an actual cross.
Jurors, we did that to have me decide whether I'm going to let you go home now or not, and I'm going to let you go home. So that 5 minutes that just took means that you get to go home, because we know we'll be longer. We don't want to do this to you, okay? So we'll break for the day. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Additional caution, please be very careful. Continue to be careful with your social media use. We will see you Monday. Monday will be a full day. We'll start right around 9 on Monday morning. So we'll see you then. Have a great week.
Now stay here, folks, because you heard Judge Cannoni. There's more for the lawyers and Judge Cannoni to do. No, we're finishing early just for the jurors, dear Alana, my super towel friend. You all hang out. We're not going anywhere. We're gonna see what's gonna happen next, ladies and gentlemen. Hank Brennan has just come through. You can see the votes on the towel poll. Oh my goodness, not even close, ladies and gentlemen. 96-4%. Hank Brennan has just sent Alan Jackson back to school. Hank Brennan sent that witness back to school. Hank Brennan has got up there.
I'll come back in 5 minutes for the voir dire.
Okay, we're doing a voir dire, ladies and gentlemen. An end of the day voir dire. Oh, goodness, end of the day voir dire. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. End of the day surprise voir dire in the John O'Keefe Karen Reed retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're going to be back in just 5 minutes for an end of the day voir dire. Oh, goodness. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the humanity, the excitement. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Hank Brennan has just dominated the Karen Reed defense. Oh, goodness. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the humanity of it all. The good Chip Hinden Reed is just tanking. Oh, you could see Karen just sighing. She was shivering as the witness just got decimated. Just in. Jurors have gone home in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, but we are sticking around for an end of the day voir dire. Hank Brennan has just flexed his cross skills for the world to see. Oh, my word. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, watch live now. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I am an excitable little towel. No, ladies and gentlemen, look at me. I'm going to come up on the screen. I'm going to say hello to you. I'm such an excitable little towel. There's nothing like watching Little Towel get excited about an end of the day voir dire. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we don't know who the voir dire is going to be for. But I can tell you what, folks, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the comments popping up on your screen. You can see Little Towel. You can hear it in Little Towel's voice. I'm telling you right now, Hank Brennan has come through with a magisterial performance. He is Lionel Messi in the Champions League final, taking that ball. He is Fernando Torres in the 2009 Champions League final for Chelsea against Barcelona. Taking that ball, you can't be offsides in your own half, ladies and gentlemen. Dribbling forward, it's one-on-one against the keeper, who wasn't much of a keeper. He was just a witness who thought he was a scientist, but he actually only has a master's of science. And ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan just went in there and he dunked. He scored the ball, a nice little curve Hold on. I know. I got so it only lasted for a few seconds. As you can see, what I was doing was I was saying we have a end of the day voir dire coming up in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. But Courtney Myers, the super towel herself, maybe it was a message because Courtney doesn't love the praise. I was literally for the past 20 seconds simply saying audio's back. I was simply saying that Courtney Myers is wonderful, and then the audio cut. So maybe it was a message to Little Towel that we don't have to heap praise on Courtney Myers. Courtney Myers is like, yes, Grant, I use my psychic Courtney Myers power to cut your audio so you wouldn't heap praise on me, Little Towel. Oh, God bless you, Little Towel. So many of you. Yes, all the people letting Little Towel know. You know how quick the Towel friends are when we don't have sound. Oh, the Towel friends let Little Towel know. And then, of course, they say we're back. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's so great to see all of you letting me know that Towel Stream is back. We asked they're televising the voir dire, and we're going to have the Karen Cam, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, your favorite thing in the entire world, the Karen Cam. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness, I am a towel. And watch this. Murder by Maestro helped me learn how to use voice to text. God bless you. Of course, it caught the voice to text part. God bless you, Courtney Myers. You are a super towel in every sense of the term, and the towel friends embrace and envelop you in a fluffy towel fabric and universe that is stronger because you're in it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it might have had some ums in there, but I think that was wonderful, and we're waiting for the voir dire to start, so if you're just tuning in, you didn't miss anything, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting for the voir dire to start at the end of the day of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Who's the witness going to be? I don't know. Is it going to be Lucky? Is it going to be some kind of chaos? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a surprise voir dire. We are waiting. We are ready. We are informed. We are in cogent little towels. We are paying attention. We are just waiting for court to come back into session. It should be just a few more minutes now, just a few more minutes. And I agree. I think Mr. Reed, down goes the Karen Reed defense. Down goes the Karen Reed defense. Hank Brennan on cross is better than anyone could have imagined. I'm telling you this from an analytical perspective, from my lay towel perspective. Hank Brennan is brilliant. He breaks his crosses up exactly as he should. They're in sections. He makes points. He's up there for a reason. He's not being superfluous or gratuitous. That man is a beautiful, brilliant human being who understands the point. Ladies and gentlemen, he knows what he's doing up there. It is a masterclass in a presentation. Oh, goodness, it is simply stunning, ladies and gentlemen, to watch Hank Brennan at work. No, I'll tell you, I'm monitoring the court feed. We are not going to miss a single second. As soon as the court feed comes back online, we're going to pop back over. Hopefully, we're going to have the Karen Cam. Oh, goodness. No, Mary Adams, don't ever say sorry. No. No, Mary Adams. Let me promise you this, Mary Adams. That donation that you sent, I have budgeted it every single time I go to 7-Eleven. First of all, I say thank you when I try to pray when I eat, but also I'm reminded of you, Mary Adams. And no, it is absolute, folks, there are people who comment on this stream that warm Little Towels Day. Mary Adams, just your presence warms Little Towels Day. And we don't, as much as the Towel channel has people from all around the world who weigh in, it's some of you who think about each other and who care that bring the most smiles to Towels Day. And you know, Mary Adams, I think Courtney would probably share my sentiments. Courtney herself would say, look at the towels in the chat. Look how informed they are, how engaged they are, how much they care about each other. That's what makes this place special. Yes, absolutely. And so, Mary Adams, like if you had given me like a pink fuzzy steering wheel cover, I would have cherished it. And so I promise you that Little Towel perhaps think have found benefit in that way from this stream, then we're doing good things. And the other thing is, Wendy, B. Blanco, Nicole, Paisley Park, old Paisley Park, my dear friend, Jay Kelly, South Philly, The Real Deal, Mimi, Leanne, Melissa Hickman, Samantha, True Crime J717, Wendy, Tony Lynn, Laurel McPhillips, Debbie James, Will Scout, Scales of Justice, Turtle Slayer in Brooklyn. Enjoy your new towel emoji function. And also, towel friends, whoever the towel friend is that you've met in this chat, whether it's Mary Adams or our wonderful friend Alana, that is what's so precious. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Cinnamon Girl, Loving Life, Kevin, oh goodness, Lounging with Liz K, Buckle Ducksworth, Spooky, oh goodness, Marlene, Janet Gardner, Special KMI, Jen Bosher, Joanne, God bless you, dear friend, Archie's Gal 08, I cannot speak Japanese, but I'll learn it one day. Happy Life, Yvette Walker, Johnny F. Face, Tom CP, you got a membership, he's gonna laugh. Pennies Mosley, KOSS, Redford, Sunny Day. Okay, here we go. We'll go back into session. There's so many towel memberships. God bless you all. Towel hugs to you, Mary Adams in particular.
Doors now open, maybe seat. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thanks, you take the stand.
Thank you. You're welcome. I know this is an opportunity. There is in this house. You have to go back to just to get her.
Sure. Is she right outside the door?
Last time I checked.
Do you mind, sir, if you can stay right there?
Sure.
And it'll just be a few minutes, okay? Miss Gianetti, when do you need this witness back? Monday? So I'm going to need her at a microphone. Do you have one on council table there? So the podium, or one of those back where Eugenia is. Thank you. No, there's a microphone a little closer. Where just follow the. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
Could you tell me your name, please?
Kelly Dever.
And Ms. Dever, you've been summoned here. I think I saw you earlier. You've been here all day?
Yes.
All right, so we're not going to reach you today, unfortunately, but you were summoned to be here?
Yes.
All right, so that summons is still good until we reach you, so you're going to have to come back Monday morning, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you Monday morning. Be here before 9, okay?
Will do.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Alessi. Oh, geez, Gianetti.
That was a big compliment, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, D-I-A-M-A-N-D-I-S.
You've also been here all day.
Yes.
Sorry for making you wait.
No problem.
Do you know former State Trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
I've known him since middle school, probably the 6th grade.
Grew up with him, essentially?
Grew up with him, been friends for 30 years.
Okay, and if you just keep your voice up,
Sure, yeah.
I'm sure other people can hear you, but this old guy.
Can we turn off the fans and the air conditioning? Are they all off? We're just going to do that, sir, so that we can get through this a little bit.
Absolutely, sure.
Much better, thank you. So you say you've known him since middle school, elementary school?
Yes.
Graduated high school with him?
Yes.
And are you friends after high school as well?
Yes.
Do you have his cell phone number in your phone?
I do.
Have you texted with him over the years?
I have.
In fact, were you on a group text chain with him that lasted a number of years?
Yes.
I would like to show you a document, sir, and I'm going to ask you to read it to yourself, familiarize yourself with it, and then when you're done, look up at me. Okay? May I approach?
Yes.
Would you like this marked for identification first, Your Honor?
Yes. Exhibit NNN for identification. Now I'll give it back to the witness.
Thank you.
I think he's all set, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, have you reviewed that entire document?
Yes.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It looks to be a text chain with a group of my friends that I grew up with.
Okay. And so would all of those friends have been people that you went to high school with?
Not all the same high school, but the same time. Some of us went to different schools.
And you were friends during that era?
Yes.
And you've remained friends for how many years since then?
I mean, we've been friends for 30 plus years, probably.
Do you know precisely when that text chain started?
I do not know when the text chain started.
Months, years?
Years. Definitely years.
And that's a portion, in other words, there's a start time and an end time to that, but the text chain started before the start time that's listed on that document?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to ask you about 5 different categories of information that allow you to identify the text chain. First of all, directing your attention to page 1. That is an unredacted version of this, do you see your phone number on page 1?
I do.
And is that accurate in terms of your phone number?
It is.
Do you have a passcode on your phone?
On my phone, yes, I do.
All right, and have you had that for years?
Yes.
So as of January of 2022, you would have had a passcode to get into your phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the typing of text messages, you didn't appear to be too active on this thread, is that correct?
Not from what I see here.
Did you see one entry that you actually did text?
Yes, one.
Okay, and I think these page numbers, they're all numbered. Could you direct us to the page where you actually chimed in? And if I suggested to you, it might be 4 from the end. And you don't have to read the actual text, sir. I just want to...
Sure. I'm just trying to locate it. Yes, I see it.
Okay, and the time of that, date and time of that text as it's reflected on this document?
February 2nd, 2022, 12:38 p.m.
Okay. And what you type...
I have a different clock.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's for the record, it's on page...
What's the
Oh.
bottom page number? So what are the last 2 digits? 4.
And for the record, reading what is typed there, does that sound consistent with something you might chime in a text message, a text chain of this sort?
It could be. I have no memory of actually typing it, but
sure,
that's not something. It could have been something that I would say. Yeah.
At the very last line of that text, do you mention somebody's nickname?
Yes.
And what nickname is that?
Chip.
And whom do you know as Chip?
Michael Proctor.
Now, going back to the first page, there are a number of other phone numbers there. Have you checked your phone prior to taking the stand today to match those phone numbers with other friends of yours?
Yes.
And if you could, and hopefully you remember them all, can you list by first name only your friends who are included in this text chain?
Sure.
So, yeah. So let's not... If he recognizes, I don't want to put names out.
Oh, I don't either, Judge. That's why I was saying first names. But if that's sufficient that he recognizes...
Why don't you refer to the last 2 digits in the phone?
Sure.
Is that acceptable, Mr. Brennan?
It is.
Okay.
Okay. You see, I'll list the last 2 digits of the phone numbers that don't have a name associated with them. Okay?
Okay.
If I may just have a moment?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Okay, starting with the phone number that ends in 51. After you checked your contacts, is that a friend of yours?
Yes, it is.
Who was on the text chain?
Correct.
With regard to the phone number that ends in 68, same question. Is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Correct.
And with regard to 45, which is the next one, again, a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
That's me.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is you,
yeah.
Of course. With regard to 95, is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Yes, it is.
And with regard to 93, same question, friend of yours on the text chain?
Yes.
And then there are 3 numbers there, one that ends in 11, one that ends in 46, and one that ends in 82. Do you see that those particular numbers have a nickname associated with them?
Yes.
Those nicknames, do you recognize them as being also friends of yours who are on the text chain?
I do.
And then finally, there is somebody listed as local user. We'll get back to that one.
Okay.
With regard to the other ones that you've just identified, sir, Have you texted back and forth with them on those phone numbers over the years?
Yes.
And also with regard to this particular text thread?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd also ask you, with regard to the content of these messages and who said what, and particularly focusing on the one that's identified as local user. Having read that text chain, were you able to determine who local user is?
Yes.
And who is that?
Michael Proctor.
And was that by the content of the messages that Michael Proctor typed that you recognized it?
Yes.
And with regard to whether this is a complete, accurate record of what it purports to be, what is your testimony in that regard?
I believe this to be a record of our text chain for this period of time.
Appears to be accurate and complete.
It does.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just one more question for you, sir. Does the text message chain that you read fairly and accurately represent the circumstances of the conversation that was going on?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Brennan?
Good morning.
Morning. Good afternoon.
Do you have an independent memory of any of the text conversations in the package that you reviewed?
I do not have a memory of this happening.
Thank you.
All right. So, sir, I'm going to ask you to you're all set.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to step down.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, given that unfortunately this witness was not reached by the jury today, I would like him recognized as well.
He has counsel here with him, right? Does he have counsel here with him? All right. Sir, you'll make sure your client is here when we need him?
I will do so, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
My name is Thomas Campbell. My office is in Boston.
And I'll speak with Mr. Campbell in terms of an appropriate time of day. He's been very cooperative.
All right. So, sir, you can leave.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. And thank you, Mr. Campbell. We'll see you. We'll let you know when we need you back. It's probably going to be Monday first thing.
Understood.
Thank you.
Sir, watch your step coming down.
All right. We'll hear you, Mr. Yannetti.
So, Your Honor, my understanding is there's an objection, so I'd rather respond to the objection.
I want to hear you as to why this is admissible. Why this is admissible.
That's fine, Your Honor. Just have a moment. So, Your Honor, with regard, I assume we're just dealing with authenticity at this point?
No, we're dealing with both. You're the proponent of the testimony, so let's deal with both.
Okay, all right. So regarding authenticity, Your Honor, there are several ways that are either independent or connected with each other by which or through which a party can authenticate text messages. The majority of the case law out there are defendants having appealed judges' decisions to admit text messages offered by the Commonwealth, and the majority of the case law that exists affirm judges' allowance of text messages into evidence. The Commonwealth filed a memorandum in opposition to these text messages being admitted, and not one of the cases cited by the Commonwealth apply here or are appropriate. The case of Commonwealth versus Purdy In that case, the Commonwealth introduced text messages from computers seized at a massage parlor. The defendant objected that there was no evidence that he had authored any of the, these actually were emails, not text messages, any of the emails that were admitted into evidence. Nobody saw him do it. Nobody saw him type it, and nobody discussed any of the emails with him. But the SJC cited a long-standing rule, including Rule of Evidence 901B1-4. Evidence may be authenticated by direct or circumstantial evidence. And the circumstantial evidence is essentially what we covered here in court today: the appearance of the electronic communications, the content, the substance, internal patterns, or other distinctive characteristics. Commonwealth versus Welch was a murder case where a boyfriend killed his girlfriend, was charged with killing his girlfriend, was convicted. The Commonwealth sought to introduce text messages between them, and various text messages from the victim's cell phone were admitted into evidence because, for one reason, they referenced the defendant's distinctive nickname. And in this case, we have a text chain with 3 nicknames, all of whom the witness recognized as being his friends. We have more to authenticate this text chain than in any case I have seen, and also more than in any case the Commonwealth has cited. In this case, we have an identification of every phone number pursuant to the last 2 digits. We have an identification of Michael Proctor's message relating to the contents. We have evidence of the witness's cell phone requiring a passcode, meaning that in order for his phone to be active in this chain, he would have had to have unlocked the phone with the passcode. And he testified that what was in the content of the message that he identified as being his is consistent with something that he would have said. And not only that, but he adds a 4th nickname, that being Chip, that being Michael Proctor. The Commonwealth, with regard to Commonwealth versus Welch, which is again cited in their memorandum, this opposition, Your Honor, they state what appear to be rock solid black and white legal principles, but when you scratch below the surface and you actually read the case stands for nothing in terms of what they've represented it to be. They stated that in Welch, member of the group. That's just plain false. The case doesn't say that at all. It's nowhere in that case, and in fact, the messages were let in, again, because of the circumstances and the content of the messages. Commonwealth versus Raposa, another case that they cite. The defense sought to call a neighbor to testify that he had seen the victim alive after the defendant had confessed to having shot him, another murder case. The problem was that the neighbor denied making the statement, so the defense wanted to call the neighbor for the sole purpose of impeaching him with his prior statement that he supposedly made to the police and use that statement as substantive evidence. So in that case, the defendant wanted to use an out-of-court statement for its truth. It was rank hearsay. That case had nothing to do with text messages or statements used to show state of mind or electronic communications. But somehow it makes its way into the Commonwealth's memorandum. Commonwealth versus Rajiv R., which is the second to last case that they cite, that dealt with a search warrant done at a juvenile's home. The police officer in that case was allowed to testify to what he was seeking, which was the goal of the search warrant, a firearm allegedly in the juvenile's possession. And he was also allowed to testify to what the juvenile's mother did during the execution of the search warrant, which is she directed the police to the juvenile's bedroom. The Commonwealth cited that case to say you can't use hearsay when trying to prove a Bowden defense or present a Bowden defense. That case had nothing to do with Bowden. The evidence was admitted to explain what the police were doing in the home. So it's a situation where, there are times when, the police stop somebody on the street, or the police get a search warrant, and then they show up at a home. And rather than just have them magically appear at the home with the warrant, the police are allowed to give some circumstances as to how they got there. Nothing to do with Bowden. It's just giving the jury a fuller picture. Yet it was represented to you by the Commonwealth that, geez, this is a Bowden to present a Bowden defense. Commonwealth versus Sullivan, exact same situation. Testimony was admitted about DNA on evidence matching the defendant's DNA from a national database. The Commonwealth cites 3 principles. It's almost like they're setting a standard down that the court is supposed to follow with 3 in Sullivan et al. Is found in Sullivan et al. They're not even mentioned in the case. They're simply made up and put in a memo to ask this court to do something that the case does not support. And again, it has nothing to do with Bowden. So now we come to the arguments about the fact that the Commonwealth is claiming that these statements are hearsay. They're not. These statements contain insults of my client. I'll be kind and just mention the word.
So I read them.
Yes. Okay. Well, I mean, Your Honor, if you're going to allow this into evidence, I'll stop talking. Otherwise, I have to make my argument.
I understand what you mean by insults.
Okay. Okay. So I won't even mention them then. The Commonwealth is essentially arguing that we're offering these text messages to show that the insults were true. That's a silly argument. Obviously, we're not. Hearsay has 3 components. These are all statements out of court. None of them are offered for the truth of the matter asserted. None of them. Even the statement when Michael Proctor says that the homeowner's not going to catch any grief because he's a Boston cop. We don't know if that's true or not true. It's offered to show that Michael Proctor believes it's true. He's the lead investigator in the case. He has input into the case. He can decide who's investigated or not investigated. At least that's our argument. It's all consistent with our defense. It's offered to show his state of mind. Everything that he says is offered to show his state of mind and to show his bias. He, as the lead investigator, his bias in what he does or doesn't do. And in fact, Mr. Brennan said at sidebar earlier when we started this conversation that Bowden deals with what was done or what was not done. We're entitled to explore what was not done and not done, and we're entitled to explore why. We have evidence of why. We have Michael Proctor's words about why he did or didn't interview people separately, why he waited, for instance, a year and a half to interview a plow driver who was out there on January 29th, why he treated some people with kid gloves and other people with brass knuckles. He's stating it in these text messages. She's gonna go down for this. We're gonna pin it on the girl. We're going to make sure that there are some serious charges. She's effed. Those are what he says about, those are the statements he makes about Karen Reed in the infancy of this investigation. And to the contrary, is anything going to happen to Brian Albert? Nope. He's a Boston cop too. These are all statements about Michael Proctor's state of mind. The prosecutor and I have been over the statements. I realize he's objecting to the admission of these statements. I don't think he has a legal argument that passes muster to do that, but should the court allow them in, we're agreed on everything except for 3 entries, which I think we could deal with pretty quickly. And unless the court has questions, I'd rest on that.
No, but I'd appreciate a copy of whatever you've agreed upon.
Okay.
So it's been a long day for staff, so I don't need to sit here and go through each one. Just get me a copy of what you've agreed to.
Okay. So this is the only marked copy. I'm happy to hand it to the court.
And you can take care of it and email it in.
We'll do that.
Thank you,
All right.
Ron.
So, Mr. Brennan, I'd like to hear you on admissibility. I haven't decided admissibility, and I'll hear you on authentication.
On the first issue of authenticity, this witness has no memory of any of the text messages. I think it's fair to conclude he's on the text message string, he recognizes the people on it, but there is no authenticity if he doesn't recognize them. The person that could best authenticate these text messages is Michael Proctor. This witness does nothing as far as identifying the individual text messages and whether they're reliable, whether there's been any additions, deletions, whether in sum and substance this is part of the conversation. Notably, I think, according to the questioning by Attorney Yannetti, he's made one comment at the end of the string that really has nothing whatsoever to do with the text messages that are at issue. So authenticity, I don't believe this witness reaches that conclusion for them. Regarding admissibility, I do not dispute that in the right context, these text messages are admissible. If there is an investigator in a case that makes derogatory remarks about an accused, I can't say that doesn't go to bias, nor do I reject the idea that it shows an unfairness or a motivation. But really, you need to put that in context, and I think Attorney Yannetti highlighted that. He says that this is not hearsay, it's how he thought, or whether it affected a particular part of the investigation. It may have, it may not have. Even if he denies that it affected his investigation, it's still an appropriate question to ask just because that type of negative commentary, inappropriate commentary was made. But to explore the state of mind and put it in context, you need to ask the person that you're accusing of having the bias. Because perhaps it did affect the bias. Perhaps the person was very biased and made decisions based on that animus. Or perhaps the person made negative comments but had nothing whatsoever to do with the investigation. It is surmised to say because these comments were made, a witness was not investigated, or there was some other amorphous, undefined ill that happened. That's the whole reason why the witness who made the comments should be confronted with the comments they made so the jury can fairly assess, is this relevant, is it material, and what is the value of it? I am not opposed to the admission of bias against a witness, especially a police officer, but it should be against that witness because they need to have the opportunity to admit, deny, define, accept, and explain. By putting these messages in with sidestepping, calling Mr. Proctor, they are trying to gain the advantage of putting information in front of the jury that has no context, suggesting it has a value that has not been defined, and then, as Mr. Yannetti just did, making an argument that because the comment was merely made, that therefore there was a consequence, and specify a consequence where there's no factual basis to conclude. Because he made a derogatory comment, he didn't investigate or speak to a plow driver for a year and a half. That defeats the purpose of defining the value for which this is being admitted. I do have some issue that is really not under the context of Bowden, because this doesn't have to do with the adequacy of a police investigation. It has to do with bias. And that purely is the state of mind of the person who made the comment. I would not get in the way of confronting the witness about their bias if they were called to the stand. But to put it in this way invites speculation, it invites manipulation, and it invites a party on either side to portray this in a way that is not factually viable. It will be distracting, confusing for the jury, and it could be unfair for either side because it will lead to arguments about what it means without a factual basis. And so my position is I don't necessarily disagree that it's relevant, but it should come through Michael Proctor. And if the defense wants the value, they should call Michael Proctor.
Okay. Mr. Yannetti, do you want to respond?
I know we're the hours late, Your Honor. I won't belabor the points. I would state the following very as succinctly as I can, which is, yes, it goes to bias, but it also goes to the adequacy of the evaluation. The two concepts are intertwined. If you're biased or exhibit bias, the defense should be able to argue that the investigation was not adequate. I would note Mr. Brennan is not sitting at defense counsel table in this case. We appreciate the offer to help us with strategy about which witness we should call, but that's solely the province of the defense to determine which witness we want to use to authenticate and admit text messages. That's our choice, and we should not be deprived of that choice because Mr. Brennan thinks there's a better witness that should have introduced the text messages. There is no rule, there's no best witness rule in this case. I believe my co-counsel has already made that argument in another circumstance. His arguments, Mr. Brennan's arguments, go to the weight, not the admissibility. He is fully entitled to cross-examine this witness about all of the points that he raises, and in conclusion, Your Honor, he complains that we have a witness that they do not have confidence in to call themselves. It's unheard of in a murder case that you don't call the lead investigator, but that's what's happened in this case. We should not be forced to call Michael Proctor so that Mr. Brennan can then cross-examine him and lead him through basically his entire closing argument. He is entitled to call Mr. Proctor in rebuttal. He has every right to call Mr. Proctor again. I would rest on that. Thank you.
Okay. And just the very last thing, there's Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery. Is there any objection to that?
Yes. It's not in compliance with Rule 14.
Okay.
We don't have any written communications with
All right, so you're saying two different things. So you don't, this information doesn't exist because she has not had communications with you, right?
Written communications do not exist. I'm not saying two different things. Written communications do not exist. They also ask secondarily for all oral communications to be reduced to writing. We have no obligation to do that. We have no intention.
All right, so I'll get a decision out on that before 4:30, and I'm going to do a little more research on the text messages. Want to be heard, Mr. Brennan?
I thought you were standing up, Your Honor. No.
Oh, no, okay. All right, I'll see everybody Monday morning.
Thank you.
All right. You heard it, towel friends. Wow, how about that, towel friends? Look at that. I think we're going to get a ruling before 4:30. Folks, before 4:30. That means we got to hang out for the next 15 minutes to do a recap. Oh, goodness, it's going to take us a little bit longer to do a recap. But, folks, we're going to get a ruling. Oh, goodness. And guess what, towel friends? I'm here with you. It's me. I'm a towel. So if folks are trying to understand what's going on, ladies and gentlemen, let me just give you the basic recap. Here's what's going on in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reid trial. One, Hank Brennan shined on cross today. Oh my God, he obliterated Alan Jackson. He took Alan Jackson, he consumed Alan Jackson's soul, and then he said, "Thank you very much, Alan Jackson. You can leave now. I am Hank Brennan. I have consumed your soul." And he also consumed the soul of a witness. So basically what happened is to start the day, we got a big loss for Karen Reid. I'm going to sum this up and then we're going to do a recap. We got a big loss for Karen Reid. She lost her motion for a directed verdict. Sublime argument from Hank Brennan. We'll get to see Hank Brennan's argument and Reid losing the motion during our recap. Then we went right into the first defense witness, Matthew Dorta. We thought the direct was going to go for a while. Alan Jackson only went for an hour and a half, folks. And then we immediately went into an hour break from, 11 to 12. Hank Brennan then got up on cross from 12 until 1. Sublime. Absolutely just decimated the witness. Hank Brennan's first opportunity in front of the jury to demonstrate his skills on cross. Oh, knocked it out of the water. Listen, folks, look at the vote. Look at the towel vote, folks. We did a towel poll. I am not just being superfluous or gratuitous. We did a towel poll, ladies and gentlemen, and I want you to take a look, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to take a look. Look at the results. 94% Hank Super Towel Brennan over Alan Marshmallow Man Jackson. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. So that's how that started, right? Hank Brennan just decimates that witness on cross. Alan Jackson does a little bit of redirect, little recross. The witness goes home at 3:24. Then we go into an end of the day motion hearing, or an end of the day voir dire, ladies and gentlemen, because Alan Jackson doesn't want to call Michael Proctor. Remember, Hank Brennan did not call Michael Proctor. So now Alan Jackson wants to get in more of Michael Proctor's text. Well, he's not going to call Michael Proctor, so Alan Jackson has to get around this by trying to get Michael Proctor's friends to the stand to talk about the text messages. But Michael Proctor's friend that Jackson wants to call was just like, I don't remember sending these. Like, yeah, okay, you have the records. I don't remember. Dude, this was a long time ago. And so basically Brennan then got up, and Judge Cannone was asking Alan Jackson and Hank Brennan to argue both. She was saying both, right? She wasn't saying what she was talking about. She was saying she wants to argue, she wants them to argue authentication, and she wants them to argue the substance of whether the text could come in. That's why Yannetti was surprised. He was like, oh, I thought I had that in the bag already. He didn't. So that's why Judge Cannone was like, you are the proponent of the testimony. You will justify, Mr. Yannetti, why you believe this should come in, both in terms of its substance and also as to the authentication argument. Now, it's a bifurcated argument, okay? So the substance, it's a hearsay analysis, which has to do with, you have an unavailable declarant, okay? So, Michael Proctor's an unavailable declarant. So you're dealing with Michael Proctor's statements, okay, that he's saying to his friends in text messages. Michael Proctor's not available to testify, okay, because the defense isn't going to call him. So you're and I don't know if this technically means he's an unavailable declarant or an available declarant. The reason why this is relevant is when you're doing a hearsay analysis on the merits of the admissibility of the evidence, you have to go through the 804, MRE 804. I'm not a lawyer, none of this is legal advice, but you have to go through the MRE 804 analysis. This is why Judge Cannone has to really think about this. So you have to go through the substance of the MRE 804 analysis, which is the hearsay rules, and then you have to determine if any of the, it's 804. You have to then determine if any of the exceptions to the hearsay rule, which I think are like, it's either 801 is the hearsay rule and 804 are the exceptions, or, so 801 is the hearsay rule, 804 are the exceptions. You have to determine whether any of the exceptions apply, and whether the exceptions to the hearsay rule apply are based on whether the declarant is available or unavailable. And it's like a legal fiction to be an available or unavailable declarant, but here Michael Proctor wasn't called by the state. So really the question, and Hank Brennan framed it correctly, the question for Judge Cannone is she going to order that, yes, these texts can come in, but only if the defense calls Michael Proctor? Because really, that's what it goes to. It's a question of, can the defense get these texts in without calling Michael Proctor? And it's a hearsay analysis because as long as Michael Proctor's not on the stand, it's hearsay. Michael Proctor is not on the stand, so if you're calling another person to introduce Michael Proctor's text messages, you need it to be an exception to the hearsay rule because it's an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Now, you heard David Yannetti try to make an argument there, and what David Yannetti was saying is, listen, this isn't offered for the truth of the matter asserted. This is offered for the purposes of mental state or whatever, because Yannetti's trying to get around a very basic premise of the hearsay rule. But if Judge Cannone feels these are coming in for the truth of the matter asserted, that there was a bias, they're coming in substantively, etc. Okay, so Hank Brennan was saying maybe he could get there, David Yannetti, but in this case you really can't, because you don't have the opportunity for the context to be offered, the declarant isn't on the stand, and therefore, so Hank Brennan's argument on the hearsay thing was, this is hearsay, it's impermissible, the text should not come in. However, when it would become not hearsay would be if the defense called Michael Proctor. Okay, so that's the first part of the argument. That's Brennan's argument to Judge Cannone. Listen, this is not the way to get these texts in. The defense has the chance to call this witness. This witness could then explain more, talk about the text. And the defense, clearly posturing, David Yannetti tipped his hand in the response, said, no, Your Honor, we can't do that. We can't do that. Are you kidding me, Your Honor? We cannot possibly call Michael Proctor. Then Hank Brennan's going to get to ask. Now, let me explain. I realize some of you didn't really follow what was going on. Oh, Mark Carr, you are so kind to say thank you. It was probably the super towel herself, Courtney Meyer. Courtney Myers. Now, let me back up a little bit. I am going to try to answer your questions. Yes, Wild Roses, Proctor is on the witness list it's a joint witness list for the state and the defense, but that doesn't mean that they have to call Michael Proctor, okay? You can be on the witness list and not get called. Now, something very important to remember here is someone was asking earlier, why is it, I think it was the wonderful super towel, Luisa Ramirez. Why, oh, by the way, I had a second energy drink today, so you are all in a lot of trouble. Why is it that the defense won't just call Michael Proctor, right? Well, okay, here's why. Now, have you ever noticed that when the first lawyer gets up, say it's a state witness, when the first lawyer gets up, like Hank Brennan, he can't ask the questions, yes or no questions, like, you did this, didn't you? You did that, didn't you? Because that's called a leading question. Now, you absolutely cannot ask leading questions on direct, okay? So that's what makes a direct examination different from a cross. Now, here's what I'm trying to explain. When you are a defense attorney in this position and you would call Michael Proctor, you would only be able to ask open-ended questions on the direct. Who, what, when, where, and why. Now, some of you have been kicking around this idea of, well, wouldn't the defense just have Michael Proctor classified as a hostile witness, and thus wouldn't that invoke a special rule that allows the defense to ask leading questions on direct? Yes, but you don't get in, there's no entitlement, there's no presumption that a witness is a hostile witness. You have to call the witness up there, you have to ask them a series of questions, they have to be combative and obstructionist, and then you can get them classified as a hostile witness. Michael Proctor is a former trooper who would know he's been on the stand, I'm sure, before, would know not to be obstructionist, and therefore AJ would never get Proctor classified as a hostile witness, or Iannetti would never get Proctor classified as a hostile witness. So the defense knows if Proctor gets up on that stand, they're going to have to ask him open-ended questions. It would be miserable, and no defense attorney in their right mind would ever do it. It would just decimate. I'm telling you, folks, it would just decimate the defense's ability to actually engage with Proctor. And then what would happen is once the defense was done on direct, okay, then maybe they get those text messages in, so they get that. But then Hank Brennan would be able to get up on cross and ask Michael Proctor leading yes or no questions, and it would just be the worst thing possible for the defense. It will never happen. It would be such a inverse. Now, I see Super Towel Dewdrops needs to get some rest. You absolutely do, Dewdrops. We have a long recap ahead of us. You super towels over there in Europe, if you're going to stay with us, great. Super Towel Dewdrops, let's extend a special super towel hug to Super Towel Towelette Dewdrops, the most wonderful towelette Towel has ever met in his entire life. Dewdrops and I hang out in the chat. We were hanging out together all the way this morning at like 5:30 a.m. before the stream even started. Towelette loves to chat with little Super Towelette Dewdrops, and Towelette Dewdrops, send our towel love to Kiki and Riri. We are with you in spirit, Kiki and Riri. You make sure you tell Towelette Dewdrops, your mom, that she is very special. I don't know how exactly that language works, but also, yes, ladies and gentlemen, while we're singing the praises of Super Towelettes, and we won't make her blush, but Courtney Myers bestowed upon the Towel Friends today a plethora of towel-based emojis, ladies and gentlemen. Memberships galore. It rained memberships. If you click your emoji icon on your chat and you have towel emojis, oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Towel Fold. And thank you to the Super Towel herself, Courtney Myers, and super hugs to Super Towelette Dewdrops as she goes to bed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I was mentioning, so really the Proctor text issue, Judge Cannoni said she's going to take it under consideration, and then she's going to issue a ruling. That's going to take her till Monday because you have to do this bifurcated analysis. And really the substantive issue Judge Cannoni is deciding is, okay, one, should she just allow these witnesses to just be called just to authenticate the text? They wouldn't actually be testifying about anything, just are these the text? But Judge Cannoni's I don't think she's going to allow that. So then the question is she going to say, okay, I'm going to allow the text if you call Michael Proctor? But yes. Oh, towel love to you, Dewdrops and Kiki and Riri. You sleep well tonight, dear friend. You know as you lay your head down on your Super Towelette pillow that you have friends around the world who care about you and love you, Dewdrops, and I hope that brings you solace and a nice smile tonight, dear friend. You earned it. Dewdrops is a nurse who works hard. We love nurses on Towel Stream. All right, get some rest, Dewdrops. We'll tell you about the recap tomorrow. And don't worry, there will be a Towel Stream this weekend, probably Sunday, and then we're back Monday for a full day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was one of the issues discussed at the end of the day motion hearing. I think Judge Cannoni's likely to do the latter of what I just discussed in order. Yes, these texts can come in if you call Proctor. The defense will never call Proctor. The text won't come in. Now, the second, that's I'd say like 60-40. It's a toss-up. I didn't shepherdize the case law, and I'm just a lay towel. I'm not a lawyer. None of this is legal advice. But, ladies and gentlemen, my feeling 65-35 that Judge Cannoni rules defense can bring in these texts if they call Proctor. Now, the other thing is, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get a ruling here. In the next 5 minutes, we're going to get a ruling on whether the defense has to further comply with reciprocal discovery obligations for one of their witnesses. And also, we're going to give a super towel hugs to super towel Pat Brooks, because I think the comment came in earlier, and I did already say super towel Pat Brooks is just a super towel, but I just want to give a super towel hug to the super towel Pat Brooks themselves, because, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. Oh, what do you mean something went wrong? What is going on? Twitter is not working right now. That's very, very frustrating, ladies and gentlemen. We need Twitter to be working because we have things to do on Twitter, little towels. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe it'll be working for loading up posts. Is anyone else having Twitter? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, X seemed to have gone down for a little bit, but it's going to come back up. Ladies and gentlemen, I know X is going to come back up in a second. It's just loading up all the posts. I heard, ladies and gentlemen, what did we go past? We went 24,000, 25,000 on the X, ladies and gentlemen, although X is down right now, so we're just waiting 1 second for all the posts to reload because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do our recap. If you're just tuning in, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. What are we in? We're only like 9 hours into this towel stream, and you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. We have our whole recap to go. We're going to start from the very beginning of the day as soon as X comes back online, because that's where Little Towel stores all these posts. And yes, no, and Proctor, there's no need for Trooper Proctor to plead the Fifth. There's no Fifth Amendment issue really in the case. There's no criminal exposure in the context of the Reed case. Sandra Birchmore case, a little different. I don't even know if Proctor was really directly involved in that. But ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, this was a perfectly managed case by Hank Brennan because he's cornered the Reed defense. They have no choice. They have no choice but to call Proctor. Otherwise, these texts are hearsay. I don't think they're going to get... That's why I'm saying that, Lynn Hennis. It's just such a difficult position. And I don't think Judge Cannoni is going to allow the defense. That's what I'm saying. I don't see this coming in as an exception to the hearsay rule. So do you all understand what I'm trying to explain? What I mean by that is I don't think this is going to come in as an exception to the hearsay rule, which means that if Michael Proctor does not testify, I don't think these texts come in. I also do not believe the defense will call Michael Proctor because just for a number of reasons. It's tactically bad. It's legally inadvisable, although I'm not a lawyer. I believe any competent lawyer would say, no, you should not call Michael Proctor as the defense. Are you out of your mind? You cannot ask Michael Proctor questions, open-ended questions on direct. You are out of your mind. And so, therefore, I don't think, exactly, I think it's laughable that the defense would call Michael Proctor. So, therefore, you're in the position, right? You're in a very special position as the defense. You're probably not going to win on the hearsay issue, but you might win on admissibility with Proctor on the stand. So if you want these... Hold on. No, it's not about that. It's not about anything to do with Twitter. It is actually Twitter's not loading right now, so I took a look at it, folks. Don't panic. The Twitter itself, just Twitter as an app, is not loading right now. And what happens is, oh, it's back. No, it's coming slowly back, ladies and gentlemen, so give it about 5 more minutes. If you've never experienced a Twitter server outage, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, what it means is that the Twitter servers, there's a bunch of different Twitter services. So there's like the live service, there's the video service, there's the post service, there's the post that actually, there's the service that actually like holds your posts like and stores them. All of those come online at a different time when there's an outage. Yeah, so Joe Blow, don't worry, nobody panic. We are with you on YouTube. Twitter is down, folks, but what happens when Twitter goes down is that there's a cycle, okay? So I don't want anybody to panic. I don't want any of the towel friends to get scared. There's a cycle when the Twitter post, oh my goodness, hold on, let me pause. Sheffield Flannel, it is great to see you today. Oh, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. You do good, my friend. God bless you, dear friend. But yes, folks, don't panic. It's not that Twitter is down. It's that its services are rebooting. So when Twitter services reboot, the first thing you're going to see come back up is the live. Then you're going to see posts. Now, I can actually show you this in real time. And ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. Look at I have the towel numbers. Oh, I had them earlier. Where'd they go? They had just loaded. Maybe it's on the other towel screen. Hold on. I just saw them. They were just up there. Oh, hold on. Let me refresh it. So you can tell the X is down, and here's how I'll show you. You know that it's server. We're looking for the rulings. Don't worry. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, so this is how you know X is down. If the first thing you see at the top is just who to follow, it means that the whole site is refreshing and your posts are going to then load. They are the last thing to load. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, look at that top corner. I cannot believe this, ladies and gentlemen. Little Towel is having a bit of a freak out. Can you all see those numbers in the top towel corner? Hold on, I'm going to make them a little larger for you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have outpaced almost every single news station. We have outpaced international outlets on ladies and gentlemen, this is incredible. This is simply incredible. Let me pull up the list for you right now. But yes, good for you, Super Towel H. But yes, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Are you all seeing these numbers? So one of the streams has like 295 people or something. But like even Al Jazeera English, okay, like 743. So you're competing with Al Jazeera English. That's not bad. And Al Jazeera Breaking if you're at a couple hundred. Now look at Fox 25, ladies and gentlemen. That's one of the bigger local stations. 17.4 thousand on their X feed. Ladies and gentlemen, 25,000 people. We are the very top of the top, at least for the people that I follow, at least that pop up on Little Towel's feed. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. 25,000, ladies and gentlemen. We are the Super Towels. 5MEO DMT is absolutely right. And I actually, hold on, I want to do one thing here. I want to make the bottom of the towel comments actually go to there we go. Now let me just make it a little smaller. Oh my goodness, you are all the best. I am so proud of you all. And by the way, I'm not gratuitously delaying the recap. You know I want to do the recap with you, but we can't do the recap until Twitter goes back up because I archived everything on Twitter. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, oh goodness, you are all so amazing. While we wait for Twitter to load up, I just want to tell you we're going to take a little break. Towel's here with you. We have a recap to do. Hopefully it won't take that long. We're going to go over the win for Hank Brennan at the beginning of the day. We're going to look at the hilarious moment from AJ's direct where he, or was it? Yeah, it was during AJ's direct. A ridiculous moment happened, and we'll watch it. We'll watch the replay. I can't believe I'm forgetting. It was so long ago in the morning. There was only one highlight of the direct, and it was really a funny moment, more so than anything else. And then we're going to watch Hank Brennan's cross in full. You will not miss a minute of it. This recap will literally be mostly Hank Brennan on cross, and you're going to love it. We'll watch Hank Brennan's recross, and then I'll summarize the end of the day motion hearing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, was it our Super Towel friend himself? Oh, no, it was better. It's Bella Marie. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Bella Marie with the congratulatory post. Ladies and gentlemen, the Towel Friends have ascended. We have taken our place, our rightful place at the top of the Twitter rankings, at least for the people that I follow and that pop up on my X feed. We are miles above Al Jazeera Arabic. I speak a little bit of Arabic. They're like, why is there Arabic on the screen? Well, that's Al Jazeera Arabic Breaking. That's what it says. And then AJ English is there. We're miles above them. And then Fox 25, ladies and gentlemen, one of the bigger local stations. Ted Daniel, eat your heart out. The Towel Friends are like 25,000. Sue O'Connell, what do you think of that? Ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. Those people think so much about numbers and analytics. Hundreds of millions of impressions. Like, literally, look at that. Leading the rankings, at least on those. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. This is a towel movement. We are putting the media establishment, I'm pretty sure the political establishment, and maybe even the government of France. I think we're starting to concern people. We've started a revolution, a peaceful revolution based on towels and universal love. I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen, Bella Marie. I think it's very possible that the world governments are going to have a meeting, and they're going to be like, listen, towel diplomacy diplomacy is hilarious, but we cannot give him Northern France. If we give him Northern France, he's going to literally use it to take a bunch of animals in, like koalas and kangaroos and peacocks and camels and pandas. He's going to bring them into his country, and then he is going to proceed to try to bring about a new world order based on universal love and compassion, and we can't have that. And then someone's going to be like, listen, do not let that man anywhere near Jerusalem. And I'm going to be like, me? I'm a towel. I have a right to go there if I want to. Yes, Macy. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. I am on chat. Hold on. Claudia, I'm here. It's not that I can't get on the chat. It said I was highlighting Eva's wonderful super chat. Towel World News, ladies and gentlemen, 25,000 times the viewers of Al Jazeera breaking. The Arabic world, ladies and gentlemen, they will soon find out about Little Towel too. The Australians, they know about Little Towel. We love our Australian towel friends from the Gold Coast to Melbourne. Oh, even the kangaroos in the land where people don't really live. Ladies and gentlemen, we love our Australian friends. We love our German friends. Ich bin ein Berliner, ladies and gentlemen. We love the towel friends from around the world. And if you're saying, Grant, are you just spreading a towel message of joy and peace while you're waiting for Twitter to come back up? Yes, I'm doing that, but there's nothing wrong with that, ladies and gentlemen. It is not, and I'm not highlighting these accounts, by the way. It's just Twitter keeps going down. So the only way to figure out if it actually is up is to just constantly refresh it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I have wonderful news. Twitter is back up. Oh, it is a glorious day. Wait a minute. I may have spoken too soon. Ladies and gentlemen, Twitter is partially back up. I see my pinned post. So you know how I was telling you about how the servers go online slowly? Let me give you an opportunity to tell you a little bit about this. So if you've ever noticed Twitter go down, or any site, Twitter's a very specific site in how it functions. If Twitter has a crash, what happens is basically all of its servers restart, but it's a very compartmentalized service. So you can tell, I don't know anything about this, it's all probably closed source, but I can just inductively, because I monitor it very closely, I can kind of figure out how it works. Twitter has all these different services it runs. It has Grok, which is part of XAI. It has like its live streaming service. It has like its post service. It has like its account service. And all of them come online. So the primary goal when the site goes offline, it seems, is that it wants to get itself back online. So its backbone features seem to be like, it's like homepage GUI, like the home explore buttons, and then the accounts that you should follow, and then what is live right now. That's like the core backbone of Twitter or X. Then what it will load next is like posts that it has that it thinks are very important, pin posts, things like that. But it won't load anything else on your feed. Then it will start to repopulate. So I think it has this like priority order for rebooting its servers, and it happens the same way all the time when X goes down. We're about to hit 25,000, but yep, we should be back up. Joe Blow, thank you for because we're all on, as long as all of us are on Eastern time that are saying it's back up, it should be back up. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're back up. So the first thing I want to do is I actually want to add this. I'm going to put this permanently above my head for today because I'm just so proud that we literally are, going to hit 25,000 views on the X, which is just the stream, which is incredibly impressive. And then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, as Elevate the Process says, to everyone who's here supporting the channel. I also have wonderful news, ladies and gentlemen. I can confirm for you that the Twitter is indeed back up. So you know what that means. One, I get to make the post that I needed to make. So hold on one second. Hold on, little towels. So let's just make this post. Come on, you can do it, Twitter. Yes, I got it done, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so let's leave that up like that, okay? And then I'm going to open a new window for you, little ladies and gentlemen. And we, little ladies and gentlemen, we are all little towels today. And then as I open this new window, hold on, yep, I am going to use that, ladies and gentlemen, to do our recap. Who's ready? I'm ready. Little towels ready. The towel friends are ready. It was quite a day. Hank Brennan had himself a day, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to talk about it. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to bring it up on the towel screen right now. Yes, I agree, Amber Alexandra. Is reporter Towel Christina here? No, I think they are working. Ladies and gentlemen, though, don't worry. We're going to do a towel stream on Sunday, and we're going to be back Monday morning, 7:30 a.m. So don't worry. We'll see each other at least twice, once this weekend, and then we'll be back Monday. And if you're wondering, Grant, you have been streaming for 9 hours. It is 4:30 in the afternoon. We started court at 9. You were streaming at 7:30. What is going on? Well, I had a Red Bull at 2 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, and I am going to be here. Oh, thank you, Courtney Myers. You are a super towel. Everybody appreciates you here, and I appreciate you saying congratulations. It was a milestone moment. Super Towel Stream has taken on. We are now the world towel media. We are towels. Oh, God bless so many of you. But ladies and gentlemen, let me get this recap ready for you, because you know we love doing our recap, and Towel loves doing the recap with you. All right, is this the right one? Why are you being a towel? Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm gonna figure it out. First of all, there we go. We got the towel chat. That was so nice of you, Courtney, to come back and wish Towel well. We're gonna get rid of that, ladies and gentlemen, and then we're gonna prepare the other towel window. So give me 1 second here. All right, I'm excited for this, little towels. Cat in a Hat, I love your username. Every time I see your username pop up, I'm just like, oh my goodness, it's Cat in a Hat. Now, let me just make sure this is the right one, so I don't want to scroll away from that. What I want to do is open the other one over here. Nope, that's the wrong one. Over here is a very Newton way of saying over here. Can you tell I am from down the lake, ladies and gentlemen? No, I selected the wrong one. Do you know what the lake is, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, God bless you. Someone sent a very nice towel donation to the GoFundMe. Oh, God bless you, folks. And Towel selected the wrong window again. I was literally so overwhelmed. I was like, oh, goodness. All right. Is this the right one? Yeah, I got the right one. All right. Look at that. Who's ready? Who's ready? We're all little towels. And did you know what? We have a court, but the raw Karen clips himself. Courtney Myers, you as well. You rest, you hydrate. I will do the same. I'm going to get a full day of rest Saturday. God bless you, dear friend. Super towel hugs from me to you, Courtney. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And lay your head to bed tonight knowing that towel friends from around the world were brought to smiles and solace because of you. And that is not from the perspective of ego or being celebrated, but just knowing that many smiles and that much happiness was brought to that many people. Special kind of thing, friends. Special moments, special ripples of joy in a world that needs it. God bless you, Super Towel Courtney Myers. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Karen clips to watch. We have an overview to do. Little Towel feels like he's ready. I feel like it's time. I think we're going to do this recap. Then I'm going to have a wonderful towel night, and we are all going to see each other Sunday. All right, so the very first thing we got to do, because it looks like things are ready. Here we go. I got the Hank Brennan argument as well as the ruling from Judge Cannoni. So, oh no, where did it go? Why? I've never had this problem happen so many times in one day. Why do you continue to do this to Little Towel? It just wants to torment me. Little Towels, it just wants to torment me. How about this? Is this it? Yes, we got it. All right, hold on, Little Towels. I shall be tormented no longer. I have figured it out. Okay, there we go. All right, it's recap time. Get ready. You know, I got to take my little breaths. I got to see what's going on. Got to see how I'm feeling. And there's just so much of Hank Brennan's cross that was awesome. We're literally going to watch the whole thing. So, all right. So, who's ready for this? We're going to start at 4:43:45. So, you got about a 15-second window. Getting ready for the recap, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready for the recap. It's a towel recap, ladies and gentlemen. It's your favorite part of the day. It's my favorite part of the day. Here we go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's great to be with you after day 25 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. If you missed it, the day started with Hank Brennan coming through with a huge victory. Karen Reed's defense lost their pro forma motion for a required finding of not guilty after Hank Brennan rested his devastating case in chief yesterday on Thursday. There was a weak argument from Alan Jackson on the motion for a required finding of not guilty. We're going to listen to the motion argument from Hank Brennan that ended up being the winning argument, ladies and gentlemen. And then we saw a very short, unexpectedly short cross, ladies and gentlemen, from the first defense witness in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial that was witness Matthew Dorta, who was surprisingly not very well schooled or prepared and didn't actually do any of his own testing. And as we will see, although Alan Jackson only had one funny moment on direct, Hank Brennan, we're literally going to watch this whole cross, ladies and gentlemen. This was the first time we got to see Hank Brennan really shine. This wasn't even the witness that I think Hank Brennan is going to rip into the hardest on cross. And Hank Brennan had that courtroom in the palm of his hand. He had the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial world in the palm of his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, oh goodness, my word, towel friends, let me just tell you right now, it was a towel day. And of course, I'm actually going to give Super Towel shout-outs to the wonderful Super Towel Pat Brooks, to the wonderful Super Towel at Jew Drops, to the wonderful Super Towel Courtney Myers, to the wonderful Super Towel Ali 90210. I'm just randomly shouting out Super Towels who were with us today because we had a day watching Hank Brennan on cross, ladies and gentlemen. He rose to the occasion. He previewed what it's going to be like for other witnesses. Unlike the previous crosses in this case, we previously watched the state's case in chief, and we saw a lot of crosses from Bob Alessi. They were terrible. They were like a student learning how to do a cross in a high-profile criminal trial for the first time, and Judge Canoni herself, I think, was starting to just be like, Mr. Alessi, this is getting a little out of hand, and especially when Bob Alessi started screaming at one of the witnesses yesterday about a very inappropriate discussion about the witness commenting on Bob Alessi's hands when he hadn't. Anyway, now we saw a real master of his craft, Hank Brennan, up on cross. And you saw, instead of just delivering these kind of meandering, non-well-researched questions about oh, yes, tell me what you did with your day, and what do you do in the morning? Do you make your wife a cappuccino? What is the definition of the word, didactic? Whatever Bob Alessi was asking. No, Hank Brennan had segmented structure, a schema to his cross. It was analytical. It was ruthless. It was brilliant. It was literally, I was watching it and I was like, I may as well be in class right now taking notes on this man. I cannot believe how brilliant this is. I do not want to let this man down. I need to get ready for the final. There wasn't going to be a final, but my word, oh goodness, you cannot, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot understand how truly beautiful this was, friends. Hold on. Don't worry at all. All of 19. Oh yes, you help out anyone sorry, I thought you were talking to me. You help out anyone you want to, all of 19. But yes, so folks, it was brilliant. It was magisterial. I compared Hank Brennan to Lionel Messi on a soccer field, or I actually compared Hank Brennan to Fernando Torres in the 2009 Champions League final, Chelsea against Barcelona. It might have been a little bit later in time. That might have actually been 2011 or so. Needless to say, Fernando Torres takes the ball inside his own half, dribbles up, takes out Barcelona. Chelsea goes back to European glory. That's how good it was, ladies and gentlemen. And this was just a de minimis effort from Hank Brennan. A schema, a schematic, structured cross, point by point by point. Instead of going through nonsensical meandering questions, Brennan had points that he wanted to make. Brennan was looping his questions so that although the witness didn't realize it, the witness for the defense was rehabilitating the credibility of Brennan's own witnesses who had already testified. It was brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, it was an exercise in just simply trial strategy brilliance. I've never seen anything like it. Exactly. Camilla Mosley said it was like a professor in a lecture to students. It was brilliant. It wasn't condescending. It was simply ruthlessly intimidating due to the substance and form and the way it was delivered. Hank Brennan today, ladies and gentlemen, previewed to you. This is why I'm so excited. Hank Brennan previewed today for you what is going to be the best series of crosses in the world next week. I hope you are excited for the next week of the Karen Reed trial. This isn't going to be the Karen Reed defense show. This is going to be Hank Brennan, the advanced trial strategy expert on cross in his element in front of a national audience, able to do this. Oh my word, I saw it today, friends. I saw it for the first time. I saw it in a way that made Little Towel say, oh my goodness, we are in the presence of greatness. It's not just that Little Towel looks up to this man, Hank Brennan, because of his legal acumen and his erudition and his skills in the Bolger case to highlight government corruption, even at the expense of Bolger, etc., having Brennan get hugged by Bolger's victims in court because of what he was doing, the work he was was doing in that case. No, we were in the presence of simply legal brilliance. We were watching moments unfold that will be studied for decades to come. A man who came into this court, ladies and gentlemen, and just absolutely decimated the Karen Reed defense. Now, we also have a video of Karen Reed leaving court. Thank you so much to the super towel, Diana Natale. I think we might be able to watch this during the recap. As people know, we love the ability to watch videos of Karen Reed leaving court during the recap. So, as I continue, though, with my analysis, Hank Brennan, magisterial cross, okay? We're going to watch every moment of it, the way that it was delivered, the way that it was structured, the way that the questions were asked. It actually drew out points. It was cohesive. It was the first time during this entire Karen Reed trial that I actually said to myself, oh my goodness, I am in the presence of greatness. It's not just that I am... Now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have it here. Give me 1 second. And we have the footage of Karen Reed leaving court. You're going to have to give me 1 second to bring it up, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to bring it up. We are going to actually start this in the recap. It was a tough day for Karen Reed. Let me just tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, I've seen some tough days in my life for folks, okay? I've seen some tough days. This was a really tough day for the defense. Karen Reed was wincing at certain points, ladies and gentlemen. There was no escape. The camera that used to once be her savior, ladies and gentlemen, no, not anymore, folks. Not anymore. Now, let me see if I can bring this up for you, little towels. Give me 1 second. Hold on a second. We're going to come back to our Hank Brennan recap in a second. There it is, folks. We have the video of Karen Reed leaving court. Thank you, Diana Natale. God bless you, dear friend. Let's watch it.
TVD.
How long will your case last?
1.5 to 2 weeks.
How are you feeling after today?
I feel very good. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, folks. This is from yesterday. Sorry about that. This was Karen Reed leaving court yesterday. My apologies. Don't worry, though, Diana and Natali. We'll keep looking. That was yesterday. I should have looked up. I thought that was Karen leaving court today. If we get a video of Karen leaving court today, don't you worry, friends. I promise you we'll be able to see it. All right, so we are going to, what I was doing was I was giving you a little bit of my analysis of how Hank Brennan had did during his cross. Oh, right. I agree. That's why we were watching it. Diana Natale, that was a very good question. Karen definitely knew yesterday, without question, that there's no way that was coming in unless the defense called Proctor. So, my apologies. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Diana Natale. I agree. Reed absolutely knew yesterday. But going back to Hank Brennan's cross, we're going to look more at it later. I've given you a preview of my analysis. I cannot tell you how impressed I was with this cross. Not just, I try to call it down the middle. Like, if I thought, for example, during the first trial, if there was something Adam Lally did during cross or direct that I thought wasn't up to par, I would say it. Not only can I not critique Hank Brennan, but that is a man who will be studied for decades to come. That this cross is just a preview of his brilliance. There is so much more we are yet to see. I was just stunned that I got to actually be there and watch that, even on video today. Just being there for the whole thing, watching Mr. Brennan, watching Hank actually work his magic in a cross. Folks, what a day. The Towel Friends were literally in heaven. They had the day of their lives. But we're doing a recap, so let's do it. This is how the day started, ladies. Oh, the ruling. This is how the day started, ladies and gentlemen. I'll get you an update on that ruling on the Rule 14 discovery compliance as well as this is playing.
In a light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the first issue the court should look to is intoxication. A reasonable fact finder would find that the defendant was in fact intoxicated. Based on the serum conversion and based on Karen Reed's statements herself, you've heard many admissions by the defendant about her level of intoxication, which far surpassed the statutory mandate that she consumed alcohol in a way that would affect her ability to operate safely. Those are just two of the cornerstone pieces of intoxication which are clear, light most favorable to the Commonwealth, a reasonable fact finder could find beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence of collision is abundant I do not want to go through an entire closing argument or rhetoric, but suffice to say there are taillight fragments from the defendant's own Lexus from her shattered right taillight that are found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes. Mr. O'Keefe is left at the very spot where she expects to find him, according to her statements, where her car does a backing maneuver at least 24 miles per hour. He is left with injuries on his arm consistent with the damage to her Lexus right rear taillight. The scientific data is substantial. Telestream data, Apple Healthcare data, battery temperature data. And again, Ms. Reed's statements herself about clipping, hitting. The evidence of a collision in this case is overwhelming. It is a public way. Lieutenant Gallagher told us about Fairview as being a public way. And so as to the operating under the influence of alcohol manslaughter, the conduct of driving in that forward and backing maneuver after being intoxicated meets clearly the standard for OUI manslaughter. Regarding second-degree murder.
Oh, no, friends, there is sound. It's just Hank Brennan is not talking to the microphone. I promise you. I know, there is sound playing. I mean, I know there is because I'm listening to it. It's just very soft.
Highlighted in my opening statement, the defendant
Hold on.
engaged in intentional conduct that was her
How's that?
maneuver of driving forward, stopping, and then driving back to Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022.
I know.
Under the conditions at night after being intoxicated.
Folks, just so you know, it's not your fault. Hank literally doesn't talk into the microphone. I know. So what's happening is the source feed, they know he doesn't talk into a microphone and they try to make it better. It does not make it better. But it's Hank Brennan not talking into the microphone. I know. I tried to make it as good as I could.
Intentional. And any reasonable person could find that her conduct that night created a plain and strong likelihood of death. There is no predicate of intending to kill or even intending to hit. There is clearly a plain and strong likelihood of death driving a 6,000-pound SUV forward and then back. In addition to state of mind, again, the defendant tells us herself. Through firefighter Becker, they're arguing, they're upset. We see the text messages, evidence of attempted breakup, and we hear the words of Karen Reed when she leaves numerous voicemails that night, and you can hear her voice. There are statements, I do not want to go through a summary of all of them, but statements from the defendant herself where she acknowledges an injury to Mr. O'Keefe. She's the last one with him, where to find him, and her hypotheses about hitting and clipping him. As to leaving the scene, again, the defendant tells us that when she leaves, he doesn't look mortally wounded. She leaves him, makes dozens and dozens of calls, but never goes back to help him and leaves him to die. And we heard from Dr. Wolf about the life-saving procedures that could have been initiated. The chance of survival was never given to John O'Keefe. All of those facts suffice under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government, that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt, or could find beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element.
Now that, ladies and gentlemen, was not good because for some reason my clip cut off early. But yes, Judge Cannoni ends up ruling against Karen Reed. So watch this, ladies and gentlemen. I think I have a video of the ruling as well. I'm not sure why that specific clip cut off a little bit early, but don't worry, towel friends. We have a clip of the ruling as well, right as Hank Brennan finished up his oral argument. So let me just give this clip to you, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second, little towels. Hold on. There we go. So hold on.
To leaving the scene,
oh, better audio too.
Again, the defendant tells us that when she leaves, he doesn't look mortally wounded. She leaves him, makes dozens and dozens of calls, but never goes back to help him and leaves him to die. And we heard from Dr. Wolf about the life-saving procedures that could have been initiated. The chance of survival was never given to John O'Keefe. All of those facts suffice under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government, that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt, or could find beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of each and every one of these charges.
All right, thank you. So the motion is denied as to all three indictments. On the other topic that we were discussing at sidebar, I don't need to hear argument on that right now, Mr. Yannetti. I'd prefer to get started. I would like you and Mr. Brennan to talk to see about proposal.
Thank you.
So we ready to bring the jury in? I did not ask you at sidebar. Are you ready for this witness, Mr. Brennan?
I'm ready.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
all right, so we'll bring the jury in. That will take
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have news for you. After you watch that video, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan has won his motion. He has won his motion for reciprocal discovery related to this witness from the Canton PD, Kelly Denver or something. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan has won his motion. I have the ruling for you now. I'm going to bring it up on your screen. The ruling is endorsement on motion for reciprocal discovery. In the interest of fairness, the court orders the defendant to produce this information. Rule 14, 2.d, Judge Cannoni, no parties notified. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan just coming in with win after win after win. All Hank Brennan does is win. Somebody call DJ Khaled and tell him that all Hank Brennan does is win. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day to be a towel. We're literally in the middle of the towel update, and what happens? We have even more towel updates. Yes, Hank Brennan has won, ladies and gentlemen. He has won his motion related to the reciprocal discovery. All Hank Brennan does is win, ladies and gentlemen, and let me just show this to you right now. Bring it up for you on Towel Stream. All right, give me one little second. All right, how about this little towels? I have it for you. I grabbed it from the docket. There it is. There it is. The endorsement on the motion for reciprocal discovery allowed. Not the easiest thing to see in the world, but ladies and gentlemen, I have the ruling. I have it. I have to write it up for the towel friends. But there you go, little towels. All right, now, what are we going to do next? Well, friends, after Karen lost her motion for a required finding of not guilty, we saw some hilarious moments in Alan Jackson's Cross, but before we do that, did you know I got some raw Karen clips? Do you want to see them? I bet you do. These are the raw files. Oh, Pat Brooks. Oh, Pat Brooks, my dear friend, oh goodness, I don't know what to say. I mean, Pat Brooks, you are one of the most thoughtful humans, first of all, and second, you know that little emojis make Towel very happy, and I lose myself in my work someday, but I have a childlike joy about me, I want to tell you. And that, the compassion, the kindness, the chatting with the Towel friends, it all is amazing to me. But please do not underestimate how much I enjoy, even in the middle of a recap, being able to say thank you for that, and also the little Towel Fox. I need, first of all, it's saying thank you to me, and I'm working as hard as I can, little Towel Fox, I promise. But also, it makes me happy. It reminds me of that joy, and I hope it's a joy I can bring to you all, even in the context of difficult cases, through our shared time together and through these recaps. So God bless you, Pat Brooks, and God bless you, little Towel Fox. I'll give you a little towel pat on the head, you little Towel Fox. Oh, thank you for being you, Towel Fox. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you get recaps, and then you get Towel just fawning and giggling over the Towel Fox. Towel had a little bit of a tough day. We determined that Towel is a fish, a towel fish, although I float because I'm a towel fish, who should not climb trees. And then I think people got it, and then they were like, oh, you little towel, oh, you little towel. And I was like, oh, don't worry, little towels. And then they told me I should keep swimming in the big towel pond. And I will, ladies and gentlemen, God willing, I will. But I get scared sometimes. I get scared. Oh, God bless you, Claudia Franco. Ladies and gentlemen, look at all the towel friends. And then we had to scroll in the middle of the recap because it is the man himself, the Super Towel, Jack D65. And look at that. Incredible. Oh, my goodness. Really? Oh, wow. All right. Now, listen, I really need to get my Red Bull wings. Jack D65 thinks I'm incredible. I'm going to live up to that, ladies and gentlemen. That is a towel promise to you, Jack D65. That towel emoji has faith in me. I have faith in me, ladies and gentlemen. There are only 9 hours and 35 minutes to we're not even close to the 12-hour mark. Oh, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, Jack D65. I love that little towel emoji in a hat. I'm giving him a little pat on the towel head. Oh, God. Oh. I literally mean, though, he is a towel and he has a head, and I'm giving him a little pat. God bless you, towel friend. Hank won. So Hank filed a motion. You heard it at the end. There was an oral argument, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, you know what we can do, Claudia Franco? You are such a super towel. To help explain to you what Hank Brennan won, okay, I'm going to go to the very end of the oral motion argument, okay, and we're going to listen to the very last section of the argument about the reciprocal discovery, okay? And so let me just get you to that last part, and then let's listen to that argument, okay? Give me 1 second. I have to bring this part of the towel screen down, and then I'm going to bring this part up. So we have to go to the last part of this. Hold on. We're going to listen to the Michael Proctor. That was a different motion hearing. We're looking for the one that Hank just won. All right, come on now. So eventually, Yannetti finishes up his Proctor argument. All right, here we go. This is what we want. This is what we want.
Okay, and just the very last thing, there's Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery. Is there any objection to that?
Yes. No, it's not in compliance with Rule 14.
Okay.
We don't have any written communications with.
All right, so you're saying two different things. So this information doesn't exist because she has not had communications with you, right?
Written communications do not exist. I'm not saying two different things. Written communications do not exist. They also ask secondarily for all oral communications to be reduced to writing. We have no obligation to do that. We have no intention.
All right, so I'll get a decision out on that before 4:30, and I'm going to do a little more research on the text messages.
Okay, so does everyone understand? There's two rulings that have to come down. It's bifurcated. The text message ruling has not come down yet, but you know what has come down, ladies and gentlemen? The ruling on, so just to be clear, no decision yet on the text messages coming in, whether they're coming in through, whether the defense has to call Proctor or the defense can call one of Proctor's friends. We don't know yet. That's going to be on Monday probably. Well, we did get a ruling on is what you just heard there, where Yannetti was like, oh, well, or Jackson was like, we don't have any written communications with this Kelly Denver, but we had oral communications, and the state wants us to write them down. And Judge Cannoni was like, yeah, turn them over. Write them down and turn them over. So do it. Oh, Hank Brennan, you glorious man, you. Why are you such a wonderful towel? You just win. All Hank Brennan does is win, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, it was a big win. It's not like the biggest motion in the whole case, but it means that Judge Cannoni thinks that somebody's not being fully truthful from the Reed defense if she's ordering them to transcribe oral communications that already happened. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a big deal. Oh, goodness. Good job, Hank Brennan. So does everybody understand where we were there? Yes, I'm so glad we got caught up. I live to serve, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy I was able to help you. And listen, don't give me a Red Bull. I told the towel friends yesterday, you give me caffeine after 2 p.m., we are in for a ride. I have a hypersensitivity. We are in for an absolute ride and a half. And that's what's going on. We're doing our recap. We started a little bit ago. We have a little bit more to go before we get into the moment I know you all want to see, which is watching Hank Brennan's full cross. It was that wonderful. I'm going to get the audio as good as I can get it. Don't get frustrated at Mr. Brennan for walking away from the microphone. He likes to walk. He likes the jury to hear what he's saying, okay? He wants to keep the jury's attention. He's walking so they don't get bored. These are long days in court. Just remember why Hank Brennan is doing what Hank Brennan is doing. He's a man with a plan. Don't think that because the sound audio is bad for us that he's for some reason not living up to his Hank Brennan-ness. He is living up to his Hank Brennan-ness, I promise you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, all right, so let's go back. I told you we have some Karen clips I want to watch as well. Let's take a look at it, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know we have a bunch of raw Karen clips to listen to? I know you're excited. They came out. These are the direct raw files, exhibits released directly from the court. Let's watch them together. I know the towel friends love watching Karen clips, and I'm going to watch them with you. These came out in the middle of the day. They've all been played in court, obviously, but these are the first time we got the raw files.
or did it come back to you at some point? I mean, how much do you remember?
I remember it, but I question, do I remember it because it's been relived so much? I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that. So the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I mean, I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Ladies and gentlemen, oh goodness, that was the clip that was entered into evidence. Now let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, also, it was fascinating. The court, we got the files, the media, as WMVs. Did you know you cannot share a WMV as a raw file on Twitter? So in order to release these, I hope you all understand, I had to take every single file one by one on my phone. I was doing it while we were streaming. The court clerk was sending them out like one at a time because they're big files. I was ripping them downloading them as WMVs. There's like 9 of them. I was uploading them one at a time to an MP4 conversion site on my phone, converting them, re-downloading them as MP4s, summarizing them, and uploading them. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes I just feel like it shouldn't be possible for one little towel human to be able to do all this, but I do it because of my love for all of you. Oh, the super towel spouse, Mandy Strong, is in here. Now let's watch more Karen clips, raw files. This is just an audio file, but it's really good quality of Karen talking to Gretchen Voss.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
because you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I'd had like a normal amount.
Okay. What's normal?
like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging. I'm just trying to get a sense.
Yeah, buzzed.
Yeah.
So that was that one. That was the interview with Gretchen Voss. Now here's another raw Karen clip. This is talking about how she knew her taillight was broken. Also an audio clip with Gretchen Voss. These were never released before the trial. Gretchen had to be forced to turn these over. Gretchen only wrote this story up in Boston Magazine. She didn't do an aired audio interview. These were Gretchen's interviews for her notes for the story. You never hear this stuff.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jen and Carrie, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
Yep. See how good that audio is, ladies and gentlemen? Yep. And now let's take a look at this one. This is another one. This is talking about Ashley, Bella's mom. This is an audio interview with Gretchen Voss again. This is what caused the argument, I think, between Karen and John that got Karen so angry in the moments before she allegedly backed her car up to 24.2 miles an hour at 12:32 a.m. between 04 and 09 seconds, and allegedly struck John with the car reducing to 23.6 miles an hour with a 4.5-degree steering wheel correction to the right just a few seconds before John O'Keefe's phone stopped moving for the last time at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Karen had a BAC of between 0.014 to 0.028, which is 2 to 4 times the legal limit at that moment. This was Karen talking about this was potentially the subject of the argument that made Karen so angry.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said, it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating.
Now, by the way, folks, some of these clips have to be released in certain segments because some of them were played back to back, but they have to be released in certain segments because they're individual video files that the court releases. Here's the next clip that was played. This is a documentary interview that was never before aired, and this is more about Karen saying she thought she was going to find John on the side of the road or that he was cheating on her. which goes to the fight with about Bella's mom.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
That was really high quality. There you go. You heard more about Bella's mom. Here was the next video. This is where the 2020 audio, no video, where Karen talks about her alcohol consumption in the early morning of 1/29/2022. No video here, just audio.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4. And not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
So that was probably the second part of the Dateline clip, but for whatever reason it came in 2 pieces. And then here's another clip. This is Karen telling the documentary producers about John leaving her car with the cocktail glass. Very high def quality video. I had to convert it though.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
So you heard that. I mean, I'm telling you folks, the audio, the quality is great, much better than we saw in the trial, but it was hard to render these. It took a while. Here's the famous clip, the Jen McCabe, it's you or me clip. Everybody's ready for it.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are. Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
Wow, that's that one. All right, hold on. It looks like we got the Karen Reed. Oh, we got it. We got the Karen Reed leaving court. Thank you so much. All of 19. You are a super towel. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. We're pausing our for the view of Karen Reed leaving court. Little towel, stay with me. Little towels, here we go. We're going to bring it up thanks to the super towel herself, Olive 19. Nobody is more super of a super towel than Olive 19, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, give me 1 second. Got to bring up your comments again. Oh, goodness. We have Karen Reed leaving court. I repeat, we have the Karen Reed leaving court. Hold on 1 second, little towels. I just got to get this window up here. It's a little bit. Oh, goodness, she does not look good. Oh, my goodness, she looks so bad. Oh, wow. I don't know if Mass Live is trolling her or what, but she looks like a moron. Why did you do this to her, Mass Live? Oh, Olive 19, you're hilarious. Look at this. Look at her. She looks like a moron. Oh, my goodness. Olive 19 found it within 6 minutes. Oh, my God. Olive 19. Ladies and gentlemen, we get to watch footage of Karen Reed leaving court within 6 minutes because Olive 19 is literally a super towel of all super towels. Let us extend a giant hug of towels, fluffy embrace. We get to watch it. Let's see the comments. No more stalling towel. The people want to see Karen Reed leaving court.
You guys call Michael Proctor.
Can y'all walk and talk?
Your expert witnesses. Why not just call Michael Proctor?
Walk and talk.
That's not Karen's call. It's her attorney's call. It's ultimately your call, though. Why not call Michael Proctor?
Why not call?
Why not call?
David just explained.
I got it.
How do you feel
about the dynamics of direct versus crossing? David just explained.
What is Kelly Devers, if I have her name right, sorry, going to do for you? Well, she's new, right? In the trial? In this trial. And what was she offered?
No, on Monday.
How about in terms of that? What's the difference?
Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
Because there's a lot of numbers here.
Well, we hope he cleared it up a little bit. Do you want any new analysis? He just tried to shed some light on what the Commonwealth did.
Why didn't he do a new analysis? Why didn't you have a new testimony?
We have other reconstructionists. He's not the only one.
Oh yeah, when's ARCA coming? ARCA, when? They're coming.
At the end of your first day of defense.
All right, one more time. That was very hard to hear. One more time. I'm gonna clip this. All right, hold on, because we're going to commentate on it. Hello, towel friends. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have footage of Karen Reed coming out of court. I want to give a special credit to Mass Live for the footage, and I'm going to give a special credit to all of 19, the super towel herself, for finding this link. Ladies and gentlemen, my goodness, Karen Reed was shell-shocked coming out of court today. Hank Brennan won a litany of major motions on the defense's first day. Hank Brennan won the motion. Karen Reed's motion for a directed verdict of not guilty was denied. Karen Reed doesn't look like she's going to be able to get in Michael Proctor's text messages unless she calls Proctor. And true to Towel's prediction, when Karen was asked, why are you not calling Michael Proctor, Karen said, as David Unetti said, it's about the dynamics between cross and direct. And that's exactly right. Karen Reed would never call Michael Proctor on direct because it requires asking open-ended questions, and then Hank Brennan could argue on cross, ladies and gentlemen, or could use leading questions on cross. It would be devastating. Here was Karen Reed leaving court. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. If you want to watch case coverage, I'm a towel.
You guys call Michael Proctor.
Can y'all walk and talk?
Your expert witnesses.
Why not just call Michael Proctor?
Walk and talk, walk and talk.
That's not Karen's call. It's her attorney's call. It's ultimately your call, though. Why not call Michael Proctor?
Why not call?
Why not call?
David just explained.
I got it.
How do you feel about the dynamics of direct versus cross? David just explained.
What is Kelly Devers, if I have her name right, sorry, going to do for you? She's new, right? In the trial?
In this trial.
And what was she offered?
No, on Monday.
How about in terms of that? What's the difference?
Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
Because there's a lot of numbers here.
Well, we hope he cleared it up a little bit. When he knew analysis, he just tried to shed some light on what the Commonwealth did.
Why didn't he do a new analysis? Why didn't you have a new testimony?
We have other reconstructionists. He's not the only one.
Oh yeah, when's ARCA coming? ARCA, when?
They're coming.
They're coming.
At the end of your first day of defense.
I always feel
That was it, friends. You saw Karen Reed leaving court. Devastating day for the defense. Hank Brennan on cross absolutely decimated Karen Reed's first expert, Matthew Dorta, and that was just a preview of how bad it's going to be for the defense starting next week. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Join us this Sunday, for I think it's June 1st, for a special towel catch-up stream. We'll talk about just how brilliant Hank Brennan's case was and how bad the first day was for the defense's case was for the Reed defense and how brilliant it was for Hank Brennan. And we're still doing a recap live right now, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. We got the Karen Cam, we got the towel friends. It's a great day to be a towel, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, you just saw Karen Reed leaving court right there, towel friends. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I shall end this clip and go back to talking to the towel friends. All right, how about that, ladies and gentlemen? Thanks to the super towel herself, all of 19, we got to see footage of Karen Reed leaving court 6 minutes after it was uploaded. All of 19 is a super towel. Just in. Here is the video of Karen Reed leaving court after the first day of defense testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Karen lost her motion for a directed verdict. Hank Brennan shined on cross. Karen won't be calling Michael Proctor, although she may not be able to get his text messages into evidence unless he takes the stand during the defense's case. Judge Cannoni is expected to issue a ruling on Monday as to whether the defense must call Proctor to the stand in order to introduce his text messages. Proctor, the defense wants to call Proctor's friends to get the text messages into evidence, but that ran into a hearsay objection from Hank Brennan. in turn, thus, and an end of day motion hearing that on that issue. Ladies and gentlemen, oh goodness. The defense is unlikely if they are forced to call Proctor in order to get the texts into evidence to do so, as Reed's lawyers would be forced to ask open-ended questions of Proctor on direct, and Hank Brennan could then ask Proctor leading questions on cross. It's literally not going to happen. No chance, ladies and gentlemen, no chance whatsoever does Karen Reed call Michael Proctor. No chance, zero, zilch, nada, nope. If Judge Cannoni rules, those texts can only come in if Proctor gets called by the Reed defense. It's over. Proctor's not getting called. The texts aren't coming in. 0% chance. Nope, not happening. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, yes, Joe Blow, I don't know if you know this, but Chloe the dog has a wig. She has entered witness protection. She's protected by Bella the cat. She has a support koala, a Chewbacca, a Bob Alessi, a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, a Murder by Maestro, and a super bat towel, and then towel, and Chewbacca, and my dad. And we are all protecting Chloe the dog in a wig. She is the protected asset, ladies and gentlemen. We are still doing a recap. Thank you all of 19. I promise that I didn't get distracted by Chloe the dog in a wig. Yes, I absolutely did. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that said, since we finished up that, I think we can we click this button? Will this actually work? It might actually get upset at Towel. Hold on. Do it. Now, yes, it worked. Okay, so now we can go back to the Karen clips. I'm thrilled. I know exactly what I'm doing. I have mastered the art of maneuvering Towel's computer. Back to the Karen clips because we have a few more to watch, as this is a bit of a spastic recap, but I had a Red Bull at 2 p.m. What do you expect from me? So we saw the Jen McCabe clip. We saw Karen leaving court in the middle of that. Now let's take a look at the raw clip about Karen picking glass out of John's nose. This is a very heartbreaking clip to listen to. Ladies and gentlemen, let me center it back on your screen there. I'm so sorry we have to play this. It is intense, but it is important, and it is the raw file.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like, just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Wow. That was intense, folks.
So John's laying.
We're not going to watch it again. That was very intense. Now we have another raw Karen clip. I think this is one of the last ones. Hold on, I have footage here. It looks like it's from all of 19. It's on the Court TV website. Is this Karen leaving court with a little bit better audio? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen, it might well be. Super Towel audio does not. Super Towel all of 19 does not mess around. Let's see what this is. Is this Karen leaving court? Hold on, it looks like it's analysis. Hold on, we're just going to watch the part that's Karen leaving court. We have one more clip we're going to watch of the Karen clips released today, but I have footage here. The Super Towel all of 19 herself, ladies and gentlemen, has come through. It looks like we might have even better footage of Karen leaving court. I'm going to monitor with you now. I'm going to keep this, let's see if we can get this to work. Stay with me, little towels. Hold on. We got to see if this is actually footage of Karen leaving court. My guess is they do. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, where is it? Here it is. Okay, so I don't have, here it is. All right, so let's see. We're not going to turn on the audio until we can see whether or not, so there's some footage of some folks walking in. You can see, I think that was the Proctor's friends or something. So you can see that, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. And now we're waiting to see, hold on, this is Court TV footage. We're waiting to see if they have footage of Karen from after court. Thank you very much to the Super Towel all of 19 herself for helping us locate this. And if it does, I'm going to turn the audio on. We're not actually watching audio. We are just, oh, it's her at lunch. Oh, okay, hold on. Thank you very much, Towel friends. Give me 1 second. We're going to fast forward. Hold on. Jumping forward. Oh, hold on. I got something of Karen at lunch.
Bit more upbeat and different than the rest of this trial, or at least the past couple of weeks. Of course, you have the ambulances passing, stopping testimony throughout the day. But outside the courthouse, the media was lining up at the start of the day one of the defense, trying to get a ticket inside the courtroom. As I mentioned, I have a ticket this week. I'm in the courtroom. And then outside the courthouse, Karen Reed, during one of the extended breaks this morning, she walked across the street where we had already been posted up. She walked over to greet some of her supporters. She was hugging them. I decided that that was a good opportunity to ask her a couple questions. Take a listen.
Well, I know most of them personally at this point over the last 3.5 years, and they're here every day, and I can't tell you what this does to my spirits every day. I've said this before, and I'll say it again, I can't help but smile. Anyone in my position would, seeing these people, rain, sleet, or shine.
Yeah, what's it like to be a defendant and a second time?
I'm a little more tired this time, but I don't feel weaker. I'm just physically tired, but spiritually I feel maybe even stronger. Feel battle tested this time.
And the start of your defense case, how's that going?
Well, very well, I think. I don't think anyone would disagree with that.
Okay, all right, so she's doing better. I mean, listen, that was not bad. That is what you got to do. Like, she should have been doing that a long time ago. Like, and it doesn't matter about the influencers or any of that stuff. Hug the people who actually care about you, and she did it. She should have done that a long time ago. Like, I know she kind of did it before, but like, those are the people. I think that was Dina. I've worn Dina's glasses before. Dina's blue glasses are famous in those circles. Listen, dude, she finally did the right thing. She's humbled. She's not cocky. She's not smearing people. She's just like, oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, she's kind of faking it, but at least she showed, like, those are the people who literally have given their, like, years of their lives for her. They don't necessarily have, like, the biggest YouTube channels, or maybe they're not the biggest, like, influencers or whatever, but they care, okay? Salt of the earth type people. I don't know what inspired that woman to finally do that, but about time, like, forget about the facts of the case for 1 second. I know it's hard. About time that the woman showed some, like, gratitude to the people who are actually on the ground. I know she would say, oh, but I care about them. All right, well, you did it now in front of the national media. You made your point. About time. I think those people are very grateful. I'm sure all those people, I know all those people actually in that crowd. I saw some of the people that I know. The red-haired girl is very, very sweet. I don't know if she's someone's daughter or whatever, but she is very, very sweet. Well, she's obviously someone's daughter, but I don't know if, like, her and her mom go, or if she's someone's mom. I don't remember, but she's a sweetheart. But yes, my point is, I just, that is what she should have. I know it's fake. Listen, I know the PR element of it is fake. Her answers to Matt Johnson are fake, but about time she did it. Like, I truly believe that some of those people, like, think she really cares about them. She better actually do that, or she's going to burn them. Like, she better actually care about them. They probably have private conversations where they're better judges of her than we are. I don't know, but my point is, about time, Karen. All right, but now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we got through all but the last Karen clip, so let's get through that last Karen clip as we continue on. We march on with the recap. All of 19. First of all of 19. You are a super towel out there doing work, finding clips, being a super towel for us to comment on, clips for us to comment on, and then you come through with a hippopotamus emoji that says game over for Karen. Oh, I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, can we just take a moment? Super towel Olive out there on the ground, getting clips, finding information, being a super towel, and then they come in with a hippo emoji. Oh, you little hippo. Oh, you're like me, riding in the waters of life, little hippo. God bless you, little hippo towel. Loves you so much. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was a super towel day, and we're not even done. We have one more Karen clip to look at, and then we get to watch Hank Brennan's cross, and we also get to watch a funny moment of Alan Jackson's direct, mostly because I'm hilarious and a towel. People are like, yes, Grant, we know that you are a towel. We are so grateful that you have let us know. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, if you can't let the world know that you're a towel, really, are you living up to your eudaimonia or summum bonum? Now, I know you might be thinking, oh, this man thinks he's a towel. Well, yeah, I did it. I'm not going to deny that. I legitimately think I am a towel. Do you have a problem with that? Wouldn't you want to be a towel if you could? Now, hold on one second here, little ladies and gentlemen. Let me see if I can bring this up here. I want to make sure I can bring this up. Why won't you let me bring that up? Oh, don't frustrate me. Hold on. Oh, little towels. Look at that. Look at that, little towels. We're keeping an eye on the scoreboard here. I'm going to refresh the data to make sure this is accurate. But are you seeing this, folks? On the X, we are up at 27,000 views almost. Even the glare is only at 285. Let's refresh it to be a fair and accurate reflection. I think it's going to get even worse for glare compared to the numbers for Towel Stream. But let's do it. We're having a towel day, ladies and gentlemen. What do we got? Oh, goodness, almost 20. That was updated. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at little towel. We are at 27,000 views. You got the glare down there at 300. Towel likes Will. No, I don't agree with him on the case. Hello, Will. Look, little towel's up there. You got a mountain to climb, my friend. You got a mountain to climb. Will has a lot more followers than me on YouTube, but X, towel friends, we are leading the way. All right, let's go. All right, Grant, enough. No more Red Bull. Do not give me a Red Bull. Towels should not be allowed to have Red Bulls, especially after 4 p.m. It is an incredibly dangerous proposition. I become a super towel. All right, last Karen clip before we get to watch Hanks Cross.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
And this would have been the moment you dropped him off at the party.
Would have had to have been.
There you go. And I'll tell you, Lisa Cox, my prediction, judge rules text can come in if the defense calls Proctor. They won't call Proctor, text don't come in. No chance they call Proctor. 0% chance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so what are we going to start with? Oh, yeah, we have to watch the day. We have to watch the funny moment from Alan Jackson's direct, and then we can watch Bob Alessi. Hold on. Sorry, Bob. Then we can watch Hank Brennan on Cross. Where's the moment? Here it is. Here is the basic math equation. Oh, we get to watch the math moment. Listen, folks, this was so wonderful. You don't understand if you missed this. It was one of the greatest moments. It was only just a few minutes, but Alan Jackson tried to get the witness to answer a basic question like, is 3 10% of 30? Brennan objected, sustained. Judge Cannoni sustained it. Then Alan Jackson tries again. What percentage of 30 is 3. Objection, sustained. Jackson then goes, I'd like to ask you a hypothetical about basic math or something. Objection, sustained, sidebar. Oh, it was great. I started laughing at Alan Jackson.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the text stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
So that's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes.
Is that 10%?
That is 10%.
It's sustained and it's stricken.
What percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sustained.
Sidebar.
If I told you hypothetically.
I'm going to see you type up.
Please do basic math for me. Objection. A sidebar. I literally laughed at Alan Jackson. I'm not going to make you just listen to me laugh, but it was a day. Alex, what did you think that I said? Hold on, just, all right, we'll watch it then. For Lisa Cox, we'll watch it. That was hilarious. Oh, my goodness. I'm a towel. Please do basic math for me. Objection. Sidebar. Please do basic math. Oh, yeah, Wicked Uma, that happened during the motion hearing at the end. We'll try to catch it. It was quick, but it was there. For me, objection. Is 3 10% of 30? Objection. Sidebar. Sidebar. Please do basic math for me. What is 3 10% of 30? Objection sustained. What percent of 30 is 3? Objection sustained. Hypothetically, could you do basic math for me? Sidebar. I had quite a moment. Oh my goodness, that's just, it's absurd. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if I'm still a towel. I may identify as an interaction window now. Oh, this is ridiculous. How long have we been going? Oh, about an hour, and Alan Jackson has made very little headway. Oh, goodness, I'm so glad I managed to wake you up during the sidebar. Chew drops. My birthday wishes were for world peace, I think, and also it may have involved some kind of koala and a diplomatic mission to Australia to get a kangaroo. It was basically centered on world peace and love for humankind. But yeah, maybe I did include a little bit of a Karen Reed guilty conviction in there too. But yes, towel fit. It was hilarious. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch all of Hank Brennan's Cross. That's it. We're watching the whole thing. I don't know if there was an actual stare down between Brennan and Karen Reed. If there is, we'll find it at the end. But we're watching the whole thing. We're going to skip through the breaks, obviously. But are you ready to see Hank Brennan step up on Cross for the first time? Are you ready? Do you think you can actually handle this kind of intensity? Hank Brennan on Cross, ladies and gentlemen, the Hankinator himself. During our recap, we get to watch all of Hank Brennan's Cross. Do you think you all can contain yourselves? I don't think I can. I'm ready for this. Let's do it. Stop it.
Brennan? And Mr. DeSogra, I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on. And the fans, it's a little stuffy in here, so if you just speak directly into the microphone, that would be great.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Please.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Miss Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022? Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022 or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify what you meant? Yeah.
You are not suggesting to this jury that Miss Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before?
No.
Okay. You're just saying that there's no data on the text string to suggest a collision.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision. That's
text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision. Isn't that true?
correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right. Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data.
Correct.
Like sudden acceleration.
The only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on text stream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS, or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30%, in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now,
all right, pause. All right, we will try. Listen, I need to tell you this, friends. Every feed is going to be the same exact way. I'm very sorry. The air conditioners were on in the courtroom. Hank Brennan walks away from the microphone. Okay, so when it's not, you are not losing your mind. There is nothing I can do to make the audio quality better when Hank Brennan walks away from the microphone. So you just have to understand. You may be saying, "Oh, I can't hear him. My audio's on blast." Yes, no one can hear him. He walked away from the microphone. Now I'm going to try one more time to get a slightly better audio, okay? But even this isn't really going to work, okay? I can just tell you right now that it's not you, it is not me, it is not your TV. You either need headphones or something because Hank Brennan walks away from the microphone. And I know you are saying to me, "Grant, that's incredibly frustrating." Yes. It was incredibly frustrating for us. I promise all of you it was incredibly frustrating. We were dealing with it all day. The sound engineers eventually were able to fix it, okay, but it took a very long time, like later in the day. So I'm not guaranteeing that the other feed that I'm pulling up right now is going to be any better than what I just brought up now, okay? I'm not making any promises. We are just going to try, okay? And I have it synced up here, and I don't even think the audio engineers on like the biggest networks could get this fixed. So I don't want any of you to get frustrated or think that it's Hank Brennan or it's the court or no, it's just the way the audio is set up. Hank Brennan likes to walk away. He's speaking for the jury. He's not speaking for us. Now I think I have it fixed here. So nope, no promises, but just give me a second. I think I have it fixed. This audio is this is the one audio that might actually work for us. So hold on. No promises. I make no guarantees or liability. I make no representations about whether this audio is going to be any better, but hold on.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Now, hold on.
And Mr. DeSogra, I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on. And the fans, it's a little stuffy in here, so if you just speak directly into the microphone, that would be great.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Miss Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022 or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, were you?
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify what you meant? Yeah.
You are not suggesting to this jury that Miss Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before?
No.
Okay. You're just saying that there's no data on the text string to suggest a collision.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision.
Right. That's text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data.
Correct.
Like sudden acceleration.
The only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on text stream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30%, in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking you.
I'm allowing this.
I'm asking you, if someone accelerated Ms. Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator, 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers there's a number of ways that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, is that, yeah.
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various. Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? Do you know the actual data on what percent of pressing the accelerator on the same Lexus as Ms. Reed's would create a triggering event? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point, no.
There is something different than the texturing data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would be abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That would be abnormal to register that data in the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that, but I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the case.
You're saying it would meet that?
Would not.
Would not. Okay. And a side swipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
When you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text stream, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit, and I think it depends on what you mean by event. Because
Exactly.
previously we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2, right, and the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the Aperture reports referenced.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
Or anything before?
No, it does not.
The triggering event is spot in the middle, captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you would have to look elsewhere for evidence to know what might have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
Do you know at the end of this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10-second of data?
No.
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
Okay. I want to just ask you some questions about your background and then leading into this case if I could. You have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
That's correct.
You've worked for your company for some time.
Coming up on 13 years next month, correct.
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACTAR certified?
No.
What is ACTAR?
ACTAR is a body that basically offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions as an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction, it was data analysis.
Okay. You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
And when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education that you've been through, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education.
Yes.
You focus, as part of your specialty, on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders?
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's something that not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
And that's something you are well skilled in, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
It is.
And you can do some things or many things in it, but oftentimes people specialize in parts of data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you, you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
There is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
In general?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
No.
iPhones, are you a specialist in iPhones?
No.
Have you ever taken any specific training on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written any papers on mobile forensics?
No.
Hey, have you ever promoted yourself of having any type of subspecialty as an expert in mobile forensics?
Never.
In any of your continuing education, and you have a vast amount, have you ever taken any classes or seminars in mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever taken any class or study about variances between infotainment systems and mobile forensics?
Classes? No.
Have you ever attended any seminars on variances relative to mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever testified about variances in mobile forensics before you testified in this court today?
No.
Have you ever published anything to do with variances in mobile forensics?
No.
In this case, you had an opportunity to review a number of reports from Dr. Judd Welcher. Yes?
Yes.
And Mr. Shannon Burgess?
Correct.
In reviewing those reports, you've offered your opinions and analysis. Did you ever engage in actually any efforts or study in this case to obtain data?
Could you maybe clarify what specifically you're asking?
Yes. Did you ever yourself, not watch someone else do it, did you ever download or obtain data in this case?
No.
Did you ever test Miss Reed's car?
No.
Did you ever get an exemplar vehicle to run any tests?
I did not.
Did you ever do any actual testing in this case?
No.
And so your role is to look at other people's work and offer opinions and criticisms, basically.
And provide some clarity to the work, but generally, yes.
Clarity for who? Who asked you to provide clarity?
My clients in this case.
You what?
Mr. Jackson, my client.
Did you ever speak to me?
No.
As an expert, when you analyze data, whether you actively got it yourself or not, do you ever give an opinion in paper called a report? You ever write a report?
Yes.
And you've seen reports in this case that you've looked at, correct?
Correct.
A number of reports by Mr. Burgess.
Correct.
Report by Dr. Welcher.
Also correct.
Reports that you're critiquing, right?
Correct.
Did you see Ian Whiffin's reports?
I did not.
How about Jessica Hyde? Did you see her reports?
I did not.
You were asked to consider information from Mr. Whiffin's report.
No.
Well, you were asked to assume that the last user interaction on John O'Keefe's cell phone was 12/32/09.
That was stated in Dr. Welcher's report, so I started my analysis at that level.
So none of the information did you actually personally go and vet or analyze or make any determinations about? You're just critiquing written reports.
Correct.
Oh. Well, as an expert coming into court and testifying and having opinions, you put together a PowerPoint, didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you ever put together a report to share the basis of your opinions and the process you went through to arrive at your opinions before you came into court?
Primarily, I wasn't asked to, so I didn't do it. I wouldn't commission work without being asked to do it. And number two, the extent of my work beyond building the PowerPoint was just basic addition, just adding numbers together that already existed in the Aperture reports. So there wasn't a tremendous amount of complexity to what I engaged in.
What about your work product and your calculations? Did you do all this in your head, or did you type it out and go through a computer program? How did you do it?
I used a calculator for most of it, and the tables in my PowerPoint were generated in Excel, which has some calculation capabilities.
Were you ever asked not to write a report?
No.
You had provided an initial PowerPoint.
Yes.
And then you received information from Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
And then you added new slides to your PowerPoint.
That's correct.
Mr. Burgess's report was May 8th?
Yes.
You provided your PowerPoint on May 25th?
Correct.
Right. Did it take you that long for the calculations between when you got the report and May 25th to put together the new presentation?
No, it didn't.
Why did you wait until May 25th to provide the new information?
That's when I was asked to do it.
What do you mean by that? I just want to see what the date is today. Today's the 30th. When you finished your PowerPoint on May 25th, did you send it to the defense on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
So they had a copy of your PowerPoint on May 25th? Don't be shy.
No, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th.
So it's sustained.
Yeah, if it wasn't the 25th, it would have been maybe the day after, but it's stated the 25th. I'm almost positive I provided it on the 25th.
There's no reason for you to hold on to it for a couple extra days.
No, I think it was the 25th.
Do you know when it was provided to the Commonwealth, that report?
No, I don't.
In the 25th, the report that you provided to the defense on the 25th, they had new information, new information in it, didn't it?
It had the information from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. That was the additions.
Why did you wait until the 25th to put it together?
That's when I was asked to do it.
Who asked you?
My clients, Mr. Jackson.
He said, please add this on the 25th.
We had a phone call on the 25th and discussed Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. During that phone call, he asked me to update the presentation, and I did so, and then provided it.
How did the date of the 25th come about? Why the 25th was the date provided?
That's when he requested it. I think it was a Sunday, actually.
Okay. When you first got involved in this case, it was last fall?
Correct.
And at that time, you received some information that Mr. Burgess wanted to look at the text stream data or the different modules on what you later learned was the defendant's Lexus, correct?
Correct.
And there was a proposal from Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess wanted to go back to the car and look at the modules and try to download more information from them, correct?
Correct.
And you then got involved to look at what his request was, the procedure that you wanted to follow.
Yes.
When you did that, were you given any materials about what had happened before you and Mr. Burgess both got involved?
I don't recall specifically, and I don't think so. I think I was just provided the notice of testing that was to be done.
Well, you ended up drafting an affidavit.
I did.
And in drafting an affidavit, you pointed out some oversights of Mr. Burgess, didn't you?
I did.
Determining the oversights required some study of actually the data and the information that was available, wouldn't it?
It would.
So, can we presume that before you wrote the affidavit pointing out the oversights, you had looked at other materials?
If I recall correctly, the notice of additional testing from Mr. Burgess contained attached to it a whole report by him documenting why he thought there was an inadequate initial acquisition, why he thought the sizes were wrong. So I don't remember referencing anything beyond all the information that was contained in that. And whether that was combined by somebody else or not, I don't know. That's how it was provided.
Did you end up looking at the report of Ms. Gaffney and what had happened in the past with the download and search of Ms. Reed's Lexus materials?
If I'm remembering right again, I think Ms. Gaffney's report was also attached to that same singular file.
You learned that the defense expert, Ms. Gaffney, had downloaded data from the chips, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgess was asserting that there was information missing and believed that there was missing information from the chips.
Correct.
In that form, it's sustained.
It's stricken.
It's stricken.
My apologies. The conclusion Mr. Burgess had is that he believed there was missing information from the chips.
He did. He miscalculated the size of the chips.
Did you do any study to see if there was actually information missing from the original download?
No, I looked at the data sheets for the chips and then immediately realized what the error was. The data sheets specify a size in megabits or gigabits, and Mr. Burgess had written his report in the context of megabytes and gigabytes.
And then you asserted, or you took the position in your affidavit, that there should be no further chip-off, no further study of those chips, other than to ensure the amount of memory was sufficient.
It's not how I recall specifically what I said.
Well, let me read it because I don't want to try to malign your words.
Please.
Mr. Burgess' proposed protocol labeled "Reattempt chip-off acquisition is unnecessary because the file size of the acquisition performed by Ms. Gaffney already matches the expected memory storage capacity of the components."
That sounds accurate.
If you want to see this, I don't want to read from the document. If you need to see it for action, just let me know.
That's fine. I trust your reading.
However, an acquisition may be conducted for the sole purposes of ensuring the contents of the memory chips have not been altered since the last testing by recording the checksum.
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that point that there was important data in those modules that was not seen or recovered or obtained by Ms. Gaffney?
No.
Did you want to know when Mr. Burgess was looking for more data, more information, what he thought was missing?
He stated, I think, in his report or affidavit, I'm not sure what it was, but he stated what he thought was missing was there was a physical size difference. So he thought there was not corrupt data, but just missing chunks of data.
Log on information, you've heard of that. Ignition on, ignition off information.
Yes.
In an infotainment system. That's important information when you're reconstructing an accident, isn't it?
It could be.
Well, you read information in this case. Pretty important in this case, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
And so you would not want to engage in that process without this pretty important information, would you?
Which process?
Of an accident reconstruction?
Sorry, so can you restate it, the whole question? Yeah. Yeah.
You said you have some experience in accident reconstructions.
Yes.
Don't you want all the data available? More data, the better?
Generally, yes.
You wouldn't want to ignore data on purpose, would you?
No.
I mean, as a data analyst, the more data, the more you get to look at.
Yes.
And so the power log on information that actually has date and time, that's critical in an accident reconstruction, isn't it?
In some accident reconstructions. In some, there's no debate about when a vehicle was on or off, but if there is, then yes.
Not just on and off. The power log on and off gives you the date and the time that you can match with the text stream data, correct?
Yes, it does.
You know text stream data itself doesn't have date and time.
It can, this vehicle didn't. It can, but this vehicle did not.
And this had a running time instead. Like
That's
a stopwatch.
correct.
So this data that was not found during the initial process, that was critical data at the time.
I don't think prior to the process anyone knew that this particular Lexus infotainment system stored those key on and key off times.
Right, the only person that found this out was Shannon Burgess.
He found it in the process, but I don't think anybody knew in advance of this case. There was nothing out there about it. So to my knowledge, this is the first time that this specific data has ever been released into the wild.
But it was on the board there, if someone knew what to look for or got creative, they could maybe find it.
Yes, more so to your if got creative, because I don't think anyone would have been able to have the foreknowledge that there would have definitely been that.
Shannon Burgess did.
Objection. Sustained. I'll strike it.
And when Shannon Burgess went to obtain that data that everybody else overlooked or didn't know about, you went with him.
Yes.
So you had a process where he was going to now control the data and take the information that was left behind and remove it from the infotainment board, correct?
He actually never specified anything about the SD card in that initial notice. So it was a departure from his protocol, and it was a little surprising to me when I got there that the protocol was written with a specific focus on a number of other chips, and it became very apparent to me very quickly that the focus was not on those chips, and the focus was on this SD card that had previously been unmentioned. There was nothing in there about that prior to that.
Did it offend you, or were you impressed that he had found that?
I was a little confused because I went into it with an expectation. Generally, if we write a protocol, we adhere to the protocol. If we're going to deviate, we have a discussion about deviations. So I was just surprised. It's not customary to sort of shift out of nowhere. But other than that, I did not know what to think of it because I'd never heard of that.
Did you give any input? Did you have any knowledge about the SD card and how it worked?
No.
So when you watched Mr. Burgess remove the SD card, did you appreciate he'd have to engage in what you call reverse engineering?
He did not elaborate to me exactly what his whole process was at first. It sort of came out as time progressed through the first day in his office in Texas, and then I learned more as we moved to the second testing in Massachusetts. But he didn't explain it to me in one go.
Did you, at that point, understand or appreciate the relevance of the SD card relative to the infotainment system and what it could do as far as the amount of information that could then be available?
He never spoke throughout the 3 days at all about what kind of data he expected from the card or would be on the card or could be. He made no mention of the data.
Not what he said to you, but given your expertise, did it ever dawn on you the significance or importance of this SD card that was sitting in plain sight?
Objection. Sustained. You can ask it to.
Did it ever dawn on you, as Mr. Burgess was recovering this information left behind, that there was something important or significant about it?
At the time, I thought it was a possibility. If you reference the initial work, a number of different memory components were identified in this infotainment. There isn't a singular memory chip. So if we're looking for data, it could be in any of them. So we found a new source of data storage, and there could be something there, there could be nothing there. It was unknown to me.
But it turned out there was.
There was.
Now, when you were watching Mr. Burgess work as an expert, if you felt like there was something inappropriate or he had some great oversight, you could write a report about that, couldn't you?
I could.
Did you ever write any report in this case?
No.
So you never wrote a report for your preparation of coming in and your data in the PowerPoint presentation, right?
Correct.
You never wrote a report regarding any of your observations of Mr. Burgess?
Correct.
You said that he didn't say anything. He spoke to you quite a bit during the process, didn't he?
He did.
He showed you what he was doing?
He did.
He explained to you what he was doing?
He explained the process. I think you had asked me earlier about whether he explained the data, and he didn't.
He demonstrated great proficiency, wouldn't you say?
He ended up with a successful acquisition of the card at the end of the process.
When you are considering all your equations, did you consider the timing information taken from the SD card that Mr. Burgess found regarding power on and power off of that car?
Yes, to the extent that he considered it in his own report. Again, I'm referencing his report.
But how about you? You're coming in here giving an opinion saying what's better or best practice or right. How about you? Did you consider, you personally, the one who's giving the opinions, did you consider the significance of the power on, power off data as it relates to all these times?
Yes.
Yes? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I considered it. If that's the question is, did I consider it? I considered it.
Did you do any study yourself?
No.
Now, we agree, or you agree, that there are variances between different devices.
Yes.
So a Lexus clock that comes from the infotainment system is very common that it would be different than a different device like an iPhone.
Specifically this Lexus, I don't know if we can make the statement that it's common or not, because again, this is the only time that I know of that this specific data has been analyzed. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you say on direct examination that variances between devices are common?
Variance between devices are common.
In a variance of 45 seconds, that wouldn't be remarkable on different devices. It's common in the industry.
Correct.
And in your business, that's an accepted amount.
I'm not sure what you mean by accepted. The amounts are what they are, and we have to correct for them. I've done analyses of clocks that are anywhere from completely correct, 1 second off. I've done analyses of clocks that are 25 years apart. So it's a wide range of possibilities.
I understand your point.
Yeah.
If you see, as an analyst, a 45-second variance or 30-second variance, that wouldn't shock you, would it?
No amount of variance would shock me, is the answer.
I want to ask you questions and go through your PowerPoint. And I want to ask you your specific opinions and how you arrived at certain claims that you've made.
Sure.
Okay? If we could put up Mr. DeSorga's new PowerPoint, 52525. You've made a modification to your PowerPoint?
Yes.
You've made an amendment to your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So there is something that happened, you received new information or new data, and you updated or changed your PowerPoint.
I did.
And that's an appropriate thing to do when you receive new information, isn't it?
Yes.
If you have new data, you don't want to leave it behind. You want to make the best presentation with the best data you can.
I'd want my presentation of the data to be as accurate as possible, so I included all the data.
And you would expect that from any expert, wouldn't you? If they received new information or analyzed new data and it was important, it would be an appropriate best practice to update the PowerPoint or information they're providing, wouldn't it?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I would tell other experts what their best practices are. I would say, generally as experts, we do work that our clients ask us to do. So if we're asked to do it, we do it. If our clients say, hey, don't do that, then we don't do it.
Well, you like the phrase best practice on direct, so I'm just wondering if I can borrow that phrase.
Sustain.
Okay. We can turn to page 2. Now, this is taken from Dr. Welcher's report.
Yes.
And again, you did no testing whatsoever. You just read
I did
reports. Did you read all of Dr. Welch's data, the gigabytes and gigabytes of data? Did you go through it all?
Not every slide, no.
Not just the PowerPoint. I mean the actual massive amount of data in his study. Did you go through the data?
Oh, no, I didn't look at any of the data.
Did you ever speak to Dr. Welcher?
No.
And so when you are making assumptions on what he thought or how he analyzed, you're just guessing.
I am looking at what Dr. Welcher put in his trial presentation, and my assumption that's baked in there is that he's going to stand behind the things he says in a presentation, so I'm taking them at face value, but as being correct.
Well, it's not a matter
I'm
of
not guessing.
It's not a matter if he's going to stand behind it. You don't know why he put something in here. You just see it on the paper. You don't know what his thought process was, did you?
To an extent, yes, because I understand how the exemplar testing by Aperture laid the foundation to align the key-on events in the infotainment to the Lexus VCH events.
When Dr. Welcher made his PowerPoint, do you know whether or not he was relying on 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, stamp 154, as the end of the event as opposed to the beginning of the three-point turn, 1162-1?
Based on the math he uses, that's the implication. He puts a number on the screen that the only way you could reach that number is by making that assumption. So when I looked at the math, yes, that assumption seems baked into the math he did.
So this seems like it's baked in that he was assuming 154 on John O'Keefe's phone was the end of the three-point turn.
Not on this slide, on a later slide, but yes.
Okay. And you said that variances, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, they're very common when you're comparing two different devices, right?
Yes.
Okay. Turn to the next page, please. You point out 2 times for the jury, the Lexus event 1162-2 ends 12:31:43, right?
Yes.
And that's based on the clock in the infotainment system.
That time is based on 2 things, the clock in the infotainment unit and the cumulative key-on timer in the text stream data. So it's a combination of 2 values.
Which is the running clock.
Correct.
Right. And that is compared or contrasted or coordinated with the log on off time that was found on the SD card. Yes?
Yes.
And without that SD card, we wouldn't have that time now, would we?
Correct.
Okay. 123209 isn't something you analyzed, but you just read in a report that that is information from Ian Whiffen suggesting or taking the position that was the last user interaction John O'Keefe had with his cell phone, 123209.
That's how I understand it. There was a phone lock at 12:32:09. I did not look into the underlying reports from where that came.
And you know those are 2 different devices, 2 different clocks that will have a variance.
Yes.
You mentioned trigger event, and you said that your preference is to, when you're doing times, to point it from the actual trigger event, and there was a little slap for emphasis to target you on that, right? The trigger event. That's not a standard practice or a protocol that is supported by any type of literature, is it?
It's the methodology I teach. Especially in the class I teach on the analysis of heavy vehicle data. We have the exact same problem with heavy vehicles. They all have clocks on them. And so in fact, I do a lot of clock adjustment on heavy vehicles relative to other sources. And the way I teach it, the way I'm not the only instructor, collectively the way we all teach it is we generally start the analysis at the trigger, which is not to suggest you have to do that. It's not wrong to do it a different way, but that would be let's call it the default methodology.
The default methodology, do you have any professional literature that says that is the best time to start the analysis?
Not literature. I mean, that's sort of my opinion, because that introduces the least amount of variables. Once you start trying to align events off of subsequent times, you just introduce more addition and subtraction or math you have to do. So it's easiest to do T0 and align everything from there.
If you're lining up the end of one event with the end of another event, it's more coordinated than if you take it from different spots, isn't it?
That could be a scenario where then you wouldn't use it. Right, like I said, it's not the only way, but it's the default way.
I don't disrespect your method, but there are other ways to do it that are just as legitimate as the trigger mark.
Absolutely, and that's why I didn't change the convention here. I used their convention,
So you're
apertures.
not suggesting that Mr. Burgess was being misleading by choosing the endpoint when he pronounced that's exactly the point he was considering, are you?
No.
And so the word cherry picking, you're not saying he was cherry picking, are you?
I don't remember the context in which I used the word cherry picking, but I don't think it was with respect to a trigger alignment.
So there's no legitimate professional basis of suggesting your way is better or worse than going from the front or the end of the event?
No.
So you're not offering criticism on that, so just so I understand.
Not criticism. I pointed out that it's not typical, and I pointed out not even to say specifically that it's not typical, because even that, to your point, might sound critical. I just want to be clear that I adopted their convention. It's not the way I would have done it, but I kept that convention consistent in my analysis, so I wasn't changing in the middle, trying, you know what I mean, trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So if someone's looking end to end, you're not going to add 5 seconds. It's if someone went from middle to end.
Could you give me that?
Yeah, you were suggesting those questions about, well, since you're looking at the end instead of the middle, then you're going to add another 5 seconds on. That's not really an accurate analysis if you're looking at a comparison from end to end. You wouldn't then add the 5 seconds to the time of the trigger because you're starting at the end from both devices.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it if you can answer it in that form.
It's going to depend on if you're doing an alignment with something that is a range of values, then you have to be consistent on where you're doing it. If you're doing discrete points, then that's just a single point in time. There's no beginning or end, it's just a single second. So the best answer I can kind of give is it depends on what you're doing.
Well, in this case, they were basing it off the end of the event, the end, not the trigger, the end, comparing it comparatively to the end of different devices. So you wouldn't just add 5 seconds just for the heck of it.
You would not add 5 seconds for the heck of it.
You see 12:32:09 minus 12:31:43, the middle line, equals 26 seconds. Isn't that in Dr. Welcher's slides before, let me phrase it more cleanly, before Shannon Burgess analyzed the data more closely on May 8th, in his May 8th report? Isn't this the exact difference in time that Dr. Welcher cites in his PowerPoint, 26 seconds?
I'll sustain it in that form.
Did you see, when you reviewed reports, that Dr. Welcher uses this exact number, plus 26 seconds in his report?
I got the number from the PowerPoint.
I'm sorry,
not the
PowerPoint.
report, but that is all of the numbers here on this slide are from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. And on the previous slide, I show that. So these are all just copied straight from that.
And you've labeled this John's interaction window.
I did.
Okay. Interaction window. Do you think it might be confusing when you use interaction window to make it seem like the event was limited to 10 seconds?
No, and that's not the implication there at all.
That's not what you're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
If I can clarify what I mean by interaction window is that there's a range of times that we end up with when we start running these adjustments. So we never land on a singular point of alignment. We end up, like I show at the end, with 30 points. That's the window that I'm talking about. That's the window that I mean.
So if we could put up page 33 from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, just to illustrate the point you're trying to help us with. Lighting that a little for me. So this represents, you've seen this, right?
It looks familiar, like it's from one of his slides. And if I've seen it, I did not spend a lot of time digging into it.
Does this look like the 10 seconds of data that would be captured from a triggering event in a text stream data?
Objection.
I want to see you at sidebar.
So you saw the first half of Hank Brennan's Cross. Now you want to see the second half. The first half was wonderful. Ann Burgess. Ann Burgess. I don't know why I know the name Ann Burgess, but I absolutely do. I go to New England School of Law in Chinatown, but Ann Burgess. I know that name. I don't know if I read something by Ann Burgess or if I've met Ann Burgess. I don't know why I know this name, Ann Burgess, but I've come across the name Ann Burgess before, either in a court document or are they a lawyer? I don't know. Elevate the process. Tell me more. By the way, we got to jump forward because we only have about an hour left on stream, or literally the recording runs out. I can only do a 12-hour stream. So we're going to jump forward to when Hank Brennan starts when Hank Brennan gets back up here on redirect, on Cross after lunch. So don't worry, we get to skip a whole hour forward. And then Hank Brennan's going to be with us again. I hope you're excited, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing better than more Hank Brennan Cross. So we can only watch so much of this. I'm going to interrupt at a certain point because we have to wrap the day up. But this has been a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen. I've been having a really good time watching with you guys, and this is only going to get better. So let me just get the Karen cam going underneath. So hold on, little towels. Hold on. All right, here we go. I'm going to get it right when it starts here. Hold on 1 second. All right. I'm like, hi, I'm a towel. All right, here we go.
Ms. Gilman, if we could turn to page 6 of Mr. DeSorga's amended PowerPoint presentation. Sir, I want to ask you about your opinions, and inevitably some of the slides that you've presented to this jury regarding adjusting the clock in a time period of 3 seconds. You have given an opinion that there's a difference that you see in the reports between when the defendant's Lexus is powered on and the infotainment system begins, correct?
Yes.
There's a 3-second difference on the exemplar vehicle between when the power is turned on and then the screen lights up, the ignition, the infotainment system.
The 3 seconds I'm referring to is the timestamp in the data from the SD card. So I'm referring to the timestamp in the SD card. It seems that that's coupled to the screen, but I just want to make it clear I'm referencing the data from the SD card.
The data from the SD card correlates directly to the infotainment system itself.
The date does, yes.
Because the SD card is, with the other chips, part of the board that makes up the infotainment system.
Yes.
That infotainment system powers the screen that goes on after a user presses the button to start the vehicle.
Yes.
So the time that the infotainment system is registering is when the infotainment system goes on, not the power on event.
Correct.
So that 3 seconds that was tested with the exemplar vehicle between pressing the button to turn the car on and the time the infotainment system turns on, the infotainment system clock does not accommodate that 3 seconds.
Correct.
So when we're talking about time on infotainment system, we're talking about after the 3 seconds when the screen comes on.
Yes.
Okay. Now you've made some slides and you've made some assumptions suggesting that that 3 seconds should be added to your analysis. And I want to ask you about your analysis regarding the 3 seconds. If we could turn to page 7, please. If you could zoom in on the left side. Sir, you told us that you didn't do any testing or data vetting yourself. You simply relied on reading and reviewing Mr. Burgess's report and Mr. Welcher's report.
Correct.
And really, the information you're reviewing is Mr. Burgess' report. There's only a few references in Mr. Welch's report where he cites Mr. Burgess' findings, correct?
Most of it is from Mr. Burgess' reports.
There's really nothing in any of Dr. Welch's reports that you are considering that is not in Mr. Burgess' report.
The .154 alignment methodology, I think exclusively is in Dr. Welcher's and is not present in Mr. Burgess's.
Did you read both of Mr. Burgess's reports?
Yes.
You're not aware that Mr. Burgess talks about that timestamp in his reports?
He mentions it in the second report to say that he doesn't think, basically he doesn't think Dr. Welcher should have aligned it on that.
That is exactly not what he said. Where in the report, where in his report does he say that Dr. Welcher should not have relied on 154? Where does it say that in his report? I have it here. If you can give me the page, we will take a look at it.
I don't know the page, and I'm paraphrasing. By no means am I conveying that as I'm directly quoting it, but I remember that as something I read in there.
Well, I was careful in your affidavit not to paraphrase you, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So, when you just made that assumption or that suggestion characterizing Dr. Welcher's state of mind or thought process, is there anywhere in the report you can cite or show me where Dr. Welcher said that?
No.
Okay. When you read Mr. Burgess' report and you learned that he and others obtained an exemplar vehicle and did this testing, you have no other independent information to suggest that the power on, power off event in 3-second delay is inaccurate, do you?
I just want to make sure I heard you. Did you say accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate. I'm sorry, the fan's on. I'm trying to
I know,
shout.
that's the only reason I couldn't hear that. So can you state it one more time?
I'll rephrase it. When you reviewed Mr. Burgess's report and reviewed the information about his exemplar testing regarding the 3-second difference between turning on the car and the infotainment system going on, you have no other information that you looked at or studied that changes that analysis, do you?
No.
Now, when you are suggesting, could we shrink that and zoom on the right side, please? When you are suggesting that 3 seconds should be added to the time because of that 3-second gap, do you think maybe you made a mistake in considering it that way?
No.
Okay. The time that you're adding 3 seconds to is the infotainment time, the infotainment clock, correct?
Yes.
The infotainment clock begins when the infotainment system goes on. We just spoke about that, correct?
Right.
Which is 3 seconds after the power on event.
Correct.
So you're essentially double dipping. You're adding 3 seconds that has already been separated because it isn't reflected on the infotainment system. Isn't that true?
That's incorrect.
You believe that that 3 seconds between the power on and the infotainment system going on should be accommodated extra on top of it.
It's not that it's extra, it's because when we're talking about times here, we're pulling a time from the infotainment and we're marrying that with a key-on timer from the vehicle control history. Those are separate systems. So if the vehicle control history had its own time, then what you're saying would be correct. We wouldn't account for any delays because then it's already baked into those numbers. But this is a very unique analysis. This is not something I've ever even seen, this type of analysis here where we're comparing a timestamp from an infotainment SD card to a VCH total time. And so the only way to reconcile those two is we have to align them. And the 3 seconds is the alignment between those because the VCH key-on timer is going to start as soon as the vehicle is turned on. And that's the 3 seconds.
You've never seen this before.
I've never seen the approach taken here in this analysis by Aperture. That's what I meant by this. I'll clarify. I have not seen a timestamp from a key-on event in a Lexus infotainment used in addition to the key-on timer from that same Lexus.
You know Mr. Burgess actually looked at the data, not just the timestamp. You looked at the data. You understand that, don't you?
Sure.
You did not, did you?
Which data?
The data for the timestamp on the text stream data.
There is no timestamp on the text stream data, is my point. It's a derived value from the key-on time, and then added to that is the elapsed time from the text stream. So they're separate.
Did you look at the data to make that determination that you're claiming right now? Did you actually look at the data?
Yes. Yeah.
You looked at the raw data?
I looked at, yes, the raw text stream data.
The raw text stream data from infotainment, did you look at it?
I just don't want to mince it. The text stream data is an independent system from the infotainment, and you said from, so they're not.
Did you look at the infotainment raw data?
I did.
Okay. And did you find a timestamp on the infotainment raw data?
Yes.
Now, when you added 3 seconds, you were trying to, in addition to the infotainment data, you were adding on the 3-second delay that now you're saying might not even be accurate. Is that fair to say?
I don't think I've ever said it's not accurate. I said that in the exemplar testing, they documented this behavior of a 3-second delay. And that needs to be accounted for if you're going to correct the timestamps. However, the caveat I put on that was only with one exemplar vehicle. So it could be that this behavior, the 3 seconds, is unique to the exemplar and would not apply to other similar vehicles. And so that's why I did either nothing or the 3, because there's nothing to support something in between.
So you disagree that the clock stamp on the infotainment module begins the run. You believe that there's potentially 3 seconds before when the ignition goes on that should be added to that time.
I know from testing other Toyota systems that the key-on timer happens almost at the identical time that the vehicle is turned on. That timer starts running basically immediately.
But on this case, you don't know anything firsthand because you didn't do the testing yourself.
I don't know if it would specifically apply to this Lexus. I know that from other Toyota testing, but not this specific Lexus.
I'm sorry, finish.
No, I'm clarifying. I do know that from other Toyota and VCH systems, that key-on timer is basically simultaneous with the key-on. I have not tested it on this, and I don't believe that it was tested by Aperture when they had it either. They didn't document the accuracy of the run timer in their exemplar, so we don't know.
Well, you don't know that they didn't document that.
To be fair, if they did, it was not in their reports.
Right. So in this case, you said cars are different, and that's why you're hesitant to accept the fact that there's a 3-second delay. It's a yes or no question.
I'm saying we don't know. Had Aperture done testing with a separate vehicle, then we could establish, is the 3 seconds the same, or is it unique? We don't know. The answer is we don't know.
And so when you are determining that 3-second variance, you don't have any assurance in your own mind whether or not this car, Miss Reed's Lexus, has a 3-second variance. That's what you're trying to say.
That's correct, and that's why I run my calculations with and without it.
And the way you would determine that is to actually do testing or look at the data.
More testing, I think, is the only way that would be able to be determined.
Now, let's turn to slide 9. As part of your charts, can you enlarge to the left, please? As part of your charts, you took this chalk from Attorney Burgess's report, and you made some assumptions about this, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I applied the numbers in his third column to the times, so I mean that's the extent of the analysis.
When you looked at the first 5 columns, 1:14, 13 a.m., 4:38, 16 a.m., 4:42:06 a.m., 4:45, 12 a.m., and 5:04, 28 a.m. You said on direct examination, oh boy. You said on direct examination that was matching infotainment to iPhone.
That's what it says on the chart, so
Okay.
that's probably what I said. I don't
Well,
remember specifically, but that's what the chart says.
Is that your opinion that those first 5 columns are matching infotainment to iPhone?
The chart says infotainment call timestamp in column 1. It says O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps in column 2, and then it says offset. So I'm taking that at face value.
You're basing your later charts on the predicate that these numbers, the first 5 columns, are infotainment compared to John O'Keefe's iPhone, aren't you?
Based on the chart, yes.
You didn't do any study on your own to determine the genesis of that information, did you?
I'm aware of the fact that these calls, the 5 you mentioned, were placed when the vehicle was in a keyed off state. I'm aware of that.
What I asked you specifically is, on those 5 columns, did you do any research or study to determine whether or not it was infotainment matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone or some other phone matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone? Did you do any independent study about that?
No.
Because in your ultimate conclusions and all the charts you've given to the jury and shown the jury, it relies on the conclusion that the first 5 columns are a comparison between infotainment clock and John O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that fair to say?
That's exactly how the chart presents it, and that's how I present it.
Did you know that at 1:14:13 a.m. the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Did you know at 4:38:16 a.m. that the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
And did you know for 4:42:06, 4:45:12, 5:04:28, did you know that her Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Do you know that when you make phone calls, oh, by the way, do you know on those different times, the first 5 times, where that information is generated from?
Which column?
Left column, 1:14:13, all the way down to 5:04:28. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. Do you know where that information came from?
It came from the SD card from the infotainment.
Do you know where the genesis, the beginning, the source of that information? That matters, right? The source?
It would.
It would. Do you know where it came from?
The assumption, the assumption is if the vehicle has a timestamp and the phone wasn't connected, it would have been synchronized after the fact. But that wasn't tested. And Aperture didn't do any of that testing in their work to look at the behavior of a timestamp in the infotainment when a phone is synchronized after the fact.
Blaming Aperture is not going to get you out of answering the question. Did you know?
Sustained.
Sure. Blaming Aperture is not going to get you out of answering the question. All right, quick sidebar here. We're going to jump forward through it, folks. Hank Brennan's cross is almost done.
Do you know the genesis, the source of those 4 numbers?
Definitively no.
Your entire premise for your slides and values and ranges depends on knowing the genesis of those numbers, doesn't it?
I relied on Mr. Burgess's explanation that those times were synchronized after the fact.
Did you know that those are all phone calls from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
You did know that?
I know that they're phone calls.
From who?
Sorry, can you maybe just state it more clearly? Because I'm not sure. I don't want to fumble through an answer if I don't understand the question. So,
do you know where those calls came from? The source?
a phone.
Whose?
Miss Reed's phone.
Now, I know you're not an expert on mobile devices, but did you know when it's not a contemporaneous synchronization, plug your phone in, it's going to register on the infotainment system, but come from the phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know when someone plugs their phone in after they turn the car back on, how it synchronizes on the infotainment system?
I don't know if adjustments are made to those times during a synchronization or not. I think that's something that could be tested, and to my knowledge, was not tested.
If you don't know, then your conclusions and all your opinions to this jury is based on an assumption that you don't even know the predicate for. Isn't that fair to say?
My conclusions are based on all of the data that Mr. Burgess laid out. So he laid these out and went so far as to calculate the offsets himself. So there's something implied in his table by virtue of him calculating these that maybe he would decide to align them. And so, again, to provide the clarity on all the possible alignments, I included them.
But that's not what I asked. If you're making an improper assumption about the predicate, about these calls and the source of them, and you're wrong, that would change your entire analysis and conclusions and charts that we see in your later charts, wouldn't it?
Sure, if there was testing that showed that that is an invalid method on this specific Lexus and SD card, then of the 30 possibilities, some of them would end up being eliminated.
Did you know that when an iPhone is plugged into a car, it downloads the information from the iPhone on the infotainment system? Did you know that?
I don't know how the clocks are synchronized when you plug an iPhone into a car.
Well, if you don't know, how can you make conclusions based on a predicate you don't even know what it is?
The conclusions are based on the data in Mr. Burgess's report.
I know you're not an expert on mobile devices.
Objection.
So I'm going to strike that. Go ahead and ask your question.
My apologies. If you have two different devices, a Lexus clock, the infotainment system, and an iPhone, you would agree that it's not unexpected to be variances, correct?
Correct.
When you're comparing two iPhones, do you have an opinion, do you agree that you would expect the variance to be very small, iPhone to iPhone?
I don't know.
Have you ever studied that before?
Two iPhones?
Yes.
No.
So as you sit there today, you don't have any expertise, any education, any knowledge about how closely two iPhones would sync with each other?
No.
Do you see in the first 5 columns the numbers are small, 22121?
Yes.
Would you agree iPhone to iPhone using the same source of time is generally going to be within 1 or 2 seconds of each other?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have any opinion about whether iPhones to iPhones will generally be within 1 to 2 seconds of each other?
Objection.
You can ask if there's an opinion. Do you have an opinion on that?
No.
Next question.
If the first 5 calls are iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, you agree all of your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate.
They're not iPhone to iPhone in the sense that column 1 came from the infotainment. The values were read from the SD card. So there's an assumption baked into it. What you're saying that when a phone is synchronized, the infotainment assumes the times of the phone, but we don't know whether the infotainment would adjust those times to its own clock or not.
You're speculating now, aren't you?
We don't know. It wasn't tested. I don't know is the
You
answer.
don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I do not.
Okay. Don't say we don't know. You don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So this is iPhone to iPhone. Then your assumption on the first 5, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1. If they're iPhone to iPhone and you're wrong about the fact it's infotainment to iPhone, your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate, aren't they?
Objection.
I'll allow this.
If the title of the first column had iPhone in it as well, then I would not have used it in my analysis.
But that's not the question. I appreciate that. My question is, if those first 5 calls were iPhone time to iPhone time, and you mistakenly analyze them as infotainment time to iPhone time, then the rest of your assumptions and charts would be inaccurate, wouldn't they?
Objection.
Sustain.
At 5:21:36, do you know whether or not the defendant's Lexus was on?
I don't recall if that one was an on or an off point. I don't want to guess. I don't recall.
And so if you don't know if that was on or off, were you able to do an analysis whether this was phone to phone or infotainment to phone?
No.
5:30:31, do you know if the defendant's car was on?
That one I know the vehicle was on.
That's one timestamp on the infotainment system, 5:30:31, correct?
Correct.
And then in the O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps, there are two different numbers, 5:30:15, 5:30:52. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And do you appreciate that that is two separate calls, or do you think it's something different?
I'm going to paraphrase, again, Mr. Birch's report, as I recall it, in that he stated during the testing they did with the exemplar, calls placed in close succession would not necessarily both be logged in the infotainment. So as I understand this chart, what he's trying to say here is there were two calls placed, there were two call logs in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, but only one timestamp in the infotainment, and he couldn't determine which it corresponded to because of that observed behavior from testing.
I'm asking if you know.
I don't.
Did you ever look at phone records for the defendant or for Mr. O'Keefe to make a determination whether these are two separate calls or not? Did you ever do that?
No.
If these are two separate calls, can you explain to us why there is one timestamp?
Again, as I stated, that was behavior that was observed. The exact behavior was observed during the exemplar testing by Aperture. I don't know why that happens. Why does the infotainment not log every call? I don't. But I know that it was documented that that is a feature of this system.
This information was not taken from the exemplar vehicle, was it?
This table, no.
This information was taken from the infotainment system of the defendant's car. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And the phone calls were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so, do you know why there would be two phone calls and only one timestamp?
Beyond the testing, the exemplar testing that showed an exemplar vehicle did that, no, I don't know why it happens.
Do you know that the infotainment system doesn't always capture all of the phone calls and the phone data in the download? Did you know that?
Yes.
Well, if you know that, can you conclude that even though there's two calls and only one timestamp, that's because how the infotainment system works?
I think that's the most logical assumption, that that's how it works.
So when you look at 5:30:15, bottom middle, and 5:30:52, it is impossible to tell which one relates to the 5:30:31 infotainment on the left. Compare. It's impossible, right?
Yes.
So there's two possibilities.
Yes.
One is that you have a difference, a disparity of 16 seconds.
Yes.
And the other one, going the opposite way, is a disparity of 21 seconds.
Correct.
And so when you add those disparities, you have 27 seconds disparity in those.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is there a 27-second disparity when you compare the two?
I'm not sure I understand the math.
5:30:31 is 16 seconds different than 5:30:15 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Yes?
Yes.
5:30:31 is 21 seconds different than the 5:30:52 phone call. Yes?
Yes.
And the difference is cut each way, one's minus, one's plus.
Correct.
Add those disparities, you get 27 seconds, don't you?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Okay. What do you get?
You're saying if maybe so I can be clear what you're asking, if we have a negative 16 and we have a positive 21, how many seconds are in between there?
Exactly.
37?
And so you can see, did you know that the defense car was turned on at 5:07 a.m.? Does that ring a bell?
I don't have any of those key-ons committed to memory.
So you can see between 5:21 and 5:30, the offset is different between them, which shows that variances change. They move.
That seems reasonable, yes.
When I said it seems reasonable, do you have the experience and the knowledge to agree with me that variances move?
Yes, they do.
Okay. If those first 5 calls were iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, would you agree they should not have been considered in your analysis?
Yes, with the caveat that because this is a novel analysis with this SD card and this infotainment, that it was demonstrated that that's the behavior. My opinions on things like that are based on testing and research and literature. And so when we have a brand new system with new data, we want to see some testing to prove it works the way we think it works. But under the assumption, then yes.
You would agree?
Yes.
If we turn to 10, please. Given, could you zoom in a little, please, on the left? Given that these data points come at 5 in the morning, or 1, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, and 5:30, did you consider then comparing to the triggering event, the 3-point turn at 12:23 the night before? Did you consider that?
Yes.
When you said you reviewed in your critiquing reports, did you read Mr. Burgess's report on May 8, 2025?
Yes.
Did you read in his report where he explains that this is a less reliable method to, it's a less reliable method because of the time distance between the actual event we're interested in, 1162 at 12:31, 43 to 48, than the 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. When he explains that the method of using 5:21 and 5:30 on January 29, 2022, he explains about how the information is stored in the infotainment system when it's powered back on, doesn't he?
I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember when you were reviewing his report that he explains the available call log correlation is restricted to a time frame between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, when the vehicle was powered on. All other calls stored in the infotainment module occurred while the vehicle was powered off, indicating those entries were synced from Miss Reed's iPhone upon reconnecting to the system on the morning of January 29th. You considered that when you decided or formulated your critique, didn't you?
Yes.
This further indicated that the associated timestamps for those calls originated from Miss Reed's iPhone. Did you read that?
Yes.
Relative to those first 5 columns, correct?
Yes.
This behavior was previously documented in the initial report, which is the January 30th report. Yes?
Yes.
You shrugged. I mean, I don't want you just to agree with me. Do you remember it was in the January 30th report?
I don't remember how he phrased it specifically. But I think there was somewhere around there where he noted that some calls were placed while the vehicle was off. I think that's basically what it said in the first one. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Do you agree generally, or can I give you the report? You can look and remind yourself. I want to get your best memory on this.
Sure.
What would you like me to do?
If you'd like me to look at it, I'll look at it.
Sure. Do you have a copy, or would you like me to bring it
Do
to
you have the reports with you, sir? Okay. Do you have an extra copy for him, Mr. Brennan?
Mine is marked. I want to show the mark. Let me see if I can get a clean copy from the witness. I don't have a clean copy. I don't want to show you something that has my writing on it. Not that I care that you read it, but it's protocol. Okay. In discussing why this is not an effective way of matching the time, did you consider in his May 8, 2025 report, when he's talking about this method, when he says, as a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment?
Yes.
And when he
Logs are
yields a single reference point, he's referring to the 530-31.
I don't know. It sounds like it, but I don't know.
From the 5:21 a.m. to the 5:30 a.m. window, a clock skew of approximately -8 and -16 plus 21 seconds were observed between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock. Did you consider that?
Yes.
This offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other time frames stated in the initial report. Objection.
I'm going to allow it unless, do you have, I'll see Counselor Tedmer.
All right, so folks, Hank, unfortunately, we're not going to get to actually see the wonderful conclusion of Hank Brennan's cross because we're running out of time. It was excellent. Yeah, Hank Brennan ends up concluding by showing that this witness had no foundation for the opinions that he was rendering, and then Hank Brennan just absolutely tears him apart even more. It's more questions on, you didn't even do your own research, and then he closes in a brilliant way. Oh, it was wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the only reason we have to wrap up is we're getting close to the end of the amount of stream we can do, ladies and gentlemen. This very, very rarely happens, but Hank Brennan only has about, let's see, he goes on for about another 20 to 30 minutes on cross. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to watch it because that would literally put us over 12 hours, ladies and gentlemen. However, what we are going to do is, listen, you all waited for it. We are going to get to see if there was a stare down between Hank Brennan and Karen Reed. I have the clip. I have the raw clip for you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm so sorry. We're going to have a truncated close today. I just want to let you know I may not be able to read all your comments to spend time together, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you, and I just want to let you know before we look for this stare down, you are loved. We will be back together this Sunday. We'll do a towel stream. Look, it'll be somewhere in the morning, 9 to 10 a.m. We'll see how long we go. We'll recap. We'll answer your questions. Over 12 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I agree. Every time you listen to a Hank Brennan's cross, you hear something. Almost, you can see we're just blowing away even the international channels, Al Jazeera, etc. And ladies and gentlemen, I am so thrilled we spent time together, but I am also thrilled because we are going to get to see if there was a stare down. Oh yes, everybody waited for the moment, and towel is going to come through. So let me turn off this other, give me 1 second, let me get rid of this. All right, and then let me get rid of this. No, oh no, I got rid of your comments. Oh no, hold on, I brought your comments back. All right, I got a towel plan. I am the man with the towel plan. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Watch this. Yes, Deb H., God bless you. You get some rest. I appreciate every single one of you who stuck around. It means so much to me. Now watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We're going to do just one more. Hold on, just one more time for me. Yep, we're going to grab this, and then I'm going to switch this over. Hopefully this is, no, we're going to get this one. We need untitled design. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see if there was indeed the moment. So hold on, you little towel friends. We're going to see if there was indeed a stare down between Hank Brennan and Karen Reed, and that is how we are going to end the day, and then little towel will finally get some rest. We've definitely broken the towel stream record. You can only stream for 12 hours on towel YouTube, or the recording doesn't save. So we absolutely are only doing 12 hours, friends. We only have a few minutes left, and we're going to do this in real time together. Here we go, towel friends. 5-minute clip. Was there a stare down? We're going to find out together. Let's watch. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You're still here. It's 5 hours later, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm 12 hours later, and I'm still going. I'm that dedicated to you, little towels. All right, let's see if we can get this going, please. All right, last thing we got to get going for the day. Come on, little towels. All right, here we go. I got it going. Let's watch. This was the oral argument at the end of the day, and we're looking for a moment where Hank Brennan stares at Karen.
On the first issue of authenticity, this witness has no memory of any of the text messages. I think it's fair to conclude he's on the text message string. He recognizes the people on it. But there is no authenticity if he doesn't recognize them. The person that could best authenticate these text messages is Michael Proctor. This witness does nothing as far as identifying the individual text messages and whether they're reliable, whether there's been any additions, deletions, whether in some substance this is part of the conversation. Notably, I think, according to the questioning by Attorney Yannetti, he's made one comment at the end of the string that really has nothing whatsoever to do with the text messages that are at issue. So authenticity, I don't believe this witness reaches that conclusion for them. Regarding admissibility, I do not dispute that in the right context, these text messages are admissible. If there is an investigator in a case that makes derogatory remarks about an accused, I can't say that doesn't go to bias, nor do I reject the idea that it shows an unfairness or a motivation. But really, you need to put that in context, and I think Attorney Yannetti highlighted that. He says that this is not hearsay, it's how he thought, or whether it affected a particular part of the investigation. It may have, it may not have. Even if he denies that it affected his investigation, it's still an appropriate question to ask, just because that you're accusing of having the bias. Because perhaps it did affect the bias. Perhaps the person was very biased and made decisions based on that animus. Or perhaps the person made negative comments but had nothing whatsoever to do with the investigation. It is surmised to say because these comments were made, a witness was not investigated, or there was some other amorphous, undefined ill that happened. That's the whole reason why the witness who made the comments should be confronted with the comments they made so the jury can fairly assess, is this relevant, is it material, and what is the value of it? I am not opposed to the admission of bias against a witness, especially a police officer, but it should be against that witness because they need to have the opportunity to admit, deny, define, accept, and explain. By putting these messages in with sidestepping, suggesting it has a value that has not been defined, and then, as Mr. Yannetti just did, making an argument that because the comment was merely made, that therefore there was a consequence, and specify a consequence where there's no factual basis to conclude. Because he made a derogatory comment, he didn't investigate or speak to a plow driver for a year and a half. That defeats the purpose of defining the value for which this is being admitted. I do have some issue that it's really not under the context of Bowden, because this doesn't have to do with the adequacy of a police investigation. It has to do with bias. And that purely is the state of mind of the person who made the comment. I would not get in the way of confronting the witness about their bias if they were called to the stand. But to put it in this way invites speculation, it invites manipulation, and it invites a party on either side to portray this in a way that is not factually viable. It will be distracting, confusing to the jury, and it could be unfair for either side because it will lead to our...
That was it. That was it. Did you see that? He paused. So we got to go 20 seconds earlier. Oh my goodness, that was it. Was Karen staring at him 20 seconds before that? So at like 4, hold on, I got to see the exact moment. We don't have a lot of time.
It will lead to arguments.
So at 4:30 was Karen staring at him?
This way invites speculation, it invites manipulation, and it invites...
No, hold on, it was a little bit earlier than that.
And that purely is the state of mind of the value for which this is being emitted. I do have some issue that it's really not under the context of Bowden, because this doesn't have to do with the adequacy of a police investigation. It has to do with bias. And that purely is the state of mind of the person who made the comment. I would not get in the way of confronting the witness about...
Hold on, it was earlier than that. I think he really did stare at her. Wow, good catch, Olive. We're going to watch that clip, by the way.
Consequence, and specify a consequence where there's no factual basis to conclude. Because he made a derogatory comment, he didn't investigate or speak to a plow driver for a year and a half.
Oh, look! He looked at her! Oh, he totally did! Oh, absolutely, they had a stare down. Oh, we caught a towel moment. How much time do we have? Literally 14 minutes. All right, I think I can clip this in real time. Hold on, he absolutely looked at her. Oh, my word. Hold on. So I need like a second before the... Hold on, watch this. Oh, he absolutely did. They had a stare down. Oh, that's so epic, and we found it live. Oh, ladies and gentlemen.
Factual basis to conclude. Because he made a derogatory comment, he didn't investigate or speak to a plow driver for a year and a half.
Right there. All right, so we got to clip it there. So watch this. You clip this, right? And then now watch Hank. Don't listen to what Hank's saying because the audio's off, but watch Hank. Watch the Hank cam. Not the main cam, the Hank cam. You see how he pauses and looks at her?
He didn't investigate or speak to a plow.
They had a stare down.
That defeats the purpose of defining the value.
All right, so watch this. We have very little time to do this. All right, hold on, Olive. We have to watch your clip first. I know this is an epic moment. Hold on. This is like one of those epic moments, and of course it happens with like very little time left. Oh, goodness. All right, but we have to watch this clip from Olive. You all came in at just the right moment. Let me bring it up on your screen now. Hold on one second. We would be remiss if we didn't see Hank smiling, but hold on. And then we're going to do this editing. I have just enough time to do it. Hold on. Here's Hank Brennan, all smiles after leaving court yesterday. The super towel. Olive wanted us to play it. By God, we're going to play it. Here we go. Let's do it. We got to be very quick, and then we'll be back together soon.
You like talking to us today?
How are you today?
Can you keep everything as brief as you kept that last redirect?
You guys have a good day. Don't get wet.
Oh, that's Hank Brennan for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, watch this. We got to clip this. Okay, so we have the clip that we want, right? We take it. We're going to take this, okay, and we're just going to bring it to the very end here because we got to sync these two clips, all right? So we're going to take this to the very end. We're going to make a new page. We're going to put this in here. Now, how long is this clip? This is 16.8 seconds. Now, we got to go to the part where Hank Brennan actually says that and looks over at Karen. So hold on. This is real-time towel editing. Here we go, 12 hours in.
But to put it in this way invites speculation. It invites manipulation, and
Hold on. We got to find the moment where it was about it was about 14:50. Hold on. I got it. We got a little time left.
To portray this in a way that is not factually viable, it will be distracting, confusing for the jury, and it could be unfair for either side because it will lead to our...
Oh, there it is.
That is not factual.
So I need to see exactly how many seconds in the stare down happens in this clip. Hold on, this is very important. When does Hank actually snap his head? I have to track the exact amount of seconds. Hold on. Oh, goodness. And, of course, we have 11 minutes left. Oh, it's going to be right down to the wire, towel friends. Oh, come on. Come on now. Not the time to mess with little towel.
If you're biased or exhibit bias,
that therefore there was a consequence. And
2,
specify a consequence
3,
there's no
4,
factual
5,
basis to conclude.
6,
he made a derogatory
7,
comment, he didn't
8,
investigate or speak
9.
to a plow driver for...
All right, so about 8 seconds. About 8 seconds before he snaps his head over. So we're going to start the clip at 4:50. Hold on. It was right at the end. I think it was right at the end of Brennan's argument. Hold on. Was that the end? Or was it at the next minute? 4:11:50. Hold on. Is Brennan still arguing? Yeah. Hold on. I'm going to get it. Oh, this is very frustrating. Oh, yeah. So it was like 4:10:50. Oh, it's because I'm on a time crunch. Oh, this is agonizing. All right. So we want about 8 seconds before the snap happens in this clip. Hold on. Watch this.
Confusing for the jury, and it could be unfair for either side, because it will lead to our...
So we need 8 seconds before that. 8 seconds before he snaps his head. So 1. So it happens there. So we need 4:29. All right, watch this. All right, so split this. Okay. And we need one that's 12.8 seconds. So watch that. So we're going to start there. So we're going to start it at like 4:29. So 12.8 seconds is 4:32, 4:33:35, 4:43:35. All right, so let's try it. Now, is that 43? Is that exactly what we need? Is that going to be about 12? But we don't have a lot of time here, ladies and gentlemen. 13.8 seconds, so that's a little bit too long. We only want it to be 12.8. It's cut off, so let's see. Oh, down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. I can always generate this afterwards, but I want to show you it. You all earned it. So this is the one that we need here. We only need the Hank cam for this. So watch this. We go out, we take this. This is the audio we want. We take this file. How much time do we got? 8 minutes to extract the underlying audio from this file, okay, right? It's going to generate at the bottom. We delete that. Now we take the audio that we want that's perfectly synced up. Now we take this, okay? Now we're going to shrink this, all right, because we just want the Hank cam. All right, now since this is actually good, we might be able to do it this way. Hold on. All right, so watch this, and now it should line up perfectly. All right, no, and then we need to get rid of this as well because we don't want any of the unsynced Karen cam, and then we just have that. Okay, you ready, towel friends? Did I nail it? Did I nail it? Did I nail it? You ready? This is the moment of truth. Is it synced up? The stare down. Oh, you saw it first on Towel Stream, ladies and gentlemen. I literally do real-time editing. Here we go. Come on. Play it for us. The towel world wants to see it. Do we have a synced up stare down between Hank Brennan and Karen Reed? Oh, come on now. Come on, little towel. You know you want to play it for us. Here we go. We have less than 6 minutes. By the way, I'm going to do all... Oh, here we go. I got it. All right, let's watch. Hold on.
And it could be unfair for either side because it will lead to our...
No, I didn't get it right. I didn't get it right. Hold on. So I need to take this underlying clip, okay? And I need to... Oh, because it was 16.8 seconds. Oh, that's why. All right, let me just make it a little bit longer. All right, now how about this? All right. Oh, goodness. All right, you're not going to get to see the synced version of this because I didn't do it right. Oh, goodness. It was actually 16.8 seconds. Are you serious? That's why. I thought it was the underlying clip is... Oh, that's why. It's 16.8 seconds. All right. But ladies and gentlemen, there was a stare down. You are going to get to see it, ladies and gentlemen. I only have 5 minutes to wrap this up. So we're going to be back together Sunday. Almost 12 hours. And ladies and gentlemen, the only reason we have to end this stream, I'm so sorry to have to do it, is because you cannot save a YouTube stream that it's over 12 hours long. So I literally have to end this in the next 5 minutes. I want to say thank you. Elevate the Process. Wicked Uma, 65 CJ5. Ladies and gentlemen, I literally can't even say thank you to all of you because if I try to say thank you to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, I will simply not have time. We will not get a record of this stream. So I literally have to, because there is a 12-hour limit on YouTube. We have broken. This is a new towel stream record. We're almost at 11 hours and 55 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't wait to make this Karen clip for you. I'm so sorry we couldn't do it in real time. I want to say a special towel thank you to every single person who commented, supported this stream, shared this stream, liked this stream, subscribed. Aggie K, Bossy Texas Chick, Claire, Olive 19, Jack D65, 5, Pat Brooks, Bella Marie, Pat Brooks again, Courtney Myers, the super towel herself, sending memberships galore. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was a super towel membership parade today if you didn't see it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Courtney Myers is certainly a super towel in so many sense of the term. I hope you send your appreciations to your towel friends. If you got a membership today, God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, the names, Courtney Myers again, Lisa Cox, all of 19, Courtney Myers again. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I want to let you know Luisa Ramirez made her 20th super on the support chat on the stream. Luisa Ramirez is a super towel in every sense of the term. Of course, Eva as well, sending towel foxes. Artworks 2, God bless you. Artworks 2's daughter had a birthday yesterday. Sheffield Flannel, all the Sheffield Flannels are appreciated. Care Ann, God bless you, dear friend. Truth Exposed, I love your username. I love your humor, dear friend. I love your icon. I hope you come back and see us again soon. Mandy Strong, the super towel spouse herself, God bless you, dear towel friend. You all were here for a record-breaking towel stream. We're in the last 5 minutes. Oh, we're coming down to the wire. I'm a true horse racing announcer towel. Macy, Bella Marie, God bless you, dear towel friends. Oh, I did get a towel lunch, I promise you, friends. All of 19, I loved that cool emoji earlier. Oh, it made Super Towel so happy. Oh, God bless you, towel friends. Jew Drops, Penny and Rose, Chair Bear, Eva. Oh, God bless every single one of you super towels. I appreciate you all. I take screenshots of your supers. I never want to forget. It is like a colorful towel parade in there. Oh, we did it. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. It is 11 hours and 56 minutes in. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I wish we could do more thank yous. Sunday, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. 9 or 10 in the afternoon. I could go for another 7 hours if we needed to, but no, I'm going to do some clip editing. I'm going to get this recap up. God bless every single one of you. We hit, what is it, 28,000 on the X? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, 28,000 people watching over on the Towel X. We literally broke records. We were happy. We were thrilled. We had a great day together, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe it? Breaking all sorts of towel stream records. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there's no one. 7.9 thousand. We basically hit 28,000 on the X. Oh, yes. Please do whatever you need to send me over on Facebook Messenger. There's a lot going on, but please do send it that way. You all are loved, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you. God bless you so much. All right, folks. I'm going to hit the end here. I think we actually hit the end of the X stream, so let's formally do that. Let's say goodbye to the X friends. And then, folks, on the YouTube, God bless every single one of you. It was great spending time with you today. And Towel, I just want to say we're spending some time on the Towel YouTube now. Just 2 minutes to go. I love this community. It means so much. I have so much passion for you. I have so much passion for this work. I can't wait to see you on Sunday. You all let me lay my head down at rest with no anxiety. And also, you make me feel like I have friends and like I have meaning. I truly feel like my life means something and that I'm helping people learn. This is a public information service. We educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. We are doing it to bring about a better world. Look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness. Help those around you. Make the world a place. Prove unconditional love and toleration is possible, and that we can create a new digital epic, not based on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power, but expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity for unconditional love. God bless you, towel friends. God bless every single one of you. I appreciate it more than words. Be safe out there. 11 hours, 59 minutes. New towel stream record.